You are listening to Supreme Magus, Chapter 901, Predator vs. Predator Part 1. Verhin, where did I hear this name again? Dusk asked. He was among those who foiled our plan to take control over a world sapling, my liege. Inzialot the Lich King, ruler of the Keller region for the Council of Awakened, replied. Liches didn't actually have a king. The title was merely a consolation prize for getting the short end of the stick during the last raffle to determine who would represent the undead awakened for council duties. It's the same funny guy I had fighting to the death in a foul moon ritual. What do you make of him? A cunning, devious, untrustworthy young awakened. Inzialot checked his diaries before answering. A brilliant man like him would write down unnecessary things so that he could afford to forget them and keep his mind busy only with the important stuff. He will make an excellent lick and a fine addition to our ranks, if he survives the process, of course. Magus is changing, Inzialot. Our eternal life has made us become accustomed to sitting on our asses for so long that by the time we get up we have more cobwebs than clothes covering us. We can't afford that anymore. Dusk tapped his skeletal finger on his throne made of Davros. He wasn't so frivolous that he would waste the most powerful enchanted metal on Magus for a chair. It was simply the shape that his prized equipment assumed during peaceful times. A lonely, downtrodden man has achieved for 16 years what we could only dream about. Balker kept the entirety of the Griffin Kingdom hostage. He forced the very society that chased him out to change according to his twisted beliefs. Not only did he refuse my little sister Night when she courted him, but he also ended up drawing the Guardian's interest, and now he works for them instead that for us. A necromancer found us, his family, so untrustworthy to side with our enemies. The Black Knight had tried for a long time to bring Balker in her fold, but had always failed. Just like Solus, cursed objects needed consent to bond with a host. Ilium Balker knew what Night was and trusted her even less than what he did the kingdom. Whenever she tried to lure him with promises of power, revenge, or even to give him back his family, the lost Magus had simply struck her so hard that she ended up landing in the Gorgon Empire. Another loser, another pitiful not even awakened human, in less than a decade has brought abominations back on the path towards evolution, whereas we are still focused only on tearing each other's throat. This master brought fresh water to their pond while ours remained stale. Is there any news concerning them? Dusk asked. None. Inzialot took out another booklet before answering. He had no idea who they were talking about. Some of their followers are more ancient than us and reacted to our inquiries with extreme prejudice. We need to take them out, Dusk said. The Mr. Inzialot had forgotten about their unknown enemy's name the moment his eyes had left the report. The Master, the abominations, every single one of them. We have tolerated for too long those failures feeding off our prey. With Giera gone, we can't afford our munificence being mistaken for weakness. We've become so pitiful in everyone's eyes that even the Guardians only care about abominations while we lay forgotten. Dusk slammed his fists on the throne's armrests so hard that the resulting shockwave pulverized Inzialot's form for a split second before reforming. Laurel was our first real chance to make a breakthrough, to fulfill my sacred mission, yet we failed by the hands of a bunch of insects and an overgrown flower. Dawn's mission was to find a way for the undead to assimilate knowledge along with the life force of their victims. Night had been tasked with making undead immune to darkness magic, the only element that could truly harm them, no matter if they retained or not a physical form. Dusk, instead, had tried for centuries to make all forms of magic accessible to Baba Yaga's children. It was the reason why, unlike his sisters and his own mother, he didn't despise liches. Quite the contrary, he had recruited most of them for his court, whether they were awakened or not. The Red Sun admired their ingenuity and believed that, even though the need for a phylactery crippled their potential, liches were the key to his success. They were the only undead who were capable of freely using all elements. Plants live until something kills them. Their lifespan rival our own without the burden of our limitations. Beasts know almost no war and are the only ones who can become guardians. Humans keep spawning monsters like Manohar, Thrud, and now even this what's-his-name who kicked my sister's ass to the moon and back. Last but not least, abominations are the only thing Guardians are afraid of, and the Council is even thinking about offering them a seat since they were all once awakened. The Red Sun was mad with rage, emitting uncontrolled pulses of mana that were seconds away from destroying his own house, despite the countless protective arrays he had laid himself. Magus keeps spinning every day, Yet where are we? What are we doing to prepare ourselves for the tidal wave that threatens to wipe us out of existence? Dusk asked. We're in your tacky underground castle, listening to your rants. By the way, there's no tidal wave incoming. I forecast a mild winter and plenty of snow. Inzialot checked the entire Garland continents whether to make sure of it. I was asking a rhetorical question, Dusk roared. And I gave you a practical answer. With all due respect, my liege, if you're done getting on my nerves like an annoying brat, I'll go back to my lab. At least there I can use my time productively. Without waiting for an answer, Inzialot bypassed the dimensional blocking arrays and warped back home. By my mother, it's in moments like this that I understand why my sisters don't deal with madmen. To make matter worse, now I'm talking to myself and sound like one. This doesn't bode well at all. Space. Free country of Lamarth, beyond the eastern borders of the Gorgon Empire in the headquarters of the Master, after learning about the Horsemen of Dawn. The near extinction of the human race on the Giera continent, and the ensuing undead invasion had thrown enough monkey wrenches in the Master's plan that they could open a hardware store. Damn if once the presence of the undead was an asset, giving me a perfect scapegoat to blame in the case something went wrong. Now they are worse than an enemy, they are our competitor. The Master had summoned a general meeting to discuss the issue. Only the most ancient eldritch abominations and those who had evolved into a stable monster abomination hybrid participated. They were the backbone of the Master's organization and among the most powerful creatures on Magur. Indeed, feeding our ranks, finding specimens for your experiments, and even restocking our supplies has become very troublesome. Between the arrays and the rigorous checks, the black market is on the verge of disappearing. With it also goes our main source of income, Xenagrosh said. Chapter 902, Predator vs. Predator Part 2. That's not the only thing that should be on the order of business. There's also the problem of the blood madness that returner abominations like me are experiencing, Baitra said. The fourth ruler of the Flames was among the clones that had absorbed their original counterparts, giving them a fresh start at life. Returners, however, would start as pure beings, with only the memories belonging to their life as awakened. Over time, they would remember all the atrocities they had committed and the pain that they had endured after turning into abominations. It caused them psychotic breaks at random intervals that had cost the organization many missions and even more casualties. Every slaughter ended up having too many witnesses to kill them all, and by reporting the abomination's location, their enemies had been able to unravel what the organization was working on. Because of that, carrying out the next steps of the Master's plan was not much more difficult. Last but not least, we must discuss the issue of the returners that didn't join our ranks. They know too much. It's enough for one of them to be captured or be willing to side with our enemies to expose our location and long-term goals, Tezca said. After Lith had killed his clone, the Master had performed the procedure again, turning Tezca into a warg abomination hybrid. Losing his prized artifact, Endless Night, was worth the power he had gained in return. On top of that, Baitra had already forgemastered him a much better piece. She was the rising star of the organization, and everyone groveled at her feet to get in her good graces or have something crafted. She had already updated all of her forgemastering techniques, reaching an unparalleled level of skill. Baitra was one of the reasons why the council was tempted to offer abominations a seat. She was the only living ruler of the Flames, and her creations dwarfed ancient powerful artifacts. Baitra was the only one who could recreate an outdated enchanted item with modern techniques, giving it new life. The Master and Xenagrosh were the only ones who had her unconditional love. The Master had taken her in as a daughter, providing her with all the materials and books she could dream of. The Master had even predicted the risks of blood madness, and had treated her the moment the first symptoms appeared. Xenagrosh, instead, was her only true friend and partner. Original abominations considered returners as usurpers, while returners deemed originals as heartless monsters. The Master had a hard time bridging between the two factions, but luckily, Baitra and her relationship with Xenagrosh helped him to find a way to make things work out. Xenagrosh was the one who had brought Baitra back in the fold, and with her origin flames, she was the crucial ingredient in all forgemastering experiments. The two of them were the living proof that nothing separated originals from returners except their own prejudices. "Last my chaos ass," Ubthot roared. "As the representative of eldritch abominations, I demand to know what's the status of the research to make us evolve as well." The Master sighed in stress. Between living their own human life and keeping all those powerful creatures in check was a mammoth task. I would love to rub his nose on the fact that they were the ones who refused to take part in the clone experiment, but the situation is already tense as it is. Between the lack of food and their personal agenda, regular abomination are on the verge of mutiny. I wish I was in a bard's tale where the hero always has followers who are blindly loyal to him, ready to throw away their lives and ambitions for no good reason. Also, in those stories, both good and bad guys seem to find money growing on trees, whereas I have to work my ass off to procure the necessary funds for the organization. Here is my proposal. The master stood up, but they were the only humans sitting at the round table while the others were all titans, so the change in height was barely noticeable. There's only place for a big predator in the Garland continent, and that's going to be us. From now on, kill all the undead you met on sight. No quarter given, no mercy shown. Wipe out the courts if you find them and don't hesitate to ask for reinforcements. Avoid only liches. They are a beast that it's not worth poking without a very good reason. By seizing the undead's back channels and possessions, we'll solve many of our problems. Also, in the long term, their disappearance will lead the kingdom to lax its security again. As for the blood madness, from now on returners must always work with a partner. This way, if one of them goes on a rampage, the other can stop them. We don't have many returners, so I expect originals and eldritches to give a hand. Baitra instinctively leaned against Xenogrosh's arm, who held her hand and made Baitra blush. Everyone smiled at the scene, yet no one but the master was sincere. Xenogrosh could wipe the floor with the ass of most of those present at the same time, while Baitra was their golden goose. They were a match made in heaven, and both were loyal to the master. Their friendship heavily tipped the power balance and turned the master's proposals into orders. Rogue returners must be left alone, the master continued. They are not a threat. On the contrary, they are already part of the organization. It's just that they don't know it yet. They are facing alone the humans, the undead, and even the blood madness. We are their only family and hope. If you find them, be friendly. It's only a matter of time before they come knocking on our door. Lastly, about the concerns of thought expressed, I'm doing my best, but I'm only human after all. Find me Thrude and her perfected Arthan's madness, or at least capture Dawn. With her ability to mass-produce the light element, I could feed all of you and fuel my new project at the same time. Without either of them, I can only continue with the cloning experiments. All in favor. Those present raised their hands in unison. Excellent assembly dismissed. Xenogrosh, Baitra, please stay. I have a mission for you, the master said. Space. Contrary to Lith's expectations, the following months were devoid of bad news. Summer came and left, followed by the quietest fall Lith had lived ever since he had enrolled in the White Griffin Academy. Over time, the kingdom adapted to the undead threat, and soon a new balance was reached. The state of alert remained high, and Lith didn't get a single day leave, but with 2 other rangers helping him to keep the Keller region safe, no matter the situation, things never got out of his hand. The reports of undead sightings had become a rare occurrence. Unbeknown to him, the abominations were silently contributing to stabilizing the kingdom, forcing the undead courts to split their resource between the humans and abominations side. Just like Ligon had predicted, the number of the undead couldn't grow indefinitely and was bound to return to the pre-migration level. On the other hand, however, only the most powerful and cunning of the undead from both continents survived. Chapter 903, It's Home Again Part 1. The conflict between undead and abominations weeded out the weakest among Baba Yaga's children, throwing the courts into chaos. Yet it was only a matter of time before they emerged stronger than ever before. All Lith knew, however, was that the crime rate was at an all-time low. Between the curfew, the constant patrols, and all the cities now having elemental blocking arrays, it was a really hard time for the underworld. Winter made everything worse, cutting off the trade routes and leaving the dishonest citizens without a good reason to step out of their homes. Once guards could be bribed, but now the thought that the hand offering the gold might be linked to the mouth that would rip their throat at night had turned them into responsible officers. Lith was surprised when Camilla notified him that he had been granted a full month leave that would allow him to spend his birthday home without worries. "Are you serious?" he asked. "I would never joke on something like that. The situation has calmed down a lot now. Military officers can apply for honorable discharge, and even though overtime is appreciated, it's not mandatory anymore," Camilla replied. "What about you?" Lith said. "What do you mean?" Did you receive a leave as well? Actually, yeah. For some reason, both my commanding officers made sure that our respective leaves overlapped. Thanks for asking. Camilla had expected a rant about his leave being long overdue, about all the magical research he had to do, and all the people he had to catch up with. Discovering that her presence was the first thing Lith was worried about made Camilla so happy that she felt her heart skip a few beats. I was thinking about working part-time, she said. You what, after months without a break? You need some proper rest and relaxation. Lith was flabbergasted. Yeah, right, Camilla giggled. Your pot calling the kettle black attitude never gets old. Meaning, he asked. Are you really saying that you're going to spend all your free time home? No magical research, no working on any of those mysterious projects of yours? Her questions were answered by an awkward silence. That would be torture, he replied after a while. I love my family, but once we're done catching up, I would die of boredom. They have their own lives, and so do I also. I don't know if I'm able to stay idle for that long without going crazy. I feel the same way, Camilla nodded. Sure, I'm going to spend a lot of time with Zinnia, Alina, and the kids, just like I hope to spend even more time with you. Yet after a week of goofing around, I'm sure I'd start to get restless. I can't ask everyone to change their routine just to keep me company, and if I spend too much time cooking or cleaning, I feel like a housewife. Speaking of cleaning, can you get home first? I've abused Lady Ernest's hospitality during the last few months, and I'm afraid of what I might find on my return. You instead have plenty experience with clearing dungeons and facing mold monsters. Camilla tried and failed to keep a straight face while making her plea. I'll see what I can do. When does my leave start? Lith said. As soon as you're done with your current assignment, Camilla replied. Lith was currently sitting on top of a pile of broken bodies that once had been known as the Black Dragons, an infamous mercenary group composed of dishonorably discharged ex-military. Nobles, undead courts, organized crime, the list of their clients included whoever could afford their services. Jamble's local constable had requested Lith's help to bring them in for questioning. The Black Dragons didn't like taking orders, just like Lith didn't take a no for an answer. Luckily for him, the amulet filtered out the ambient moans of pain. I'm on leave then? Lith opened a warp steps and tossed them in jail. Will I see you at home tonight, honey? Wait, is it your parents' Zinnia's or our home? She asked. Our home. Lith resisted temptation of answering with just a yes. I'll never get to Lucia before sunset. If I come knocking after the curfew, it will not be a surprise but a jump scare. Also, I'm too tired to answer all the questions they are bound to ask. Good thinking. I'll be there in a few hours with dinner. See you soon. Camilla sent him a kiss and closed the call. Lith could actually reach Lucia in record time with the tower, but that would leave no official record behind, and he really didn't feel like getting a third degree as welcome gift. Usually Lith's first day home was more tiring than being interrogated by Gianni. When he opened the door of Camilla's apartment in Belias, Lith was flabbergasted. He had expected curtains of cobwebs and long-forgotten dirty plates with so much mold that they had grown a fur and might be mistaken for pets. What he found, instead, was a dusty place with stale air that seemed to have been abandoned for months. There was no sign of the camellia, something that reassured Lith about his relationship. It took him a minute to clean everything, 5 for a decent hot shower, and 3 seconds to fall asleep after his head touched the pillow. Man, I have so many things to do. Let's hope a month is enough. I need to check if Nalrund reached out to protect her, meet Celia's third-born, speak with Falul, were his last thoughts until the creaking of the door woke him up. Baby, I'm home. Camilla had learned the hard way to announce her presence to prevent a sleepy Lith from mistaking a playful girlfriend, trying to surprise him for a real assailant, and welcoming her as such. He cursed his own paranoia, put Ruin back under the bed, and dispelled the thunderstorm brewing over his right palm. Do you need help with the plates? Lith opened the door to the living room, finding Camilla with a bag full of take-away food in her left hand and the army suitcase in her right. She dropped them both the moment she saw him and threw her arms around his chest. Welcome home, Kami. You have no idea how much I missed you. Even cleaning up your mess felt nostalgic. Lith returned her embrace, losing himself in her warmth and in the scent of her hair. I missed you more, silly. Why do you think I didn't set foot in here until now? Without you, it was just an empty place. Now it's home again, she said, dealing a huge blow to the great wall surrounding his heart. Lith held her even tighter and used invigoration on her. He examined every single millimeter of her body, fixing even the slightest damages he could find down to the cellular level. A blue glow enveloped them both while Lith made her health as perfect as her heart was. Camilla felt her body relaxing, as if instead of being back from work she had just returned from a spa. The tension built up in her muscles during the past few months disappeared, and she sweated like a galloping horse while a warm feeling spread throughout her body. Chapter 904, It's Home Again Part 2. "What are you doing?" Camilla asked. She was used to Lith giving her butterflies in the stomach, but the blue will-o'-the-wisps in the living room were new. Also, she had been expecting a warm reunion, not a sweaty one. At least not until they moved to the bedroom. "I'm making sure that the perfection of your health matches that of your heart." He avoided using the word body for several reasons. His paranoia made him fear that Camilla would suspect he was shape-shifting her. Also, Camilla was already self-conscious about her appearance because of Lith's family good looks. He wanted to avoid adding oil to the fire. "I was going to take a quick shower while you'd set up the table, but now it might take a while. Care to join me?" she asked. Usually I would jump at the opportunity, but we're both starving. Among its many effects, invigoration always made its subjects work quite an appetite. "You know that if I get in there with you, we'll come out only when the food is cold, the beer is warm, and the moon is high," he replied. "It doesn't sound like a bad plan to me." She reached for his lips while her hands caressed his hair. It was a slow, sensual kiss that awakened the hunger they had for each other. Lith tried to keep his cool, but Camilla's hands moved down his neck back and finally reached his ass. His willpower turned paper thin at that point, but it held. "Damn woman, kiss me again like that and you're not getting any sleep tonight," he said. "Make me," she panted in his ear, making what was left of his rationality crumble. Space. A few hours later, after Lith had fixed their dinner at the best of his abilities, they dined together. The first thing Camilla did after getting out of the bedroom was to retrieve her army suitcase and take the camellia out. She then recharged the magical flower with her imprint and put it inside a small vase they used as centerpiece. "Why do you bring it at work? Show off much?" Lith teased her. "No, silly," she giggled. "Between the fact that I often slept at the Erna's mansion, the night shifts, and the emergencies, it's been a long time since I knew where I would spend the night twice in a row. I always keep your gift with me because I want to make sure it never withers. Also, I consider it my good luck charm." Her words made him happy and brought a smile to Lith's face, thinking back at how awkward had it been the moment when he had gifted the camellia to her. It took him a while to tell her all that had happened during his absence. Things like his meeting with Zedrose or the truth about his battle against Dawn couldn't be shared during a call, no matter how secure the amulet was supposed to be. "So that's what you were doing instead of submitting your report," she grunted. "First Falul and now a wyvern. I guess you've a thing for cold-blooded lizards if you prefer their company to mine. Maybe it's because you're a wormling yourself." "Oh please, Zedrose is a male and an ass. You've no reason to get jealous. As for Falul—" "I'm just messing with you," she giggled, cutting him short. "Gods, you fall for it every single time. Guilty conscience much." Lith ignored her second taunt and just held hand. "I can't believe I missed even our small bickering," he said. "Speaking of Falul, I need your help talking to my family. All you need to do is tell me when and I'll be there for you. Yet I don't see how the two things are related unless you want to introduce her to them," Camilla said. "That's actually a good idea, but that will have to wait. First, I have to come clean with them about me being a hybrid," Lith sighed. "Finally, I mean, why now of all times?" "Because I don't know how long my apprenticeship will take. I can't lie to them about where I'll be staying, what I'm doing, and with who. That would be unfair to them, and as you so subtly pointed out, it's a talk long overdue. I might bring Protector and Celia along to smooth things over, but I need your help to also find an excuse with your sister to leave her out. I like Zinnia, but—" Lith didn't know what to say without sounding awfully rude. "But she's not family. You don't feel like trusting her with such a big secret." Camilla completed the phrase for him. "Exactly. Depending on how it goes, my parents might need a bit of space. We might be living in Belias for a while." Lith hated the city's dimensional blocking array, but it was nothing compared to his fear of rejection. "Don't worry, I'm sure that everything will be fine," she said, trying to reassure him. Lith could withstand sub-zero temperatures without batting an eye, and their house was warm, yet he was shivering. Camilla stood up, hugging him from behind until she managed to make Lith feel safe again. "Stop being paranoid. I had no problem with your other half, and I knew you for just over a year. They are your parents, and they know you forever." She kissed his neck while caressing his chest. "Let's get to bed now. We'll cuddle until you fall asleep." Lith jumped up, shape-shifting into his wormling form while lifting her in a princess carry. I warned you, yet you didn't listen. My word is my bond, no sleep for you tonight. He used his fiery gaze and growling voice to sound menacing. It sounds fair. If you play with fire, you're bound to get burned. Only one question. Are we doing the dragon and the maiden or the demon lord and the princess? Camilla asked. Good gods, woman, at least try to act scared. Lith chuckled at her odd choices of role play. Of you, never. Her words, followed by a kiss on the scales covering his fangs, gave Lith hope for his future and made him rush to their destination. Space. The following morning, Lith had to use invigoration to get out of bed early and not waste precious daylight. Between the sun setting early and the curfew, time was precious. I'm going to visit Protector before going to my parents. I'm curious to see if Nalrund has accepted my offer, and if he did, how Celia took paying the price for my generosity. Lith said once he was back from the shower. Maybe I'll go visit Falul as well. The last time I heard from her, she seemed to have some important matters to discuss. Worst case scenario, we'll meet for lunch at my parents'. I'll keep my amulet at hand in the case you need a warp to Lucia. Yet Camilla was already snoring. Without invigoration, she didn't hear a single word from him. Lith wrote her a note and set an alarm clock just to be safe. Then, on second thought, he shared with her a bit of vigor, just to be safer. Chapter 905, Meet Solus, Part 1. Belias's warp gate led Lith to Dirios, the capital city of the Distar Marquisate, and from there reaching Protector's home took him just a few minutes. The moment Lith saw it, nostalgia almost broke his heart. His old friend had shaped his own house as an almost perfect replica of Lith's. It was a lovely two-story cottage entirely made of stone with a spacious yard overlooking the Tron woods. He almost expected Alina to open the door and welcome him home. Celia's reaction, however, didn't differ much from what his mother would do. Oh, Lith, I'll never understand why beasts call you Scourge. You should be named Bearer of Gifts. She pulled him down with a strength and an enthusiasm that surprised him quite a bit. She kissed him on the forehead and both cheeks before giving him a huge hug. I beg your pardon. Lith was still processing the situation, whereas Solus was laughing her ass off. Well, oh great Dark Lord, you just need to trick a powerful Forgemaster to craft a few power rings to deserve such title. Should I get jealous? She thought. Been there, done that. Am I not wearing the legacy of the greatest Forgemaster on Magur on my finger along with her heir, O bright Lord? He replied. Thanks to you, my life has never been easier, Celia said. Come in, we're about to have breakfast, feel free to join us. Lith understood what she meant only when he entered the living room. Sitting at the rectangular table, there were Ryman, Nalrund, Lillian, Laren, and a floating crib made of hard light near Celia's chair. Judging from the giggles and child noises it emitted, Lith guessed that it was filled with the new member of the family. Several constructs shaped like small fish swam in the air in front of the crib, keeping the child entertained. At a wave of Celia's hand, the cradle floated between her hands. Guys, you all know Uncle Lith. Uncle Lith, meet the little Fenrir. We named her after Falul because of all the help she gave me with childbirth and because she offered to be my daughter's scaly godmother. Celia offered him the barely 8 months child with pride. Lith smiled while rocking the baby between his arms, even though to him all newborns were equally ugly and annoying. It seems you did a great job, Celia. She's a healthy child. Lith performed a full checkup out of habit. This time I can't take the full credit. If not for Falul, things could have gone badly, Celia said, making Protector turn pale. We'll talk about this later. I don't want to upset the kids. Hey, I'm not a kid. I'm the breadwinner, he grumbled. Yeah, right. You're a big bad wolf that has no trouble hunting down monsters, yet you faint at the sight of a little blood, she chuckled. It's a completely different matter. I'm a good healer, but you are my wife. I was afraid of losing both. As I said, I don't want to upset the kids. She placed her forefinger on Ryman's lips, hushing him. Lilia and Laren were staring at their father with their little faces full of curiosity. Ryman could see all the questions about Celia's health and where babies come from that were starting to form in their young brains because of him. It's always a pleasure to have you here, Lith. Did you bring new toys for the kids? He said, grateful to the gods for the children's short attention span. Toys, Lilia said, dropping her spoon to run and tug at Lith's pants. Presents, Laren followed her lead like a good little brother. The kids had grown a lot since the last time Lith had seen them. According to Solus, they weren't awakened, yet they were as tall as Lith had been at their age. It was the sign of perfect body development. I wonder if it's because of Protector's genes or Falul is doing for them what I did for my sisters. Lith pondered. Luckily for Ryman, during his free time, Lith had copied the most popular toys in the Keller region. He had also enchanted them with weak spells to make them safer and funnier. "Thanks, Uncle Lith, you're best," the kid said enthusiastically. "Not like Uncle Nowrund, he always nags at us." "That's because he's never here, whereas I have to clean your mess on a daily basis," Nowrund said, generating several constructs at once. Boxes of light took the toys away from the kids' hands, while tendrils forced them back on their chairs. "You'll get your new toys only after finishing breakfast. Show some respect for all the hard work your mom put into preparing your meal." He ignored their screams of outrage, making a new spoon appear in their hands. Only then did Lith notice that plates and silverware weren't normal. Until that moment, their dull color had made him fail to notice that they were all constructs. "See what I mean?" Celia looked at the hybrid with eyes full of gratitude. "I'll never thank you enough for sending us such a priceless aid. One day you'll make an excellent house husband, dear Nowrund." "You're too kind, Celia," he replied. "Back home we used to say that it takes just 2 people to make a child, but a whole village to raise them." In the Fastero household, they didn't use pots, only cauldrons. Ryman ate a lot, and so did the kids, leaving plenty of food for seconds or unexpected guests. Even Lith's appetite was a drop in the sea of their servings. During the meal, they made small talk about the situation in Lustria County. The undead invasion had reached every corner of the kingdom, forcing Count Lark and his heirs to invest a lot of money to set up a local army base. Local constables and militia were powerless against anything but small-time criminals. The county needed the presence of permanent troops just to keep the order and prevent mass hysteria at the slightest sign of undead activity. "I must pay Lark a visit. I don't see him in over a year," Lith thought. "I doubt there's much we can do, but we should at least offer him our help. He's an old friend after all," Solus thought. Luckily for everyone, Lucia was one of the safest places in the Destar Marquisate. Some even said safer than the capital itself. Between the presence of the Queen's Corps, the kings of the Tron Woods, and Falul keeping a close watch on Lith's house, anyone looking for trouble would soon fit in an ashtray. Lith told them an abridged and embellished version of his missions in the Keller region, giving Nowrund his due credit to make him look cool in the eyes of the kids. "Wait, you two met 3 months ago." Laren had a focused expression while counting the passing of time on his fingers. "Yet Uncle Nowrund is here for less than a month. Was this Snack Torch?" "Snake Tongue, you dummy," Lyria corrected him. "What she said, really far away, or is Uncle Lith much faster than you? It took him less than a day to get here," Laren asked. "I didn't come here straight away, Laren," Nowrund replied. The adults already knew his story, and Lith wasn't stupid. He could read between the lines. Chapter 906, Meet Solus Part 2. "When I met Lith, I was in a bad place," Nowrund said. "Like the corner where Mom grounds us until we reflect on our actions?" Lyria asked. Her mind was too young for metaphors, so she took everything literally. "Kind of. After we dealt with Dawn, I needed some time to think if I really wanted to join my tribe in their journey. I tried living among humans, but I didn't fit. They treated me like the stranger I was, making me feel even more lonely than ever. Then I tried to live among beasts, but it didn't go much better. Magical beasts felt even more alien to me than humans, while Emperor beasts were friendly, but had no time to spare for me. They all treated me like an oddity. It was only when I came here that you made me feel special, like us." Laren shapeshifted his right hand into red fur and claws. "Exactly." Nowrund raised his left hand and did the same, placing his palm against Laren's. "I felt like I belonged." "People are mean, Uncle Nowrund." Lyria shapeshifted only her arms, making them long enough hug his waist. "Mom tells us all the time that we must never listen to mean people. You finally learned to control yourself. Good job, kids." Lith's hand turned into scales and claws before ruffling Lyria's hair. "See, Mom, Uncle Lith is special as well. Why are you the only one that can't change?" Laren asked. "Because," was her reply. "I'll explain it to you when you're older. Now go and play outside with your new toys, Nowrund." "On it." The Razar snapped his fingers, making all plates, cutlery, and cups reach the trash bin in an orderly fashion before popping out of existence. At the same time, a cage of light overlapped with the fence surrounding the house. "See what I mean?" Celia's smile went from ear to ear. "No more washing nor breaking anything. Also, I can finally let the children go out without supervision." Lilia and Lyria retrieved their new toys the moment breakfast was over. They hugged their parents and uncles before going outside, showing Lith how much their manners had improved. Now that the kids are gone, I want to apologize for what I said and done to you down in those caves, Nalrund said with a sigh, his eyes filled with regret. I owe you a great deal for sparing my life and giving me a chance. A chance that, in my ignorance, I squandered. To make it up to you, Lith, I could teach you light mastery. I heard from Protector that you already are a powerful healer, so it shouldn't take. Hold your dragons. Lith was thrilled at his offer, but there was annoyance in Celia's eyes and embarrassment in Ryman's. Something was off. Squandered how? Nalrund lowered his gaze, staring at the table for a few seconds before answering. When I first arrived here, I was stubbornly clinging to my theory that you were nothing but Solas's puppet, so I used her name to introduce myself to Celia. You what? Lith inwardly cursed, knowing that the Razar's offer was too good to come with no strings attached. The more I explained things to her, the more Celia wanted to kick me out. Luckily, Ryman returned home in time to clear the misunderstanding. You can guess the rest, Nalrund said. For what is worth, I'm really sorry. Now that the cat is out of the bag, why don't you introduce me to your girlfriend? Celia asked. You already know Kami. I mean the one literally at your fingertips, she replied. Celia, this is Solus, my first and best friend ever. Solus, this is Celia, the one who ripped us off time and time again when we were little. Lith theatrically placed his open palm in front of Celia. Feel free to talk to the hand. Hi, Celia. I'd say nice to meet you, but I know you since forever, Solus said before the huntress could rebuke Lith for his sass. Since we got to this point, we should do things properly. Celia, Ryman, can you leave the house for a bit? Lith asked. Even though she had been expecting something like that to happen, Celia was still too shocked to reply. She stared at Lith's ring as if it could eat her face at any moment. Solus's voice was completely different from the recorded phrases Lith imbued in the toys he made. It was full of emotions and vibrant, like that of a person. Sure we can. Do you mind keeping an eye on the children, Nalrund? Ryman said. No problem. I've been there already, so I'm not going to miss much. The Razar had guessed Lith's intentions, yet he was far from the truth. Back in the Snake Tongue Mountains, he had only seen what Lith wanted to show him. Lith opened a warp steps leading to the Mana Geyser in the Tron Woods, while feeling the turmoil in Solus's mind. It was a mix of excitement and fear of rejection. Don't worry about it, she'll love you, Lith thought. Solus jumped off his finger, being careful to not shapeshift into her spider form out of habit. She knew how human minds worked, and she didn't want Celia to perceive her as anything less than human. She turned to Liquid and dug into the ground unseen. The tower emerged a split second later, now a 3-story building with the second floor almost restored. Sadly, almost wasn't enough to even clear the debris leading to the new level. Good gods, Celia and Ryman said in unison while holding their hands out of fright. Celia had seen plenty of marvels since she had started her relationship with Ryman, but a building over 10 meters, 33 feet, high, and with a base larger than her house popping out of thin air was something that only happened in myths. Protector, instead, was shocked seeing how much it had grown compared to the last memory he shared with Lith. Also, unlike Celia, he could perceive the massive amount of energy that coursed throughout the building, making it look like a fortress. Please come in, Lith said. To make matters worse for his guests, from the moment the tower had appeared, Lith seemed to have grown as well. His stature was unchanged, but his presence was much more overbearing, as if he could squash them like bugs. Lith had no hostility toward them, so the feeling of dread lasted only for a second. Only once they stepped in did Solus appear. Oh gods, it's much bigger on the inside. Celia watched in amazement at the solid staircases in white stone leading to the adjacent floors and the many doors on the walls. The ground floor is designed for the living quarters, bedrooms, living room, kitchen, and stuff like that. The basement is for my labs, and the first floor, well, it's easier if I show you. Before I give you a tour, allow me to introduce you to Solus again, Lith said. Hi, Celia. Hi, Ryman. Solus came out of her bedroom. She was in her luminous human form and wore a set of hunter clothes that closely resembled Celia's. It consisted of a leather hunting jacket over a green shirt, green cargo pants, and brown hunting boots. Solus avoided floating to not scare her guest, which emphasized her diminutive stature. With her 1.54 meter, 51, she was a good head shorter than Celia and barely reached Ryman's chest. Chapter 907, Open Wounds Part 1. Oh gods, I need to sit down. Despite Solus's best efforts, Celia could feel her knees buckling. The golden hair, the luminous body, and the majestic aura that surrounded Solus made her look like someone out of a fairy tale. Oh gods, where does this thing come from? Celia flinched when a comfortable armchair appeared out of thin air. It's good to finally meet you in person, Solus. Ryman offered her his hand, but she hugged him instead. Protector wasn't just a business partner, he was their oldest friend. Same here, what do you think? She said after taking a few steps back and turning around to let him see her full figure. You're a lovely young woman, Ryman nodded. Yeah, how old are you? Celia asked. Centuries old, but since I've forgotten almost everything about my past life, my mental age is around 20, Solus said. Lith had them move to the living room before starting to explain things properly. Let me get this straight, Celia said after the question and answer session was over. You found her when you were 4, but she didn't get a body until last year, correct? Yes, Lith nodded. Are you cheating on Camilla, young man? Because I like that girl, and if after everything you went through together you hurt her, awakened or not, I'm going to kick your ass, Celia said. I've never cheated on anyone in my life. Lith was outraged by her accusation. Solus and I work and live together, but we have separate rooms. Why don't you explain to us in your own words how you feel about each other, then? Celia crossed her arms and legs, clearly unconvinced. Lith opened his mouth and raised his forefinger, yet no word came out. If I say she's my moral compass, I'll sound like a madman. Saying that she's my better half or the fairy on my shoulder would be even worse, he thought. My life companion, my other half, my most beloved person. By my maker, why do only expressions that make it sound like we're married come to my mind? Solus thought. It's complicated, they replied in unison. I can see that, Celia said. If you don't mind, I'd like to talk to Solus alone. Lith and Protector left the living room, moving to the upper floor. Lith wanted to show him the mirror hall and take a look at the Tron woods. I won't mess with your personal life because it's not my place. Yet from what I understand, your only friends are Nika, Tista, Ryman, and Kala. Correct, Celia asked, receiving a nod in reply. No offense, but I think that a newborn vampire, a young woman with no life experience, an oaf that told his wife about being an emperor beast only after their first child was born, and a wannabe lick don't have much wisdom to offer you. I don't know how much of what I experienced in our relationship so far was really Lith and how much it was actually you, but I'm willing to find out. We both don't have many friends and we could use some company. If you ever need to talk about how it feels to be lonely, in love, or even just human, feel free to contact me. Celia shared with Solus her communication rune. Thank you very much. Solus's smile was gleaming, and not only that. We have a month's leave and I don't hang out with Lith while he stays with his girlfriend. I would love to spend some time together. You have no idea how many questions I've got. Solus stared at the little bundle that was Fenrir, resting between Celia's arms. The huntress couldn't bear the thought of being separated from her daughter, not after coming so close to losing her. Celia could entrust Lilia and Laren to Nalrond, but not Fenrir. It was the same feeling that Alina still had for Lith after all those years. Do you want to hold her? Celia asked, noticing Solus's gaze. Yes, but actually no. I'm stronger than I look and quite clumsy, Solus replied. Don't worry, babies are stronger than they look too, especially hybrids. Celia stood up and slowly moved around the table, passing the child to Solus, who froze in panic. She treated the sleeping baby as if it was a ticking bomb wrapped around a priceless piece of art. Oh gods, she's so small and beautiful, Solus said once she recovered from the shock. I can't believe Lith considers all children ugly and never hesitates to kill them. Lith what? Celia instinctively moved her hand to the knife hidden inside her boot. Oh sorry, it's not like you think. We rarely kill human younglings. Most of the time it's just monsters, undead, or abominations. Solus tried to fix her blunder, only making things worse. Sister, you have problems, but we'll talk about this another moment. I better get back home, it's late. Celia retrieved the baby, making Solus worry she had managed to make and lose a friend in less than one day. Then she looked at the sun coming from one of the windows, and she realized they had lost track of time. We're going to be late for lunch, Solus blurted out. Yeah, and I've yet got to prepare ours. Nalrond is a great babysitter, but a terrible cook. He's forbidden to use the stove except for warming non-explosive liquids. Celia's remark made Solus really curious, but there was no time for questions. Solus used the warp mirror to return the Fasteros home, and then Lith flew home as fast as he could. Fuck Nalrond and his big mouth. I was supposed to check on Celia, talk with Falul, and then spend the morning with Mom, he thought. Well, I'm happy that you introduced me to Celia. Now I have a place to stay while you speak with Falul. It didn't happen as you planned it, but I think it could have been much worse. Did you ask Protector for help? Solus asked. Yeah, he agreed to provide support for when I tell my family that I'm a hybrid and an awakened. All I need is to set a date. I was thinking about my birthday. Are you serious? Solus was flabbergasted by the news. Yes, it's time to come clean about a few things. I don't need to hide in the shadows any more, neither from them nor Camilla, Lith thought. Do you think I should invite Falul as well? She has a weak spot for kids, so knowing my little ones could make her reinforce her protection. Also, knowing her could smooth the transition for my family. 2 birds with 1 stone. I don't know, your trump card is Celia and her kids. They know her quite well, and she can provide them with all the support your parents might need. I'm afraid that crowding them with powerful creatures might backfire and scare them instead, Solus said. Point taken. Lith flew at breakneck speed, yet arrived home only 1 hour before noon. Just like Camilla, Lith had learned to announce his presence to avoid being accidentally shot down because someone mistook him for an enemy. He slowed down the moment his house was in sight and landed far away enough for people to recognize him. The farm hands were well trained, and most of them had their alarm whistle pressed against the lips, to signal their masters the necessity to activate the numerous arrays that Lith had placed around the house. Chapter 908, Open Wounds Part 2. Lith's paranoia was like a disease, spreading and infecting all those who worked for or with him. Even the member of the Queen's Corps were seconds away from blasting him down with their wands. Hi, Mom, I'm home. He opened his arms for a hug while crossing the threshold. Lith, what a wonderful surprise. I wasn't expecting you at all. Elena dropped the quill she was checking the farm's accounts with and ran to welcome him. She was a graceful woman in her late 30s, but thanks to Lith's treatments she didn't look a day past 30. She was well endowed in all the right places, with a fit body honed through hard work. Elena's shoulder-length hair was of beautiful light brown color, with shades of red highlighted throughout. The sunlight coming from the windows made her hair look like there were flames dancing within. She looked carefully at Lith, checking his clothes for holes, his hands for injuries, and then his face for any sign of malnutrition or weight loss. Mom, I'm an adult and the #1 ranked ranger in the entire Griffin Kingdom. I can take care of myself, Lith said. He still had his arms opened, making him feel like he was getting a body inspection rather than a welcome. All the magic in the entirety of Magur can't change the fact that I'm your mother and you're my son. It's my right and duty to worry about you. But Mom, no matter how much time passed, Elena always made him feel like when he was still a child, and she checked his clothes during winter to make sure he wouldn't catch a cold. Shut up and give your old mom a hug. With her 1.65 meters, 55, of height, Elena was small compared to Lith, yet her arms were the safest place in the world to him. Never say that, Mom, you're not old. Lith rested his head on her shoulder. I'm not getting any younger for sure, yet neither you nor Tista have given me a grandchild. Elena wanted to sound stern, but she was seconds away from bursting into tears. She hadn't seen her son for months, and the only thing that had allowed her to keep her sanity for so long was constantly checking Lith's contact rune on her own communication amulet. As long as the little piece of gibberish was there, Elena had the proof that wherever he was, her son was still alive. With all the horrible news that she received from Gianni and Tista about what was happening in the kingdom, Elena never dared to call Lith when his rune was available, afraid of bothering him or endanger his life. You can't keep Camilla waiting forever, you know. May the gods bless that woman. We've been so scared during the last year, always afraid you had been captured or disappeared somewhere. She's been our rock. Without her, your father and I would have died of fright. Lith wanted to rebuke his mother for ruining their reunion with her nagging, but her sniffling and quivering between his arms made him feel in full the weight of his actions. I'm sorry for making you worry, Mom. I should have called more often, he said. Don't worry, it's all in the past now. Despite her words, Elena refused to let him go. How long will you stay this time? The whole month, Lith's reply made her flinch. Really? Elena pushed him away just enough to hold his face between her hands and look him in the eyes. Really? A full month? Yep. Really? Mom, not again. Do you need to hear it from my commanding officer to believe it? You can ask Camilla as well if you want. She'll join us for lunch. Lith was annoyed, but mostly with himself. Elena's reaction spoke volumes of how little time he devoted her. Camilla is coming here? Now! Elena's touch turned into a grip, squeezing Lith's cheeks. She got a month's leave as well. We have plenty of time to catch up and... Why didn't you tell me sooner? I have nothing ready and I have yet to invite Zinnia. Oh gods, I'll never make it in time. Between her trembling and her obsessive staring at the clock, she reminded Lith of the white rabbit. Don't worry, Mom, it's just lunch. Also, what's the delicious smell that comes from the stove? Lith tried to calm her down. How can you call it just lunch? It's our first meal together, so it's very important. The gruel for you father and I is not proper food, you fool. Elena took the pot off the stove and stored it inside her dimensional item. Then she moved to the pantry and selected the best ingredients for the best meal she could prepare with what time she had left. I can help you, Mom. It will be like the old times when we cooked together for the whole family. Lith had eaten many things during his early life just to quell his hunger, but nothing that Elena had ever fed him with could be labeled as gruel. Back before he started to hunt, their house was poor and they didn't have much to eat. Their meals lacked quality and quantity, but hunger and all the care Elena put into her cooking had made them delicious. Nonsense, you're tired and need to rest. Take a seat, we'll talk while I cook. Elena fixed her hair in a ponytail with a hair clip after wearing an apron. Do you really think that cooking can be tiring for me? You know I'm going to use magic. In this case, I'll take up your offer. She hugged him again. A little tear streamed down her cheek while the memories of all the time she had spent in the kitchen with her son flashed in front of her eyes. When Elena let him go, Lith found himself wearing an apron, and his mother took more food out of the pantry. How the heck did you do that, and what is all that stuff? Lith tried to take the apron off, but the knot was too tight. Secret of the trade. As for lunch, with your help we can aim a lot higher. Cut and peel these vegetables, please. I'll season the meat and prepare the stuffing, Elena said. Suddenly Lith wasn't so sure that making his mom a surprise had been a good idea. He spent the following hour talking only to receive and give instructions while they prepared the equivalent of a Thanksgiving meal. Why don't you hire a housemaid for this kind of stuff? Lith asked once they were done with the preparations, and the only thing left to do was waiting. Do you mean cooking? Elena clicked her tongue. Now that you and your sisters are all grown up and moved out, I only have to take care of Aaron and your father. I may be older, but cooking for 3 is nothing compared to do it for 7. Elena found herself unable to continue. Orpal was an old but never closed wound, while she still couldn't believe that Tryon had abandoned his family because of his feeling of rivalry with Lith. The room fell into a grieving silence, only broken by the gurgling sounds that came from the pots. Elena spaced out, her eyes veiled by too many questions that she would never find an answer to. Lith missed his brothers as much as he could miss a hole in his head, but he stood quietly out of respect for his mother's suffering. Chapter 909, Bad News Part 1. Was I a bad mother? Elena suddenly asked. Lith turned his head abruptly, incapable of making sense of her absurd question. Is it my fault if all my sons have given up on me one after the other? Do you think that Aaron will hate me as well once he grows up? I think that between the constant worry and your surprise visit you broke her, Solus thought. Meaning, he asked. Your mother was in pain all this time, you numbnuts. She probably lived in fear that you weren't calling home because you had decided to follow Tryon's footsteps and ghost her. Don't be silly, Mom. You're the reason why I didn't raise Lucia to the ground the moment I learned magic. Lith couldn't bear the thought of resembling his older brother. He wanted to have nothing in common with Tryon, not even a similar haircut, let alone make Elena suffer as Tryon did. Thanks, dear. Elena laughed at what she considered a joke. You did the best you could for all of us, always going the extra mile, even if it meant giving up the little you had saved. Lith took her hand, refusing to let his mother beat herself up. All of your children love and respect you, but sooner or later we have to grow up and find our own path. Orpal chose self-destruction, while Tryon his own pride. As for Renaa, well, I seem to recall her being your pride and joy for marrying in Lucia and giving you 2 grandchildren. You are all my pride and joy, silly, Elena sniffed. By the way, your sister will probably move here for the last month pregnancy now that you are home. You should give Renaa a warp. She's trouble moving lately, so I can only see her when I visit Lucia. Don't worry, Mom. I'll bring Renaa, Lyria, and even Sentin along. Lith was about to open the portal when Elena stopped him. Was the even really necessary? Sentin is a good man. Also, remember to knock. If you open a gate in the middle of their living room, you'll give Renaa a heart attack. They are not used to your visits anymore. Elena's words sounded like genuine worry and mild scolding, making Lith sigh. He appeared in front of the Proudhammer's house, yet it was the Verhin crest that was engraved on the door and walls. It represented a black dragon coiled around a tower. A magic staff and a sword were crossed behind them, symbolizing all Lith's and Solas's skills. Every time Solas looked at the Verhin coat of arms, she brimmed with joy. It not only represented their bond, but also how Lith considered her part of his family. After knocking on the door, Lith heard quarreling from inside. "You shouldn't tire yourself answering the door." Lith recognized Surma's voice. She was Rena's mother-in-law. "You already moved my bed here to not make me climb the stairs. I can at least open a goddamn door. I'm pregnant, not crippled." Rena's voice was angry like Lith had never heard her before. "Oh shit, I might have just gone from the frying pan into the fire," Lith thought. Luckily for him, Rena's face lighted up with joy seeing him. She was a gorgeous woman, 24 years old. Rena was 1.7 meters, 57, tall with shoulder-length blonde hair with shades of black and bright brown eyes. Pregnancy had made her bosom and belly impressing. "Lith, it's so good to see you." She tried to throw her arms around his neck and almost tripped for the excess weight leaning forward. To make matters worse, she never called him by name unless she was about to scold him. Lith held her carefully, testing the danger level of the area. Twins, the thought was terrifying for him. "Oh great, we meet for the first time in over half a year and even you can't see past my belly." Her voice turned angry again. "Besides, you would know already if you bothered asking those few times you called. You scared Mom to death, little runt. Don't you dare to do that ever again." She wagged her finger at Lith's nose, just like she did back when they were little and he disappeared in the Tron woods for too long. "I'm sorry, sis. I'll be more careful in the future." Lith found himself repeating his old lines. He was slowly realizing how many things he had missed by neglecting his family and how much suffering they had gone through because of him. "You're all right, that's what matters." Her voice was now sweet and motherly, filled with the relief of seeing Lith in one piece. Rena hugged him tight while sobbing softly. "I don't know whether to find scarier her mood swings or the fact that she's right," Lith thought. "Do you need a checkup?" he asked. "Gods, yes. You have no idea how hard it has been for me since Tista left. The new healer is good, but he can't compare to having White Griffin-quality medical assistance 24/7. Rena let Lith help her to a couch while she told him about the discomfort she had experienced. More than symptoms, it sounded like a grocery list. "Gods, no," Lith thought while using invigoration on Rena. "Congratulations on your triplets. Do you want to know the gender?" He relieved her back from the inflammations, regulated her hormonal imbalances, and got rid of all the aches tormenting her. "No thanks, I want it to be a surprise. Are they healthy?" Rena's voice almost sounded like a moan of pleasure as her body relaxed for the first time in months. "Of course they are," Lith lied. One of them had inherited the same disease as Tista. His little lungs were filled with impurities to the point that Lith doubted he would survive for long once the umbilical cord was removed. "Thank you so much. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Maybe I'm just paranoid. It runs in the family." Rena chuckled along with Lith. "The bad news is that being a congenital disease, I can't treat it with normal light magic. The good news is that after my breakthroughs and managing to treat such a bad case like Zedrose's, this little guy should be easy," he thought. "There's no such thing as easy when dealing with a life force that weak," Solas said. "You must tell Rena the truth. Healing the baby might take a lot of time, just like with Zedrose, and you can afford neither being distracted or interrupted." "Not going to happen. In her state, stress could send her into labor, and then I'd be putting 4 lives at stake instead of 1. I'm going to tell her only once she and the babies are safe. And I'll do it only because she needs to be aware of being the carrier of the disease, otherwise the next time we might not be so lucky." Lith shuddered at the thought. Rena was overjoyed at the idea of returning to her ancestral home with her beloved brother and personal healer. The mention of the big meal waiting for her sweetened the deal, since all those emotions had made Rena work quite an appetite. Truth to be told, those days almost anything did. Eating for 4 was a tough job, but someone had to do it. Chapter 910, Bad News Part 2. Her daughter, Lyria, was delighted to have her favorite uncle back. Lith would have been highly complimented for such words if it weren't for the fact that he was the only uncle she had. From what she had heard about them, Lyria imagined Tryon and Orpal with monstrous features, whereas she considered Aaron like a little brother. She was the one taking care of him, not the other way around. "Are you all right, uncle?" She extended her arms upwards in a plea to be held. Lyria was now a little past 4 years old, yet she was already 1.1 meters, 37, tall. She had taken her mother's eyes and hair along with her grandmother's grace. She was as lithe as a cat and almost as strong-willed. Mom and Grandma cried a lot, Once they cried so hard that I thought you were dead, so I started crying too. Her words managed to make him feel even worse, but he sucked it up and smiled. I'm fine, thank you. I just had a lot of work to do and some issues with my amulet. Lith lifted her from the ground with ease, as if she was weightless. Wow, lying to a child, that's a new low even for you, Solus sneered. Senton, Rena's husband, was surprised by the invitation. Lith's family was kind to him, yet he couldn't shrug off the feeling of being an unwanted guest every time he was there. Usually he would politely decline, but he couldn't stand being apart from his wife in such a critical moment. After warping Rena, Lith picked up Camilla and together invited Zinnia. Luckily, during the last renovation, Roz had planned the living room so that it could host their son's private events, engagement parties included, so there was plenty of space at the table for the guests. The only person who didn't make it to the homecoming lunch was Tista. With a single hour's notice, she couldn't make in time to the nearest city gate, nor could she just drop her clients out of the blue. You'll pay for this, Lith Verhen, she said, making him happy to not have a middle name. The meal was delicious and the mood joyful. Lith gave presents to everyone, useful enchanted items for the adults and toys for the children, yet there were two sour notes ruining the reunion for him. The first was the fact that once the initial relief had passed, everyone was pissed off with him, whereas Camilla was held in high regard. She had done her best during the last few months, covering for his shortcomings and keeping his family updated about Lith's well-being. The Verhens didn't meet Camilla since Lith's last visit, but they had heard from her almost every day and considered her as part of their family. Last but not least, there was the issue with Rena's unborn child. It's a very odd situation. Tista's illness has never been observed in male patients. Lith had thoroughly studied the disease as Nana's apprentice first and at the White Griffin later. Usually, treating a congenital condition required body sculpting, but Lith had used invigoration as a kid to get rid of all the damages and symptoms. By the time he had learned about Tier 5 healing magic, Tista's self-awakening process had already fixed the imperfection her life force had been born with. Indeed, maybe we should try asking for help, Solus said. Degenerative diseases are already hard to treat in children. Getting rid of them while the baby is still in the womb is even worse. Yeah, it took me over a month to treat Tista, but she was self-sufficient and could help me understand when to stop the treatment. Not only does the unborn child not have that much time, but I must also avoid triggering labor or damaging his mother and siblings. On top of that, I must also perform the procedure without Renan knowing. If she freaks out, there's no telling the possible consequences the domino effect might have. Lith leaned against an open window, staring at the clear sky looking for answers. A kiss for your thoughts. Camilla gave him a peck the moment he turned his head, sparking a debate about their relationship among the children that soon spread to their respective families. Lyria kind of resented Frey and Philia, Zinnia's children, for calling Lith uncle without having received her approval first. She was younger than them, but she knew Lith for much longer, and in her mind that gave her priority claim. Camilla knew him well enough to see the troubled expression hidden behind his poker face. To his family, Lith was akin to a god. They had problems even considering the idea there was something he might not be able to do. Camilla, instead, saw him as a man with great powers and even greater challenges ahead of him. Lith only showed his strongest side to his family, whereas he allowed himself to be weak in front of her. Are you worried about revealing your hybrid nature to them? If so, there's nothing to be afraid of. As long as you're all right, they wouldn't even care if you had a head coming out of your ass, she whispered while holding his hand. No, it's not that. I mean, not only that. Lith gave her the gist of his current situation. When she heard about the baby, Camilla tensed up and her smile disappeared. Maybe we should continue this conversation outside. She had recovered her amiable countenance almost immediately, and even Lith was amazed by how good her facade was. Nothing in her voice nor visage betrayed her inner turmoil. He could still tell only because of their close relationship, and because Camilla's warm smile didn't extend to her eyes anymore. I guess your training with Gianni is paying off, Lith said with a normal voice. Whispering for too long would only cause trouble. It has many perks. I meet a lot of interesting people and learn a lot of new skills. After telling Alina they would take a walk for digestion, Lith and Camilla took a stroll on the paths running along the cultivated fields toward the Tron woods. Camilla took her army amulet from her dimensional ring and started to browse through the kingdom's medical databases. I've got bad news, you're right. I ran a search cross-referencing male patients and the strangler disease, but no hits. There's not even a mention in scientific papers about past or present cases, Camilla said. The disease was called the strangler because its victims would experience shortness of breath, as if someone was gradually increasing pressure on their chest, until they couldn't breathe any more and died of asphyxiation. That's the private network of the 6 great academies. How the heck do you have access to it? Marth had revoked Lith's privileges the same day he had quit his job as assistant professor. One of those perks I told you about. I think you need help with this, Camilla said. If Camilla and Solus give me the same advice, I better take it, Lith thought. I need you to talk about it with my mom. I'd do it myself, but I have no plausible excuse to speak privately with her, whereas you could use my birthday present or something as a cover story. Before doing anything, I want to perform a proper check on the disease's progression, but it takes time. Renaa is not stupid. If I touch her belly for too long, she'll understand there's something wrong. Chapter 911, Apprenticeship for 2 Part 1. I need to do it while Renaa is asleep, but I can't kick her husband out without looking like a creep, Lith said. Why not asking Senton for help then? Camilla asked. Yeah, right, because Renaa sure is incapable of telling when the man she spends most of her days with is anxious or is lying to her, Lith sneered. Point taken, Camilla nodded. Don't worry too much. You're a great healer and there's still time. I'll speak with Alina as soon as I can, but now I really need to take a nap. I'm still tired from last night and eating that much didn't help. Care to join me? Sorry, I can't. I have yet to speak with Falul about my apprenticeship. After fighting with the Horsemen of Dawn, Falul told me she had some important news to discuss. Now that Mom's lunch has knocked everyone out, it's the best moment to take a short leave without being skinned for neglecting my family again. He sighed. Is this Falul a beautiful woman? She asked. Yes, very. Lying was pointless. Camilla had become very good at sniffing blatant lies. Are you going to introduce her to me? Yes, you'll probably meet her along with my family. Camilla closed her eyes and took a deep breath to calm herself. She wasn't the jealous type, but the fact that there were so many stunners around her boyfriend annoyed her to no end. On top of that, the thought that Lith would soon spend most of his time working side by side with Falul, probably more than what he would spend with her since it would be his new job, was giving Camilla a headache. She already knew that Falul was actually a Hydra, but Protector being an Emperor Beast hadn't stopped Celia from falling in love with him. I wonder how can Celia not feel threatened? I mean, we're not mages, we do not shapeshift, and we have no idea how does it feel watching at Magur through the eyes of our partners, whereas Falul does. We're so close and yet so different that it scares me. I guess the only thing I can do is believing in the bond of trust between us, she thought. Are you really sure about leaving the army then? Camilla asked. Yes, my decision is final. Can I report it to my commanding officers, or do you want to do it yourself? I'm fine with both as long as we do it after our leave ends, Lith shrugged. I'm not going to kick a hornet nest during my first vacation in months, silly, she said with a chuckle. They returned to Lith's home and discovered that half the family was already asleep and the other half was about to. Between the food and the wine to celebrate the prodigal son's return, they could barely keep their eyes open. Renaa had no wine, but she was too exhausted just from all the emotion to even take a single step, so she took Tista's room on the ground floor. You have no idea how good it feels to have some privacy again, little brother. Damn the stairs and their inventor, she said while Lith helped her reaching the bed and tucked her in. What's this? Renaa felt a sudden discomfort under her back. She discovered it was caused by a piece of paper wrapped around a stone small enough to stay hidden under the sheets, but big enough to be impossible to miss while lying down on the bed. To whoever found this note, Renaa read out loud. This is my room, so no matter what reason has brought you to mess with my stuff, I expect you to treat it with the same respect you would use for me. If you have sex on my bed, have the decency to replace the mattress, burn the old one, and for the love of the gods, never let me know about it. With love, Tista. P.S. Lith, if it's you, you're a dead man. Renaa, keep Senton away from the last drawer of my dresser or you'll become a widow. Mom and Dad. I can't read the rest. It's like she had a seizure or something and tried to put it into words, Renaa said. Well, you try imagining our parents having sex on your own bed. Lith had to fight the nausea and horror that just saying those words inspired. You monster, now I can never unimagine that, Renaa shuddered. By the way, what's in Tista's last drawer? Beats me. All I can tell you it's that there's an array protecting it. Lith noticed that Tista had taken precautions so that even Life Vision couldn't reveal the drawer's content. Bummer, I can't go through it by accident, Rinell laughed. After giving a hug and kiss goodbye to his mother and sister, Lith went to Fallow's lair. Before that, however, he left Solus at a safe distance. Meeting Nalrund had confirmed to him that living legacies had a bad name. He had too much on his plate already to waste time convincing his mentor that Solus was different from other cursed objects, as much as he was from regular awakened. I wasn't expecting you so soon. One of the Hydra's 7 heads yawned, making the gold coins stuck between her scales fall to the ground in the most expensive rain ever. Lesser dragons like to hoard treasures and use them as their bed as much as real dragons did. Fallow's bunk was comprised only of gold and platinum coins that were covering most of her massive body, leaving only the nostrils of the 6 sleeping heads exposed. Visiting me on your very first day of leave shows quite the dedication. Another massive yawn exposed a row of deadly teeth and her snake tongue. Each one of her fangs was bigger than Lith. Sorry about that. I don't deal well with the cold. Scratch that, I hate winter. Fallow made a hot spring appear, drowning her body and tail in search of relief. One of the reasons why I envy you Origin Flames users is that they always keep you warm. The last time I called, you told me we needed to talk. Here I am. Lith wasn't interested in rants. Fallow had mentioned the Council amulet not being safe and had avoided even mentioning the topics she wanted to discuss. It was enough to keep him on edge. Relax, it's nothing dramatic. Otherwise, I would have come to you myself. Also, even though I'm a huge fan of informal speech, I would like a bit more respect in your tone when you address your mentor, young man, she snorted. I'm sorry, Professor Fallow. I'm in a bit of a hurry because even when I'm on vacation, bad stuff keeps happening. Whatever is going to happen, I need to be prepared, Lith said. Professor, that's new, Fallow chuckled, tilting her head with curiosity. It's the best term to define our relationship if you're going to be my mentor. I have no master because I serve no one, Lith said. His reply made the Hydra laugh harder, causing the coins that covered her body to jingle. Professor will do. Now before we start our friendly talk, why don't you have your partner join us? I don't like beating around the bush, and I think it's better if Solus can freely ask questions rather than rely solely on your wits, Fallow said. Chapter 912, Apprenticeship for 2 Part 2. Lith couldn't hide his shock as a mass of emerald flames appeared in his hand and was soon replaced by ruin. How do you know about Solus? He asked, eyeing the quickest way out of her lair while weaving his best spells. Stop eyeing the quickest way out and I'll tell you. All 7 of Fallow's heads laughed in unison, causing the lair to tremble and a cascade of precious coins to fall. Lith's host looked jovial, but he didn't feel much reassured. Defeating Fallow would have been a Herculean task if they fought on neutral ground, but inside her house, she was likely to be nigh invincible. Did you really think I would take you in without running a background check? When Protector mentioned you for the first time, long before you 2 reconciled in Xantia, I was intrigued at the idea of a man who had cracked his own life force to save an Emperor beast. I knew where the fight against Bulker took place, so I contacted Scarlet for information. The Lord of the Forest surrounding the White Griffin told me all about how you 2 met and your foolish attempt to repair a cracked mana core. She was pretty explicit about not having full trust in you because of your hybrid smell and of your connection to a cursed object. Yet she vouched for you, and so did Protector and Kala, Fallow said. Did they really speak on my behalf? The only way that day could become crazier was Fallow confessing to being Lith's real mother, if not his father. Yes, Scarlet warned me to keep an eye on you rather than on your harmless living legacy. Protector never mentioned Solus, yet I knew from the memories he shared with you that he was well aware of her existence. He lied to his master in order to protect a friend, which only made you more intriguing in my eyes. As for Kala, she vouched for both of you, inviting me to keep my mind open before rushing to judgment, Fallow said. Lith cursed himself for forgetting about Scarlet the Scorpicore. She had discovered Solus's existence back when he was still at the White Griffin and had explained to him what a cursed object was. Are you saying that you will mentor both of us? Lith asked. Of course. Solus would access my teachings via your memories anyway, so why should I make a half-baked job when I can put both halves to the test? I warned you in the past that I don't look for loyalty, but for wisdom. If either of you is found wanting, I will kick you out, Fallow said. One last question. Who else knows in the Beast Council? No one, because it's none of their business. The apprentices, the responsibility. Now summon her so we can get down to business. 6 heads went back to sleep, leaving only one waiting. Lith opened a warp steps, inviting Solus to cross over while updating her about his conversation with Falul through their mind link. By the Great Mother, what is that? Falul's surprise at the pebble turning into a gauntlet was as genuine as it was nonsensical to Lith. Solus, who else? Lith asked. Nice to meet you. Solus didn't have a body, so she waved Lith's hand as a greeting. You two can split. That's wrong, so wrong. Falul couldn't find the words to express her shock. Her 7 heads babbling while looking at each other in the eyes made her look comically confused. What do you mean, wrong? Lith remembered how Scarlet had freaked out as well on their first encounter. But since the Scorpicore and the Hydra had already talked, Falul wasn't supposed to panic that much. A living legacy can't be separated from its host. They are one. No matter if the physical form of the relic is a crystal, a pebble, or a sword, they are permanently fused. To break the bond, it takes a special artifact or a specific ritual, and both are risky. Mind and body are merged, so usually the host dies in the process. Even the few who survive become mad in the process due to the trauma. I was expecting her to be hidden within your body, not to sit a few kilometers away, Falul said. We keep our bond even when we are apart. Lith was eager to learn more about Solus's unique nature. Fascinating. Now I understand why Scarlet let Solus go and why none of your friends felt threatened by her presence. She literally is her own person. Even her ability to move independently is unheard of, Falul said, pondering the enigma Solus was. It is, Solus asked. Indeed, unfortunately time is of the essence and we have yet many things to talk about. We'll have plenty of time to find more about Solus during your apprenticeship. Now it's better to focus on the bright day, Falul said. What about her? Lith asked. The Hydra shared with them everything she knew about the 3 horsemen and their mission, which wasn't much. Falul had never met Baba Yaga and believed her to be just a legendary forgemaster like Menadian. Dawn was supposed to be sealed. Her return will give the council a hissy fit, but it's worse for you. Meaning? Solus doubted that Dawn could be so stupid that she would remain in the Griffin Kingdom after being discovered. The bright day is a practical creature, so she will not look for revenge. The council, however, will look for answers. They are not the Griffin Kingdom to them. Dawn is more than a legend they have fought in the past. The members of the council know what she is capable of, and that's why they won't buy the story you told the kingdom. Being an awakened is not enough to explain how someone as young as you managed to survive the encounter, Falul said. So what, mages respect each other's secrets, correct? Lith asked. Correct, they will not coerce you into giving them an answer, but they will still ask themselves many questions. Some harmless, other dangerous like, should we really leave him to the beasts? Falul said. The council was already split before, but that was just bureaucracy. Now it has become a power play, and politics always make things unpleasant. Beasts and humans will want you to tip the scale in their favor, whereas the undead might try to take you out of the picture. I understand the beasts and humans' point of view, but doesn't the faction I belong to only depend on my choice? I don't care about their politics, I'll only do what's best for myself. Also, why should the undead care about me? Lith asked. As I said, no one will make a move as long as you are part of the army. There are forces in play that even the council cannot afford to defy, Falul said. Do you mean Tyrus? Solus asked. The Guardian plays a game of her own, which makes her dangerous, but the kingdom is even worse. No faction can make an enemy out of one of the 3 great countries without losing access to their resources and lose all the possessions located on their grounds. Awakened do not live off air, and to make money you need to be able to commerce in lands and goods. If anything happens to you, a random fall guy wouldn't be enough to quell the people's anger. You're more than the kingdom's poster boy, you've become their hero, Falul said. Chapter 913, Planning Ahead Part 1. If the army starts to dig, they won't stop until they find the culprit. That's why most Awakened don't deal with crime. If they get exposed, they would lose centuries of accumulated resources, Falul said. Once you are on your own, however, the humans are bound to try and make you an offer you can't refuse, to switch sides or die. As for the undead, you defeated one of their champions. The horsemen are the pillars that link the undead courts to their council members, and now that the council is considering to offer the abominations a seat at the table, the undead need to strengthen their position. They have no idea how strong the new player is, nor can they afford the old players to get stronger. Since they can't take you in, their aim will be to take you out. Isn't the plan of both the humans and the undead against the laws of the council? Solus was flabbergasted. Indeed it is, but there's always a loophole, and politics is all about exploiting loopholes. Falul sighed. I thought about it for a long while, and even though there's no way to predict how things will unfold exactly, I can guess the worst-case scenario and help you prepare for it. I feel a huge but incoming, Lith said. But to come out of this pinch in one piece and be freed from this nonsense, you'll need me. You'll need us beasts, the Hydra said with a grin. As I told you when we first met, I'm not going to lie to you. All I offer is the truth and a choice. The rest is up to you. Let's hear it. Lith conjured a stone armchair and sat down. There was a lot to discuss. Space. And that's how I think we should play it out. Fallow laid a whole roasted cow from a bowl bigger than Lith's house that was filled with several salty snacks. I agree with your plan, Lith said after consulting with Solus for a while. There was too much at stake and they couldn't stand against 3 factions of the council alone. Not yet. It's a wise move as long as you're willing to pay the price for it, the Hydra nodded. It's not just a matter of completing your apprenticeship, so much as being truly recognized as one of us. Even if you fail me, but the Beasts' Council recognizes your worth as a healer and Forgemaster, you're set. The gods know how close we are to fall behind fake mages. Talented people are now too precious a resource to let them go squandered, but that's also the reason why the only thing worse than a good mage's death is them joining the competition. I understand. Lith stood up and moved toward the exit. The few months left of his military service were going to be busy, so he wanted to enjoy his leave to its fullest. One last thing. If you don't want the council to find out about Solus, a cloaking ring isn't enough. You need to be more careful about your crafts. Fallow pointed a claw of her forelegs at the skinwalker armor. What do you mean? He asked. Do you know why, even though Hydras are considered the least among the lesser dragons, I hold the same seat in the council as Zedros the Wyvern, who is considered to be the closest being to a true dragon? Fallow said. Lith had no idea how lesser dragons were ranked, so he just shrugged in reply. Because except for Hydras, a good Forgemaster needs a partner to express their full potential, which means double the fare for the client and double the risks for the smith. Let me give you an example. One of Fallow's heads conjured the world energy into a Forgemastering circle. A second used invigoration to provide a constant supply of mana, and a third cast the necessary spells to enchant an amulet. A few seconds later, a brand new council amulet was ready. Without a partner, a Forgemaster can only manifest half of their prowess. Half their energy is needed to keep the circle stable and the other half for the crafting. The more powerful the Forgemaster, the more powerful the partner they need. Most mages don't like wasting their time just to help you practice, so you need to properly compensate them for their time and for not sharing the secrets of your workings. Hydras instead can do everything on their own thanks to their multiple heads, Fallow said. Okay, but how does this involve me? Lith asked. Awakened are not humans, silly boy. They will never believe that you have bottomless mana because they can gauge your real ability with life vision. So far, you never created anything noteworthy, but recently things have changed. Fallow tapped on the skinwalker. Your sister doesn't have the power or the skill to assist you anymore, and even if she did, if people start believing that she shares your secrets, it will put her in danger. Whatever creation you have in mind, do not make it public until I take you officially under my wing. If you're forced to employ it, make sure no witness remains. Lith didn't know the Hydra much, but he liked her logic a lot. After agreeing with all of her terms, Lith returned home. He had spent quite some time with Fallow, and his family was likely to have woken up already. He had a lot of things to prepare and calls to make. This is going to be the busiest leave ever, Lith thought. Same old then, Solus giggled. This has been a great day for me. You've introduced me to a lot of people, and I got my own seat as Fallow's apprentice. It will be like at the academy, but this time we're going to be rivals. This has been a shitty day for me instead. My family is pissed off at me. Rena's unborn child is ill, and there's an unexpected shitstorm brewing at the horizon. He didn't share her enthusiasm one bit. Come on, don't be a sourpuss and look at the bright side. You got famous, she said. Yay me, he sneered. Once we arrive, I'm going to check on Rena, and then I'm going to sleep until tomorrow. This mess has given me a headache, and I want to be at the top of my game for the procedure. Already, there's a lot of time before childbirth. Isn't it better to research the strangler thoroughly before starting the treatment? Solus asked. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Yet since there is no paper about the strangler affecting a male nor an established therapy for creatures that young, the best I can do is run simulations after I collect all the information available on the baby. Lith replied. Contrary to his expectations, most of his plan to rest was foiled thanks to his family. Roz and Alina wanted to know about his travels. Renaa wanted to spend some time with him to discuss her children's future prospects as mages. The children wanted to play, and Camilla wanted to show Lith how much she had missed him. Either I clone myself, or I'll need a vacation to recover from the fatigue this vacation is giving me, he thought. Even after sleeping for 8 hours, I still feel like crap. Chapter 914, Planning Ahead Part 2. The first days are bound to be intense, Solus said. There is too much catch-up to do. Things should get easier over time. During the following morning, Lith didn't get a second of rest as well. Between his family and his communication amulet ringing non-stop, he had barely the time to breathe. News of his leave had spread out, and his old friends and professors were contacting him to congratulate or simply to get back in touch with him. The silver lining of the situation was that, while everyone else kept Lith busy, Camilla managed to have a private conversation with Alina, ensuring her help with the treatment. Lith had treated pregnant women in the past, but only curing minor diseases that required Tier 3 magic or lower. Using body sculpting on an unborn child was a rare and difficult procedure. On top of that, the strangler disease's progression was faster than any medical textbook reported. Even if invigoration was a peerless diagnostic tool, Lith needed a lot of time to understand what the best approach was. Luckily for him, Renaa would take a nap after every meal so that he could examine her, while Alina and Camilla kept Senton busy. Even though the baby was less than 9 months, his condition was already worse than Tista's when Lith had first diagnosed her with the strangler. The small lungs were properly developed, but already more than half filled with black matter. Once outside the placenta, the baby wouldn't be able to breathe on his own, let alone survive even the simplest procedure. To make matters much worse, Lith had no idea where to start, and even Solus had no solution to offer him. The procedure he had devised for Tista was unsuited for a creature so small, to the point that Lith couldn't even alleviate the symptoms of the strangler. Fuck me sideways, this is much, much worse than Zedros and Tista combined, Lith thought. If I expel the impurities, I'll contaminate the amniotic fluid and endanger the lives of the healthy kids. I could destroy the impurities as soon as they come out, but I don't know how Renaa and her children will react to darkness magic. No matter how much I focus to control it, darkness is still a destructive force that puts a strain on the patient. If it triggers labor, I risk killing all 4 of them. I was hoping to use body sculpting to help me find a proper treatment, but that's impossible as well. Treating a single human life force was already complicated. 4 at once was the stuff nightmares were made of. Renaa's life force was closely entwined with that of her babies, as if they were 4 stringed instruments that shared their chords. Any alteration on the life force of the ill child would have repercussions on that of the mother, which in turn would affect the other babies. If with Zedros Lith had to deal with twin sons, in Renaa's case Lith had to unravel a tapestry, and then weave it again without ever altering the image depicted. To add insult to injury, this time his ability to hear a life force's melody was a handicap, because there were 4 distinct melodies playing at the same time. The ill child's melody was barely audible due to it being much weaker than that of his mother and siblings. Great, to hear his melody, I have to purposely weaken Renaa's, but that could lead to labor. Otherwise, I can enhance the child's life force who might not withstand the strain and die on the spot. Time to ask for the opinion of an expert, Lith thought. Headmaster Marth was happy to hear from one of the White Griffin's most famous alumni, so he answered immediately. After a few mandatory niceties and chit-chat, Lith shared with Marth his diagnosis and doubts about his nephew's illness. If I heard this story from anyone else, I'd think that either the healer is dead drunk or they are playing a prank on me. Marth remembered how serious Lith was about the strangler disease. Before Tista fully awakened, he had her fully examined many times to make sure that the strain of attending one of the 6 great academies could compromise her health. The situation is indeed dire, and if not treated before birth, the lungs will remain filled with liquid, and the baby will drown without drawing a single breath. Why does it always happen with twins? Marth slammed his fist on the desk in frustration. It usually takes an extra healer for each child involved and another for the mother, which in your case means 4 healers. I doubt you can pull it off stealthily unless you drug your sister, and I do not recommend it strongly. Do you know someone who could help me? Lith asked. I'm a specialist in regeneration and blood work, so my experience with newborn amounts to 0. Vaster would be the obvious choice since he is one of the best healers of the kingdom and a veteran, but due to his age, he can't lead such a delicate procedure. Endurance is everything when dealing with the unknown, and sadly he gets tired quickly. The best thing I can offer you is Quilla Ernez. She would be a great second and might help you find a way to deal with your problem, Marth said. Wait, what about our ace of all trades? I called you because Manohar likes challenges, and he has yet to fail a single experimental procedure. Lith clenched his teeth, afraid of the answer. I'm sorry, but he's gone. Again. The poor headmaster looked like he was about to burst into tears. He did what? Lith unknowingly made an impression of the king that would have shocked even Meron Griffin himself. I know. The worst thing is that he's actually on official duty. As a penance for his repeated offenses, the royal court tasked him to identify the upper echelons of the undead courts and their associates in the kingdom. Manohar seems to have gone so deep undercover that no one knows where he is or what is he doing, Marth said. How do you know that he isn't just fooling around with his secret experiments? Lith asked. Because the court seized all his notes and assets. I know his outrage was genuine because Manohar attempted to strangle the king before we managed to restrain him. Marth's words would sound as a joke to anyone who didn't know the mad professor. In Lith's case, he doubted them not because an attempt on the king's life in front of the royal court was utter madness, but because he was shocked hearing that Manohar had failed. I guess Meron didn't become king by chance. He must be a really powerful mage, Lith thought. I'll tell you what we'll do, Marth said. Quilla Vaster and I will come to your house with the excuse to pay you a visit, and we will discreetly visit Renah. None of us might be able to find a cure, but between the three of us, we'll be able at least to point you in the right direction or suggest you the best expert to deal with the problem. Lith nodded in reply and organized with Marth the details of their visit. Chapter 915, Blood Ties, Part 1. There a reason why the White Griffin is called the Cradle of the Healing Arts, Lith thought. The 5 best healers of the whole kingdom have studied and worked there. Once those 3 come to Lucia, 4 of them will be assembled in the Verhin household. If the 4 of us can't find a solution, then no one can. For Renaz and the kingdom's sake, I hope we won't need Manohar. Otherwise, the next time we meet, I'm going to kill that bastard, Lith thought. He spent the rest of his free time compiling a detailed report of his findings and observations that he forwarded to Headmaster Marth, so that the healers would come prepared, knowing exactly what they would be looking at. The following day, Marth, Vaster, and Quilla knocked on Lith's door. One of the few perks of the cold season was that the academy was closed, so their social call didn't arouse suspicion. Headmaster Marth, I was expecting you later. I remember well how even when most students are gone, the paperwork must go on. Lith had announced their visit to his family to avoid making them worry. That makes the 2 of us. I was afraid that something would come up at the last moment and force us to reschedule, but here I am. Duke Marth was a man in his mid-40s, about 1.78 meters, 510, tall, with thick blonde hair. Aside from his goatee, his face was perfectly shaven, giving him a calm and youthful appearance. Marth had less gray hair than the last time Lith had seen him, and had the relaxed face of a man who was at peace with the world. That or he had simply resigned to the unjust fate of being Manohar's lightning rod. The 2 shook hands, and then Zagar Vaster came in. He was a short man in his mid-60s, barely over 1.55 meters, 51, tall. The top of his head was completely bald, while the hair he had left on the sides was snow-white, and so were his waxed handlebar mustaches. Between his temporary role as headmaster of the White Griffin and the undead invasion, he had lost a lot of weight. He was still quite round, but he didn't look like a living egg anymore. Together with his jovial attitude, it made him resemble a kind grandpa straight out of a fairy tale. Lith, my boy, it's so good to finally see you outside a life or death situation. If you keep ignoring my calls, I might start to believe that you're avoiding me on purpose, Vaster said. I'm sorry, Professor, but when you are on active duty, your life isn't your own anymore. I can't even remember the last time I could stay for more than 1 day in the same place without someone trying to kill me. Lith shook his hand as well before greeting Quilla. Call me little one, and you are a dead man, Lith Verhin. She ignored his hand and gave him a big hug. She was a pretty young woman the same age as Lith, 1.65 meters, 55, tall with long brown hair with shades of silver which proved her affinity for light magic. Fine, nice to see you again, Assistant Professor Ernez. Have you made any breakthrough with your research since Laurel? He gave her a polite bow before letting her in. On second thought, little one sounds just fine. My students and parents are more than enough to make me feel old already. I missed you, tall one, she giggled. Thanks, little one. I really missed your house staff during my travels as well. he said while finally returning her hug. You son of a... Quilla pushed him away with fake anger, but she was cut short. Language, there are children here. Vaster's voice was so stern that it reminded them of their first day in the light magic department, back when they were still fourth-year students, and the professor had yet to pick his favorites. Thanks to his appearance, Vaster was quickly gaining popularity among the kids, especially Zinnia's. Frey, Philia, say hello to Professor Vaster. He's one of the healers who gave me sight and took care of me during my stay at the hospital, Zinnia said, and the children politely obeyed. You are too kind, Miss Yavel. I merely fulfilled my duty as director of the light department, Vaster said. And you are too humble, Professor. I will never forget your help in court. Without you, my in-laws would have given me a hard time with child custody. Miss Yavel, if you keep calling me so often, I'll be forced to introduce you to my two nieces. Ever since they moved to my house after my divorce, they are bugging me to know you. Vaster looked really embarrassed by receiving so much attention from a woman much younger than him. Miss Yavel, divorce, how much did I miss? Lith asked while trying to keep his voice as low as possible. Nothing much, Camilla said. After Falmug's arrest, Zinnia disowned both our parents and her in-law, taking my family name. Falmug's parents tried to get custody of the children, claiming that, with Zinnia's disability and no source of income, she couldn't take proper care of them. Vaster was asked to testify about her condition, and he got so pissed off that after destroying the healer of the counterpart, he had his accountant take care of all her possession. Now Zinnia can live off a trust fund. It doesn't end there, Quilla said. They have exchanged their communication runes and speak regularly. Some say that it was the last straw that made Vaster's wife ask for a divorce. Lith was shocked by the events unfolding in front of his eyes. He didn't hear so much gossip since he had left the academy. Vaster is a nice man, Elena chimed in. When he learned that both you and Tista couldn't follow her recovery, he started to come here from time to check on Zinnia's condition. Oh gods, let's hope he is not having a midlife crisis, Lith whined. After Falmug, I don't care who my sister is with, as long as it's a good man, Camilla said. Besides, wouldn't be cute if, after all he did for you, the Verhens and the Vasters become in-law. The situation was dire, but Elena still pursued her own agenda. If there was one thing that the unborn baby issue proved, was that a healer's place was with their family. Lith ignored his mother's latest attempt at getting him married and brought Marth over to Renah. The headmaster had already cast all the spells he needed before knocking on the door, so he only needed to make contact with his patient to activate them. One after the other, the three healers found a pretext to approach Renah and took a thorough analysis of the child. Only an hour later, when the visit was over and Lith walked his guests to the door, did he ask for their findings. I'm very sorry, Lith, but there's nothing I can do. Marth gave him a deep bow of apology. There was no way to soften to blow without giving Lith false hope, so Marth preferred a direct approach. Both the pregnancy and the disease are at a too advanced state for the prognosis to not be terminal. The only option I can suggest you is to keep your sister calm and then tell her that the child is stillborn. Chapter 916, Blood Ties, Part 2. Lith froze, staring at Marth with his eyes wide open before Vaster's voice forced him to turn around. I have to agree with Marth. If only we caught the disease earlier, or if the child could survive even a few months after birth, then there would be a flimsy chance of success. But as it is, there's nothing we could do. Vaster wiped a lonely tear from his eye. Age had made him softer in more than one way. Quilla, Lith's voice was so thin that it was barely audible. Professor Vaster is right, Lith, Quilla shook her head. To not negatively affect the mother and the other children, it would take months of therapy. After birth, even with a dozen healers providing the baby with life force, he can't live without lungs. If we cure him fast enough to allow the child to breathe, his body will die because of the excessive stress the procedure requires. If we take it slow, he will simply choke to death. Lith's knees buckled, and it was only thanks to his friends that he managed to sit on the porch instead of falling to the ground. This is in no way anyone's fault, Marth said. You and Tista couldn't predict this would happen. Heck, no one could. Diagnosing a fetus is already hard because of the link with the mother, but triplets is a mess. To make matters worse, the lungs form late and the disease has progressed at an uncanny speed. Unless one casts scanner on a daily basis, it was impossible to spot the strangler in time. I'm sorry for your loss. Vaster opened a warp steps and disappeared, quickly followed by Marth. Quilla would have done the same, but Lith was refusing to let go of her hand. I'm terrible as a grief counselor, and if I stay here one more minute, Renee is bound to hear me crying, she said. Just like the two professors, Quilla wasn't eager to leave out of indifference, but because she knew that nothing she could say would make Lith feel better. As healers, they dealt with death on a daily basis. Losing a patient was a feeling they had grown numb to, but when it happened to one of their own, it was still as bad as the first time. It reminded them of their mortality and made them want to spend more time with their own families. Good, because I don't need a grief counselor. The reason why I kept you here is that you're more than a genius healer. You're a genius healer who knows who I really am. Lith's eyes were focused again, and his voice was firm. I don't see how being a hybrid might help your sister. Sure, casting silent magic is a nice advantage over us humans, but our spells still follow the same principle. I've known you long enough to recognize your I've got a plan face, but you can't outsmart a disease, Quilla said. Maybe and maybe not. To succeed, I need more information on the Strangler and 4 healers. I know just the place where I can get both. Without letting Quilla's hand go, Lith opened a warp gate while announcing his arrival via the communication amulet. The exit point led them inside Fallow's lair. The Hydra was intrigued by the sudden call for help and had prepared several spells to face whoever had dared defy her authority in her own turf. A single young woman yelping in fear and awe at the sight of her majestic body wasn't how Fallow had pictured the Council's goons. On top of that, the unknown woman wasn't even an awakened. Well, that's definitely not the kind of life and death situation I was expecting, Fallow said after Lith had explained everything to her. Can you tell me anything about the Strangler disease that can help me with my nephew, and more importantly, is it possible to save him? Lith asked. First things first. Fallow assumed her human form while conjuring a redwood table, comfortable armchairs, and a hot beverage for everyone. Lith was too tense and Quilla too scared to make any sense. Who is she and what does she know? Fallow now looked like a young woman in her mid-20s, about 1.7 meters, 57, tall. Her face had an oval shape, with rainbow-colored eyes and long hair of 7 different colors that framed her fine features. Quilla knew plenty of regular girls as pretty as Fallow now was. Yet the simple grace of her slender body seemed to be perfectly attuned with her demeanor, making the final result much more stunning than the sum of the single parts. My name is Quilla Ernas, your ladyship. I'm a friend of Lith's, and I know he is a hybrid, she said. Fallow looked at Lith, asking him a silent question to which he answered by shaking his head. Nice to meet you, Quilla. My name is Fallow the Hydra, and I'm Lith's mentor in the arts of healing and forgemastering. I wish we met in happier circumstances and earlier in your life. It's such a pity. Fallow's words puzzled both her guests. Quilla's monocore is bright blue with a tinge of purple. Probably she's beyond the point Fallow could awaken her, Solus thought. Now let's get to business. A healer doesn't live for hundreds of years without treating the Strangler disease several times, so I know everything about it. Contrary to what humans think, it affects both genders. The reason why you never encountered it in a male is that it kills them in the womb way before the 9th month, and it's always mistaken for a simple miscarriage, Fallow said. Damn it, the Strangler must be a genetic disorder linked to the X chromosome like hemophilia, but worse since it manifests even in females, Lith thought. How can the baby be still alive then? He asked. Because of your blood, Fallow pointed her finger at Lith. The same power that makes you who you are also flows inside your sister. Over time, your treatments made her stronger while weakening the dormant disease at the same time. Are you saying that it's because all the members of my family are potential hybrids? Lith asked. Perhaps up to this moment only your blood awakened. Time will tell us if you are the rule or the exception, the Hydra said. Fuck me sideways. I don't know whether to hope Fallow is just speaking about the consequences of me using invigoration on the members of my family, or that being a hybrid is a trait we all share, Lith thought. Is there anything we can do to save the kid? I've successfully treated similar cases in magical beasts, but never in humans. Their bodies are much weaker, so I can't guarantee you anything, Fallow replied. How? Quilla was flabbergasted. I mean, cubs come in litters and it takes 1 healer for each patient. How could you do it? With my 7 heads, I alone can do the work of 6 healers at the same time. 7 if it's a real crisis. Fallow usually preferred to keep 1 head free to use invigoration. Each one of her heads was capable of independent action, but they all drew power from a single monocore. Chapter 917, Master and Students Part 1. That's wonderful news, but you can't fit inside my home in your true form, and even if you could, Renee would have a heart attack, Lith said. Point taken, we still need a fourth healer, but I can't recommend Protector. I taught him well, but his experience in the field is extremely limited. We need someone with both experience and lots of mana. Falul hinted at Solus not being up to the task, at least not in her stone ring form. Lith racked his brain searching for a potential candidate. Floria had yet to complete her specialization, as healer, and Freya didn't practice body sculpting since she had graduated from the academy. Damn, I have no chance of success without Falul, but at the same time, her presence prevents me from calling in healers like Marth. Where do I find someone that fits my bill and has a high tolerance for weird? Lith wished that Uriel was still alive. Lith was certain that, given the chance, his friend would have become a great healer. At Protector's home, Solus said. Nalrun said that his people mastered the light element and that they were considered miracle workers by human mages. Solus, I swear, if you had a physical body, I could kiss you right now. Months had passed since their little heart-to-heart with the Razor, and Lith had completely forgotten about the skill set of his latest ally. I think I know the right guy for the job, but I'd like to hear your opinion about him, Lith said. Falul nodded and wore a full set of fur clothes before opening a gate to Celia's living room. The sun is still high and the sky is clear. Quilla couldn't believe that someone so powerful could also be so sensitive to cold. Thanks for your concern, dear, but I like my climate like I like my men. Hot and sunny, Falul replied. Is that the man you were talking about? That's him. Hi, Celia, Lith nodded. Hi, guys. Celia was unfazed by the sudden intrusion in her own home. She just made sure that the children would stay away from the open gate. That's me indeed, so stop talking like I'm not here, Nalrund replied. What are you doing here, and who are the bear and the little one? The bear, I mean the lady here, is Falul the Hydra. The little one is Quilla Erna's a friend of mine. Falul, Quilla, this is Nalrund, Lith said. Falul skipped the pleasantries and grabbed the Razar's hand, activating invigoration. It's been decades since the last time I met one of the werepeople. How good are you with healing magic in general and body sculpting in particular? I practiced the mystical arts since I was 4. I studied light magic all my life, and I'm specialized in manipulating life forces. Along with my tribe, we were looking for a cure for our condition, he replied. Do you have any experience with unborn children? The Hydra asked. Yes, we studied the separation of our life forces from conception. That's perfect. Falul ruffled Lilia's and Laren's hair, who were clinging at her legs, begging for a new adventure. Please, Auntie, we're so bored and Uncle Nalrund is no fun. It will just be another little secret between us, Lyria said. What do you mean, another little secret? Celia tapped her foot in annoyance. I'll lead the procedure and you'll be my seconds. Not having a plausible excuse, Falul ignored the question and explained the situation to the Razar, who gladly offered his help. When do you want to do it, Lith? The sooner the better, correct? Well, the kid's condition is only going to get worse with time. So the question is, are you two at the top of your game? Falul asked. Both Quilla and Nalrund nodded. The former had rested a whole day, preserving her strength to face the worst-case scenario, while the latter had not exerted himself in weeks. Another gate led them outside of the range of the arrays that protected Lith's house. I understand that you don't want to scare your sister, but I can't afford to rush things nor to have Renah freaking out if she wakes up from her nap and finds a bunch of people casting magic on her. You need to talk to her, the Hydra said. Isn't there a spell that can keep Renah calm or asleep for the duration of the procedure? Lith asked. Yes, but they require to alter her metabolism, adding even more stress to that our combined spells will inflict upon her. It's the magical equivalent of drugging her, and I'd rather have a patient that can tell me when she experiences discomfort than one more enemy to fight. Falul looked comical as she shivered under the sun and the multiple layers of fur, but her voice was firm. Fine, I'll do it. Lith entered his house, searching for the best way to soften the blow. He was so focused rehearsing his lines that he almost failed to notice the deafening silence that welcomed him back in the living room. Almost. There you are. Renah was sitting on a sofa with Senton to her right and Zinnia to her left. For some reason, Alina was alone in a corner with Raz, whispering. Lith could hear the children playing with Camilla in his room. She was using one of Lith's devices to project a movie and keep them from panicking. Can you please tell me what's wrong with me? Renah asked. What do you mean? The cat seemed to be out of the bag. All Lith could do was damage control. For the god's sake, Lith, I'm not stupid. How could I miss 3 of the best healers in the kingdom casually visiting at the same time, and each one of them casually touching me for way longer than a friendly greeting requires? I've lived here long enough to know how a healer works, how you work, with white lies and omissions, Renaa said. Just be calm, dear. I'm sure that Lith had his reasons, Senton said. Senton is right, Renaa. As his sister, you should know that he puts his patient's well-being first. I was just a stranger to him, yet he went way beyond his duty to help me. Imagine to what lengths he would go for you, Zinnia said. That's exactly why I'm angry. He spoke about it with Mom and Camilla, yet he kept me completely in the dark. Whatever is happening, I have the right to know. My body, my decision. Renaa acted angry, but she was actually scared. Scared that the illness affecting her could harm the children in her womb. Scared that the fairy tale that her life had been up to that moment could suddenly turn into a nightmare. Lith took a deep breath to calm down, and then moved a chair in front of Renaa. She will need all the support she can get. Senton is the father of her children, and Zinnia has undergone a risky procedure as well. They are the ones that can relate the best with Renaa. Lith thought before explaining the situation in detail to her. He talked softly, answering all of her questions to try and keep her as calm as he could. By the time he was done, despite his best efforts, Renaa was pale as a ghost and on the verge of a breakdown. I don't understand, she said. I remember that even Tista was born healthy. The disease manifested later. Lyria is fine, the other children are fine. Why him? Why now? You must be wrong, your story makes no sense. Just bad luck like Tista. She was the only one affected by the illness among her siblings as well. Lith stated the obvious to help Renaa overcome her denial. Chapter 918, Master and Students, Part 2. Chapter 918, Master and Students, Part 2. I talked to a specialist about your condition, and she thinks she might be able to help. Do you mind if I let her in? Renaa was tempted to send Falul away, hoping that the bad news would disappear along with the healer. Yet her maternal instinct was stronger than her fears and superstitions, so she turned to Senton, who agreed in her place. Who are all these people? Renaa didn't expect a second team of healers to barge into the house, especially not one wearing her own weight in fur and another looking like someone who was there because he had lost a bet. Good gods, if it's chilly, do you mind turning up the heat? Falul asked. Nalrond was too shocked and embarrassed to say a word. To him, it was Lith's house to be identical to Protector's, and he wasn't used to being around so many humans. He could have teared them up like paper mâche in his beast form, yet the Razar was quaking in his boots. Sure thing. Elena operated the panel that controlled the house temperature, making the room as warm as during a sunny spring day. That's really an ingenious system, the Hydra said while studying the central heating magical devices spread throughout the house. Too bad it wouldn't work for my place. Maybe I should make myself a winter cottage. Once Falul was done undressing, all eyes were on her. To not scare her hosts, she had changed her hair to silvery blonde with streaks of white, pretending to be just a normal human expert in light magic. Aren't you a little too young to be a specialist in anything, miss? Elena didn't mean to be rude, but aside from Lith and Quilla, the Hydra appeared to be the youngest person in the room. Darn, I knew I was forgetting something. Damn cold that slows my brain, Falul cursed. Falul, just call me Falul. As for your question, I'm a well-renowned genius that some consider on par with the unreliable Manohar. Falul wasn't actually that brilliant, nor did she have any idea who would win if she ever fought against the mad professor. All that mattered to her was to put her patient at ease and gain her trust. Really? Everyone asked, Quilla included, making Falul words lose a good chunk of their luster. Who's Manohar? Nalrond was only getting more confused by the second. His ignorance put another dent in Renaa's opinion about the odd squad of healers. Yes, Falul ignored the disbelief in the room, brimming with the confidence of an empress talking to her loyal subjects. I'm the mage who will take care of Lith after he is done with the army. I'm a specialist in healing and forgemastering. Really? Everyone asked again. Yes, Lith glared at Quilla to make her stop acting surprised at everything. Master Falul belongs to an ancient magical bloodline and offered to share her wisdom with me. She's an even better healer than I am. Lith hated to call the Hydra his master, but he knew that, if he used the term professor, Quilla's reaction would make everyone doubt his words. Lith was many things, but being humble wasn't among them. Hearing the deference in his tone toward Falul and calling her as he had only done for Nana sealed the deal for his family. Can you save my baby, Lady Falul? Renaa asked. Just Falul, please. As for your question, I can't answer before taking a look myself. Do you mind me giving you a checkup? Falul said, receiving a nod for an answer. She placed both her hands on Renaa's womb and then activated invigoration. Fallul's eyes burned with white light and her hair turned to silver. The light spread from her hands to Rena's body, and 3 wisps appeared where each baby was. None of it had any practical use, but she knew how humans were prone to mistake theatrics with real power. Her show was impressive enough to leave all those present in awe, Quilla included. The bad news is that the diagnosis of my esteemed colleagues from the White Griffin is right. The good news is that I don't agree with their prognosis. I'm confident I can save your baby, but I'll need everyone's help, Fallul said. What do we have to do? Elena asked. To succeed, I need time, space, and to not be interrupted for any reason. Also, for the duration of the procedure, I need the members of the family to be in a different spot from their guests. Can you do it for me? Fallul said. Camilla was worried by the gravity of Rena's condition, but she knew there was nothing she could do. She went to Zinya's home along with her sister and the children, leaving the Verhins alone. I do realize that Senton was allowed to stay only because he shares the same blood of the unborn child. Then why does it still hurt feeling cut out from the life of the people I love? She thought, holding back her tears. Fallul had Rena lie down in Lith's bedroom, because it was the biggest in the house, while the rest of the family sat on the other side of the nearby wall, per the healer's instructions. I'll take care of the kid with the strangler. Lith, you know Rena better than anyone, so it's your duty to keep her stable and give us a constant flow of life force. Quilla, you take care of the other boy. Nalrond, you take the girl. Fallul gave Rena a potion to drink before the procedure and several others for later use. I said I wanted it to be a surprise. Rena half laughed and half sobbed. I'm sorry, sis. Feel free to beat me up once we're done, Lith said, trying to make her laugh. He knew that Rena didn't actually trust Fallul nor Nalrond. She was just desperate. Yet he was also aware that the real reason why the Hydra had untrusted Rena to him wasn't to just hold her hand, but because he was the only one beside Fallul who could use invigoration. If something went wrong, it would be his duty to prevent the damage from spreading to the mother, and then to the other children. Okay, guys, I can't waste time talking or explaining stuff, so we'll use a mind link during the whole procedure. Fallul's thoughts echoed in the healer's minds, shocking them to the bone. Yes, telepathy is a thing. Now put up your game face and stop scaring the patient. I usually don't give lessons for free, but I need you to understand what I'm doing step by step so that you can prepare your countermeasures before something goes wrong. Eyes on the prize, save the questions for never, and good luck. Everyone activated their Tier 5 scanner and chisel spells. The former allowed them to sense the life force of the patient, while the latter was used to manipulate it at will. Step 1. Treat the strangler disease. The usual approach here would be to fix the life force and get rid of the congenital disorder once and for all, but the kid wouldn't survive, just like your professors said. We can't even destroy the corrupted tissues and replace them with healthy new ones without killing both mother and child due to the release of toxic substances. What I'm going to do instead is treating only the already affected areas and leave the rest for after the birth. Keep your respective patients stable, watch and learn, Fallul thought. When looked through scanner, the life force of a human looked like something built out of Lego blocks and an erector set. What the Hydra did was to take the blocks that comprised the blackened part of the lungs out one at a time. Chapter 919, Spirit and Light Magic Part 1. Chapter 919, Spirit and Light Magic Part 1. Fallul filled the empty space with white tendrils from her spell, without even letting the child's body notice what was going on. Then, she scanned the bodies of the other children before examining the mother, and if necessary, even of all the nearby relatives to look for the closest match. It was the other healer's duty to prevent Rena and the children in her womb from feeling any discomfort. Roz and the others were as fit as a fiddle, so they only experienced a small sting when Fallul operated on them from a distance, borrowing healthy pieces of their life force to use them as reference. Lith and the others looked in awe, as Fallul was able to turn the corrupted blocks into scaled-down versions of their healthy counterparts the moment she found the best match. Her approach was akin to recycle the baby's own flesh, limiting the stress that the procedure exerted upon both mother and son. Lith provided Rena with a slow and constant flow of life force, while the potion she had ingested earlier provided her with the nutrients she needed. Neither Quilla nor Nalrond could understand how Fallul managed to perform body sculpting on Lith's relatives, despite the wall separating the Hydra from her targets. Only Solus could see via mana sense that the Hydra was using tendrils of spirit magic as conduits for her spell. By my maker, spirit magic can be mixed with other elements to make up for their innate shortcomings, in this case healing magic's short range, Solus thought. Drink the next potion, Renat. Fallow had cleansed half of the kid's left lung. In this kind of procedure, it's vital to provide the patient with a constant supply of nutrients and enough time to metabolize them. It's the only way to prevent the rapid cellular regeneration from feeding off the patient's body and avoid complications during or after the treatment, Fallow explained to her students. Quilla was so focused on creating a sack of light magic around her subject, to protect him from the ripples of the Hydra's spell, that only the increasing number of empty flasks did allow her to perceive the passing of time. Even though Nalrond and Quilla would have loved to admire Fallow's handiwork, they didn't have enough time nor focus to spare. The four life forces were linked to each other through Renat. Every alteration on the ill baby's life force reverberated through the mother, and until Lith didn't manage to restore Renat's body to its original condition, it was up to the other two healers to shield the babies from the ripples of Fallow's spell. One slip up, and the number of patients would multiply in an endless loop. Once she was done repairing the lungs, Fallow took a short break to allow everyone to catch their breath. Step 2. Remove the accumulated mass that prevents the now healthy tissues from inflating and deflating properly. The amount of darkness magic needed to destroy it would inevitably affect the lungs as well. What I'm going to do is use just enough darkness magic to mobilize the mass and have it expelled through the umbilical cord. The problem is that once the liquid mass reaches the bloodstream, it can go anywhere. We can't let it reach the brain and the heart of the mother nor get into the other baby's system. You can't use darkness magic to stop the black mass, otherwise it will break down into toxins that might poison the mother along with the babies. Best case scenario, the toxin will trigger the labor, but none of our patients is in the shape to survive the experience. They need to rest. Yet we can't afford to delay the treatment because the pregnancy is almost over. If the natural labor happens before we complete the procedure or before the baby recovers, he will die and everything we've done would be pointless. We've to act now, or it will be too late. Once I start the second phase of the treatment, the only tool at your disposal will be the scalpel spell. Use it to lock any stray fragment of black mass into a safe place until Lith or I can safely draw them out of Renat's body. Fallow used small pulses of darkness magic to turn the solid mass into a liquid without damaging the baby, the mother, or the placenta. Contrary to what Lith had done years before for Tista, she was working on a much smaller and weaker subject. She had been forced to treat the infected tissues in one go to prevent them from spreading into the still healthy parts of the lungs, and to remove the mass as well so that whenever the labor would take place, the kid would survive. Fallow moved the impurities away from the child and into Renat's blood system. She guided them to her foot, away from any organ that could be clotted or poisoned by the impurities. Then she proceeded to expel and destroy them. All that Renat felt was as if someone was constantly dirtying and cleaning her heel. Lith helped the Hydra at the best of his abilities, keeping the mass compact and leading stray fragments back to the flock as fast as he could. In normal circumstances, taking control of someone's metabolism with invigoration was a piece of cake. But in Renat's case, it meant also to disrupt the children's metabolism with unpredictable consequences. It's done, Fallow said after triple checking that there was nothing left that could endanger the patient's life. What about the babies? Despite the potions and Lith providing her with life force, Renat was drenched in sweat and deathly pale from exhaustion. The repeated cycles of damage and repair her body had undergone would cripple Renat's physical strength until her life force was stable again. They are all fine, but we can't relax. I couldn't completely eradicate the strangler, so not only it could manifest later again, but the disease will also be transmitted to your grandchildren, Fallow said. What do I have to do now? Rest and recover. Lith can check up daily on the baby and keep the situation under control so that no further procedure will be necessary. Once the baby is born and a few months old, it will be a piece of cake to get cleanse the strangler from his body once and for all. Fallow wiped the sweat from Renat's face before leaving. Yet Renat stopped the Hydra by grabbing her wrist. I know even though you don't know me I'm asking a lot, but when the time comes, can you please help me delivering the babies? It will be my pleasure, just remember to heat the house properly for me, Fallow said. I'll make it hot like a summer day if necessary. Renat let go of the Hydra, falling asleep the moment she managed to relax. Now that's everything is over, let's talk about my payment, Fallow said. What payment? Lith hated surprises, especially those with a price tag attached. I'm in hot waters with Celia, so I expect you to put in a good word for me. Also, I like the warming thing you did to your house. It doesn't need arrays nor mana crystals, which is nice and convenient. It's called air conditioning. It keeps the house warm during winter and cool during summer, Lith said. Can you do it for my cave? She asked. Your cave is damn huge and it's not insulated. Lith shook his head. Luckily, it's your problem, not mine. You're a smart man, I'm sure you'll come up with a solution. Falul winked and opened a gate back to her home. Chapter 920 Spirit and Light Magic Part 2. Frigging cold. She shivered when a cold draft from the cave entered the room. Fine, but the materials are on you, Lith said. Deal, say goodbye to your family for me and call me only if either you really need my help or you can properly introduce me. I hate lying to be accepted. I don't need anything from them, it's them who need my help. Lith gave her a deep bow and went to give the good news to his family. If you have any questions, ask Quilla. I'll be back in a jiffy with Kami and Zin. They must be worried sick, he said while hushing the living room to keep their cries of joy from waking Renaa up. Wait, how the heck did Falul control Renaa's metabolism? There's no spell I know that can do that. Also, how is it possible that after hours of treatment you and I are exhausted while those two didn't even break a sweat? Quilla asked Nalrund. It's amazing how I'm the one who lived in the middle of nowhere all of his life, and yet it's you who is this painfully ignorant, Nalrund said before going back home as well. Back at Zinya's house, the kids had gone to sleep for a while. The procedure had taken so long that the sun had already set. Yet the two women had been restless the whole time, pacing around the house or checking the windows at the faintest noise, hoping for some news. When Lith knocked, the door opened instantly. He was surprised noticing that Camilla's eyes were red, and she had consumed quite the number of handkerchiefs. Zinya was worried as well, but she had kept her cool for her sister's sake. Everything went fine. Mother and children are all right, Lith said, trying to understand the source of her stress. Camilla was on great terms with his family, and she had a good heart, but judging from the pile of crumpled cotton, she seemed to have cried as much as Alina. Thank the gods, I don't think I've ever been so scared in my life. Camilla sighed with so much relief that it confused Lith even more. I have a question, though, was she? The same Falul I talked to you about yesterday? Yes. Did she make a bad impression on you? He tried to understand if Camilla was concerned only about the child or also about him spending a long time with the Hydra. Her human appearance was quite attractive, after all, and being jealous would have been natural. What the heck are you saying? She's a saint. You're lucky to have met such a caring teacher who's willing to help complete strangers for free. I wish me and Zin had such luck when we were younger, Camilla said, making Zinya nod and Lith scratch his head. I just want to know how the strangler works. Is it a family thing? Do you have it as well? I've read the papers, but the medical jargon is beyond me, she asked. It's a family thing, passed from the mother's side. I don't suffer from the strangler, otherwise I would be kind of dead at this point, Lith replied. Only from the mother? So a father can't pass it on his children. All traces of worry disappeared from Camilla's face. She was brimming with joy as if she had won 1,000,000 gold coins. Exactly, I can't. Lith choked on his words the moment he understood the reason for Camilla's anguish, and she hugged him so tight that she squeezed the air out of his lungs. Space. Once the problem with the baby was solved, Lith's first week's leave was peaceful. Falul's sudden appearance and her odd methods had raised a lot of questions, but the members of Lith's family cared only about cherishing the happy moment. He would rarely get out of the house, spending most of his time catching up with his parents and checking up on Renaa every 2 hours. She was recovering well from the procedure, but she was anxious about her babies. After a while, Renaa calmed down, and so did the rest of the family. Lith enjoyed taking a break from all his worries and projects. Soulless, and he spent that time appreciating what they had fought so hard to build and protect. After a while, however, peace just became boring and everyone grew restless. Even during winter, there was still a lot to do at the farm and at the smithy. Alina and Raz had to deal with the farm's backlog while Camilla decided to start her part-time. With Zinya taking care of Renaa and Lith of the house, she was starting to feel useless. I think I'll follow her lead and get some work done in the tower, Lith thought while warping to the Mana Geyser in the Tron Woods. I agree, I'm itching to put to the test some of the runesmithing techniques I've researched, Sola said. Not about the Odie machine. I mean between all the books we have retrieved, the mold of Dawn's device, and the scans of the Odie's knowledge-swapping machine, we have a lot of material, Lith said. Too much material to be precise. It will take me months just to translate the manuals, then we have to understand how the old and recent machines work, and if we can use such knowledge to upgrade the body-swapping machine. Solus said. Definitely too much. Why don't you ever get me good news? He sighed. I just did, you ungrateful man. While you cuddled at night with your lovely girlfriend, I was working my ass translating the booklet from Huriel. I found the blueprints for your goddamn ring. Happy now. A pouting Solus appeared in front of Lith the moment he stepped inside the tower. She was wielding her forge-mastering hammer in a threatening manner. Very, now put the hammer away, please, Lith said. Solus snorted in reply, making a table covered in paper scrolls appear in the middle of the ground floor. I've found a couple of interesting blueprints. The first is for a barrier ring. It works like spirit magic. You inject mana into the ring and it generates a spherical barrier around you. The pros are that it can help us to study spirit magic and it's quite versatile. The cons are that it's mana expensive and that it can't change shape, only its size. The mana crystals and the pseudo-core create a scaffold, but you must do the rest, she said. The second is for a Tier 5 magic holding ring. I don't recommend it. Mostly because you don't use Tier 5 spells often, and that kind of item can store a single charge, whereas the barrier can be used as long as you have mana or use invigoration. I don't know, I could use a free final sunset, it's my bread and butter these days. Lith didn't like having copied one of Nalar's spells, but its power was undeniable. How many sets of runes do they require? 3 sets of runes and 3 mana crystals each, Solus replied. If you consider they are equally difficult to craft, I'd say their effects cannot be compared. Agreed, Lith said, making space inside Soluspedia for both blueprints in the case they had enough purified orichalcum to craft more than one piece. Chapter 921, Runesmithing Part 1. The 2 different magical rings shared 2 out of 3 sets of runes. The first set would enhance Lith's energy signature so that the mana flow originating from the crystals embedded into the rings would offer less resistance to the forge-mastering process. The second set amplified the effects of the ring's pseudo-core, allowing it to be temporarily boosted when necessary. The third set of the magic holding ring allowed for energy manipulation so that the spell could be used a little at a time instead of being released in one go. Also, as long as the stored spell wasn't completely spent, the runes made it possible to recharge or amplify it on the fly. In the case of the barrier ring, instead, the third set contained a complex preset code that would allow the ring to channel Lith's mana into a spirit magic barrier, even if he had no idea how to do it himself. Both rings required 3 mana crystals each. 2 had to be embedded close to each other and facing outside, to project the mana outwards, whereas the third crystal would be in contact with the palm of the wearer to more easily draw upon their mana. During the first day, Lith practiced engraving the sets of runes one by one, wasting quite the number of cheap rings. This time he couldn't use pebbles because, for runesmithing, with the shape of the item he wanted to craft also varied the spacing between runes. Only when he became not only capable of engraving all runes correctly, but also to keep the distances between the different sets so that they wouldn't mess with each other, did he start working on the final hurdle. Before attempting to forge-master the ring with the purified orichalcum, Lith had yet to convert the ancient engraving method in the modern fashion. Old runes would be always visible, giving away the nature of their enchantment, and betraying Lith's success in raiding the lost academy of Huriel. Modern engraving, instead, would project the energy of the runes inward, making them invisible to the naked eye. The process was tricky because the booklet at Lith's disposal only explained the old method, and he could only study Ruin to understand how modern engraving worked. Explain that to me again, please. Lith massaged his temples after one failure too many. Okay, ancient forgemasters would physically carve the surface of the objects, so that the engravings would serve as both a beacon for their mana and as a template for the runes. The downside of this method is that the runes are isolated from the mana circulatory system of the item, so they act as separate entities, Solus said. Modern forgemasters, instead, shape their mana as runes on their own before applying them on the surface of an item. This way, the energy released by the runes is not restricted by the physical carvings and can circulate throughout the artifact. The process makes them invisible to normal means of detection and able to alter the properties of both the metal and its mana circulatory system. Once the enchantment is applied, the final result is given from the synergy between the runes and the pseudo-core, creating something that's greater than the sums of its single parts. The downside of this method is that it requires great focus, You must remember the runes that comprise each set and shape all of them to perfection at the same time. The slightest mistake in their form or positioning will lead to failure. How the heck do Royal Forgemaster achieve such precision with fake magic? Lith asked in frustration. The rings Solus had studied were among the simplest creations a runesmith could craft, yet they required 30 runes each that were as small as they were complex. My guess is they have some kind of crutch, like the special ink they use to draw the magic circles for the forgemastering process, she said. Solus, I love you. Lith jumped up and tried to take her between his arms, but she popped away, letting the forgemastering hammer fall to the ground with a silvery sound. I meant that you're a genius, and that you may have offered me a solution. Meaning, an incorporeal voice asked. I'll show you. Lith took a bottle of special ink out of his pocket dimension and used water magic to draw with it 3 magic circles, 1 for each set of runes. Then, just like when he was still a 4th-year student at the academy, Lith infused them with his mana. The ink absorbed the mystical energy, acting as a template for their final form. The runes grew in power and splendor, keeping the right shape with minimal effort from Lith's side. I've never been so glad to have worked as assistant professor at the White Griffin. I know the recipe for the ink like the back of my hand. We can mass-produce it in your alchemical lab, Lith said. That's brilliant thinking. Luckily, we're both geniuses. Solus finally reappeared, embracing Lith with joy. Thanks for the compliment. By the way, nice double standards for hugs. Lith clicked his tongue, preparing for the final phase of the experiment. To replicate a pseudo-core with true magic, first Lith had to study its version obtained with fake magic. He used the special ink to draw and apply the runes to a cheap ring before bonding it with the 3 mana crystals required for the craft. I wish I could use cheap crystals as well. What kind of madman would waste precious resources for teaching to kids? He said in anguish. Green crystals are cheap. Also pot meat kettle. You went to an academy that wasted a lot of resources on you, remember? Solus said. That was a different case. Different how? She asked. I wasn't the one paying for them. Lith started to chant the spell, preventing her from quoting his own rebuke about double standards. The crafting went without a hitch, producing the lowest grade barrier ring a mage could conceive and turn their nose at. Lith studied the ring's pseudo-core and how it interacted with the runes when an external flow of mana activated its enchantment. Now comes the part I hate the most, prototypes, Lith sighed. Prototypes had to be as close as possible to the real deal. Hence, to craft them, Lith had to use high-quality materials. Otherwise, the gap in physical properties and mana flow between the prototype and the final product would add unpredicted variables to the crafting process. For that reason, the prototypes required smelted orichalcum rings bonded with blue mana crystals. It took Solus and Lith more than 2 weeks to fine-tune the entire process and iron out the final details. He already had Zekel turn the piece of purified orichalcum into 3 thick silvery rings, so he could afford up to 3 tries. The first step was bonding 3 purple mana crystals with the orichalcum, giving it a circulatory mana system akin to that of a living being. According to the booklet from Hariol, the order of bonding and runesmithing could be swapped, but Lith had learned the truth the hard way. Only when using outdated runesmithing techniques, the preparatory steps didn't require to be performed in sequence, and that was because external runes didn't interact with the enchantment. Chapter 922, Runesmithing Part 2. Lith, instead, used ancient runes but modern techniques, so that applying the runes before the bonding caused distortions in the circulatory mana system due to the rejection between Lith's energy signature from the runes and that of the crystals. Applying runes was the step Lith had less experience with, and it was crucial. He would have liked to have all the surface of the ring available for the runes and bond the gems only after the runesmithing process, but unfortunately, it turned out to be impossible. Bonding and runesmithing both created a circulatory mana system, but while the former was highly susceptible to external influences and would change its course based on the obstacles that it met, the latter would relentlessly follow the instructions embedded in the runes. Only after the purple crystals had become one with the metal, and their circulatory mana system was stabilized, could Lith move to the second step, runesmithing. The sets of runes would seep inside the orichalcum, spreading their veins through its whole structure and relying on Lith's mana to overcome the resistance generated by the presence of the crystals. Fascinating, Solus thought while examining the complex network of mana channels the 2 preparatory steps had created. It's as if the crystals created arteries that spread the mana evenly, while the runes created veins that will allow the residual energy to return to the pseudo-core without overloading the ring. All that is left is the heart. You made an interesting parallel, Solus, but it's more than that. The runes also carry my energy signature, so with each set I engraved, I reduced the rejection between the mana generated by the crystals and my own, making the forgemastering process easier. Lith thought. Now I understand why the booklet is so adamant about the correct positioning for both crystals and runes. A slight alteration is all that it takes to turn a masterpiece into an utter failure. Then Lith performed the third and last step, Necroforge. Each failed prototype had made his wallet bleed, but at the same time had brought the process closer to perfection. Without runes, Lith couldn't create a pseudo-core holding more than half of his magical force. Otherwise, the amplification effect of the orichalcum would boost the pseudo-core to the point that Lith couldn't overcome the rejection between the two different energy signatures. The ancient runesmithing technique raised the limit to 60% while using the ancient runes, and what Lith assumed were modern runesmithing techniques, brought it up to 75%. I guess I'll need Fallow's teachings to reach 100%. Oh well, this is still a great training, he thought while resting, preferring to save invigoration for Necroforge. Such forgemastering technique required him to shape the pseudo-core outside its future recipient, and then merge them together before creating the necessary mana pathways to make it permanent. By creating a complete pseudo-core, Lith had all the time he wanted to shape it with surgical precision, and charge it with enough energy to fuel the enchantments he wanted to create. The downside of Necroforge was that injecting a powerful energy mass inside inanimate matter would encounter a lot of resistance and put a huge amount of stress on its recipient. To make matters worse, the pseudo-core was likely to be deformed in the process, and fixing it would require consuming more mana and focus. The pseudo-core had to retain a perfect shape after having been placed inside the mana circulatory system before Lith could add the correct number of mana pathways necessary to stabilize the artifact. Mana pathways were artificial energy conduits that anchored the pseudo-core, trapping its wild energies in a loop that prevented them from being dispersed due to a magical item's inanimate nature. The number of necessary mana pathways depended on the pseudo-core's strength. Too few, and the mana forming the core would be dispersed. Too many, and it would crumble. Lith first created the pseudo-core between his hands, giving it perfect size and proportions. Invigoration allowed him to see in detail both his own creation and the mana core crafted with fake magic, so that by comparing them he could fix any mistake. Then he made it engulf the ring. At first, the purified orichalcum absorbed the pseudo-core like a sponge does with water. After a while, however, the flow of energy bearing Lith's energy signature and that bearing the three purple crystals were matched in power. The pseudo-core started to distort, forcing Lith to stop and restore its shape. At that point, he wielded his enchanted forgemastering hammer and used Solus's help to overcome the rejection caused by the two conflicting energies. Solus had now to split both her focus and the world energy coming from the mana geyser between the magic circle and the hammer. Without the former, the mystical energies of the forgemastering process would dissipate, while without the latter Lith would lack the strength to imbue such powerful magic into the ring. Each time the forgemastering hammer was filled to the brim with mana coming from Lith and Solus, it would strike at the enchanted ring, emitting a blinding pulse of blue light that was captured by the circle and channeled into the ongoing spell. The purified orichalcum offered little resistance to the mana flow compared with its just smelted counterpart. The phenomenon had allowed the energy coming from the purple crystals to form a complex mana circulatory system that filled every nook and cranny of the ring. Luckily, the same happened for the runes, whose network of mana capillaries constantly mixed Lith's mana with that coming from the crystals and made the forgemastering process possible. It's incredible, Lith thought. I have barely started and the procedure would have already failed if not for the runes. The secondary mana circulatory system the runes create not only allows the mana from the pseudo-core to freely flow inside the ring as if I had already added a few mana pathways, but it also stabilizes the pseudo-core, so that even under the energy-amplifying effect of the orichalcum, the number of imperfections that arise is fewer than ever. The more the pseudo-core seeped inside the ring, the more it grew in size and power. What had started as a construct with only 75% of Lith's power had already reached 90% on its own, and would soon go over 100%. A Forger Master couldn't imbue a spell stronger than his own magical power. It was the reason why having multiple mages powering up a magical circle was useless, and why Lith needed the hammer. With it, Solus could add a power boost from the tower, and made it possible for them to overcome their limits. By the time the pseudo-core had reached the center of the mana circulatory system, it had grown to 120% of Lith power. All he had left to do was to create the mana pathways to complete the process. With each mana pathway Lith created, the two conflicting energy signatures coming from the pseudo-core and the crystals started to mix. The violence of the clashes between them progressively faded until they became one. It's done. Lith immediately imprinted the barrier ring and put its capabilities to the test. A sphere of emerald light surrounded him, protecting him from any kind of danger. Lith made the barrier shrink until it barely wrapped him while he was in a crouched position and expand up to a 2 meters, 66 feet, radius. The mana required varied greatly with the barrier's size and energy density. Chapter 923, Birthdays Part 1. What do you think, Solus? Lith asked. That for a ring that required simple ingredients and a single pseudo-core, it took a lot of effort making it. A skinwalker armor uses 4 pseudo-cores at once, and if they all grow up to 120% your maximum magical power, it will take 480% of your output to make just one. The runes we have currently available are not up to the task. Any attempt to craft a masterpiece is doomed to fail, she said. Hey, being a pessimist is my thing. You should be the one looking at the bright side. I mean, we wasted no purified orichalcum and can make more rings, Lith replied. I'm sorry, it's just that even if you can't notice it, under my golden glow I'm green with envy. Solus was gripping her own hammer as hard as she could in frustration. She was staring at the ring without floating around as usual. Her head was low and her shoulders slouched, making her look even smaller than she was. What good is having a hammer, having my body, if all I do is watch from the sidelines, she said. Is this really all that the future holds for me, being your second? I don't know. Lith was shocked and hurt by her suffering, but he didn't want to give her false hope or empty words. All I can tell you is that I'll do my best to give you the life you deserve. I'm sorry for always being so egotistical. Saying that I got distracted by the latest load of crap is no excuse since it happened to both of us. Would you like to work on the magic holding ring? This time you lead and I follow, Lith said. Really? Solus lifted her head, brimming with joy. Really? Do you promise me to not get angry, even if I waste all the purified orichalcum we've left? I promise. Compared to your happiness, it's just scrap metal, he said, hugging her. Thank you so much. I promise you I'll do my best to gift you a masterpiece worthy of Master Menadian, she replied while losing herself in his warmth and hoping that moment would never end. Don't worry about it. Worst case scenario, once I master Origin Flames, we can always recycle the metal, he said with a mocking tone. I hate you, damn son of a gun. You ruined this moment for me. Yet she refused to let him go. Space. Between the real vacation and the experiments on runes, Lith's birthday was coming up so fast that he would have forgotten about it if everyone else didn't keep reminding him. Solus was ecstatic at the idea of meeting all Lith's old friends. Camilla was terrified, and his whole family was as thrilled as if he was going to become president of Magus instead, that just 1 year older. Tista had finally managed to come back from her mission, and she almost had a heart attack after learning about how close Renaa had got to losing her children. I'm so sorry, big sis. I don't know how could I miss it. She repeated many times until Renaa hit Tista on the head with a slipper just to make her shut up. It's not your fault, dimwit. Lith explained to me that lungs develop late, and by then you were already gone. I can't possibly ask neither of you to give up on your life every time I get pregnant. Renaa loved her sister, but being constantly reminded of the narrow escape while the pregnancy term was so close made her cranky big time. But it must be my fault somehow. I'm the only one in the family who ever suffered from the strangler. Somehow I must have passed it on the baby. Tista sobbed. Sure, you fell ill for the fun of it, and then you dived into my belly to infect my baby without me noticing. Do you even realize the amount of nonsense you are spouting? Renaa held Tista tight, cradling her little sister in her arms. Renaa had helped Alina taking care of her siblings since she could remember. She had changed their cloth diapers, fed them, and rocked them until they fell asleep when they were ill. To her, Lith and Tista were more like her children than siblings. Sure, Lith rarely cried or fell ill even as a newborn, but it didn't make him any less precious in Renaa's eyes. Lith watched the scene, feeling moved by the bond between the two sisters. I could tell them that in theory, it's Mom's fault since she has passed onto us defective genes, but I think it would only make everything worse and kill Mom in the process. It's better if they think it was just bad luck, Lith thought. By the way, when do you plan on telling them about you being a hybrid? Solus asked. First there is my social event birthday with the Ernas, my academy professors, and all those people that I worked hard to avoid during the rest of the year. I can't risk my family being so upset that they might be forced to cancel the event. I'll wait for my private birthday party at the Verhin household, Lith thought. Are you scared? Half to death. To be honest, I can't wait for Renat to deliver the babies. With my luck, I'm afraid that it will either happen during the social event or right before I start shape-shifting in front of my family. Lith sighed. Fate for once seemed to listen to his wishes, because Renat went into labor just a few hours later, in the middle of the night. Lith, of course, welcomed the news by cursing at his bad luck and calling Falul. Alina set the heating to the maximum, while preparing hot water and clean cloths for the arrival of the magical midwife. Excellent thinking, Alina. I could use a hot tea to shake the cold off my poor bones. Falul wrapped herself in the cloths and added tea leaves, mint, and hydra-strong alcohol to the pot containing the water. Winter had finally arrived in its full might, with below-zero temperatures, cloudy sky, and plenty of snow. All things that Falul hated. She gulped down the entire pot in front of the flabbergasted Alina. That's much better. Now I need everyone who's not a healer to stay out of my hair, Falul said with a burp before moving to Renat's bedchamber and kicking out everyone but Lith and Tista. Now watch and learn, she said, placing her hands on Renat's hips. A white light engulfed the woman in labor, enhancing the elasticity of her skin and muscles. Then, the Hydra manipulated the rhythm of the contractions along with the hardness and softness of the tissues. The babies came out one after the other in less than 5 minutes since Falul's arrival. While the siblings cut the umbilical cords and cleaned the babies, the Hydra kept working on her patient. Tista was flabbergasted, noticing that whatever the Hydra had done, it had prevented the formation of stretch marks and reverted Renat's figure to that she had before becoming pregnant. How? As far as she knew, not even Manohar could make a delivery that easy, mostly because he would rather commit treason than work as a midwife. Chapter 924, Birthdays Part 2. Experience, Falul said with a sigh, wrapping the babies in warm cloths before handing them to Renat. You seem to be an interesting young lady, dear Lith's sister. I hope we'll meet again in warmer circumstances. Bye. Falul disappeared so fast that Tista could only choke on all her questions, while Renat found herself thanking empty air. She felt chipper and energetic, as if instead of giving birth to triplets, she had just returned from a day in a spa. Lith, how do you think I should call them? Renat asked. Why do you ask me instead of Sentin? Well, because I got 4 healers to thank for this miracle, but only 3 babies. Someone has to be left out this time, Renat replied. Only 3? This time? Lith didn't know whether to be more horrified at his sister belittling the workload the little monsters in her arms demanded from the whole family, or the idea she might get pregnant again. On one hand, I already named Lyria after you, but on the other, it's you who brought Falul here and even helped me in the delivery. I'm not going to lie, I have no clue what part Quilla played in the procedure, let alone that guy whose name I don't even remember. Renat kept thinking out loud, uncaring of the noise that the babies and the members of the family who had finally had access to the room made. Alina was crying with joy. Sentin was asking the healers of the family if everyone was all right. Tista was demanding answers about Falul's identity, and everyone wanted to hold the children. Even Aaron and Lyria wanted to help with the newborns. Look, I don't care who you name them after, the only thing that matters is that all of you are all right. Just some friendly advice, we can't have the whole family starting with the L, so you should name a kid after Zekel. Lith pointed his finger at Sentin without him noticing. I disagree, Sentin said to Renat. I love my parents, but it's not because of them that we were able to marry, and I can't forget all the help your family gave to us, so I'd rather name one of our children after Alina, if that's okay with you. His words made Alina cry harder, and the babies, scared by the noise, decided to tag along in a choir that crushed Lith's ears. After a long debate that Lith avoided by asking Zinnia for sanctuary, the 3 new members of the Verhin family received their names. Falco was the baby boy suffering from the strangler disease, named after the person that had allowed him to survive against all odds. The baby girl was named Turian after Tista and Nessa after Nalrond, who had kept her safe during the procedure. Renat chose Turian as first name to thank her sister. It was only thanks to her loving care that nothing bad had ever happened during Lith's absence. Last but not least, Leonard Quanter was named after his uncle, for having made the impossible possible time and time again. Space. 1 week later, Erna's mansion. The gala associated with Lith's birthday took place the evening before the private party, so that on the stroke of midnight the two events overlapped and both took place on the correct date. The gala would usually be held at Marchioness Miriam de Star's household, since she was the ruler of the marquisate of which both Lucia and the White Griffin were part. That year, however, Orion had insisted to be the host and guarantee the safety of all the guests. Marchioness de Star didn't let him repeat his offer twice, glad to leave the burden to someone else. Between her duty as ruler of the de Star region and supreme commander of the Queen's Corps, she had barely seen the light of day ever since the undead invasion had begun. "It's been a long time since we could have a friendly chat, isn't it?" she said. The Marchioness was a woman in her early 40s, but even without the perfect makeup she wore, it would have been hard to consider her a day older than 30. She had a beautiful face with great proportions, eyes brimming with intelligence and curiosity. She wore her waist-long hair straight down, with only her golden cloaking hairpin and a diamond tiara to adorn it. She had dark brown hair with shades of blue all over that made it almost hypnotic to look at her whenever the Marchioness shook her head. Her evening dress was of a pale red, showing a shallow neckline and covering her shoulders, but leaving her arms exposed. "I'd like to take full credit for it, but you're a hard woman to find." Lith took 2 glasses of red wine from a waiter, offering one to his old patron. "That's true," she said while resisting the temptation to drink the wine in one gulp. Just the idea of the workload waiting for her back at the Star was giving her a headache. "Have you thought about the direction you want to give your career once you are done with the military service? I know for sure there are a lot of open positions in the Army and the Mage Association that would be a perfect fit for a man of your talents." The Marchioness tried to sound casual, but it was part of the duty that Queen Silpha herself had entrusted Miriam with. The Queen was attending the gala as well, but she couldn't afford to make such direct questions. Only a fool would say no to a queen, and every one of her words might be mistaken for a threat. "I did," Lith nodded. "I'm interested in pursuing magic, so I've already found a mentor that will allow me to bring my specializations to the next level." "Is it someone I know?" That wasn't the answer the Marchioness was hoping for. Lith becoming a member of one of the 2 forces under the direct command of the royals was in the kingdom's best interest. But even if he married into an ancient magical bloodline, it would still leave the crown some leeway. Especially if his in-laws were people of proven loyalty, like the Ernas. "With all due respect, I doubt you know all the Emperor Beasts of Kingdom." Lith decided it was better to leave Falul's name out of the conversation. With all that there was at stake, he couldn't afford any meddling in his private affairs. "Emperor Beasts, I believe that the Royal Forgemasters or one of the 6 great academies can offer you more than any beast can." It was only thanks to years of experience receiving bad news that the Marchioness managed to not spit her drink all over the priceless silk carpet at their feet. "Indeed, but for a price that I'm not willing to pay, at least for now." Lith made sure to leave room for negotiation. It was better to not burn bridges he could later use. "Price, what price? The kingdom would provide you with lands, wealth beyond your imagination, and all the rarest ingredients you might need." The Marchioness performed her best pitch. "And in exchange, it would ask my time, put my loyalty to the test, and give me so many responsibilities that I would be dependent on the kingdom's support even to blow my own nose. Thank you, but no thank you." Lith's smile was kind, yet it had, "I don't believe in free meals" written all over it. "I don't mean to be pushy, but ever since you enrolled in the White Griffin, you have done a great service to the kingdom and have been paid accordingly." "Why this sudden change of heart?" Marchioness de Star asked. "Who has offered her heart, body, and soul to the kingdom more than Floria Ernas?" Lith's voice was stone cold. "Yet it didn't save her from suffering an unjust fate. She's still just a captain, isn't she?" "Yours is a rash judgment. Nothing has been decided, and she could be acquitted at any time." The Marchioness was now on shaky ground. Floria's still ongoing trial was a sour note that all the friends and the enemies of the Ernas played constantly. The former demanded acquittal and an apology, while the latter demanded an exemplary punishment. A trial that should not have even started, and yet in a few months it will become 1 year old. If politics can push a family as powerful as the Ernas to such a degree, I'd rather stay out of it before it turns my blessings into curses. "How is Brynja?" Lith asked. In the Griffin Kingdom's social circles, asking about a relative was the polite way to put an end to a discussion. The Marchioness caught his drift and moved the conversation to less controversial topics, like the development of Lustria County. "Care to join us, Trequil?" She had noticed for a while the excitable man waiting for the right moment chime in. The future of the kingdom or of a great mage were out of the reach of a countryside noble. "With pleasure, dear Marchioness." Count Lark literally jumped at the occasion, making his monocle pop out of the eye socket. Count Lark hadn't changed much since the last time Lith had seen him in person. He was in his late 50s, around 183 meters 6, tall with a thin build that made him appear even taller. The Count had thick black hair with streaks of gray and a short-trimmed goatee. His inseparable black-rimmed monocle was attached to his breast pocket with a blue silk string. "How are things going for the Lark family, dear Count?" Lith said while they shook hands. "They could go much better," Lark sighed. Looking at how Lith had become as tall as he was and thinking about his achievements, Lark regretted the rumors about Roz being his illegitimate son being lies. "Thank the gods we had 3 rangers this winter. The problem is not the undead, but the panic they cause. Everyone who died during the last few months had their corpse decapitated, and a few villages have been decimated due to violent cases of mass hysteria." "It's the same everywhere," Lith shrugged. "In the north, a traveler who reached a village at night wouldn't live to see the day. People were so scared that they would mercilessly kill any stranger knocking at their doors." "How are Jadon and Kelia doing?" "Great, just great. Maybe too much. After acquiring the assets of my late wife, I let them rule 1 county each while I supervised their work. Our counties developed so much that my children almost didn't attend their own marriages." "Never become a feudal lord, dear Lith. It sucks the soul out of you," Lark said before noticing the Marchioness glaring at him. "Hi, Lith, where have you been? We all missed you at the White Griffin Academy." A gentle hand tapped his shoulder, prompting him to turn around. "Professor Wainmeyer, I thought you hated social events. Meeting you here is such a pleasant surprise." Lith gave her a bow and a hand-kissing. Leica Wainmeyer was one of his favorite professors, and the woman who had taught him all he knew about forgemastering. She was a woman in her mid-30s, 1.65 meters, 55, tall, with waist-long black hair with shades of red held up. She was wearing an evening dress and gloves that highlighted her long and nimble fingers. Not even the puffy fabric could hide her soft, luscious curves. It was one of the rare occasions where Professor Wainmeyer would use makeup, making her lovely heart-shaped face stand out and appear younger than her age. Before Nalar's betrayal, Wainmeyer had a calm and composed attitude, but after being possessed by a slave ring, she had become paranoid and cold. Wainmeyer had stopped trusting people, living as a recluse for over 2 years. During his time as assistant professor, Lith had been the liaison between her private quarters and the outside world. He had taken care of both the theoretical and practical forgemastering lessons, while she struggled with the post-traumatic stress disorder caused by Nalar's orders. "This is actually the first time I get out of the White Griffin ever since the accident." Her eyes became veiled for a split second, while the ghosts of the past tried to drag her back into her personal hell. Wainmeyer took a deep breath and regained her focus. "You never call, never visit, so I thought that meeting my favorite student was the perfect occasion to see how rusty my social skills are. Are you sure you don't want to become a royal forgemaster? I would be glad to have you as my pupil again." Leica Wainmeyer was one of the youngest and most talented royal forgemasters of her generation. It was one of the reasons why the late headmaster Linjos had made her a professor, despite the fact that she was way younger than her peers. Even her actions during Nalar's betrayal didn't affect Wainmeyer's skill or reputation. Lith had considered asking her help to learn runesmithing after Orion had declined his request, but the price the kingdom asked was too steep. During the evening, Lith met Professor Vaster and Headmaster Marth, who were flabbergasted learning that Rena's child had survived. "If you found Manohar, not revealing his position is an act of treason," Marth said, half joking and half serious. "If I did, I would deliver him to you in a body bag," Lith said with a dead serious voice. "It was my mentor saving the kid. She's an incredible healer and an even more amazing person." Vaster was trying to have Lith promise that he would introduce such a genius to them when his father, Roz, interrupted their chit-chat. "I'm sorry, professors, but I need to steal my son for a while. It's a minor family matter that still requires his attention. We'll be right back." Roz was many things, but a good liar wasn't among them. Everyone understood that something was wrong, but pretended to not notice and didn't ask questions. For a moment, Lith feared that something might have happened to Falco, but he caught a glimpse of Rena amiably talking with Quilla. There was no force on Magur that could keep Rena away from her son if he so much as sneezed, so it had to be something else. Roz led Lith to a servant's passage, and then to a secret opening in the wall. Lith found himself inside a hidden living room, without no windows nor doors except that through which he had entered. The entire room was made of solid stone, and so heavily enchanted that Lith could feel the hair on his neck standing up. The room was furnished only with a long oval table and many padded wooden chairs. There was no light source except for the magical gemstones embedded into the walls, giving the place an even claustrophobic look. It was the perfect place for torturers and conspirators, so Lith was surprised when he noticed that the person waiting for him was Orion, and not Gianni. Chapter 926, Secret Meeting Part 2. Happy birthday again, Lith. Sorry for involving your father in this shenanigan, but these days I don't know who I can trust anymore, he said. Orion Ernest was a man in his mid-40s, over 1.96 meters, 65, tall, with black hair and brown eyes like Floria. His physique was lean but muscular, and his perfectly shaven face showed great sadness. Orion had some wrinkles around the eyes and temples, but every movement of his was still full of the vigor one would expect from a much younger man. He and Roz knew each other ever since their respective children had attended the White Griffin Academy. Even though the difference in their social standing was like heaven and earth, the two men carried a deep bond of trust and respect. Thanks, what's going on that requires this kind of secrecy? Lith asked. I will answer to all your questions in due time. First things first. Is it true that you have found a teacher unrelated to the kingdom to teach you advanced magic after your honorable discharge? Orion asked. Yes, Lith said. With both his leave and the military service closing to their end, it was pointless to play it close to the chest, especially after what had happened with Rena. Do they know runesmithing? My mentor shares my same specializations, and none of the chains the kingdom tries to burden me with. What's your point? Lith didn't like being interrogated. My point is that if this guy is as good as you say, then I can uphold my part of our bargain. Orion took one of the plainest bastard swords Lith had ever seen from under his seat, and placed it upon the table. It had a silvery blade, cross-shaped guard, and pommel while the grip was black. If not for the line of purple crystals along its Fuller and Solus's mana sense spotting the runes hidden under the surface, Lith would have taken it for a joke. If anyone asks, I never gave it to you. Say that it's a gift from your new master, that you found it at a flea market on the corpse of one of your enemies. I don't care. Just keep my name out of it, Orion said. Lith caressed the blade, yet he couldn't feel a single spark of magic from it. Even Invigoration found it to be weird, as if it was some kind of magical corpse. What's going on, Orion? Lith asked. I'll tell you what's going on. Floria's trial is still ongoing, and things don't look good for neither of you. With a wave of Orion's hand, 3 glasses and a bottle of Raging Phoenix appeared on the table. It was a liquor so strong that it was mostly meant to be diluted with non-alcoholic beverages, to be used for medical reasons, and to burn corpses to a crisp. What does it have to do with my son? Lith and Roz accepted Orion's offer to sit down along with the liquor. Everything. They took it on Floria first because they gave us Ernest for granted, and because she was the commanding officer. You got away scot-free not because of your performance, but because they were still trying to rope you in. Orion emptied his glass with small, enraged sips. The royal court was afraid that charging you with anything might make you leave the kingdom and offer your talents somewhere else. Now that your voluntary military service is about to end, things escalated from fear to panic. The Magic Empress tried to recruit you when you met in Laurel, and after the existence of the Orichalcum Skinwalker armor was released to the public. You are considered a leading figure in both the healing and forgemastering field. The kingdom is left with no moves, except for those that would lead you to pack up and leave, which makes a lot of people uneasy. Politicians don't like the existence of powerful people they have no control over, which led them to the decision of leaving you alone, but at the same time they have no convenience in helping you anymore. Long story short, I've been forbidden to deliver the sword to you. Orion refilled and emptied his glass before Lith could even taste his own. Are you telling me that the royals are afraid of me? That they don't want to keep their part of our bargain? Lith's gaze shifted from the plain sword to Orion, incapable of deciding which one piqued his curiosity more. Gods no, they love you. They have been fighting long and hard to protect our respective interests, but they don't run this country alone. The Army and the Mage Association fear that if you received a piece crafted with royal forgemastering techniques, you or your newfound master would be able to reverse engineer it. They can't afford state secrets being leaked to rogue mages or foreign countries, so the official version is that ruin is the best I could do. Off the record, I was ordered to continue my research, but only share it with fellow royal forgemasters as I did with your armor. What about this sword? Lith pointed at the blade still in front of him. It's something I worked on during my free time in the privacy of my home, using only methods that I invented myself. In other words, it doesn't exist. Even if you search the whole Magus, you won't find anything like it. Orion replied with a pride equaled only by his rage. No, what I meant is, why are you giving it to me, and aren't you afraid of committing treason? Lith was now more curious than ever, but he liked the Erna's family more than he liked the idea of a new sword. He had yet to learn even the basics of modern runesmithing or witness Fallow's forgemastering skills. He had plenty of ways to procuring him good weapons, maybe even better than ruin, whereas a trustworthy friend was irreplaceable. I'm giving it to you because that was our deal. Thanks to your armor, the royal forgemasters discovered how to apply energy-based spells to orichalcum. It provided us with the answers we've been looking for decades, Orion said. What the actual hell? Solus thought. She didn't know whether to be more shocked at the idea that Orion had invented his own forgemastering technique, or that royal forgemastering was so advanced that they could replicate true magic to such degree. As for committing treason, I'm simply returning the favor in kind. The army betrayed my family by starting a ridiculous trial against my little flower, and then by trying to pin the blame for Manohar's escapades on my wife. To add insult to injury, they had the guts to order me to betray my word to lie to a friend. And in exchange for what? A fucking dog treat? Orion's rage turned his voice into a snarl and his glass into shards. Don't worry about me. Both my family and Gianni's have played this game long enough to know what we can and cannot do. Believe me when I say that a lot of people are about to discover what happens when we're not happy. Misery likes company, and I'm going to make sure that it will host a party no one will ever forget. Orion snapped his fingers, making the shards reform the glass before pouring himself another drink. Chapter 927, Ruin and War Part 1. You know, Lith, back when I crafted Ruin, there was a reason for its name. Wherever you go, shit happens and people die, yet you always thrive. The kingdom almost gets destroyed by a plague and you get rich. The academies almost fall because of Balker first and Nalar later, yet you survive, and everyone makes a hero out of you. No matter if the shit rains or pours, you always come on top, fresh like a daisy. Back then I considered you a scourge, someone who destroys everything he touches, the harbinger of ruin, hence the sword. Orion sat back on his chair, his voice was now calm. How dare you say such cruel things to my son? I thought we were friends. Raz stood up in outrage. Orion could probably break him in half with only one hand, but what stopped Raz from jumping at his throat was their bond, not fear. We are Raz. I'm sorry, but those were my thoughts back then. I was angry about what had happened to my baby girls, and I was looking for someone to blame. It took me a while to realize that no one is at fault but the goddamn Odie and the twice goddamned power games of the royal court. Lith isn't bad luck. Whoever says that is envious, scared, or both. Your son is neither a monster or a hero, just a survivor. Living for too long in peaceful times makes people forget how the lives of those like me and Lith are akin to war. War does not determine who is right, only who is left. Your new sword will ensure that no matter the situation you are in, Lith, you'll be the last man standing. Orion pushed War toward Lith, who hesitated for a second before imprinting it with his mana. The grip of the blade reacted to the imprint by shape-shifting its surface into small spikes that prickled even Lith's hardened skin and made him bleed. The grip sucked the blood along with the mana, and then the entire sword started to change. The red droplets flowed through the metal, activating the pseudo-core and revealing the runes hidden under the silvery surface. The blade turned crimson while the hilt blackened, and the guard shape-shifted from a simple cross into upward hooks. The round pommel turned into a spike while the blade became wider, and the runes rearranged themselves along its surface before becoming invisible again. The entire process lasted barely a second, yet once it was over, the only thing unchanged about War's appearance was the position of the mana crystals aligned on its fuller. What the heck? Lith said, after noticing that the wounds on his hand were already healed. War is not like any other sword, Orion said. It changes its appearance to match its user and doesn't tolerate being wielded by anyone else. The enchantments I've imbued it with and the adamant of the blade allow War to always find both its marks and its master, but beware. Never leave it around because the safety protocols don't discriminate between friends and foes. Never unsheathe war unless you plan on using it, because it will refuse to return to its scabbard until it draws blood. What scabbard? Raz stared at the blade in awe, yet his feelings turned into horror when he noticed that war was exuding a red liquid that engulfed the blade before turning solid. Are you sure you're not going to get in trouble for this? Lith asked. Damn sure. Not even I knew what war would look like after you imprinted it. Only 3 people know about its existence, and all of them are in this room right now. Now let's go back to the ballroom before my missus starts to wonder what the heck we are plotting, Orion said. Space. The following day, city of Valorant, inside the royal castle. The king's council chamber was part of his private apartments, and it was located inside a heavily guarded tower. The room was about 6 meters, 20 feet, long and 4 meters, 13 feet, wide with only a round table and several wooden chairs as furniture. The round table didn't mean that every opinion held the same importance. It was simply the only way to be heard from every side of the room without the need for shouting non-stop. Aside from the furniture, the room was bare, with no windows and only one entrance. Both the floor and the walls were of a pale gray. There was no color outside that of the magical stones the room was made of. The whole place was enchanted to prevent eavesdropping, either by conventional or magical means. It was also equipped with all the necessary protections to avoid the entirety of its occupants from getting killed in one fell swoop. Normally, either the king or the queen would use it to discuss important matters with their respective subjects, the army, and the mage association. This time, however, the rulers of the kingdom were presiding over the meeting together. The upper echelons of both the most powerful and important institutions of the Griffin Kingdom had been summoned to deliberate about the situation at hand. I think you are just overreacting, Archmage Quart, the chairman of the association, said. Who cares if Verhin quits the army? As long as his family lives here, we have leverage above him. Manipulating someone through the people they held dear is the basic of the basics. He's gotten too conceited because the Queen's Corps has always protected that shithole he calls home. Leave Lucia without detail for 1 week, and Verhin will be the one coming to us, begging for help. Only the gods know how many enemies he's made over the years among the members of all the 4 races. My not-so-much esteemed colleague is forgetting that Lith Verhin made himself those enemies while serving the kingdom. Mirim Distar, the supreme commander of the Queen's Corps, said. If we follow his advice, what message are we sending to our loyal subjects? Thanks for your service, but we'll discard you the moment you're no longer needed. Her voice was oozing sarcasm. Hasn't the Ernaz's situation already done enough damage? What the commander is forgetting, probably due to her age, is that's exactly the purpose of this meeting. Quart's voice was as sweet as an unripe lemon, sending the message that people serve the kingdom and not the other way around. The Ernaz are just like Verhin. They think to be above the law, to be special. It's time to remind them that personal success doesn't grant special treatment. In this time of turmoil, using double standards can only backfire. Think of what happened with Akala. You have showered Verhin with so much glory that a good man who had honorably served the kingdom all his life fell prey to the bright day just because he felt unappreciated. I couldn't disagree more, Brigadier General Burian said. It's not a matter of double standards so much as to reward merit. Back in his day, Ranger Akala did a decent job, sure, but Ranger Verhin destroyed the Black Star, got us 2 ancient Odi ruins, and I could go on for hours. If we treat them the same way, then why should the next Verhin put his life on the line if excellency is rewarded the same as mediocrity? Chapter 928, Ruin and War Part 2. Please, you're saying that only because Verhin earned you that star, Commander Burian, General Morn Griffin said. I agree with Quart. Now that we know from reliable sources that Verhin wants to cut ties with the kingdom, we must remind him that he needs us more than we need him. How can someone sharing the royal blood be so stupid? Queen Silpha had enough of that nonsense. If not for King Meron holding her wrist, she would have already ripped a few heads off. Silpha wasn't big on diplomacy, at least not when someone threatened the peace she had fought so long to protect. What if some stupid noble takes the removal of the detail as our silent approval and Lucia gets raided by bandits? We've just got rid of one balker and you want to create another. My queen, I resent, Morn tried to say. I resent letting you live, Silpha snarled while tugging her hand so hard that Meron almost lost his grip. Almost. The general of the army wasn't a meek man, but he had fought alongside the queen on the battlefield, and those memories still haunted his sleep. Meron was the only thing standing between Morn and a closed casket funeral. To make matters worse, The general knew his cousin well enough to understand that Meron nearly letting his wife go was no accident, but a message. What the queen means is that we must always look at the bigger picture, the king said. It's not just one Verhin we are talking about. His sister is also a very promising young mage, and now there are 5 more candidates that might have inherited their talent, or that will at least receive their magical legacy. If the Verhins really are a new magical bloodline, the kingdom can't afford to lose all of them because of petty short-term thinking. As for the Ernas, I'm tired of hearing people belittling them. They are both living heroes and pillars of the kingdom. If I had to judge the court based on the Ernas' standards of merit, I'd have to say that I'm surrounded only by incompetent idiots, present company included. During her career, Lady Ernas has rooted out more corruption by herself than entire departments since their founding. It's only thanks to her foresight that we have brought valuable people like Camilla Yavel into our fold. Despite her humble upbringing, she has proven to be a loyal and resourceful subject of the kingdom. Lieutenant Yavel is also one of the few tethers that can induce Great Mage Verhin to keep supporting our country in the future. As for Lord Ernas, he has made countless contributions to the development of royal forgemastering techniques, and very few can equal his craftsmanship. He's the reason you are able to equip your new armor and blades. Losing the Verhins might endanger the kingdom's future, but losing the Ernas would be a blow we could never recover from. An awkward silence followed Meron's words. Despite her anger, Silpha waited for her husband's speech to seep through the thick wall that seemed to shield the brains of half of those present from common sense before talking. It's also worth pointing out that Verhin seems to have a privileged channel with the emperor beasts that inhabit the kingdom. Headmaster Marth is barely able to follow in the footsteps of Linjos in that regard, whereas Lith seems to have befriended several powerful beings. Any news on his newfound mentor, Miram? Silpha asked. Yes, your majesty. Basing my investigation on his words, I discovered that he is going to receive the teachings of Falul the Hydra, the Marchioness replied. How can you be so sure? Archmage Quart jumped up while the entire room went into uproar. The Hydra bloodline had ruled the Distar Marquisate since ancient times. They had helped Valoran, the first king, to unify the kingdom and later to protect its borders. Falul herself had aided the royals several times, but always as a mercenary. No amount of wealth or land had ever been enough to make Hydras willing to share their secrets. Emperor beasts respected humans but didn't trust them. People like Falul would offer their services, but never their loyalty. I asked her. Distar's tone was so sour that everyone could hear the "you dimwit" that had remained unspoken. Interesting. The queen was now calm, drumming her fingers on the table while ignoring the commotion around her. First Lark, then the Marchioness, then the Academy, and now Falul. It seems that the young Verhin is progressively climbing the power ladder. Indeed, the king nodded. No matter if this is deliberate or just a coincidence, we have only one path ahead. Space. The same day, Lith's house. The second part of Lith's birthday was exclusive to his family members. Usually, he wouldn't even bring along his current girlfriend, reserving for her the time after dinner. The previous year, he had made an exception because he had only one day off, and he couldn't take any more being caught in the crossfire between his family and Camilla, who were both nagging at him to know each other. It was the reason why when he brought Camilla, Zinnia, and her children over for dinner, everyone squirmed in anticipation for the big announcement they could see coming from a mile away. I hope the next year will bless us with as many grandchildren as the last. Elena whispered in Roz's ears while making sure that her words would be perfectly audible while she moved her eyes from Lith to Tista. Are you sure you want to do it? Tista said, showing everyone what a real whisper looked like. Yes, if you don't want to, feel free to fake surprise. The only thing I ask you is to help me soften the blow for them. Lith whispered as well. I'm not leaving you alone, little brother. Tista was scared as much as Lith was. Scared of rejection, scared of their family blaming them for their lies. Worst case scenario, we'll get the boot together and I'll move with you to Solus's tower. Both chuckled at those words, prompting Camilla to pull his sleeve. Are you sure you want to do it? She had no idea what an awakened was, nor that Lith was about to come clean about both his secrets. I know that I'm the one who told you there's nothing to worry about, but with all that's happened, I'm afraid that everyone's nerves are still quite shaken. Yes, I'm sure. Then take a deep breath and relax. I'll be at your side all the way. Camilla held his hand under the table, happy to see how calm Lith was. I'm glad our planning and rehearsing paid off, she thought. He's much more confident now. I'm glad our planning and rehearsing paid off. Lith thought. Now that I'm able to control my upper body, no one can notice my legs shaking under the table. Roz was disappointed when the dinner came to its end, and yet nothing happened. Damn, I hoped that between all the bad things Lith has witnessed during his military service and Orion's speech, my son would finally settle down. If even his friends see him in a negative light, I'm afraid of what might happen once Lith is out there on his own. Chapter 929, Upside Down Part 1. I don't want Lith suffering Floria's same fate. Neither of them deserve such treatment, but at least she has several powerful households supporting her. I'm just a farmer who lives in the house my son built and cultivates the lands he bought. Aside from my unconditional love, there's nothing I can offer to him, Roz thought. His disappointment was in good company, but it turned into confusion after Lith asked Zinnia to take Lyria and Aaron home with her. The confusion was replaced by amazement less than a minute later when Celia knocked on their door. No one had seen the Huntress for 5 years, since her sudden and mysterious disappearance during Lith's 4th year at the White Griffin Academy. Not only did she seem to not have aged a day, but she was also in the company of a red-haired giant who she introduced as her husband. "Oh, Celia, I'm so happy to see you again," Elena said while hugging her long-lost friend. "You had me worried sick. How could you leave like that without saying goodbye or even leaving a note?" Celia Fastero was supposed to be in her late 30s, yet she looked to be barely past her mid-20s. She was still 1.57 meters tall, and her skin was tanned from the years of long exposure to the sun. Her black hair was now longer than the last time Elena had seen her, reaching her shoulders and giving her a gentler look. She wore a heavy fur coat over a cream-colored dress and snow boots. Lith was amazed seeing Celia's sharp eyes become veiled with tears of emotion, but even more by seeing her wearing a skirt for the first time in his life. "She never wore a dress nor makeup for you," Solus thought. "Celia must be really desperate to make a good impression on your family. After all, if they have trouble accepting your hybrid nature, there's no way she can fit back in your lives." "I'm so sorry, Elena. I really hope you can forgive me for what I did," Celia said amid tears. "Of course I can, Celia. The only thing that really matters is that now you're home now." Elena's surprise grew, noticing how emotional the Huntress was. Not even Celia had predicted how many memories returning to Lucia after so many years would have stirred inside her heart. Everything was different yet identical to how she remembered it. The fields covered in snow, the scent of the Tron woods carried by the wind, and the voices of the only people she had ever considered like her family made her guts tie in a knot. Elena welcoming Celia home had been the final blow that made her emotional walls crumble. The fact that their respective houses were nearly identical didn't help her keep her cool either. "I can't believe this oaf lacks even a spark of originality." She sobbed harder as all eyes moved on the oaf by her side, waiting for an explanation to the odd remark. "She speaks the truth, I don't." Ryman scratched his head in embarrassment. After he had found a proper place where to settle down, equally distant from Fallow's lair and from a human settlement, Protector wanted to give his wife the perfect home. He had received so much from Celia, and after forcing her to leave Lucia, her happiness was his first priority. The problem was that he had no idea what made a human home comfortable, so he had built their love nest based on the projects stored inside Lith's memories. The only changes made to the original design were those Celia had requested him. While the rest of the family welcomed Celia, half shocked and half moved from the sudden reunion, Lith shook hands with Protector. "How do you feel, Lith?" Ryman asked with his usual stoic voice. "Calm like someone who is about to be chased by an angry mob armed with pitchforks and torches," Lith replied, hiding behind his best poker face. "That makes the two of us." After all that time, Ryman was still amazed by how scary those small people that he could break with one hand were. They couldn't harm a hair on his body, yet they could easily break the heart of the woman he loved and hurt their children. The cruelty of humans never failed to impress him. "Your face looks familiar. Have we met before?" Roz was curious about the familiarity his son displayed with Celia's boyfriend. Lith smiled a lot in public, but those were just an act. Seeing Lith without his mask despite the presence of a stranger made a good impression on Roz. "Yes, I lived in your village for a short while, but that's a long story and it's not for me to say it," Ryman replied. "Is this baby spit?" Rena asked after recognizing the familiar smell coming from Celia's clothes. "Gods, I was certain to have cleaned it up. I really have to learn how to use magic." She had fed Fenrir before leaving, and the burp had left a stain that Celia had hastily tried to remove. "Congratulations," Renaa hugged her sister in arms. Motherhood was a fierce battle that had cost her most of the clothes Lith didn't forge a master. Is it your first? Third, actually. More congratulations ensued while Senton and Roz patted Protector's shoulders. Between Lith's approval and Celia trusting him enough to start a family with him, the stranger had to be a good man. After hearing from Renaa about her triplets and sharing with her a few anecdotes about her own children, Celia started to explain to Lith's family how she had met Protector and the reason that had forced them to leave. At first, they had moved from Lucia to a nearby village just to avoid Lith discovering that Protector was still alive. But after Lilia's birth, they had relocated to a safe place after the scared neighbors had tried to harm the baby. Everyone now remembered the stranger that had lived with Celia before her disappearance, and Protector was still dearly mourned. The members of Lith's family knew how deep his bond with the allegedly late Rai was, and honored his sacrifice to protect the students of the academy from Bulker's monsters. Accepting that they were actually the same person and alive at that, shook their nerves quite a bit. You gods? Elena was so shocked that she was incapable of coming up with a coherent sentence. Everyone kept moving their eyes from Celia to Ryman, expecting them to say it was all a joke at any moment. Yet nothing happened. Camilla was sitting next to the huntress, holding her hand to give Celia strength and courage. Even Tista didn't know what to say, and she was on friendly terms with several emperor beasts. She looked around the room, looking for something to say that wouldn't sound incredibly rude. Then she noticed that neither Lith nor Camilla showed any hint of surprise on their faces. You knew, Tista was glad to change the topic. For how long? I knew that he was an emperor beast from the beginning, but I only discovered that Protector was still alive less than a year ago, Lith replied. I never told you because I knew it would have been hard to accept, and because it wasn't up to me revealing someone else's secrets. I asked them to come here tonight because Celia would like to return to Lucia, and I got something to tell you. Chapter 930 Upside Down Part 2. Lith explained to them how Protector had helped him in Xantia, and later introduced him to their common mentor, Falul. Wait, are you saying that hot woman was a hydra? Roz felt as Magur had suddenly turned upside down. He had no idea who might be human and who was an imposter. The thought scared him so much that he looked at Camilla in suspicion. How can you find hot a girl old enough to be your daughter? Elena snarled. She's actually several hundreds of years old, Ryman said, trying to calm them down but achieving the opposite. The room was about to erupt in chaos and panic when Tista said, Wait, there's something I don't understand. Even though I'm still scared shitless at the idea that some creatures can change their appearance like I change my clothes, I don't get why Falul accepted to help you so much. I mean, an emperor beast teaching to a human is unheard of except that in fairy tales. That's the whole point of this meeting, Lith said. In a few months I will be done with the army and I will be staying at Falul's until the end of my apprenticeship. It could last months or even years, and I don't want to lie to you about where I am and what I'm doing. To allow you to understand the reason behind my choice of career path and why I can't trust the Griffin Kingdom, I need to show you something. Lith took off his shoes and had the shirt of the Skinwalker armor disappear, remaining bare-chested. He wanted them to witness how deep the changes his body would undergo after shape-shifting, and he didn't want the clothes to hide the scales or the talons. Oh gods, Tista gasped while shielding her eyes with her hands, yet leaving the fingers spread out enough so as to not have any problem seeing. While his daughter was blushing up to her ears, Elena looked at her son with one hand placed above her heart, and eyes full of wonder that Lith would expect in someone looking at a work of art like Michelangelo's Pieta for the first time. Renaa instinctively felt her husband's strong, muscular arms typical of a blacksmith, before moving down to Senton's soft belly typical of a sedentary lifestyle. I promise you I will exercise, but now please stop comparing me with him. Senton felt so embarrassed that he wanted to die. He was still a young man, yet Lith made him feel an old coot. Oh my, I love it when they do that. It never gets old. Celia's reddened cheeks while she nudged Camilla made Lith's girlfriend incredibly embarrassed yet proud, as if she was being congratulated for something she had contributed to making. What the heck is wrong with them? This isn't anything like I had predicted this would play. Lith couldn't understand why the tension in the room was gone nor why it had been replaced by an awkward feeling. It's not the first time they see me half naked, when I was recovering from saving Protector's life. You were just 12, Solus cut him short, and you were also all skin and bones due to fatigue. Oh, only then did Lith realize the extent of his miscalculation. Oh, indeed, Solus had to agree with Celia. She never got tired of that kind of show. No impurities meant no imperfections during the growth spurt, no moles, no excess body hair nor fat. Lith had the build of an Olympic athlete at his prime, with broad shoulders and muscles that looked like they had been chiseled rather than trained. Goddammit, stop staring. This isn't a strip show. What I meant to show you is this. Lith shapeshifted into his hybrid form, becoming over 2 meters, 7, tall while his pink skin turned into black scales, whose tips were reddened by the inner fire burning within. The change almost happened, as if his body was comprised of domino tiles that were being flipped in a chain reaction. Razor-sharp claws replaced Lith's nails, and talons grew on his toes and heel, making his feet resemble those of a bird of prey. New limbs came out of his back, with a short tail full of bone spikes growing out of his spine, as well as a set of black membranous wings that erupted from his shoulder blades. They stretched to either side of the room for a second before wrapping around his body like a mantle. The wings were twisted and unnatural, like the hands of a giant resting on his shoulders. Lith's face was now a black slate, apparently without a mouth or nose. 2 small curved horns came out of his temples while his 3 eyes looked at those present. Despite the fact that the house was warm and Lith wasn't emitting a single shred of killing intent, the members of his family felt a cold shiver running down their spines. Their stomachs were twisted in a knot, each one for a different reason. Elena jumped up, walking in front of Lith and examining him as if she was seeing her son for the first time. Does turning into this thing hurt? Her face was pale and her breath short. Who or what did this to you? Was it Balker? Was it the goddamn army with its experiments? Is this the reason why we couldn't see you for so many months? The last 2 questions were coded in an unbridled fury that surprised Lith. He would have never expected that a person as kind as his mother could harbor so much anger. Lith shook his head and told her about his first tribulation in Candria, how things had started to change, both inside and outside of him, and how those changes had become deeper over time. Are you saying that this started when you were still a student, that this is? She had no words for it, only fear. What is this thing? It's not a thing, it's a part of me. Some say that I resemble a dragon, others a demon, but they all agree on the term hybrid. Lith's voice was calm while he tried to answer to the best of his abilities. Roz was incapable of moving from his chair, as doubts and insecurities ravaged his mind. I always knew that Lith was too smart and powerful to really be my son. He had started doubting Lith's paternity way before hearing the word hybrid. The moment Roz had seen Lith shapeshift, ugly thoughts had popped inside his mind like mushrooms in a damp cave. If emperor beasts can assume human form, then Alina might have been unfaithful to me, and that thing might not be my son. Roz was an honest man, but the paranoia Lith had infected him with now made him expect the worst from people. Renaa didn't squeeze sentence so hard ever since her first childbirth, almost breaking his fingers, yet he didn't even notice. Renaa couldn't stop shifting her gaze from Lith to Alina and then to Roz, wondering which one of her parents was actually an emperor beast. Mom cheating on Dad, it's impossible, and Lith is my brother. I saw him being born, and my blood is screaming to me that thing is the same person I held to my chest for years. The only possible explanation is that one of my parents lied to me all my life. Chapter 930, One Upside Down Part 3. Is it because of one of my parents that Tista was born ill? Is it because of them that my baby almost died? Renaa instinctively touched her womb, afraid of what could come out of it the next time she got pregnant. Senton, instead, was quaking in his boots. He wasn't afraid of Lith so much of being the only human in the room, afraid that one of the monsters hidden among them could harm his wife. I knew that there was something wrong in a runt 6 years younger than me who could scare the shit out of me with a simple glare. That thing must have replaced the real Lith years ago. It would explain everything, Senton thought. Do you have any idea how this could have happened? Alina's words derailed everyone's thoughts. Just like Renaa, all of her instincts were telling Alina that was her son. She wasn't afraid of who he was, nor she believed even for 1 second that he would harm her. What terrified her were the consequences Lith's condition might have on his future. None, according to Falul. Either I am an anomaly or something inside my blood, our blood, awakened. Lith looked Tista in the eyes while he spoke. His older sister understood from his choice of words that Lith was warning her. I can't believe he's planned so far ahead, she thought. Lith didn't warn me in advance to make me have a natural reaction to the news and allow me to play dumb in the case things go wrong. If becoming an awakened makes the members of our family turn into hybrids, then I'm next. He has yet to mention being an awakened, so that if our parents disown him, I'd be safe as long as I keep my mouth shut. Her surprise quickly turned into outrage. I don't know whether to be more insulted by the fact that he thought I could stoop so low as to abandon him, or that he told Camilla first. Tista had yet to make a move or say a word because she was worried about Lith, but she didn't miss how the lieutenant was unfazed by the revelation. Why did you wait for so long before telling us? Was I such a bad mother that you thought I would chase you away just for this? Alina's eyes became veiled with tears. She had no idea what she had done wrong to lose the love of her eldest sons, but her ignorance didn't make her wounds hurt any less. Alina knew that Orpal's unbound selfishness had forced her to disown him, and that it had been Tryon's envy to drive him away. Yet, as a mother, she could only blame herself for being unable to protect her children from those toxic emotions. I didn't tell you because I already gave you plenty of reasons to worry all the time. Lith's voice sounded like the wind howling inside an abyss. Now, however, after what Falul did for Renée and considering what she is going to do for me, I couldn't lie anymore. I will spend a lot of time with her, and I wanted to let you know why. I know that you're not stupid, Mom. The moment you asked Jeannie about her, you would have discovered that there is no Falul among the known mages. Alina had actually already talked with Jeannie about the Hydra during Lith's birthday party, and was waiting for her reply. He's telling you the truth, Alina. Camilla stood by her side, holding her hand. Lith always trusted you. He simply didn't want to burden you with a secret that would only make your life harder. Wait, you knew? Alina sniffed. A small part of her was hurt because he had told Camilla first, but a bigger part was happy that his son could rely on such a wonderful person. Yes, Lith told me for our anniversary, before things between us got too serious. He wanted to give me the possibility to decide whether to continue our relationship or not, since it's likely that our children will be born hybrids as well, Camilla said while blushing. They had never talked about having babies together, but she assumed it was heavily implied by Lith introducing her to his friends and their hybrid children. Also, after everything that had happened to Renée and her talk with Celia, Camilla couldn't stop thinking about motherhood. Well, yes, if you need some time to think, we could leave, and Lith's panic started to show. He didn't want to raise the stakes by involving his hypothetical offspring. I don't need time, silly. Alina embraced both of them, expecting to meet a stone-cold wall of scales and finding warmth instead. 18 years ago, I brought you into this world and into this very house. I don't care how do you look like or what race your friends belong to. All I ever wanted for you was to be happy. That night I almost lost you, and it was the worst moment of my life. I can't bear the thought of you spending even 1 second thinking that your mother doesn't love you. This is your home, and it will always be as long as I draw breath. Alina had taken a liking to Camilla only after knowing her and her sister better. During the last few months, Camilla had been her only link with her son, and the two women had talked for hours at a time. It had made Alina grow fond of her, and set aside all the doubts she had about the age gap between Camilla and Lith being an obstacle to their relationship. Hearing her say those words about children had scared Lith, but had made his mother's heart flutter. The fact that Camilla knew everything, and had chosen to stay by his side despite all the possible implications, was more than she could dream to ask for anyone. Hearing Alina's words made Roz relive what he remembered as the most terrible day of his life, when he had almost lost both his son and his wife. He remembered the pain his wife had endured during the long labor, the blood she had lost, and most of all, the moment when both she and the baby had gone limp. Gods, I guess it's true what Orion says. Peace really makes people become stupid. There's no way that Alina was unfaithful to me. Back before Lith started to hunt, my family was all I had. Alina and I spent together every single moment of every single day trying to put food on the table and buy clothes for those little pests to destroy. We had so little, yet we were happy anyway because we had each other. I still remember how joyful she was when she told me of being pregnant with Lith. Even though Tista was already showing the first signs of her illness, even though we didn't have much to eat, she was happy because it was born out of our love. I can't believe I doubted her, even if for a split second. How could I let my paranoia make me forget all the hardships we went through together? That's not a thing, that's my son. The same who healed Tista and took care of this family, sharing with us every single dime he made. Roz started to cry in self-loathing, and joined the three in their embrace. Chapter 932, Upside Down Part 4. Don't worry, Lith, your secret is safe with us, Roz said. You're hot, you know. Dad, even with his mouth still covered by the scales, Lith's voice managed to express all the awkwardness those words inspired, and made Camilla laugh heartily. Not like that, I mean that I'm sweating here. Roz turned beet red from the heat and embarrassment as Alina joined Camilla in her laughter. Seeing that scene wiped all the doubts that were riddling Rena's mind. My parents are definitely too human to be an evil overlord in disguise. I shouldn't have let fear get the best of me, she thought while turning to look at her husband in the eyes. I'm sorry, dear, but this is my family. I can't abandon them, nor can I ask you to carry this burden if you don't feel up to it. If you don't want to have anything to do with us, I'll gladly consent to annul our marriage. Yet I have to ask you to keep all you heard tonight a secret. If not for the trust that my brother showed you, at least do it for our children. If this story goes out, they'll suffer for it as well. Senton was still so shocked that he could barely make sense of the sounds coming from Rena's mouth. The word annulment, however, cleared his head better than a frozen shower, and the part about their children made his heart skip several beats. Rena, I am but a country bumpkin who can barely understand half of what has been said tonight, let alone make sense of what your brother just did. The only thing I know for sure is that I can't imagine my life without you anymore. I would rather die than let you go, or let even the king lay a finger on you or on our children. Lith terrified Senton from the first day they met. The revelation of him being a hybrid had barely tipped the scale. Yet Senton had kept courting Rena for the same reason he now wholeheartedly accepted his scaly brother-in-law. Because his greatest fear wasn't facing a monster, but spending the rest of his life without the woman he loved. Not to mention that after Lith had saved their baby, Senton wouldn't care even if Lith turned out to be an otherworldly demon. The couple stood up merrily and joined the group hug, letting Tista sigh in relief. She had waited that long not because she was uncertain about what to do, but because she didn't want anyone to feel the pressure of being the last and accept Lith only to not be left out of the family. What a night, she said while becoming a part of the loving crowd. Celia held Protector's hand tight, sobbing in silence. That scene gave her hope. Hope that she could get back to her old life with her old friends. Hope that her children wouldn't be forced to spend their whole lives in hiding with only magical beasts as their companions. After a while, Lith reverted to his human form and released the hug, prompting everyone to get back to their seats. I thank you for your words and your love. It means the world to me. One of the biggest hurdles in Lith's life was gone. Until that night, he could only hope his family would accept him, whereas now he was sure of it. Put on your clothes, please, Senton said. Now the fear was gone, but his pride was still hurt big time. The skinwalker armor covered Lith again, while Tista, Celia, and Camilla giggled like little girls. Solus was doing the same, but telepathically. As I was saying, I know I'm asking a lot from you, but there's still something you should know. Remember when I told you that Falul thinks that something in my blood awakened? I meant that. I'm an awakened. Lith made a dramatic pause, waiting for their reactions. We're all awake, son. Roz scratched his chin. You get to sleep and then awake, unless you're dead or undead. Everyone laughed at the joke except the awakened in the room, who facepalmed together at Lith's blunder. Fuck me sideways. Solus did her best Lith impression while he was still too embarrassed by the literal dad joke to even think. I forgot that normal people have no idea what an awakened is, and that the word that defines those like me is generic on purpose. Thanks, Captain Smartass. Lith explained to his family what being an awakened meant. He told them how it granted strength, silent magic, and even longevity. Then he gave them a practical example by conjuring a powerful storm between his hands without chanting. He looked at his relative faces and their reaction shocked him, mostly because they had none. Oh, you mean that? I've known for years, but I'm glad you finally decided to share it with us, Alina said. Indeed, Roz yawned. All those emotions had made him sleepy. I'm glad you are finally opening up to your old man, son. I hope that from now on you will not feel the need to keep so many secrets from us. It's not a big deal. Even my father can fuel the furnace without chanting. Senton had no idea how true and fake magic worked. Like most people in Lucia, he only used chore magic. I'll explain it to you later, darling. Rena chuckled, finding his naivety incredibly cute. You what? Camilla was the only one reacting to the revelation with amazement. Her mind was reliving all the times she had seen Lith fight, and now many of her questions finally had an answer. You should have told her, sweetie. Now Camilla is upset. Alina caressed Camilla's head with motherly affection. Whether those two ended up marrying or not, to Alina she would always be part of their family. How did you find out? Lith asked. Well, I started to have my doubts back when you found a way to treat Tista like not even Nana could. I've witnessed Nana using a lot of spells during our checkups, but none of them took that long to be cast. At first, I thought you were a genius, but then you started to give us all those baths that made us beautiful and made us swore secrecy. I knew little about magic, so I couldn't connect the dots, but everything made sense once you started the academy, Alina said. Yeah, if before meeting your friends and professors, we thought your abilities were something only talented mages could do. Once we got to see more mages in action, we understood that you were different, and why you wanted to keep it a secret. Roz nodded. How stupid do you think we are? Renal laughed. Even when you helped Falul treating my babies, Quilla was the only one chanting. I was scared, not blind and deaf. Hey, I'm not stupid, but when he told me I was shocked. Tista felt rather annoyed by their casual attitude about the big secret she shared with her little brother. Of course you were silly. Renat pinched Tista's cheek fondly. You never questioned his abilities. You worshipped Lith so much that you wouldn't flinch even if he turned the day into night. Discovering that he wasn't actually a god, but just a human with a secret must have been terrible for you. Chapter 933 Cursed, Objects Part 1. Tista's mouth remained open, but no words came out. As much as it bothered her to admit it, Renat was right. Her brother was her hero, so she had always taken Lith's words at face value and assumed he was the best of the best. Doubting either thing would have been heresy for her younger self, so she had never connected the dots. What does being awakened imply? Camilla asked. She didn't believe in free meals and suspected there was a reason why not every single being on Magur was an awakened. There had to be a catch. Protector explained how becoming an awakened worked, and revealed the existence of the council to them, going into detail of the internal power struggles that now involved Lith. He told them how despite their small numbers, awakened could greatly affect politics, and that they obeyed no law but that of the council. Let me get this straight. Between the roller coaster of emotions and the long explanations, she was getting a headache. You must keep the fact that you are an awakened from the kingdom, and the fact that you're a hybrid from everyone correct. Correct, Lith nodded. Also, after meeting other awakened, you got dragged into their squabbles, and now you need Falul's help to withstand the pressure they will apply on you through their connections with the upper echelons of the kingdom. Correct again, Lith said. Oh, I'm an awakened as well, if anyone cares. Tista grumbled while releasing her cyan aura, hoping to get a reaction. I'm so proud of you, Pumpkin. Roz kissed her head before ruffling her hair, making Tista feel like a kid who had mastered the multiplication tables rather than the secrets of magic. Is there anything else we should know? Alina asked. Lith looked at Solus's ring for a split second before answering. I'd say it is more than enough for one birthday. I'm sorry, but I don't want to introduce you as a thing. I want them to meet you as a person, Lith thought. There's no need to apologize. I feel the same. Solus enveloped his mind in the only embrace she could offer him. Besides, if they see your ring come to life, they'll never wear any of the jewelry you've gifted them again. The thought made them both chuckle. Actually, there is, Celia said, making everyone turn toward her. I was wondering if I could come to visit you from time to time. Maybe I could bring my children along to play with yours. Lilia and Laren would love to make some friends of their age. They are respectively 6 and 4 years old. Of course you can. You'll always be welcome here. Feel free to come whenever you like. Alina smiled at her old friend, glad to have her back. The fact that Celia had named her kids after Lith was a big plus in her book. Thank you so much. I'll make sure to bring their nanny along. He's great with damage control. Everyone laughed at what they assumed was a joke, unaware of how serious Celia was. After getting the kids back from Zinnia and saying goodbye to the Fastero couple, Lith entered his bedroom feeling like a huge burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Everything looked more vivid and beautiful. The only sour note was that Camilla had been silent most of the time, since she had learned about awakening. So you gave your family a beauty treatment, she said while changing into a nightgown. Yes, why? What about your friends? Are you also the secret behind Freya's beauty? She casually asked. No, she's a natural. I only treated Floria a bit because she had problems with her hair. Ah, that monosyllable held the coldness of an ice age, making Lith wonder if it was time to stop being sincere for the night. Sounds right. Your ex had long hair as well, so you know how hard and tiresome is to take good care of it. What about your other ex-girlfriends? Her voice was calm but distant, as if they were talking about work. I wouldn't call them girlfriends. I never spent enough time with them to consider them more than flings. Lith diverted all power to the frontal shields to block the passive-aggressive laser beams. What about me? I think we have spent together quite some time, and you know I'm always on the clock. Yet I didn't get any mysterious Lith's blessing to make my life easier. She pointed her finger at the feminine products she always had to bring along. I remember that a few months ago, someone told me that she's my girlfriend, not my toy. Also, she asked me to not use magic on her without her consent. Since I really care for that someone, I took those words at face value and respected her will. Being cornered, Lith pulled the old switcheroo trick, putting Camilla against herself. Right, she suddenly remembered having that conversation. This someone sounds like an incredibly smart and strong-willed woman. Camilla's smile finally extended to her eyes, raising the temperature in the room of several degrees and thawing the ice formations between them. Now that you know everything about me, is there something you would like to ask me? Lith could almost hear the all-clear in the air. I'd like to apply for one of your beautification programs. Camilla snuggled up to him, feeling very tired from the last 2 days. No problem, but we have to take things nice and easy, otherwise people would notice and ask too many questions. Don't worry, even not having to untangle my hair anymore and avoiding split ends would be great. Her voice was already sleepy, but she managed to emit a low purring sound of pleasure before dozing off. Sure, no need to thank me, you're welcome. Lith sneered, whispering to himself since Camilla was already snoring. Would you like me to treat Zinnia as well? Yes, please, at her age, she needs all the help she can get to find a decent companion. She opened one eye while answering. She ignored the high-density sarcasm layer coating Lith's rhetorical question and dealt the finishing blow. How, you were supposed to be asleep? Lith stopped whispering in surprise. I'm part of the military, baby. I'm always vigilant, Camilla said with a smirk. Space. Lith and Solus spent the rest of their leave splitting their time between family and work. As promised, Solus led the research for the Tier 5 magic holding ring while Lith assisted her. By the time he resumed his service, they had consumed all the purified orichalcum they had. One ring turned out to be a failure because they couldn't handle a sudden spike in the orichalcum's energy-amplifying effects that didn't manifest for its smelted counterpart. The prototypes they had crafted worked as Tier 4 rings, and their production went without a hitch, whereas the real deal required the purified orichalcum that made the experiment go haywire. The silver lining is that as soon as you learn how to control your origin flames, we can recycle the ring. Also, after harnessing the power of the purified orichalcum, we obtained a ring that can store 2 spells instead of just 1, Solus thought. Yeah, but remember what Orion said. Until we don't start our apprenticeship with Falul, we better not use war nor our latest creations, or at least we have to take care of not leaving witnesses, Lith replied. Solus agreed with him, but she was actually worried by war. Chapter 934, Cursed Objects Part 2. The sword wasn't sentient, yet it seemed to have been imbued with the vicious feelings Orion had experienced while crafting it, if not even inherited part of the spirit of its creator. Whenever they practiced with war, she could almost feel it craving for violence, and the fact that Lith had to shed blood just to put it away was really creepy. Orion didn't lie to him. War refused to leave his hand without being fed first. Giving it a blood sheath was the only way to soothe the blade's fury. It was one of the reasons why he left it inside his pocket dimension most of the time. The main reason, however, was witnessing what happened when someone who wasn't Lith or Solus touched the blade. Even though it had happened only once, the memory still haunted Solus's sleep. They were back in the Keller region, doing their patrol. Everything was quiet ever since Dawn had been chased out of the Griffin Kingdom. The undead courts were too busy dealing with the Master's organization and trying to bring the bright day back into their fold to bother the kingdom. Lith could feel it in the air. Something big was going to happen. It wasn't just the bards telling the tales of his adventures everywhere he went. The criminals also seemed to have gone into hiding since he didn't receive calls except for those related to social events. There wasn't much time left before Lith's honorable discharge, so he had accepted Zedrose's invitation and was going back to his place. The Wyvern was the Emperor Beast in charge of the region, and their deal was still in place. Lith didn't trust him, but even if now he could count on Nalrun to teach him light mastery, the Wyvern was still the only expert he could consult about origin flames. Also, if Falul was right, Lith might need his help to deal with the council. After so many months, Lith assumed that Zedrose was back at his peak condition, so when the Wyvern sought an audience with him, Lith asked to meet in a neutral place. The two hadn't met often since Lith had treated Zedrose's condition. Their trades had continued, earning the Ranger a few tips about origin flames and the Wyvern a few new ingredients, but nothing more. If possible, their relationship was even worse than after their first meeting. After risking his life so many times, Lith had become more than just paranoid. His battle instincts had become so keen that over time he had managed to perceive an odd kind of bloodlust coming from the wyvern whenever they talked. A greed that shone in Zedros's eyes so intense that it was visible even through his hologram. Because of that, Lith communicated the drop spot only after leaving the goods and asked for tips via long-distance calls, never in person. He arrived at the convened place an hour early, scouting the area for traps and arrays. Only when he was sure there was no one lying in ambush did Lith land. Much to his surprise, Zedros arrived shortly after he was done and performed a thorough inspection as well. The almost worm, as he was mockingly called by some and respectfully by other lesser dragons, couldn't afford to underestimate Lith anymore. First he treated Tyrus's curse, and then he survived a tussle with the Horsemen of Dawn. If what I heard is true, this might be my chance to get my hands on an Omni Pocket and the secret to become a dragon at the same time. I cannot make a single mistake, Zedros thought while landing. I asked you to meet me in Xantia. Lith caressed the hilt of war, ready to unsheath it the moment he even suspected Zedros would attempt something funny, yet cautious to not unleash it at the same time. The blade had a bloodlust of its own, and Lith didn't want the wyvern to mistake his intentions and attack in self-defense. Why do we have to meet on a plateau? Are you afraid of humans? Me afraid of those pathetic meat sacks? Zedros's voice was full of venom. It's just that I don't know how to shapeshift. Body sculpting is not an easy subject to study. After all these months you still have to master Tier 5 healing magic. Isn't it the very same light magic you use for your constructs? Lith was flabbergasted. Yeah, and isn't it the very same light magic you used to heal me? Yet I doubt you can shape the simplest of constructs. Zedros sneered. I spent all this time holed up in my cave, reading and practicing healing magic, but without a master, it's not easy to improve. On top of that, shapeshifting requires altering your own life force. A single mistake can lead to death or worse, like losing my powers. Now that they were close enough, the wyvern's detection array allowed him to scan the hybrid properly. Zedros was hoping that the stories he heard were fake, and that the reason why Lith had survived was that he had submitted to Dawn. It would give Zedros the perfect excuse to kill him and get his hands on one, if not two, Omni Pockets. He could sell the second for an astronomical price that would allow him to make up for the almost 2 years lost due to Tyrus's wrath. Unfortunately for him, Lith still only had a single-dimensional aura surrounding his body, and the array revealed no cursed object. Lith had once again left Solus nearby to prevent the wyvern from spotting her. Let's get to business, shall we? Zedros said with a low growl, baring his teeth and making a few drops of his venom sizzle on contact with the ground. What do you want? Lith had no idea why the Emperor Beast was so pissed off, nor did he care. You are an incredibly lucky man, Lith Verhen, and I would like you to share that luck with me. In exchange, I'm willing to help you face the incoming storm and maybe even your enemies, Zedros said. Me lucky? Lith didn't laugh only because he couldn't afford to lower his guard. Read my reports. I almost die on a daily basis. Stop pretending with me, the wyvern snarled, uncaring for the appearances anymore. You possess an Omni Pocket, you somehow defeated the Horsemen of Dawn, and you met a fabled creature, so yes, you are damn lucky. I have indeed sent the bright day running, but I must plead ignorance about the rest. What's an Omni Pocket and what creature are you talking about? Lith shrugged. Zedros wasn't the army, so Lith had no reason to play modest, quite the contrary. He didn't need to make a good impression on the wyvern to get help from the beast's council. Scaring the crap out of them worked just fine as well. You really don't know? Zedros opened his eyes wide and his mouth agape, staring at Lith as if he was the biggest fool on Magur. Then the wyvern burst out laughing, yet it was a cruel laughter devoid of joy and filled only with contempt. That's good news, at least for me. It seems you really need an honest friend since your dear master Fallow keeps you in the dark. The almost worm stopped laughing and wore the soft smile of a predator who has spotted the weakest member of a herd. Chapter 930, 5 Friends and Enemies, Part 1. What do you mean? Lith trusted Fallow, but the wyvern appeared too confident to dismiss his words as lies. First, any decent dimensional mage can perceive the spatial distortion surrounding your body. It's the proof you have an Omni Pocket, a rare and powerful device the capacity of which increases with its user strength. Also, unlike common dimensional items, once someone has imprinted an Omni Pocket, they can access their storage space even though they don't carry it on them. It makes its owner unpredictable and very dangerous, Zedrose said. Let's say I do have one. In what way is it any different from other dimensional items? I'm not an emperor beast, so I don't go around butt naked. Anyone who wears clothes can also have several storage devices. Lith shrugged. Normal items can be searched for and removed, whereas an Omni Pocket can be accessed even when you are butt naked, as you put it. Also, consider this. A dimensional item is the focus for the storage space, but what about an Omni Pocket? Have you ever wondered why you can still summon your possessions, even when you are thousands of kilometers away from your relic? Zedrose asked. Yeah, several times. Lith lied through his teeth. He always had Solus with him, and neither of them had ever questioned how their pocket dimension worked. I'm willing to give you a hint as a sign of goodwill, but for the real answer you'll have to help me. Let me guess, in moments of distress, you conjure your items out of emerald flames, correct? Zedrose wore a sly smile. How do you? Help first, answer second, the wyvern cut Lith short. Also, is it true that you met a Razar, a member of the fabled werepeople? Yes, we fought Dawn together. Why? Lith asked. Gods, how can you be so ignorant? I take back my earlier comment about you being lucky. If that scum who sired you didn't abandon you with humans like trash, you might have already achieved true greatness. Worry not, I'm willing to fill the spot that both your parent and master left open. Zedro's smile turned compassioned, but it only met Lith's hostility. He loved Raz, and unlike Falul, the wyvern had yet to prove himself to be more than venom and arrogance. Did he mention that his tribe lived in a special place? Zedrose was actually pleased by Lith's reaction. Hunting easy prey was boring, and after being holed up for almost 2 years he could use some fun. Correct again, what's your point? My point is that what he probably failed to mention is how special it was. Have you ever heard about the fringes? They are hidden zones of this planet where the will of Magur manifests itself. The almost worm didn't wait for an answer and proceeded with the explanation. I can feel a greed in Lith that almost rivals my own. The greed typical of dragons. I only need to trigger it and he will dance in the palm of my hand, he thought. They are similar to Mana Geyser but much bigger and more powerful. Fringes are out of phase with the rest of the world and are almost inaccessible. It's where fabled races like elves and werepeople live, spending their entire lives without any contact with those like us. The word elves made Lith flinch. He had only met their fallen cousins, the orcs, and they had given him plenty of trouble. The real deal was bound to be even worse. And I'm supposed to care about fringes because, Lith said. Because fringes are places where the boundaries between the physical and the spiritual world are paper-thin. You can scry Magur's mind to study the past, observe the present, and even catch a glimpse of future events. That's not all. Inside a fringe, if you are lucky and competent enough, you can call upon Magur and ask her questions to which she answers. Zedrose was getting more and more excited, to the point that he sounded like a zealot. Like what? Lith asked. Do you really have no doubt nor goal in your life? All living and undead beings want to awaken, while those who awakened want to live forever. As for me, I want to learn how to evolve into a real dragon. Do you understand me now? Zedrose brimmed with joy just at the thought of achieving his lifelong dream. Lith nodded while considering his options. I could ask Magur about the reason I'm here, about a way to never reincarnate again, about Solus's past, or even about what becoming her personal Lord of Destruction implies, he thought. Yet what Zedrose is offering me are just fairy tales, whereas Falul saved my nephew, and Nalrund already offered to teach me light mastery. Actions speak way louder than promises, and I still don't trust this Lizzie. Just a few questions. If fringes are such magical places, how come werepeople haven't already solved the problem of their dual nature, nor did they find a way to destroy Dawn? If elves are real, then why didn't they conquer the world? Lith didn't believe in free meals. Zedrose's story was too good to be true. To make matters worse, hearing Lith's questions made every trace of enthusiasm disappear from the face of the wyvern, only for it to be replaced by the guilty look of a kid caught with his hand in the cookie jar. There's a catch. Zedrose nervously licked his lips with a tongue long enough to make even a chameleon gulp in disbelief. Being close to Magur's will means that you can communicate with her, but also that she can notice you. You might have noticed that this planet has an agenda of its own. If Magur sees something she doesn't like, she destroys it. Not many seek an audience with her because most of those who succeed don't live to tell the tale. Then what makes you think it will be any different for you and me? Lith asked. Because unlike those who came before me, I don't plan on hoarding that knowledge for myself. I want to give all wyverns, no to all lesser dragons, the chance to ascend to their rightful position. If I'm wrong, then Magur is free to smite me. There's no point in living hundreds of years in mediocrity. If my dream is just a dream, I'd rather wake up, Zedros said. Lith found his reasoning incredibly arrogant. Zedros had achieved a purple mana core, mastery over light magic, and was likely to live for a millennium if not more. If that's mediocrity, what about the rest of us? What a self-righteous buffoon. I'm ready to bet that even if he ever manages to become a dragon, it will not be enough to sate his ego, Lith thought. I'm sorry, but after the fight I lost contact with the guy. Moreover, I have yet to finish my military service. I can't help you right now, he actually said. Lith wasn't going to accept any term without talking with Nalrond and Falul first. It's fine, Zedros replied, making Lith raise an eyebrow in surprise. I have a long life ahead of me, whereas with your crippled life force, I'm sure you'll come to reason in a while. Also, my offer for help still stands. Chapter 930, 6 Friends and Enemies, Part 2. When Dawn comes back for her revenge, call me and I'll come to your aid. You'll get rid of her forever and I'll get my Omni Pocket. Everybody wins, Zedros said. You want to merge with Dawn? Do you realize what does it mean? Lith was flabbergasted. It means acquiring endless power, millennia of knowledge and resources. Do not fret. If Magur considered Dawn a threat, she wouldn't have survived inside the Fringe for so long. Humans fear cursed objects because they have both weak minds and bodies. I'm older than any of them will ever be, and I've trained my willpower through centuries of magical practice. There's not a single speck of weakness in my whole being, Zedros said. No humility either, Lith thought. Fine by me. If Dawn shows up, I'll call you. Same in the case I find that hybrid again. Lith's answer pleased the Wyvern, who in exchange offered his help with the council. Lith left first, resuming his patrol and hoping the 3 months of military service he had left would pass uneventfully. Space. Blood Desert, Forgotten Plume Tribe, the same month when Lith's leave took place. Winter was a meaningless word for the people living in the desert. The climate was always hot, clouds were nigh non-existent, and they would see snow only as pictures in illustrated books. Like all of the desert tribes, the Forgotten Plume was nomadic. They were forced to relocate periodically to let the oases refill and follow the animals that represented their main source of food. No one besides Overlord Salark, her fake awakened, the feathers, and the merchants they traded with knew the position of each tribe. Moreover, the Blood Desert was the largest of the 3 great countries. Those 2 factors made unexpected guests something more fabled than snow itself. That day, however, a lonely figure came walking and puffing as he crossed one dune after another, visible for kilometers thanks to his white robes shining under the sun akin to a precious gem. The children of the village spotted him first and alerted their parents. Even though Salark and her fake awakened kept the desert at peace, criminals still existed. Sometimes a small tribe of marauders would follow a migrating village and attack it the moment its feather would leave. On top of that, the people of the Forgotten Plume tribe were wary of strangers, because their feather was one of the most wanted men of the Griffin Kingdom, Ilium Balker. The alarm bell resounded the second, after a small boy pointed his finger at the approaching figure, dressed in white and gold. What in the Great Mother's name is happening? Balker walked out of his tent with a cruel smile already on his lips. Who could be mad enough to attack my tribe knowing that I'm here and that Salark can join me any second? A wave of the god of death's hand bent the light, allowing him to see the intruder as if they were mere centimeters away. Me and my big mouth, he cursed. Evacuate the village and reach the first safe point. I won't allow them to harm a single one of you, but I need to buy time until the Overlord arrives. Balker gave a quick kiss to Eos, his wife, before sending her away with their children. Her name meant son, and it couldn't be more fitting. She was the reason why he woke up every day and had chosen to not give up his life in pursuit of his revenge. What are you doing here, and what do you want? Balker asked, while casting a detecting array that encompassed the area around them for kilometers in search of the reinforcements that were bound to be hidden somewhere. Ilium Balker was a man in his late 30s, about 1.76 meters, 59, tall. He had a lean body toned by the regular training he underwent to withstand the most powerful spells and the recent fake awakening process. Balker also had light blonde hair streaked both in black and white. The former was proof of his affinity for the darkness element, whereas the latter was the consequence of him spending most of his life force to create his army of greater undead. The Valors were Balker's opus, stronger than any elder of any of the undead courts, and it took him less than a year to make hundreds of them. Despite the years of life in the desert, Balker was still quite pale due to being born in the northern part of the Griffin Kingdom. Unlike the other men of the desert, he had no beard and his robe was black and silver, the same colors as the black griffin. "Is this how you greet a friend you haven't seen in years?" Krishna Manohar replied, while wiping the sweat from his forehead with a wave of his hand. He was a man in his early 30s with black hair and shades of silver. He was around 1.74 meters, 59 meters tall, and had a slender build. "Do you mean since the last time I was still strong enough to lead the charge of my undead army while you spellbreakers tried to kill me?" Balker chuckled while weaving his best spells. Even though Fake Awakened had no access to breathing techniques like invigoration or accumulation, they could still use life vision, spirit magic, fusion magic, and cast perfectly silent spells. Manohar, on the other hand, couldn't do anything without hand signs and chants. "Well, yeah, isn't that friends do? I mean, Manohar and the king always say they are my friends, yet they try to strangle me on a monthly basis. How did you find me, and what does the never Magus want from me?" Balker's eyes turned pitch black, and with them the entire space surrounding the two men, yet Manohar didn't seem to notice. "You know, I've been called in many ways. God of healing, child of light, mad professor, but never Magus is the only one I never understood. It means that you could have become a Magus if only you shared your knowledge about light magic and stopped disappearing at critical moments. Now answer my questions." Balker snarled, as the Forgotten Plume village was now under a total solar eclipse. "Finding you was quite easy. Becoming a feather is quite the feat, so I guess congratulations are in order." Manohar gave him a small bow. "The problem with fame is that it makes the news of a small, insignificant village, getting its own feather spread throughout the desert as wildfire, thanks to the merchants you trade with. As for the reason I'm here, well, I need a second opinion." The mad professor scratched his head in embarrassment. He wasn't used to asking for favors. "You, the strongest and most unreliable magician of the Griffin Kingdom, dare asking for my help?" Balker didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Tell me another." Tired of Manohar's shenanigans, Balker activated his Tier 5 spell, Shadow of the Colossus. The darkness surrounding the village was sucked by the god of death shadow, which detached from the sand in the form of a dark monolith. It started to grow in size, gaining a third dimension and physical substance until it turned into a 10 meters, 33 feet, tall horned giant with purple eyes brimming with mana. The Colossus enveloped Balker's body and hid him from Manohar's sight. Chapter 930, 7 Genius and Madness Part 1. The Shadow of the Colossus spell granted Balker perfect attack and defense at the same time. The energy the Titan was made of could be used to perform physical attacks or be instantly converted into any other spell, even Tier 5. Balker could freely move inside the shadow body while remaining hidden, so even dealing him a scratch was a gamble that cost a lot of mana to try. On top of that, Balker could repair any damage the construct sustained just by adding more mana. "Hey, not only that's an improved version of your old Death Ruler spell, but you've also stolen my thunder. Don't think you can fool me with theatrics. That's a hard light construct covered in darkness. How did you learn how to do that?" With a wave of Manohar's hand, several runes of light came out of his robe. Balker was shocked noticing that they were the components of a powerful spell. Manohar's Tier 5 spell, Avatar of Light, took the form of a giant that matched the size of Balker's Colossus, but instead of resembling a mythical figure, it was a replica of the mad professor's appearance. Light and darkness are two sides of the same coin. You simply chose the wrong side of the spectrum. Balker struck at the light giant before it could fully form, shattering it into countless pieces. Unfortunately for him, every single piece was under Manohar's control. He had the construct disassemble before the mass of darkness could deal any real damage, and reassembled it around his own body, mimicking Balker's strategy. The gold embroidery on the mad professor's robe turned out to be more light runes that conjured more spells, while the arms of his avatar turned into maces that struck at the Colossus' shoulders, forcing it on its knees. "You did all this while we were talking." Balker couldn't believe his own eyes. Somehow Manohar was able to store the mana and the runes necessary for his spells in a light form, so that he only needed his hands to cast them. "Didn't you do the same?" Manohar sneered while meteors made of light and fire struck the ground all around them. Light magic was slow, but the meteors exploded on contact, and each one had the power to blow up a castle. "You wish." Balker clapped his hands, unleashing his Tier 5 dimensional shroud spell. It distorted the space around the Colossus, so to redirect the explosions hitting the spell against their caster. Manohar's own mana couldn't hurt him nor his constructs, but the shockwaves cracked his avatar and almost sent it belly up. "Are you done with your magical measuring contest, boys?" Overlord Salark appeared between them, forcing a ceasefire. She had taken the appearance of a woman in her mid-20s, with silky black long hair, emerald eyes, and a bronze tinge of skin so clear it seemed to shine under the morning sun. She wore the white linen shirt and pants typical of her tribal leaders, the feathers, but no turban, allowing her hair to graze the ground. "Do you realize that Balker is no longer a simple refugee? Attacking one of my feathers is an act of war against the Blood Desert." "He started it." Manohar's reply was as childish as his attitude. "You came to my house uninvited, threatening my people," Balker replied. "Balker has a point. What do you want, Manohar?" Normally, Salark would have kicked him back to the kingdom, but the magic displayed by the mad professor had impressed her. "I've been tasked with eradicating at least 5 local branches of the undead courts located in as many important cities of the kingdom. Until I do that, all my assets and research funds will remain frozen." Manohar crossed his arms, pouting at the thought while nervously tapping his left foot. And Salark could tell there was more to it. "And I'm kind of stuck with number 3. A minor inconvenience, really. I could find a solution on my own, but it would take time and effort. Why should I reinvent the wheel when I can just ask for its blueprints?" Manohar pointed at Balker. "What kind of inconvenience are we talking about, and what do you need?" Salark asked. "I met the Horseman of Night, a charming woman and a great conversationalist. Too bad she's as mad as a hatter, and that defeating her along with her personal guards proved to be problematic," Manohar said. "A horseman who travels with their chosen ones is indeed a tough cookie," Salark nodded. Her daughter Sinmara was an awakened and an elder phoenix, yet she had barely defeated Dawn in a similar condition. "Why did you come all the way here instead of just switching targets? You need to destroy any 5 courts, after all." "That would mean that I've failed, and I never fail." Even when acting prideful, Manohar managed to still sound childish. "I heard that she pestered you quite for a long while, Balker, and I thought you wanted to even the score." At the mention of night, Balker's colossus responded to its master's fury by assuming an even more demonic appearance. It grew wings and now wielded a blazing black whip. "Why me? Why not ask your goddamn spellbreakers and overwhelm her with the full might of your army?" The god of death was actually intrigued. He hated Knight's guts for having pestered him for years and threatening his new family in her attempts to force him to bond with her. Balker had tried to destroy her multiple times over the years, but he had always failed. Knight disappeared after Salark had approached Balker, yet he didn't take revenge lightly. The opportunity to take on an old enemy with his newfound powers, maybe while sowing more chaos and death in the Griffin Kingdom, was hard to turn down. Yet he had no reason to trust Manohar. "Because you'll never take credit for Knight's defeat, and he doesn't want people to know he needed help," Salark replied. "I didn't ask for help, only for a second opinion. Besides, if a great mage and a junior of mine at that survived going toe-to-toe with Dawn, how could an archmage back down at the first setback?" Manohar snarled at Salark's allegation. "Is this really just a matter of stupid pride?" Balker was flabbergasted. "Said the man who's going to help me to pursue a stupid revenge." The god of healing shrugged. "Do I have your word that this is not a trap, and that you will not try to capture me once this is over?" Balker said. "Do I look like a man who ever lied?" Manohar had a point. He was famous because his talent was second only to his rudeness. "Can you protect my tribe during my absence, Overlord Salark?" Usually, Balker didn't use honorifics even when he talked with guardians, but now he was asking for a favor. "Sure, I'll move my palace here until your return." With a wave of Salark's hand, several tents, the size of a circus, warped around the Forgotten Plume village. "This is a perfect opportunity to cripple the strength of those pesky undead that are plaguing our land," she said to Balker via a mind link. "I want you to learn from that idiot how he can cast silent spells without true magic. Recruit him if you can." Balker kissed his wife and children goodbye before leaving. He also took a few things with him, just to be safe. Chapter 938, Genius and Madness Part 2. "Before moving out, you should wear this." Manohar gave Balker a skinwalker armor and several clothes typical of the kingdom to store within it, ranging from a noble's attire to a street urchin's raggedy overall. "Neither of us can afford to be recognized, nor we can waste time changing clothes every now and then. As the 2 most wanted men in the Griffin Kingdom, we need to be creative." He answered Balker's silent question. "Do you need a ride?" Salark asked. "No, thanks. I'm going to make this quick." Manohar placed his hand on Balker's shoulder, shape-shifting both of them into a couple of young maidens that anyone who knew Tista would mistake for her relatives. "What the fuck?" The god of death's voice was now as feminine as it was full of horror. "We need to lay low. Despite my disguises and tricks, that damn Gianni Ernas almost caught me several times the last time I went for a few errands." Manohar took a red sphere out of his dimensional amulet. "Maybe because they look for your trademark dickery and light constructs." Salark laughed her ass off while looking at the two girls who moved with the grace of an elephant. "That woman sure is annoying, but her husband crafts lots of great stuff. He gave me a few trinkets in exchange for my help in getting revenge for his daughter or something. I think you two would get along, always so full of teen angst. Passage for two," Manohar said to the sphere, ignoring Salark. The runes on the sphere rearranged themselves, locking onto the coordinates of Warp Gate in the city of Author while creating a fake ID signal that would fool the royal archives. Then, the sphere disassembled into several pieces that formed a circular gate. The moment the two women stepped through it, the gate imploded and the sphere turned into dust. Remarkable piece. Salark tried and failed to salvage any information about the sphere's crafting methods by using her invigoration technique, mother-son, on its remains. "Tyrus, old friend, why does your kingdom keep pissing off the wrong people? Whoever this Ernas guy is, I wouldn't want him among my enemies," she whispered to the wind. "That makes the two of us," the wind whispered back. Tyrus was sick and tired of people who, in the pursuit of their petty grudges and personal ambitions, would put her life's work at risk. Meanwhile, in Author, Manohar seductively smiled at the guards who let them go without asking them a question except for a date. "Smile, you idiot." Manohar rebuked Balker, who had reacted to the men's advances with hostility as if they had tried to murder him. "Tista, one of my students, taught me that if you're pretty enough, you don't need to ask to get what you want. You just need to smile. How can you find asking for help humiliating, and yet have no issues doing this?" Balker pointed in outrage at his now rosy skin, and Double D cupped the moment they walked through the door of the army base. "Hey, it's not like I'm talking or acting any different than I normally would. I've never cared for appearances, and I can't be blamed if people are so shallow that a perky bosom is all that it takes to shut their brains off," Manohar said. "The only real question here is if we want to attack during the day or the night. The Black Knight becomes stronger after sunset, and so do her undead. I'd say we should move as soon as possible," Balker said. "Okay then, we'll attack after curfew." Manohar dragged his companion in a restaurant and ordered for two. Between the mad professor's eccentricity and the looks the waiter threw at their cleavage, Balker was seconds away from turning Author into a graveyard. "Either you give me a good reason for waiting that long, or I swear to the gods that I'll go home," the god of death said. "We've got plenty of reasons," Manohar replied. "First, our earlier squabble cost us both a lot of mana. Based on the examination I gave you while we shapeshifted, it will take us food and a few hours of rest to get back to the top of our game. Second, during the day, the army and the association would notice our spells from a distance and promptly intervene. We can't afford them to join our little operation, because once they recognize us escaping, would become much more difficult. After curfew, instead, even if they spot the fight, it will take them so much time between preparing and getting the authorization to leave the city that by the time they arrive will be long gone. Third is way more fun this way." After hearing the last point, Balker started to regret having accepted to help the madman sitting on the opposite side of the table. Yet the god of death couldn't turn down an opportunity to weaken the undead courts and secure his home. Thanks to its overlord and her feathers, the desert was safe, but the situation was bound to change soon. Salark couldn't be everywhere at the same time, and the Blood Desert was full of precious magical resources. Dawn had already probed the defenses of several outposts protecting the adamant mines and crystal veins. To make matters worse, Dusk was unifying the renegade tribes under his banner with the promise of eternal life, and Night had dared to harass Balker's family again. Now that the three horsemen were acting together, they weren't afraid of messing with Salark's turf. "Since we have a few hours of waiting ahead of us, do you mind explaining to me how can you cast spells without chanting?" Balker also had to follow the Guardian's orders. "Sure thing." Manohar twirled his index and middle finger together, creating a hush zone. "During the years, I sometimes clashed with some psychos who could weave perfect silent spells of all tiers. Aside from that, they were no big deal, so I never bothered learning their tricks. Last year, however," he sighed, needing a pause to muster the strength necessary to say those words. "I was deaf, I was best. I faced an opponent who almost made me sir." No matter how Manohar tried to word the phrase, his mouth refused to comply. You got your ass handed to you, Balker completed the phrase for him. It happens to all of us sooner or later. The god of death still remembered how Linjos, thanks to the help of the Emperor Beasts, had foiled his plan to take down all the 6 great academies. After that, the Guardians had bested him magically and intellectually more than once while investigating the Master. Yet Balker didn't resent any of them. He believed that every defeat had made him stronger. Not to me, Manohar jumped up, drawing a lot of attention despite the presence of the hush spell. That Thrud Griffin kept using magic without chanting, and her mana seemed to be endless. I was better than her, but those stupid chants are too easily interrupted. After that day, I studied Lakra Silverwing's diaries in search of a way to overcome the limitations of magic as I knew it. It was then that I realized that we need chants and hand signs to line up runes quickly in an orderly fashion. We vocalized those too hard to be drawn and write with our mana the simple runes at the same time. So I thought, why not use Light Mastery's first magic to draw all the runes and infuse them with mana? Chapter 939 Guest and Sword Part 1. Sure, I still need my hands to quickly draw the runes of multiple spells at the same time without messing up, but it works like a charm. I wonder why no one ever thought about it before, Manohar said. Because Light Mastery is hard, Balker replied. He was at the level of giving constructs a shape, but alter it after they were formed was still beyond him. He had learned it on his own without a master, and only practiced it as a hobby after swearing allegiance to Salark. After she had taken him under her wing, after becoming a feather, Balker believed that his days as a fighter were over. The only magical research he still performed was that with Ligon. What about you? Manohar asked. I noticed earlier you had glowing eyes and pulled spells out of your ass like it was nothing. The psychos, as you call them, are actually awakened. Balker enjoyed the shocked expression on Manohar's face while he explained how awakening worked. The god of death wasn't a member of the council, so their rules didn't apply to him. It sure would explain a lot, Manohar pondered. I always found ridiculous the theory that magical beasts use a different kind of magic, but I never managed to replicate their technique, even after they explained it to me. What intrigues me the most, however, is the ability to replenish the mana at will. Can you teach it to me? I can do neither. I've no idea what Salark did to me, but I'm just a humble necromancer, whereas you are a healer. Balker offered him his hand, hoping that Manohar would find an answer and give Balker the means to provide his family with a long life. The god of healing performed every diagnostic spell he knew, but came out empty-handed. Impurities weren't caused by a disease or an anomaly. They were as natural as the bridge on a nose or skin moles. Conventional magical means were unable to detect their presence or removal, whereas regular sight could. It was the reason why true mages who sold their beauty treatments had made up cosmetic magic to explain the effects of invigoration. Mana cores couldn't be studied either, yet in their case, it depended on the fact that mana cores weren't a physical organ. Otherwise, Manohar would have discovered both phenomenons back when he examined Lith, while he was recovering from his attempt at mending Protector's mana core. If I didn't see people casting perfectly silent spells with my own eyes, I would never believe your story, Manohar said after a while. Me neither. Balker paid the bill, and then the two men left the restaurant for a nearby hotel to get some precious sleep. Manohar shapeshifted his companion into a handsome young man while he retained his feminine appearance. He must be born with a silver spoon if he can afford to rent a hotel room in the middle of the afternoon to spend time with his girlfriend. Lucky bastard, the hotel clerk thought while looking at the youths. If I kept us both as girls, we wouldn't have a moment's peace with creeps knocking on our door non-stop, whereas if we were two men, some zealots might have reported us to the guards. You sleep on the floor, by the way, Manohar said. Luckily for Balker, the room had a comfortable sofa. Compared to some places where he had slept while he was in hiding, it was akin to a king-size bed. I've heard that you recently got the title of Lost Magus, but I couldn't get any information without getting caught. What did you do in my absence? I've shared the basics of my necromancy techniques with the Blood Desert's academies. I kept the advanced stuff for my children, but it was enough to earn me the title of Blood Magus in the desert and Lost Magus in this shithole of a country, Balker said. Just like Manohar, Balker had many titles. God of Death, Kinslayer, and Orphan Maker were the most renowned. Lost Magus was just the most recent. They really give the title of Magus away these days. Manohar clicked his tongue. There hadn't been one in over a century. and he was proud at the idea that all he had to do to become the first in many generations was to give away a few paltry tricks and perform a few odd jobs. Now, however, Manohar would be the second. Space. A few hours later, the two left the city of Author before sunset, under the guise of two burly adventurers. The guards tried to dissuade them, but all it took was for Manohar to be himself for a couple of minutes to get them kicked out and prohibited from returning. "Where are we going?" Bulker asked. Undead courts are usually located underground and outside the big cities, so that they can expand their bases as much as they want without getting noticed. The only access is old-school permanent warp gates. "Our destination is a secondary entrance I learned about during my first visit," Manohar said. "How can you be so sure it still works?" Because Manohar would never admit to having found the base by accident. A few days ago, he had forgot to change his appearance before getting drunk. He needed a way to bear the thought of not doing research, and a member of the Night Court needed a sacrifice for their leader. Manohar had been kidnapped, an experience that he found more convenient than it was annoying, and then he had unleashed all his pent-up stress upon the undead as a thank you. Everything went fine until he faced the Horsemen of Night and her chosen ones. Her ability to cast powerful spells non-stop, coupled with Manohar's inability to deal her a lethal wound, had forced him to flee. For the second time in a single night, he had been happy to look like a girl. No one would ever know the truth about his first and hopefully last tactical retreat in his life. He was certain that the dimensional gate would still work, because it wasn't the one he had crossed to escape, but that they had used to bring him in while he was allegedly drunk and unconscious. Ancient warp stations were made by carving the magic circles and dimensional runes on a flat surface. Without a power source, they couldn't be detected with spells nor with life vision. Also, they could bypass modern dimensional magic blocking arrays because they worked according to different principles than those currently in use. Ancient warp gates would permanently fuse 2 points in space, whereas modern ones could connect to multiple locations via dimensional corridors. It made them more versatile, but also susceptible to being jammed by preventing them from locking on to their exit point's coordinates. Ancient warp gates had no such problem. There was no corridor to create, just a door to open. A door for which Manohar had the key. His nimble fingers were not only able to trace multiple hand signs per second, but they would also spend quite some time exploring other people's pockets whenever the mad professor was bored. He had no problem finding the cracked oak tree that marked the spot of the access point to the court's base. Manohar took a red mana crystal shaped like a pearl and inserted it in the magic circle. Chapter 940 Guest and Sword Part 2. The runes lit up, using the mana contained in the crystal to open the dimensional door and create a red vortex connecting 2 different points in space. Manohar dragged Bulker inside and shapeshifted them both back to their real appearance. "No more tricks?" the god of death asked. "No, just a piece of advice. Save your best spells for night. There is no reason to waste good magic on goons." Ancient gates could be opened by anyone at any time, making them a security nightmare. It was the reason why undead courts placed a gatekeeper at every entrance, and they had to be informed of every arrival or departure. The moment the red door opened, Zir Rackley, gatekeeper and one of the oldest ghouls of Author, sounded the alarm. Ghouls had regenerative abilities on par with trolls and couldn't be killed unless their heart was destroyed or their entire body pulverized. Both were arduous tasks, since they could freely move their hearts throughout their bodies and merge with Earth to escape all kinds of attacks. Bulker only needed a flick of his wrist to release his Tier 3 spell needle. A hail of darkness rays pierced Zir from every side. Each one of them was no bigger than a pinhole, resulting in little to no damage to a living being. An undead's weak point, however, was another story entirely. The ghoul's heart had now more holes than Swiss cheese, and even though they were small, the damage was enough to cut off the mana flow it received from the blood core. For a split second, the ghoul turned into a corpse, and then it stayed that way. "Nice move." Manohar gave him a thumbs up before waving his hand and slaughtering an elite unit of undead. His Tier 4 spell, Full Course Meal, fixed the imbalance in their blood cores, turning the undead back into living beings just long enough for the Tier 3 spell Fire Wall to burn them into crisp. "And here I thought I was the only one researching a cure for undeath," Bulker said. "Your method is crude and ineffective. It doesn't really fix anything. It just overloads the undead with the light element." "That's the difference between you and me," Manohar said. You think that reversing undeath is a cure, whereas I think that death is the cure. Look at these old fogies. They have lived centuries, and for what? Did they make any great magical breakthrough? Have they brought any real progress to their civilization? No, they are pests and they need to be treated as such. I disagree. Balker used the Tier 4 darkness spell, Sandman, to send another wave of guards to their eternal sleep. Undeath can be used to buy time and give a life to people affected by diseases we have yet to find a cure for. Not all the undead are born out of their own will, and some regret their choice. They deserve a second chance. At what price? What about the lives of those they had to feed upon to sustain their existence? There's no such thing as a second chance. Manohar shook his head while impaling a vampire with a stake made of light. Price? Very few undead need to kill to feed. Also, every country has its jails filled with people who don't deserve to live. Their life force can be used to give back at least part of what they have taken from others. Balker snarled as he turned a golem into debris. The two mages continued their debate while slaughtering everyone and everything so dumb to stand in their path. What made the elders of the court run away, screaming for their mothers like children after a nightmare, was the fact that not a single piece of furniture was broken, not a single carpet was damaged by the magi. Even their area of effect spells were maneuvered with surgical precision that they hit nothing but their intended targets. The magi followed the court's elders to the throne hall, where their host was waiting for them. Manohar, it's so good to see you again, Knight giggled like a little girl. You shouldn't have bothered bringing me a present. I was going to take dear Balker myself later, but thank you anyway. You've saved me the trip and another tussle with that overgrown desert chicken. I think there's a misunderstanding. I've never been here before. Manohar lied through his teeth, placing his hand over his heart to look more convincing. Please, there are only 3 renowned light masters in the whole Griffin kingdom. One is a kitty cat, another is a Lizzie, and the last is you, Knight said. Do you think I missed how the mysterious girl used your spells and moved like a man? No, you don't have a sister, I checked, she cut him short. Knight looked like a young woman in her mid-20s, about 1.7 meters, 57, tall, with ebony skin that seemed to devour all light and full lips that highlighted her sensual smile. She had silver waist-long hair and round eyes without pupils that shone like moons. Her body was covered by a skin-tight black full suit of armor that left only her head exposed, yet she was no less charming than if she was wearing a cocktail dress. Each one of her chosen belonged to a different race, undead species and country, but they all exuded a powerful presence that would bring most mortals to their knees. They were the apex predators of their kind, yet they weren't allowed to sit nor to stay close to their lord. They stood behind her throne, waiting for orders. Damn it, this is really embarrassing. Manohar scratched his head. I know I only asked you a second opinion about Knight, but now we need to kill them all. We can't afford these maniacs to spread their lies throughout the 3 great countries. I have a reputation to uphold. Balker started to laugh like a maniac, not knowing whether to be more amused by Manohar abusing the word, we, or by the fact that the god of healing was completely ignoring Knight and her cadre. How dare you pitiful lambs disrespect the Dark Queen? Beregar Skywolf had been a powerful barbarian chieftain before being turned into a wraith. Nothing of his flesh now remained, yet the living shadows enveloping his bones were shaped to resemble his lost physique. He stood almost 2 meters, 6'7", tall, with shoulders wider than most tables and arms as thick as small trees. His fingers were caressing the hilt of his prized battle-axe, Stormhowl, that rested on his back. He wore leather trousers padded with fur, a leather shirt and boots. It was impossible to say if he was bald since shadows couldn't replicate hair. Beregar's eyes shone with the red light of undeath that was now strengthened by his fury and mana. Silence, Beregar, you are but servants, whereas Manohar is my guest and Balker is the sword I've chosen. Knight raised her hand, making her champions stand at attention like soldiers. Join me, Ilium Balker, and I'll give you more than you have ever dreamed about. Together we can conquer this kingdom and kill all those who made your life miserable. I'm not like the royals. I don't care about anyone but Baba Yaga's children. I promise you that together we will destroy all the ancient noble households, including the accursed Urnas, and then even the children of the Griffin if that's what you want. Chapter 941, A Magus's Might Part 1. How stupid do you think I am? Balker replied with a sneer. I know you and your kin. Once you are done with me, I'd have no memory about what you promised me, and even if I did, I wouldn't care if you upheld your end of the bargain, or even if you asked me to take my children's life. I would only live to please you. You are just like the nobles I hate, if not even worse. I wouldn't be surprised if it was your hand behind what happened to my village." "I wish I could take credit for that." Knight laughed with all her heart at the idea. "Alas, back then you were nothing but one of the many talented youths of the Garland continent. You were beneath my notice. It was your revenge that made you great. It was your revenge that allowed your genius to bloom and piqued my interest. Now choose and choose wisely, because I'm a sadist, and I bore easily. Pick the wrong answer and my chosen ones will stay their hands no more." "My answer is no. You are no different from the royals who first ignored my pleas for help and then tried to cajole me once they discovered my talent. Scratch that. You're even worse because you threatened my family. Not even the kingdom's assassins ever dared to do that." Balker's body pulsed with mana as the darkness of the room swirled at his feet like a loyal dog welcoming its master's return. "What about this?" Knight snapped her fingers, and the wall behind her throne disappeared, revealing many sobbing, miserable figures chained to the ceiling. Children from all the 3 great countries from 4 to 10 years of age were forcefully brought by her spirit magic in front of her throne as a meat wall. "Tell me, Ilium, did fatherhood made you soft, or are you still the same man I fell head over heels for? Do you dare say no once again now that the lives of so many innocents are in your hands?" she asked. "What about this as an answer?" An enormous amount of darkness magic enveloped Balker's body. Knight had never seen such a spell before, but she could perceive its might. It was enough to end 1 or 2 of her chosen, if not even injure her. "Do you have nothing to say about it, dear Manohar?" Knight said. "In my line of work, collateral damage is inevitable," he shrugged. "Also, I doubt they would live long even if Balker says yes. They were dead the moment you captured them." The god of healing had taken the words out of Balker's mind. Unbeknownst to Knight, during the 11 years Balker had pursued his revenge, he had shared through the hive mind, connecting his minions all their kills. He had slaughtered everyone on his path, no matter if they were elderly, infants, or even servants to the families of his enemies. Fatherhood didn't make Balker softer, on the contrary, it made him more feral. He had so much blood on his hands that the children in front of him were but a drop in the ocean. Balker alone had killed more people than most wars, and the only reason he had stopped was that his body couldn't handle it anymore. Now that his word bounded him to Salark, the only thing that mattered to him was his own family. The rest of Magur could burn for all he cared. "Excellent choice, both of you." Another snap of Knight's fingers made the little bodies wither and die. Their life force was squeezed to the last drop to feed the horsemen and her chosen ones. "My children, make those magi scream for me." The Black Knight's sensual smile became twisted into a grimace of savage fury. After spending years courting Balker, she knew how powerful he was, and after her recent skirmish with Manohar, Knight had gauged his strength as well. "I wonder how far they can go against my spawns," she thought. Just like Dawn, Knight could create prisms that she could share with her minions. The spawn would bestow upon the undead part of her powers and her mastery over the darkness element, leaving her weakened. Unlike her sister, however, the link wouldn't grant her any knowledge nor control over their actions. Knight was a spirit of destruction, and as such, she would gain the innate abilities of all the undead she shared a symbiotic relationship with, but none of their weaknesses. Berriger roared his battle cry and activated the black prism that resided where once was his heart. It made the shadows that comprised his body became so dense that they took physical form. He wielded his battle axe, Stormhowl, with 2 hands and swung it down despite the distance separating him from his mark. The throne hall was 20 meters, 66 feet, long 10 meters, 33 feet, wide and 5 meters high, 16.5 feet. Stormhowl channeled its master's mana, creating a replica of itself made of darkness magic so big that its handle touched the ground, while the tip of the battle axe grazed the ceiling for a split second before slamming into Balker. Darkness magic was supposed to be slow, but thanks to Stormhowl, the spell moved as fast as Berriger's hands. The Wraith had never forgiven the god of death for belittling his liege, and had waited for a chance to prove that no human could be a sword better than an undead. "Hush, little child, screaming is just bravado. It will not make you stronger." Balker pressed his right forefinger against his lips while his eyes turned pitch black due to domination's effect. The conjured axe stopped halfway down as Balker's mana invaded the focal points of the spell and replaced Berriger's energy signature with his own. The spell shapeshifted so that the tip and the handle of the battle axe switched place. The dark blade was now aimed at the Wraith and struck with the might of a collapsing mountain. Berriger had gone all out from the start, making the spell as quick as a bolt of lightning. Not even its caster could dodge it from point-blank range. All the Wraith could do was to activate the black prism in his chest to defend against the attack. Darkness magic was the only thing that could stop itself, and Knight's spawn amplified darkness defensive abilities. Balker added a bit of his mana to reinforce the spell, and used his skill to make it deadlier. The dark axe cut through Berriger's shadow arms before stopping against his bones. A human capable of using domination. Knight had suddenly lost her spunk, looking at the scene in disbelief. Even with her great mastery over the darkness element, she was incapable of using domination. No one of her siblings could, and it pained them greatly. "What's domination?" Berriger and Manohar asked in unison, the former in the hope of saving his life while the latter poked Balker for an answer. "I'll tell you when you grow up." The god of death twirled his fingers, switching the tip of the blade with the handle again. The following swing struck in an upward slash that cut the Wraith asunder. All of Berriger power was focused into his arms, leaving the rest of his body vulnerable. The Wraith and the black prism shattered, both turning into glass fragments before fading out of existence. Chapter 942, A Magus's Might Part 2. A vampire and a Lamia conjured their respective best Tier 5 darkness spells, Skybreaker and Cruel Sun. Skybreaker unleashed a stream of black lightning bolts, while Cruel Sun generated a sphere of black fire that would grow until it covered the entirety of the room. The former was a fast attack capable of tracking its target, while the latter was slow, but its power would kill anyone who wasn't an undead bearing Knight's prism. No living being could withstand such heat, and only a spawn could resist so much darkness magic. This time, Balker had to use life vision to find the focus points of two spells at once. He released a pulse of darkness magic that took control of Skybreaker and Cruel Sun, turning them against their creators. "By my mother, are you stupid or what?" Knight couldn't afford to lose her chosen ones, so she shielded them with one of her defensive spells. "Don't use darkness magic. They are just humans with shitty equipment, whereas you're undead to whom I bestowed upon relics. Use them." Balker kept manipulating the two spells, sending them to crash against Knight's defenses until all of their mana was exhausted. Manohar, instead, was completely ignoring the battle and focusing solely on his companion. "Seriously, how the heck do you do it?" Both magi had a violet core and had been gifted with a similar amount of talent, but Balker had lived for a decade longer. On top of that, being forced to do everything on his own, from preparing the equipment for his valors to open the warp arrays against the Griffin Kingdom, had given the polymath genius plenty of experience in all fields of magic. Manohar was still obsessed with the light element and resorted to the white griffin resources to do what he considered scut work. A Doom Knight charged forward and suddenly blinked behind Manohar. Dimensional magic allowed her to keep her momentum so that between the difference in physical prowess and her heavy armor, she would hit with the strength of a truck. He said to shut up. "Can't you see that I'm busy here?" The palm of the Avatar of Light erupted from the mad professor's body, stopping the Doom Knight on her tracks and slamming her against a wall. The construct seeped through the openings in her armor as if it was water, and once inside it shapeshifted into buzzsaws that sliced her body until they found the black prism. The Doom Knight died even before her feet could touch the ground again. "Enough, get to safety, my chosen. I'll deal with the humans myself." Knight stood up, snarling in outrage. "During his first visit, Manohar didn't manage to kill a single one of my champions, yet now he killed Yuta in a split second. How is this possible?" she thought. The answer was that Manohar was known as the Mad Professor, not the Stupid One. Against unknown opponents, he would always save his strength in the case the worst happened. All the light magic on Magur was pointless if he was too dead to use it. Now, however, his obsessive mind demanded answers. Usually looking at a spell once was enough for him to understand its underlying principles, but this time Manohar had no clue how domination worked. Not knowing is the foundation of research, whereas not understanding is the trademark of idiots, and I'm no idiot, he thought. However, even the mad professor's thirst for knowledge had to make way for his survival instinct. Unlike Dawn, Knight had never been captured. Her armor wasn't just a spawn shaped for the occasion, but a powerful artifact, just like the spear that appeared between her hands. The black rose and its thorn were items she had crafted using the skills inherited from the best hosts she had inhabited over the centuries. Not only were they masterpieces, but she was also very skilled at using them. "Dominate this!" Knight lunged at Balker without moving from her throne. A pillar of darkness as fast and big as a freight train emerged from Thorn's tip, forcing the god of death to dodge. There were so much mana and willpower stored in that simple attack that domination was useless against it, and so was avoiding it. The pillar performed a sharp turn and chased its target, no forcing Balker on the defense. Darkness magic imbued with kinetic energy? How the heck is it possible? Even though the pillar kept bolting across the room like a frenzied wasp, Manohar only needed a glance to understand the trick behind it. Spirit magic, you moron, Balker thought while dodging the relentless onslaught. He had understood it from Barriger's attack and employed the same principle to kill the Wraith. Manohar with his human body couldn't keep up for long, so he used his avatar of light to clash against the pillar and snuff it out. I'm afraid she has a point, Manohar said. That was just a lunge, yet to stop it I needed to spend half of a Tier 5 spell's mana. Her equipment is far better than ours. The god of healing had never relied on equipment for 2 reasons. The first was that he had never needed it to win, and the second was that usually everything the kingdom gifted him with was jam-packed with trackers. He had never felt so helpless before, not even against Thrude. Yet the difference didn't lie in his current opponent's might. The 2 women were almost matched in power and equipment, whereas, against Thrude, Manohar had plenty of allies. He was certain to have overcome the power gap between himself and the Mad Queen by learning silent magic, but reality seemed to differ. Surrender now, swear your loyalty to me, and you will live to replace the chosen you have killed. Refuse, and you'll die. Night swung her weapon twice, sending a pillar against each of her opponents. The Magi managed to block the attacks, but Manohar's avatar of light shattered for good and Balker was pushed several meters back with his arms half rotten. I might die, but I'm never going to be anyone's puppet. Ask the royals. Manohar snarled while his fingers traced dozens of runes at once. You're wrong as always, Knight. Balker was calm as light fusion healed his wounds and darkness fusion allowed him to ignore the pain. The energy mass he had conjured required surgical precision to be employed. Death is not the end, just the beginning. How can a mortal quote my mother's words? She thought, recognizing Baba Yaga's first teaching. Light and darkness were never meant to be used separately. They are part of the whole, and the same applies to all elements. Baba Yaga made a huge mistake by splitting them between you and your siblings, Balker said. By doing that, she didn't give birth to perfect being, only to perfect failures. You are no different from the fallen races, a mistake that needs fixing. The mass of darkness magic surrounding Balker exploded, forcing Night and Manohar to conjure their best shields to protect themselves from the raging storm of mana. Contrary to their expectations, the spell suddenly imploded on Balker as he took a few mana crystals and orichalcum ingots out of his dimensional amulet. Darkness magic attacked the skinwalker armor he was wearing, along with his feather robe and the other ingredients he had conjured. The spell had never been meant to hurt, only to destroy. It broke the enchanted items down to their molecular structure before revealing the light hidden inside the darkness. Chapter 943 Creation and Chaos Part 1. The light element took all the broken parts and reassembled them into a new form. The entire process only required a split second, and once it was over, Balker was wearing a full suit of black armor as well. It was the Tier 5 creation magic spell, Phoenix's Forge. The Battle Mage's Elemental God series of spells was nothing but a pale imitation of Salark's original creation. Balker had witnessed her using Phoenix's Forge, while they had fought together against those who had tried to invade the Blood Desert. No matter if Salark faced millennia-old eldritch abominations, monster abomination hybrids, or ageless undead, no matter how hard they struggled, they all had fallen by her hand. Salark was Mager's Lord of War, the incarnation of light and darkness. Her dominion over the 2 elements was such that she could use them to alter the nature of things. Darkness would provide her with the raw materials, while light would shape them into whatever she could imagine. It allowed her to always have the right equipment at hand, no matter if she was against an old enemy or a completely unknown foe. She could shapeshift and forge-master anything in a blink. The only limit of creation magic was that she still needed to know how the enchantments she was creating worked, and her creations couldn't exceed the properties of the materials at hand. Salark could extract the strongest metal from the surrounding rocks, but it would still be nothing compared to adamant or Davros. It was the reason why the Guardian always brought them with her inside her pocket dimension. Balker had often wondered why she brought him along if Salark would do almost all the job, and the answer he had come up with was that she was trying to teach him something. The god of death lacked both her resources and her endless mana, so his creations were powerful, but they never lasted long. To make matters worse, Once the spell was over, all the ingredients would be useless since he couldn't use origin flames to at least recycle the metal. The Horsemen of Night couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. Until that day, only two creatures had proven capable of using creation magic. One was Salark, the Lord of War, and the other was Baba Yaga, the mother of all undead. Night's black rose was a full suit plate armor, all the pieces of which were shaped to resemble the petals of a rose in full bloom. Balker's Phoenix's forge, instead, had its plates shaped like feathers, the faceplate resembled a beak, and it even had wings coming from its back. It was not by his choice that the armor was shaped as such. Balker had barely scraped the surface of creation magic, and the best he could do was to recreate the spell he was the most familiar with. By the Great Mother, Manohar felt religious for the first time in his life. He had never been so close to death, yet he had never experienced so many sudden bursts of inspiration either. "I really need to learn darkness magic," he said, regretting not to have the necessary knowledge to imitate Balker. Manohar knew about the darkness element solely what he needed to perform his experiments, deeming it an accessory to the light element. "Nice piece of crap, Tin Man," Knight sneered. "You're still lacking a weapon, though." The thorn was a winged spear with the side tips bent upward and as sharp as the blade itself. They were meant to both make each thrust more difficult to dodge, and to amplify the spells Knight channeled through the weapon. All of her equipment was made of adamant because, unlike her brother, Dusk, she wanted to save the best materials for once she found the perfect host. Only then would Knight be able to craft something that would equally fit her and her sword. Knight bolted forward, empowered by both fusion magic and the inhuman reflexes of the awakened undead she possessed. She used the blunt extremity of the spear to strike right between Manohar's eyes, making his head snap back like a whip. He conjured and stacked together several hard light walls to stop the attack, which kept him from being knocked out in a single hit. His shield shattered, but not before taking the brunt of the impact. The mad professor crashed behind Knight's enchanted throne, and used it to regain his footing. "I think I need some good equipment as well," Manohar thought while trying to clear the dizziness clouding his vision. "Next time I see him, I'd better take the offer of that Erna's guy." Knight didn't stop her movement and charged at Balker, this time using Thorn's blade. The spear was crackling with the mana its master had stored within. Every one of its movements generated harrowing wails along with a blast of darkness, as if Thorn trapped the mournful souls of its victims. The attack came so fast that only by combining air fusion with a flight spell and air magic to fill his wings did Balker manage to dodge Knight's lunge, by a hair's breadth. Knight smiled at his valiant yet futile effort. Balker had avoided the physical component of her attack, but Thorn wasn't that simple of a weapon. She turned back by pivoting on the balls of her feet and struck at Balker, unleashing what looked like a storm of vengeful ghosts. The god of death had plenty of experience in all fields of magic, but little at fighting opponents of that caliber by himself, instead that through his minions. A single wailing wind, one of Thorn's abilities, was enough to open deep cracks in his armor and send him crashing against a wall. "Well, what's your diagnosis?" Manohar conjured two open palms, one from above and one from below Knight, that swatted her like a fly and produced a thunderclap on impact. A second set of hands did the same from either side the moment the first pulled away, alternating the clapping motion between them so fast that Knight would never touch the ground again. "We're screwed," Balker said while watching at the three of them with life vision. Manohar and he had already consumed quite a bit of mana, whereas Knight had still plenty of juice. The spells of her chosen ones were about as strong as my own, yet she blocked them effortlessly. Your spells are not doing her enough damage, and the moment Knight escapes and brings the fight back to close quarter, we're dead. What about yours?" "I have to agree. Any ideas?" Manohar said as Knight pierced his constructs with enough darkness magic to turn them into wisps. Between her black rose armor and the undead body she inhabited, Knight had suffered little to none damage. Aside from dying, surrendering, or running away, just one, but it requires that you buy me some time. Since she's handing us our asses already, there's no way that you alone can," Balker said. "Leave it to me." Manohar cut him short and charged at Knight. All the gold embroidery of his professor uniform turned out to be runes made of light that conjured his most powerful Tier 5 spell, supernovas. Knight and Manohar were now surrounded by meteors made of light, and fire big enough to form a wall that prevented them from escaping. On top of that, each one of them was powerful enough to blow up a castle. Chapter 944, Creation and Chaos Part 2. Knight would have liked to blink away, but they were in the middle of the encirclement created by supernovas, and it fully covered the dimensional spell's area of effect, and then some. "You are insane," she said while bracing herself for the impact. She pumped as much mana as she could inside the Black Rose armor and engulfed her body with a thick layer of darkness. "Indeed," Manohar replied as the world around them turned into the rough equivalent of the surface of the sun. Meanwhile, on the outside, Balker was amazed by both Manohar's control over his spell and his foolishness. Not a single speck of light or fire escaped the encirclement, leaving the god of death able to fully focus on his own spell. Just like light and darkness were the two sides of the same coin, creation magic had its own counterpart in chaos magic. Salark had forbidden its practice because it was too dangerous, but Balker had no option left. He cursed his hubris for showing so many skills to Baba Yaga's horsemen. Now that she knew what he was capable of, the Black Knight would never leave him alone until she got what she wanted. "If I back down now, I'll live in fear whenever Salark is away for her personal business. I need to show Night that by messing with me she has more to lose than to gain," he thought. Contrary to what many believed, the greatest danger of conjuring chaos magic didn't lie in losing control of its darkness component. When that happened, the caster would simply and quickly die. The use of chaos magic required to completely separate light from darkness, but while darkness would be shoot at the enemy, light would remain. Without its other half, the light element would stimulate the metabolism of its caster to the extreme, turning each second into a year. The few mages who practiced chaos magic would either be eaten by the darkness, consumed by the light, or both. Only abominations could safely use it because their bodies could absorb the light element without a limit. Balker was just a fake awakened, and his life force would have already been extinguished if not for Salark's treatments. He couldn't afford to make a single mistake. While Manohar's spell ravaged the underground complex, causing the room to tremble and dust to fall from the ceiling, Balker never lost his focus. He split darkness and light in two separate spheres, holding them respectively on his right and left hand. When the blinding light of supernovas faded, Balker unleashed his Tier 3 Chaos spell, Chaos Eater, the moment he recognized Night amid the steam. He was using normal vision with his right eye and life vision with his left. One had been blinded by the mana, while the other by the light, so he could trust neither. Life vision spotted Night's darkness magic, but it was eyesight that allowed Balker to distinguish the friend from the foe. Manohar stood too close to Night for life vision spotting him. His clothes were tattered, and he was bleeding from his eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth due to the aftereffects of his own spell. How the heck is he still alive? Balker was flabbergasted. A mage couldn't be hurt by their own mana, but the shockwaves were supposed to have ripped Manohar apart, and the steaming air to be so hot that it would burn his lungs. The god of healing was kneeling on the ground with his eyes veiled, but Balker could see his chest moving rhythmically. To make matters even more unbelievable, Night was faring much worse than the Never Magus. Her black armor had turned white-hot from the heat and emitted the characteristic smell of barbecue. Small cracks had appeared on the Black Rose's armbands that Night had used to shield her upper body. For a horseman, the head was just an accessory, only the living crystal in their chest mattered. "How the heck are you still alive?" Night roared, unleashing her attack simultaneously with Balker's. She had seen an odd shroud of light wrap Manohar's body, but it was so thin that she assumed it was just a desperate last-ditch effort. Even though Manohar had sustained less than 1/10 of the supernova's full power, he was supposed to have died 10 times already. Thorn lunged at Manohar's heart as fast as a bullet, but chaos magic was faster. Chaos Eater struck her right side, destroying the upper part of the Black Rose along with Night's right arm and part of her chest. She lost her grip on the thorn, but even while withstanding such a deadly attack, the expertise Night had gained through the centuries allowed her attack to reach its target. Manohar conjured all the constructs he had left, but they only managed to slightly deviate the attack. Instead of piercing his heart, Thorn struck his left shoulder, blowing it up as if it was a needle pricking a water balloon. Blood, flesh, and bones splattered everywhere, leaving Manohar with a wound almost as bad as Night's. The problem was that she was an immortal, whereas he was only human. The mad professor fell on his side, screaming in pain while he tried to stop the bleeding before it was too late. "At least now we're even meat sack," Night beckoned and Thorn returned to her left hand. "You failed, my love. I can wait for another individual as talented as you to be born. It is you who is cornered and alone. Last chance." Her arm was already regenerating and her armor mending. Without a distraction, the second part of Chaos Eater would never connect. Don't count your corpses before they croak, old hag. Do it now. Manohar used his right arm to cling with the full weight of his body on her neck and unleashed a few heat rays through her exposed flesh. He seemed to have overcome the agony and kept casting spells, even with only one hand. Balker felt new respect and amazement for Manohar's stubbornness that edged on insanity and unleashed Chaos Eater again. The white pulse of chaos magic was as fast as its dark counterpart, but its effects couldn't differ more. Chaos Eater absorbed all the darkness element from its victims' bodies to restore the natural balance, causing them to crumble and die. An undead would become stronger with age, because the necromantic energies inhabiting their bodies would become more stable as they adapted to their host. A powerful undead was nothing but a powerful mass of darkness magic with a soul and a need to feed upon light energy to prolong their existence. The undead fed only to stabilize their blood core, but it was the amount of darkness element it stored that determined how much mana they possessed. Chaos Eater robbed Night's host of its darkness, turning her into a corpse filled with life force that had nowhere to go. The black rose cracked everywhere as the lack of balance made the enchantments that comprised it crumble. The armor shattered and Night's host wrought at a speed visible at the naked eye, thanks to the light magic boosting the growth rate of bacteria and fungi. As for Manohar, by the time the white flash disappeared, his body was already that of a person way over 100 years old. His limbs were as thin as twigs, his skin so flabby that it made him unrecognizable, his white hair and beard long enough to touch the ground. Only the mad spark in his eyes was unchanged. Chapter 945, Hostile Takeover Part 1. With her host reduced to a pile of ashes, Night emitted an ear-piercing wail and then warped away, unable to stand any more the shame of having her crystal form exposed. The black crystal known as the Black Knight reached Baba Yaga's hut, seeking her family's comfort. Unlike Dawn, despite being centuries old, Night still took defeat with the same grace of a spoiled brat. Balker was still an author, incapable of averting his eyes from the aftermath of Chaos Eater. He could have sworn that Manohar had smiled at him one last time before Night's scream shattered the god of healing's decrepit body. Age had made it so frail that even a gust of wind would have killed Manohar, and Night's temper tantrum had the fury of a storm. Your insanity was only matched by your bravery, Manohar. I may be the last man standing, but this victory belongs to you. Thank you. Balker gave the puddle of bones and skin a deep bow with his eyes closed. He didn't pray for Manohar's soul because he knew there were no gods listening. Otherwise, they wouldn't allow people like Night to exist nor things like what happened to his village to take place. No, thank you. I haven't learned so much since my first day of academy. This was a highly instructive experience, an annoying, familiar voice said. Manohar came out of his hiding place, behind Night's heavily enchanted throne. When did you? Balker was flabbergasted, staring at him with eyes wide open. After she hit me in the head, I realized that without a fancy armor I was cannon fodder. So I had a construct filled with mana and life force take my place, while you two were so busy showing off your mad skills. Thanks for the tip about that life vision thingy, by the way. Manohar cut him short. Man, I swear that this time I'll remember to send a gift basket to Lith. Without his anatomy lessons and his spell, I would never be able to make lifelike constructs like that. It wasn't the first time the mad professor expressed good resolutions toward Lith, but he would usually forget about them the moment he had a brilliant idea, which happened quite often. You dirty son of a who's Lith, and since when you can add colors to your light projections? Balker asked. Lith Verhin, a nice guy. You should have heard about him. He's got a lot of titles for someone his age, but not so many as us. The magical beasts call him Scourge, while the nobles you hate so much call him the Harbinger of Ruin. After surviving his encounter with the Bright Day, the undead refer to him as the Blackest Night, whatever that means. As for the colors, since forever, I just never bother adding them because it's useless, Manohar said. I don't care about that crap. If you were alive and well, why that body-aging trick? I thought you were dead. Balker stated his question so that Manohar couldn't avoid it with more ramblings. Well, that was the whole point, Manohar shrugged. You thought I was dead, and so did Night. If she decided to stay and fight, I wouldn't have lasted long. I'm only human, whereas she's immortal and you are kind of awakened. Dying for a mission would have been stupid, and I don't deal in stupid. By the way, we better bail before someone comes. I've got 2 more branches of the undead courts to take down, and you need to rest, old man, Manohar said while pointing at the hole in the ceiling supernovas had opened. The flash had probably been visible for kilometers. You used me putting my life at risk while you pretended to fight by my side. The next time we meet, I will make sure to return the favor. Balker laughed at himself. To follow a madman means to be crazier than he is, the god of death thought. The mad professor used light magic to carve. Manohar was here, on all the walls of the throne room to take credit for the kill, while Balker took one of Salark's plumes out of his dimensional item and used its power to go back home. Space. Free country of Lamarth, beyond the eastern borders of the Gorgon Empire, in the headquarters of the Master. Baitra and Xenagrosh were working together in the forge, crafting a fine piece of equipment as a gift for the Master. Xenagrosh had purified the adamant to its utmost limits. The enhanced metal was now physically and magically 10 times stronger than its just smelted counterpart. They would have liked to use Davros, but the mightiest metal on Magur was also the hardest to find. Xenagrosh took care of the magic circle. Her role was to feed the mystical forge with massive amounts of world energy and keep it stable for all the duration of the process. That way, Baitra could focus solely on her personal forge-mastering technique, Spirit Anvil, that had earned her the title of Ruler of the Flames. She would perform the binding of the mana crystals, the runesmithing, and the forge-mastering at the same time. It allowed her to freely manipulate all the single parts of the enchantments, from the pseudo-core's shape and size to the mana circulatory system's pattern. Unlike normal forge-masters, she would bend the metal to her will, so that the materials she used would fit her spells and not the other way around. It guaranteed her creations to always be perfect and to reach their full potential as she had devised them. It was a technique that even Master Menadian admired, and that Baitra had brought to the next level after she had stolen Menadian's Fury, the legendary forge-mastering hammer. Once they were done, Baitra was holding a full suit of armor as thin as silk, and yet capable of withstanding the hit of a guardian. "Do you think the Master will like it?" Baitra said, while the armor shape-shifted into a suit comprised of a white shirt, night blue pants, and jacket. "Should be mad not to," Xenagrosh shook her head. "Damn, I want one too. My armor is crap compared to this one." "When we get our hands on enough adamant and ingredients, sure," Baitra sighed. The purification process enhanced the metal's properties, but it also consumed a lot of raw material. Xenagrosh could use Origin Flames to recycle the adamant of her current equipment, but she would still need 9 times more to have enough to craft another piece like that. "Why did you make the Master an armor? It's us who work in the field and take all risks," Xenagrosh asked. "How can you say that? The Master took us into their home as daughters and risked their life every day to follow the whims of those stupid royals. The Master even neglects their research to travel through the great countries and make sure the organization has everything it needs," Baitra said. "Yeah, right, a true hero," Xenagrosh grumbled, looking at the Dominator armor in envy. She liked the Master as well, but a dragon's greed was an always hungry beast. "If we're done here, we got work to do. The Master has assigned us a mission, remember." "Are you sure you want me to come?" Baitra said. "It would be the first time I go out in the field since I escaped from Larexia's mines." Chapter 946, Hostile Takeover, Part 2. "I already get plenty of blood madness fits at home, and I'm afraid that under stress things will get much worse. I don't want to screw up your perfect record," Baitra said. "All the more reason to bring you along. Blood madness is caused by the trauma that the memories of the other Baitra inflicted upon your mind when you assimilated her essence. You must embrace the good and the bad things of your previous life if you want to heal," Xenagrosh said. "I'm not that person anymore. It wasn't me killing all those people for petty reasons. I don't want, and I have no reason to remember what the original Baitra did," Baitra said, acting childish for a woman her age. "You're not, really. Then where that hammer and your forge-mastering techniques come from?" Xenagrosh pointed at Menadian's Fury that Baitra was clenching with all her might. "Even if you discarded her abomination name, Korg, you are everything that Baitra the Reiju was. You reap the fruits of her work, so you should also accept the consequences of what she did as an Emperor Beast first and an abomination later." Xenagrosh's voice was calm and held no blame, yet Baitra started to sob. "Do you really think I'm a monster, Zor?" Baitra was the only one besides the Master allowed to use Xenagrosh's human name, Zorith. "That would be hypocritical of me, Bite. I'm as much of a mass murderer as any other member of the organization. I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just saying that you can't only take what's convenient and hide the rest of your memories under the rug." "It's not healthy, please believe me, I speak from experience," Zorith said. They were so close that they used monikers whenever they were alone. It took a while before Baitra managed to calm down, and even more to get her to suit up for the occasion. By the gods below, Bite, we're not going to a gala. How can you take this long to get ready? Wear your armor, store your weapons, and we're good to go. After waiting outside Baitra's room for half an hour, Zorith was almost regretting her choice already. Where are we going? Baitra asked, hoping to stall for time. She had been ready for over 25 minutes, but she had yet to find the courage to open the door. We're headed to the city of Palaran in the Gorgon Empire. The Griffin Kingdom is off-limits because both the Bright Day and the Black Night have been sighted there. The security is tighter than a corset, and there are too many big players in the game. The Blood Desert is off-limits as well, mostly because there is no black market except what Salark allows for. Our treasury is almost empty and we need to fill it to the brim. Our mission is a raid. We are going to rob the local and very rich branch of the Dusk Court blind, seize their black markets and their smuggling routes. Operation Hostile Takeover is a go as soon as you get the fuck out, Zorith said. Are we going to say hi to your father? Baitra couldn't delay any longer and walked through the door. Her original nature was that of an emperor beast, so her human form was shaped according to how she imagined herself to be. Baitra looked like a lovely woman in her mid-20s, about 1.75 meters, 59, tall, with golden eyes and silver hair. She had a pixie cut that emphasized her oval-shaped face and delicate features. She kept her hair short because she was both a forge-master and a blacksmith. Lava didn't go along well with stray hair, and washing the smell of sulfur away was hard. Her foundry was located on the mouth of a volcano, the only natural source of heat strong enough to smelt enchanted metals. She was wearing a set of clothes very popular among the Empire's adventurers. It was comprised of a khaki shirt and pants, a dark brown fur-padded leather jacket, and boots with a soft outer sole. 2 one-handed war hammers were hung to her belt, and even though they were just for show, they clearly displayed how skillful the hand of the artisan was. Gods above, no. We're going to the Gorgon Empire exactly because my old man is the guardian who cares the less about his own turf. He clearly told me that the next time we face will be as enemies, and I'm not going to poke the dragon with a stick without an excellent reason. They alternated opening warp steps to save their strength until they reached the Empire's borders. Between the observation towers and the powerful arrays set in place, it was impossible for a mage to pass unnoticed. Luckily for the monster abomination hybrids, there was a third option. Xenogrosh shapeshifted into her shadow dragon form, allowing Baitra to sit comfortably on her back before taking flight. As a dragon, Xenogrosh could fly so high that she was outside the observation tower's detection range, and the air-blocking arrays didn't bother her. A dragon was too big and heavy to fly without magic, but she could still glide the air currents until she recovered her magical abilities. On top of that, a shadow dragon could alter their weight by turning part of their body into black smoke. There was a reason why Ligaon was known as the father of all dragons. Each one of his descendants would be a species of its own, and their bloodline would have unique abilities. Between the dragon's flight speed and dimensional magic, it took them less than 1 hour to cross the over 2,000 kilometers separating them from the city of Palaran. The Gorgon Empire had a harsher climate than the Griffin Kingdom, and there were plenty of mountain ranges scattered throughout its territory. There was no such thing as middle-sized cities, only small villages and metropolises. The extension of a city was determined solely by the number of cultivable fields in its proximity, and how easy it was to get access to the already established commercial routes. Winter and fall were harsh mistresses, so no city could host more people than it could reasonably feed. Relying on the imports was a prerogative reserved only for military bases. Strategic geographical points, where it wasn't possible to build castles, were presided by floating fortresses similar to the Gorgon's empire capital, Manaran. The empire had the most advanced magical development in all the 3 great countries, but cultivating clouds was still a myth, even for them. Providing the magical fortresses with the resources they needed made it mandatory for every city and village in the empire to pay part of their taxes in gold and the rest in food. It was a unique system that limited the development of urban areas and made fertile land almost more precious than gold. The city of Palaran was an important commercial hub, located near the Dragon Plains, one of the most extensive and fertile areas of cultivated fields in the Gorgon Empire. After the defeat of Visa the Lick, whose armies had conquered the plains during the first days of the invasion, the province was undergoing a quick reorganization. The servants of the Lick had destroyed the food reserves before running away and poisoned the earth, making the empire lose 2 consecutive harvests. The food had become so scarce that the security of the fields had become one of the top priorities of the local governors. Chapter 940, 7 Dreams and Nightmares, Part 1. It had taken the mages of the empire a year to cleanse the fields and make the dragon plains suitable for cultivation again. Since most of the territories past Palarin had been occupied by the undead forces and were under reconstruction as well, they couldn't spare a dime to help with the Dragon Valley. They were too busy fixing the damages they had sustained during the war to worry about others. It made the valley dependent on Palarin, which had allowed the city to increase its profits by several folds. The local underworld was also experiencing a golden age. Large flows of money meant more opportunities for corruption and increased protection money. Being awarded of a public contract could easily make a merchant into a small noble. So many people were willing to pay to oil the wheels of bureaucracy. Palarin was a model city of the empire. Its cultivated fields were surrounded by great walls made in dark gray stone over 12 meters, 40 feet, high. The cultivated fields were miles away from the city walls, yet they were array-protected and heavily guarded no less than Palarin itself. The farmers lived in the external rim, to take care of the cattle and the fields at any moment. All of them had been trained in the use of light and earth magic to be able of taking care by themselves of all minor emergencies. Past the city walls, in the outer rim, there was the residential area for the mages and the army, so that they could promptly intervene no matter if the enemy attack came from the inside or the outside. Every building was built in solid, enchanted stones and connected to the other districts with their own warp gate. It was the most luxurious and expensive area of the city. Aside from public officials, only the truly rich could afford a house there. The middle rim was the business district, where all the trades took place. Merchant guilds had their offices built in hardwood, while small-time merchants operated in small buildings no bigger than a grocery store. Each block had its warp gate, making the middle rim the place where normal people lived. The inner rim was occupied by the red light district of the city. It was supposed to be the slums, but unemployment wasn't a thing in the empire. Public health care made everyone as fit as a fiddle, and as long as one was willing to work hard there was plenty to do, even before the war with the undead. The only people who didn't have an honest job were those who didn't look for one. Gambling, prostitution, drug dealers, they all had their base of activities in the slums. As long as people were alive, they would have vices. Instead of wasting time outlawing them, the empire had simply made them part of the system and took taxes even from them. There was a saying in Palarin, stating that the tax office was way scarier than the army itself, and better funded, too. Despite the inner rim's sordid appearance, the real corruption took place in the middle rim, and it was there that the 2 abomination hybrids were headed. As all long-lived members of any race, they had an alias in the empire with a clean record and authentic IDs. Getting inside Palarin was always the easy part. Getting out after committing any kind of crime, however, was another story entirely. Baitra and Zorath had chosen the Prancing Dragon as their base of operations. It was one of the finest establishments in the Middle Rim, ranked higher than the Dragon's Cove and the Dragon Chow. "Is it me, or is everyone obsessed with dragons around these parts?" Baitra asked. She didn't come there for less than a decade, yet everything was changed. Even her favorite dish, the Rawil stew, had been renamed Ligan's stew. "My old man doesn't make a secret of his existence," Zorath replied. "Ever since Milia became the Empress and convinced him to return, the Gorgon Empire basically became the Dragon Empire. Everyone is trying to suck up on him, and the upper echelons didn't rename the country, only because rewriting all the maps would cost a fortune." "I get that, but why? Not even 2 hours ago you told me the Guardian doesn't meddle with human activities. Why are they so obsessed with him?" Baitra said. "Because on the rare occasion he does, Dad performs miracles and asks nothing in return. When the living from the Giera continent and their plague tried to invade the Empire, he took care of both single-handedly. When a wheat blight almost caused a famine throughout the Empire, he cured it and even restored the affected crops. Sometimes, people get an audience with him and lore says they all find the answers they had been looking for," Zorath said. "Wow, your old man sounds really impressive," Baitra whistled in admiration. "Long story short, they suck on him because they are afraid that Ligan will leave once the Empress dies or retires." Zorath ignored the compliment. "Everyone knows that he only came for Milia and is trying to change his mind about the Empire. The Prancing Dragon was a cozy tavern made of redwood, lighted and heated by magical stones. The huge fireplace served merely to create a relaxed atmosphere, especially during winter. It was furnished with square tables that could host 4 people tops, and with comfortable padded chairs. Waiters moved between the tables, bringing plates and beverages from the kitchen. There was a counter on the east wall with several bar stools, and was reserved for the heavy drinkers. Animal furs and depictions of dragons decorated the walls. An unwritten law of the Empire stated that all dragons' reproductions had to depict either a single scale or the full body. Mounting a dragon's head to a wall, no matter if fake, was enough to get the person responsible lynched by an angry mob. "So what are doing here exactly?" Baitra asked after a cute waiter delivered her stew and a pint of red ale along with a wink. "I mean, we can kill a few mob bosses, but that would only create a power vacuum and turf wars. Sure, it would create an opportunity to empty their vaults and get away with it, but a big treasure is good only for someone who wants to settle down, whereas we need a constant flow of money. Sometimes I wonder how you survived this long," Zorath sighed. "Of course we're not here to play executioner. People don't submit to you just because you glare at them, and we can't remain in Palaran to handle the business. The master already made contact with the locals and set up a parley for us. As I said earlier, we're here to facilitate a hostile takeover." "Meaning?" Baitra was confused. She prompted a waitress so that her partner would be served as well. "Black markets and illegal routes require powerful mages to be established, otherwise it's impossible to avoid the Empire's safety measures. This isn't the Griffin Kingdom, nobles do not exist, and no title is hereditary," Zorath said. "In the Empire, mages are so highly regarded that crime pays way less than being a civil servant, so bribing one is nigh impossible. Not to mention that the punishment for treason is beyond unspeakable. Hence, since there are no rogue mages, Palaran's underworld relied on the undead courts. After the invasion from Giera and Visa's uprising, however, the Empire is tooth-combing its territories for undead, and even criminals don't trust them." Chapter 948, Dreams and Nightmares, Part 2. "Wern Nyan, a deputy head of the Red Gorgon cartel, required our help to get rid of his boss, offering us to take the place of the undead. This way, Wern becomes the boss, the cartel takes the guards off its back, and we get a big share of the profits. Everybody wins." Zorath finally received her meal and decided she would leave no tip for the poor service. Baitra's stew was now barely lukewarm. "It's a good plan. Why don't we make Wern arrange our meeting with his boss happen inside the court? The treasure vault should make an excellent advance payment for our services," Baitra asked. "My thoughts exactly. The undead aren't going to drop a bone with so much meat attached easily, so I have already planned to strike them first and wipe them out before they can strategize properly," Zorath said. "One more question. Why are your plate and beer mug less filled than mine even though they cost the same?" "Because you're beautiful and I'm not," Zorath replied with a shrug. Her serving was actually generous, it was Baitra's that was exaggerated. Zorath had now the same appearance as when she was still a human awakened. She looked like a woman in her early 30s, about 1.6 meters, 53, tall, with black-shaded brown hair and youthful chestnut eyes that contrasted with the ancient wisdom of her gaze. Her skin was naturally so pale that it almost looked sickly, and was full of too many freckles to be easy on the eye. She had sharp features, a squared jaw, and a nose a tad too long to be considered cute. "No way, you're gorgeous." Those words made Baitra yearn to spill the blood of all members of the restaurant staff. Suddenly, the torturing techniques stored in her memory didn't seem so scary anymore. "I wish, unlike you, I was born a hybrid. My dad never cared much for appearances when choosing a spouse, only for the versatility of their mind. My mother was a genius, not a stunner, and sadly I took many things from her. I remember that when I was little, I felt part of the family only in my wormling form. Everyone else was so beautiful that it was upsetting, especially when I was a teen." Zenegrosh sighed. "What about your mother? Didn't she help you?" Baitra asked. "No, she was more concerned about her research than about me. Genius, remember. I was raised by my father and many siblings. I asked them the secret about awakening many times, but they always refused to teach me, saying that I wasn't ready, that I would just hurt myself," Zorath replied. In hindsight, they were right. Back then, the only thing I could think about was body refining and becoming as beautiful as the rest of the family. If they taught me, I would have ended up bursting my mana core when I was too weak to become an abomination, and we wouldn't be having this conversation. Long story short, after I finished my growth spurt and most effects of body refining were lost forever, I threw a huge temper tantrum and ran away from home. When I came of age, I discarded my draconic half out of spite for my family. I was so conceited that I swore to myself that I wouldn't live a millennium with those looks, thinking that even death was better than such a fate. I spent years studying magic, learning to appreciate Dad's many teachings about mana and world energy, until I self-awakened a few days after my 31st birthday. You'd think that by then I was mature enough to take things slow, yet the moment I noticed that, even if to a lesser degree body refining still worked, I lost it. I was back being an insecure teen and started to practice accumulation like there was no tomorrow. I ignored the signs, the pain, everything just to be able to return to the fold and show my father I made it on my own. Then my core cracked, but my mastery of magic and willpower were so strong that instead of dying I was reborn into an abomination. At that point, pride, anger, self-pity, everything was swallowed by the hunger. To add insult to injury, once I evolved into an eldritch, I started to regain the same draconic power I had discarded. Now I look exactly like I did before my death, and I'm too old to give a damn about what other people think. Zorith had talked while eating, while Baitra kept staring at her, while her plate remained untouched. "What about you? What's your story, and are you going to eat that?" Long-distance flight always made Zorith work an appetite. "I don't know. Suddenly, Baitra's head started to hurt, and several images flashed in front of her eyes. She remembered a gentle woman she called Master Menadian, a tower with a staircase drenched with blood, and then her hand clenched around Menadian's fury. Baitra tried to connect the dots, but it made her headache worse. She felt so much rage, envy, and shame at the same time that she started to cry. Baitra recognized the early signs of a blood madness fit and panicked. "Gods, no, please, I don't want to ruin our mission before it even starts. In my frenzy, I might harm Zorith, or even worse, I might draw Ligon's attention. I must." "Are you all right?" Zorith snapped Baitra out of it by holding her hand. "Why are you crying? If you don't want to share your stew, just say it. I'll just order seconds." Baitra was shocked, realizing that her fit had lasted barely a few seconds, yet to her, it felt like hours. Even though she was still unable to talk, she was grateful for Zorith's kindness in dropping the subject and pretending it was about the food. "Two pretty ladies like you shouldn't make each other cry. I'm sure that whatever is going on between you can be solved by good ale and a bit of company," a handsome young man said while pointing at himself and his friend sitting at a nearby table. He was about 1.75 meters, 59, tall, with short blonde hair and gray eyes. He also had perfect white teeth that he was showing off with a stunning smile. "Thanks for the offer, but unless you're a waiter and you can bring us seconds, we're not interested," Zenegrosh said with a polite but cold smile. "Sometimes," the young man choked on his words when a sudden click announced Zenegrosh's ultimatum. On her right hand, she wore a set of metal dragon claws Baitra had made for her, called Sky Piercer. The silvery glove had 6 purple magic crystals embedded on its surface, one for each finger and one in the middle of its backhand. Her index, middle, and ring finger were pointed at him. Yet only the claws on her index and ring finger were extended to the length of a sword and touched either side of the youth's neck. "Read between the lines, pal." Zenegrosh elongated the last claw as well, just enough to draw the man's attention to her middle finger. "I'm sorry, I didn't think." "Then don't start now. I don't want you getting a headache for doing something you're not used to. Now scram." Her icy glare made it clear that she wasn't going to repeat herself a third time. Chapter 949, Overwhelming Power Part 1. Zenegrosh's charade provided a perfect cover for the 2 grown men wetting themselves like kids. The truth, however, was that the killing intent came from Baitra, who was still seconds away from a fit of blood madness. She didn't like the stranger intruding in what she considered a private moment one bit. The waiters promptly came washing the floor and provided the 2 women with seconds, serving them simultaneously in the hope to quell their anger. A few hours later, once Baitra had managed to regain her cool, the 2 abominations went to one of the Red Gorgon cartel's safe houses to meet their new partner, Wern Nyan. Officially, the Red Gorgon was a merchant guild, so the place didn't differ much from a law-abiding enterprise. It was a 2-story building made of wood, with a receptionist sitting at a desk in front of the ground floor's entrance, while the rest of the space was taken by offices furnished only with desks, armchairs, and file cabinets. The first floor was similarly furnished, but everything was much more expensive, and each room had been made soundproof with magic. The entire building was actually protected by several invisible arrays, the value of which was worth more than the entire city block. "I'm glad to see that your boss is taking us seriously." Wern said while looking at the two women with approval. He was no mage, but he had a keen sense for recognizing talent in other people. I know that the most talented mages are women, but those two are off the charts. Heck, I feel threatened even though they sit there doing nothing. Their bearing is that of an apex predator, he thought. I'm certain that your magical abilities are great, but are you sure that two of you are enough? We're dealing with undead who are strong enough to kill an adult bear with one hand. How do you plan to survive if they get close? Ren didn't reach his position without planning everything 5 steps ahead. Before making an enemy out of an undead court, he wanted to be reassured about their odds of success. Ren Nyan was a man in his mid-30s, about 1.6856 meters tall, with blonde hair and a beard. He had a gentle face, but between his mean eyes and his burly body, he was the kind of person you didn't want to meet alone in a dark alley. He had brought the 2 abominations in his office, where 4 bodyguards, each taller and more muscular than Lith, and 2 of his associates were waiting for them. On paper, Ren was just the manager of the branch they were in, yet his office was beyond luxurious. All the armchairs were silk-lined and crafted with the best materials. Both the carpets and the tapestries hung to the walls were gold-embroidered, showing the masterful hand of the artist. Before discussing such insignificant details, I'd like to make the terms of our agreement clear. Xenagrosh sniffed the air, and a disgusted grimace twisted her face as if they were sitting in a shithouse instead of a living room worthy of a marquee. After we dispose of your boss, Tallman, we'll provide the Red Gorgon with the personnel and the means to make your business thrive. In exchange, we'll take 60% of the net profits. What? One of the other men in the room said. 60% is more than what we give to those bloodsuckers. Ren, what point does it have going from a bad to a worse deal? Excellent question, Jellas. Ren raised his hand to make his fellow deputy head and conspirator shut up. Let's hear our guest's answer before stopping the negotiations. Why should I accept your terms? He interlocked his fingers and leaned back, showing no fear nor weakness. Because if you are the smart man I think you are, you'll understand that numbers are more important than percentages. Xenagrosh said, and Ren nodded for her to continue. He had understood what she meant, but he needed the others to hear and understand it on their own, especially his bodyguards. Rebellions aimed high but started low. If the grunts didn't like where the conspiration was going, they would turn traitor in a jiffy. An army only made of generals couldn't win a war. Ren needed loyal soldiers ready to give up their lives on the spur of the moment, so that he could become filthy rich and die of old age. The Red Gorgon works well, but the undead can only support you during the night, whereas my organization will allow you to extend work hours to daytime as well, Xenagrosh said. Double the time, double the profits. Noticing that only one of the deputy heads was smiling, Ren dumbed down the concept. The room turned from gloomy into a ray of sunshine in the blink of an eye. That's just for starters, Xenagrosh continued. Right now, the Empire is breathing down your neck because of Visa and her undead. By getting rid of your current partners, the constables will shift their focus on your competition. Not only will you become able to make business more freely, but you could also exploit the enemy's weakness to expand your turf. 2 birds with 1 stone. All those present were eating out of her hand, nodding like parrots. Ren felt threatened by the sudden shift in the power balance in the room. He was now the only one on his side, feeling like a guest inside his own home. I've heard about charisma, but this is too much. If this continues, it will take a minute for this Xenagrosh to become my boss instead of my partner, Ren thought. Last but not least, we'll take care of the infiltrators in your ranks. Xenagrosh stood up, moving as quick and silent as a ghost in front of the other deputy head who had spoken earlier and his bodyguard. Tracking is my specialty. I'm even better than a magical beast at following a trail. The problem with you thralls is that no matter how many times you brush your teeth, you can't get rid of the smell of blood. The man turned pale for a split second, and then jumped up with so much strength that his chair turned into splinters mixed with stuffing. He had been barely 1.65 meters, 55, tall, but now he was standing over 1.82 meters, 6, with his body now covered with bristles ripping through his clothes. The thrall hit Xenagrosh multiple times before anyone could even blink. Each hit produced the noise of a hammer strike and the sound of broken bones. Are you done? She asked a few seconds later, when the repeated impacts had broken his fingers, wrists, and forearms to the point that the creature's arms resembled an accordion. My turn, then. Xenagrosh waved her right hand as if she was shooing a fly. The Skypiercer cut the thrall at the neck, heart, waist, and knee level while also cauterizing the wounds. It turned him into 5 pieces without shedding a single drop of blood. The bodyguard, who was actually the thrall's master, snarled and started to shapeshift as well. Korvax were undead capable of moving during the day at the price of a part of their might. Withstanding the sunlight limited their magical abilities, but their physical prowess was unaffected. Chapter 950, Overwhelming Power Part 2. Xenagrosh let him complete the metamorphosis, so that all those present realized what kind of monsters they had dealt with until that day, and that their new partners were even worse. The moment the monster stood over 2 meters, 7 tall, spreading a killing intent that added gray streaks to Ren's hair and wrinkles to his eyes, Xenagrosh tapped the Korvac's forehead with her finger. The hollow mist chaos spell that she unleashed spread inside the creature's body, and turned it into ashes before he could emit a single wail. All the humans in the room seemed to have aged a decade, and even though the Korvac was gone, they were still frozen in place. Anything else I should know? Ren bit deep into his lower lip to overcome the terror that had paralyzed his limbs and reaffirm his leadership. No, everyone else in here is clean. Xenagrosh sniffed each one of those presents, identifying many of their hobbies and vices, but none of them was relevant to the mission at hand. As the new head of the Red Gorgon, I accept your terms. Ren stood up and shook hands with Xenagrosh, while the others were still unable to even blink, too afraid that a new horror would unfold the moment darkness clouded their vision. Soon they would spread the tale of the meeting, turning both Ren the Unflinching and Xenagrosh the Slayer into legendary figures of the underworld. Space. Later that night, Ren brought Baitra and Xenagrosh with him under the guise of 2 mercenary mages he had hired. The meeting with Talman took place in the local branch of the Dusk Court, in front of the undead masters of the Red Gorgon. Ren had sowed discord among the ranks of the cartel, demanding both a change of the terms of the deal with the undead and of leadership. After a failed attempt on his life, Talman Ironheart had been forced to ask for the help of his patrons. When the rumors about thralls hidden among the cartel spread around, the Red Gorgon belonged to Ren in a matter of hours, leaving Talman with no allies in Palarin beside the undead. He hoped that they would kill his rival and prefer continuity in the management of the Red Gorgon. Little did he know that the killer had failed on purpose to force the undead to open their doors to the invaders of their own will. If the assassination succeeded, Ren would have become the new boss, and the Dusk Court wouldn't have given a damn about who was the leader as long as the flow of gold and food didn't stop. That way, instead, he wasn't just plotting against an insignificant human. He was daring to threaten the court, demanding audience from them as if they were peers. That was something the undead couldn't overlook, so they had invited Ren and his followers as their guests, to make an example out of them. Their slow, agonizing death would show the rest of the underworld what happened to a human who didn't play by their rules. Xenagrosh admired Ren's guts to enter the tiger's den with no defense but her and Baitra. The two had known just for a few hours, yet the man was already willing to put his life in her hands. I must give it to him. Ren is a scumbag, but he also has an iron will. Besides, who am I to judge? Xenagrosh shrugged. It would take him several lifetimes to commit a number of atrocities that could come even close to my own. Why did you request this meeting? The Dusk Court and the Red Gorgon are longtime friends. There's no animosity between us except that you bring at this table. Lethe, a gorgeous vampire, said. The meeting took place in the court's main hall. It was built to resemble an underground amphitheater that had an oval layout and seating tiers that surrounded the central performance area, like a modern open-air stadium. Ren and the vampire were at the center of the scene, each with only their personal bodyguards on their side. Half of the hall was occupied by the undead and the other by the members of the Red Gorgon. In theory, it was meant to treat them as peers, but the truth was that the Dusk Court wanted to have as many witnesses as they could. A single undead was capable of terrifying dozens of living beings, and without any magical abilities, being exposed to the court's collective bloodlust made the members of the Red Gorgon feel like fish out of water, gasping for air. Friends, what kind of friends put spies inside our very homes? You betrayed our bond of trust first, and now you dare question us. We work while you grow fat, and our consciences pay the price for it. You ask for us to provide you with innocent teens, beasts, plant folks, and even children that you feed upon. I say that's enough. Like most of those presents, Ren couldn't care less about innocence as long as he got paid. Yet they were an excellent subject to rally even the worst crowd and spark what was left of their indignance. Besides, It offered the bunch of criminals a perfect scapegoat to wash their hands of all the blood they spilled. It was like saying, "It wasn't your fault. You didn't do it for the money. You did it because the undead forced you to." Lethe was stunned at those words. She looked at the head of the court to signal that something was wrong. Their plan had been to let Ren renegotiate the terms of their deal and then kill him for breaching the etiquette. Even if he acted flawlessly, they could kill him because by attacking Tallman he had betrayed him, and in turn the court as well since he was their representative. It was a paper-thin argument, but it was how the undead court conducted its business for centuries. Yet the human was attacking them directly, demanding to break the deal instead of asking for more favorable conditions. It was akin to a lamb sharpening the tools of a butcher before questioning his mother's honor. Uriah the White Lady dismissed Lethe's worries with a sneer. They had searched their guests before letting them in, and she knew most of them very well. Aside from the two strangers, the least of the court's members would easily be able to slaughter them all. Unless one of the girls is Manohar or the Empress, there's nothing to fear. The former is still trapped in the kingdom while the latter is in the Empire's capital. This Ren must be tired of living, she thought. Then we both agree the line has been crossed, Lethe said with a wolfish smile. Yet it's you who broke the pledge of honor by attacking your master, you who desecrated our hallowed halls with your poisonous words. Your end will be a warning for all those foolish enough to comply with your madness. The vampire moved with such a speed that Wern was able to see her attack, but not to react in time. Lethe expected him to cry or wet himself, but after what Wern had witnessed during that same afternoon, the vampire looked terribly small to his eyes. Xenagrosh intercepted Leth's slender wrist with her left hand, trapping it in a grip stronger than a steel vice. Chapter 951, The Apprentice Surpasses the Master Part 1. That's our cue, Bite, Xenagrosh said while a Tier 2 Chaos magic spell opened a hole the size of a baseball in the vampire's chest. It destroyed her heart and killed Lethe on the spot. I'll protect the humans, you kill the undead. Xenagrosh jumped back, bringing Ren along with her on the stands. Who does what now? Bitra was shocked seeing a wave of undead bodies belonging to all races flood the amphitheater, while they emitted such an intense bloodlust that not even the eldritch abomination was immune to it. Kill them all. Uriah, the White Lady, had no plans to follow the rules of Xenagrosh's game and led her army against the humans. A burly undead reached the human's side with a single jump as he shapeshifted into a Grendel. The creature in front of Xenagrosh was over 3 meters 10 tall and had a round head, with feral eyes as big as a saucer. It had bright red irises and vertical pupils that were filled with a mix of hate and spite. Its body was entirely covered by a dirty brown thick fur, akin to that of a giant sewer rat. The Grendel's maw was lipless, and so large that it was the entire lower half of his head. The mouth was filled with sharp, long fangs, each one about 10 centimeters 4 long. A Grendel, what an amiable and rare pet you keep in here. It's like a small bird. Xenagrosh shapeshifted as well, turning into her shadow dragon form. It fits in just one hand. The Grendel froze in fear when he realized he had landed not on the floor, but on a giant scaly hand. Xenagrosh's 4 red eyes were staring at him in amusement, and each one of them was as big as the Grendel. The dragon's head scraped the ceiling of the cave, while her claws dug deep into the ground that was forming craters under her feet due to her weight. Her wingspan covered the entirety of the amphitheater, and prevented the undead from reaching the humans. Xenagrosh killed the Grendel simply by clenching her hand, and breathed a wave of purple origin flames that turned the first wave of assailants into puffs of smoke. The undead stopped in their tracks, unable to believe their own senses nor to move a single muscle, and the hall fell silent for a second. After that, the stands full of humans burst into savage screams of joy as if it was just a football game and they were the fans of the winning team. None of them had really believed in dragons until that day, but seeing one appear in front of their eyes made all those teachings they barely remembered become deeply etched in their minds and hearts. We surrender, state your demands, Uriah the White Lady said. Unlike Lith, Xenagrosh only had 2 sets of eyes. The first set was where it was supposed to be, and the second was horizontally lined up with the first on the dragon's snout, giving her a perfect peripheral vision. I have no demands. Palarin belongs to the Master now. Your only choice is to either surrender and die or defeat one of us and survive. Her voice was a deep, guttural roar that shook the nerves of everyone who heard it. Are you saying that if we attack the other woman you will not interfere? Uriah asked, receiving a nod in reply. If we kill her, do I have your word that you will grant safe passage outside of the city to all survivors? Another nod ensued. I thought we were friends, Zor. Why are you doing this to me? Baitra was on the verge of tears, something that the undead appreciated as much as they did her staring at the shadow dragon instead of keeping an eye on them. They charged at Baitra with the violence of a raging river, and the grace acquired after hundreds of years spent on the battlefield. Each one of the undead despised the other member of the court well enough to know the abilities of their competition as well as their own. It allowed them to have seamless teamwork despite having rarely fought together. We are friends, Bite, but not the kind that travels Maugre to make wreaths of flowers and good memories, Zorith replied. I need you to wake up. If you stay as you are, you're going to die, either by the hand of our enemies or by that of our so-called allies. Baitra emitted a Tier 4 chaos spell, Howling Void, from each of her hands. They parted the sea of enemies in front of her, killing dozens of them, yet hundreds remained. All she had managed to achieve was to buy herself a second, maybe two. I don't want to kill them, I barely know them, they are, she managed to say before being drowned again in fangs, claws, and spells. The undead's innate mastery of darkness magic allowed them to use its true magic form and to infuse it into their blows. The spells that were hitting her non-stop ate at Baitra's body inside and out, while her flesh was torn apart by the living storm of limbs surrounding her. They are what, innocents? Each one of them has probably as much blood on their hands as you. They are disgusting pigs, fattened on the flesh of their own neighbors. They know nothing of our hunger or our loneliness. Why do you keep holding back? Xenogrosh was seething with anger. Her best friend was being slaughtered in front of her eyes, yet she stood still. Red tears streamed down her scaly cheeks while her feet stomped the ground in the only way she had to express her outrage. The red drums of the blood madness threatened to burst Baitra's head open, and the splitting headache it gave her eclipsed even the pain from her wounds. Yet hearing Zorith's voice, her desperate screams of incitement was more than she could take. Baitra stopped resisting the madness and let her heart follow the beat of the red drums. She shapeshifted into her Reiju form and fought back. A Reiju was the evolution of a seer, horse-type magical beast, whose powers were based on the light and air element. Their appearance was that of a Chinese dragon fused with a warhorse. The resulting creature had silver-white scales covering their horse body, with large branching horns over their head, long whiskers, a thick silver mane, and a long, scaled draconic tail. Baitra, however, was an Emperor Beast Abomination hybrid, making her body black, her mane blood red, and her eyes yellow. The transformation was accompanied by a burst of lightning and chaos energy that blasted away the undead that were the closest to her and allowed her to escape the encirclement. Baitra's hooves emitted sparks of electricity every time they struck the ground, giving it an opposite charge to her own that made her gallop speed akin to a maglev train. She infused her horns with so much chaos magic that they turned black. Darkness magic was the bane of the undead, and chaos magic was still darkness, just several times stronger. All the undead in front of her charge disappeared in a puff of smoke, as if they had just been mist figures instead of powerful beings. The red drums of the blood madness beat faster with every life she took, and soon the war song turned from sound into images. Chapter 952, The Apprentice Surpasses the Master Part 2. Baitra performed a sharp turn to her left, creating an ash cloud out of her fallen enemies and reliving her memories as an Emperor Beast. After evolving and learning the forge-mastering arts of the Reiju bloodline, Baitra had gone to put them to the test against the first and the greatest ruler of flames, Rifa Menadian. She had lost in both experience and skill, but not in talent nor love for forge-mastering. The two master artisans admired each other's creations, so Menadian offered Baitra to become her apprentice. The Reiju accepted, and soon, thanks to Menadian's teachings and her own talent, Baitra became the fourth ruler of the flames. It was a highly coveted title that identified her as the best forge-master of her generation, but the number one spot overall still belonged to Menadian. Baitra had lived in her tower and watched her work with Menadian's fury long enough to understand the reason why she was incapable of surpassing the first ruler of the flames. No matter how much Baitra tapped into her potential, without the tower she would never be able to craft something like the fury. To come out of Menadian's shadow, she needed to even the field. With each failed attempt to close the gap between them, admiration and respect turned into sour envy that poisoned Baitra's life as well as her creations. The memory ended, making Baitra neigh in fury as if the events she had witnessed didn't happen centuries ago, but yesterday. Yuria, the White Lady, exploited her confusion to hurl a mass of water the size of a river. It covered the ground, dispersing the electricity it stored and making the Reiju crash onto the ground. The living bolt had finally stopped, and the undead didn't miss their chance to regain the upper hand. Whites and Wraiths drained Baitra's life force simply by touching her, while the rest of the undead used their claws to aim at her vitals. They were now cursing their own dimensional ceiling array that left them with nothing but what they wore. To shut it down, they would need to reach the control panel that was just 2 corridors and 3 rooms past the Shadow Dragon. "Don't stop, memories are everything for a mage," Xenagrosh said. "They bring you pain but also power and experience. Remember who you are, Bite. Remember and come back to me." Baitra whined in pain, torn between the visions of the past from the blood madness and the present threat. Prompted by Zorath's words, the Reiju embraced the suffering coming from both sources and shapeshifted again. Another burst of lightning, chaos, and blood allowed her to stand up. Her humanoid form resembled that of a woman covered in small black scales, with horns on her head and long blood-red hair dancing in the air as if she was amid a storm. A burst of emerald flames enveloped her body, covering it with one of her prototypes for the Master's Dominator armor, and making Menadian's fury appear in her left hand. The mystical hammer amplified her natural abilities, turning Baitra into a living Tesla coil that unleashed lightning bolts as powerful as natural ones against her enemies. Some undead burst into flames, others died on the spot, while the rest bled from all their orifices. The flow of blood and mana triggered the red drums in her head, showing her another glimpse from the past. Even though Baitra's breakthroughs with runesmithing had allowed the Forgemasters around Magur to bring their crafts to the next level, it still was not enough to quench her ambition. She was sick and tired of being the second best, to the point of belittling her own achievements. In her mind, she had just improved something Menadian had created instead of inventing a new forgemastering technique. To add insult to injury, Menadian claimed to be her #1 fan and always spoke highly of Baitra. To the Reiju, it meant that her former master didn't feel threatened by her talent, that Menadian didn't even consider her as a rival. After one failure too many at crafting her own mage tower, Baitra had enough of playing nice. The foolish Menadian had never revoked her privileges, so the Reiju had no problems getting inside the tower nor slaughtering all of Menadian's precious apprentices, even her so-called successor that she had spent so much time and effort preparing. By the time the alarms triggered, the tower was painted red. Menadian was shocked by the betrayal of someone she had always considered as a friend, and forced to decide whether to fight Baitra or try to save those who still had a spark of life. She foolishly tried to do both, giving the Reiju the chance to steal Menadian's fury and run away after piercing her heart with the horn Ragus had on their forehead. Baitra knew that the tower would heal the wound, but it still bought her time. Meanwhile, the lightning discharge had ended and Baitra threw the fury against her enemies, creating an ash cloud. The undead believed her disarmed, but despite the hammer was still flying in the air, there was another in her left hand. Menadian's fury had the ability to create a temporary copy of itself, allowing more than one Forgemaster at a time to use its powers and perform four-handed crafting jobs. It was how Baitra had got her first taste at the hammer, and how Menadian taught her apprentices. The Reiju used the copy to fend off the following waves, while the original hammer returned to her hand, mowing down everyone on its path. Baitra was covered in blood, most of which was her own, her flesh was torn, and her mana cores were almost spent. The hunger almost drove her insane and forced her to relive her final moments as an Emperor Beast. After escaping from the tower, the Reiju had run for days while using accumulation non-stop, to achieve a bright purple core and fight Menadian on equal footing. There was no way to Forgemaster new relics since as long as the first ruler of the flame was alive, the hammer would bear her imprint and be nothing but a fancy paperweight. Despite the Reiju's best attempts to stall for time, Menadian found her, and the two rulers of the flames fought relentlessly for days, both befalling in worse condition than Baitra currently was. Menadian was still grieving her fallen apprentices, and her life force was injured by her attempts to save at least one of them. Her lack of focus and vigor allowed Baitra to emerge victorious. The rush the Reiju felt when she imprinted the fury, making it finally her own, was only equal to the fear she experienced when her mana core started to crack just a few days later. The constant strain from the training first and fighting later had pushed the Reiju past her limits. That had been the day when Baitra had died along with all of her dreams, and Korg the Abomination had been born. Baitra couldn't believe how stupid her original self had been. She had thrown everything and everyone she loved away for power, just to lose it soon after achieving her dream. It wasn't just the victory that had turned out to be hollow, but her heart as well. Baitra wanted to throw away the fury for good, to fall to her knees and cry her eyes out until she found a way to make amends for her crimes. Yet she stood tall while appreciating Menadian's fury's weight, both physical and spiritual. Chapter 953, Raiders of the Lost Academy Part 1. There's no time for weakness. Menadian is dead, and so is everyone else I knew. All the apologies in the world will not turn back time. The original Baitra was a genius as much as she was a monster, but now it's up to me to carry her burden. I have people who depend on me and a second chance at life. This time I will not let everyone down, Baitra thought. I knew you would make it, Zorath roared. She was so happy that she would dance with joy if not for the too many witnesses. How do you feel, and what about the madness? I feel horrible inside and outside. As for the madness, it's still there, but its hold over me has lessened. I don't know if I will ever be completely free from it, but right now I'm aware of two things. First, I'm no more a threat to my allies, and second, I'm starving, Baitra said. We're done here. Let's get you something to what the heck. When Zorath folded her wings and turned around, she discovered why the members of the Red Gorgon cartel had stopped yelling for a while. They were no longer sitting on the stands, but kneeling with their heads and hands on the ground. What are you doing? Baitra asked while her hair still whipped around as if it was alive. We've witnessed the power and the mercy of the gods today. Wern spoke in a soft, deferent whisper. He felt unworthy of speaking to the two deities, yet not answering them would have been even more disrespectful. Baitra twirled her forefinger at her temple, suggesting that their guests had gone mad. The Shadow Dragon clan swears its undying loyalty to you, my liege. Our lives are yours to take. Shadow Dragon clan? Gods, now I understand why Dad stays cooped up in the castle all day. Zorath told Baitra with an air spell to not let anyone else hear her. And you dared say that you're not beautiful, you're a god now, Baitra giggled in reply. You'll never let me hear the end of this, don't you? Zorath said with a sigh. Nope, now invite me to dinner. We have many things to celebrate tonight. Space. Griffin Kingdom, Keller region, inside Lith's tower a few months later. For once, life seemed to have listened to Lith's plea, and nothing big had happened ever since his fight with Dawn. It had given him the opportunity to spend a lot of time with his now many nieces and nephews, with Celia, and his own family. Thanks to the fact that he finished his rounds early, he always had a lot of free time that he could use to catch up with both his old and new allies while also assessing his gains. After finishing the academy and coming of age, Lith had joined the army in the hope of finding some clues about how to solve his reincarnation problem. Gaining merits with the army had given him the chance to access all the books he needed for his research. He had chosen to become a ranger to always work alone, and the Keller region as his patrol area after asking Kala for advice. The region was rich in lost cities that had allowed him to further study cursed objects and explore the possibility of binding his soul to an item. Also, it was the motherland of the Odi notorious body snatchers and the forefathers of Liquid. On paper, it was the perfect place to find a way to either swap his dying body with a new one or at least gain further insight on liches, the allegedly perfect undead. Lith would have never thought of actually meeting, fighting, and interacting with all of them, even befriending a lich named Zalgrish. That or whatever such raving mad undead passed as friendship. During those 2 years, Lith had gained a lot and learned even more. He now was sure that turning himself into a cursed object was impossible. Just like it happened for corpses when they were risen as greater undead, the living legacies had a mind, if not a soul, of their own. On top of that, Liquid had lost most of its luster after noticing how mad each one of them became. Even Kala, who was barely halfway through the process, wasn't an exception. Discovering that liches couldn't get too far away from their phylactery, without losing their powers, had been the final nail in the coffin. His visit in Kula had given Lith the means to replicate the workings of the Odi, of which he had personally experienced their performance, and opened more questions about Mager's role in his world tribulations. Lith had never planned on meeting someone like Camilla, who he initially considered just a fling, nor to reconnect with Protector or meeting Nalrond. His relationship with Camilla had grown slowly but steadily since their first date, to the point that she was aware of both his hybrid and awakened nature. She only ignored the part about him being from Earth and about Solas's existence, making her the only person outside his family with whom he had been completely honest, and who didn't rip his secrets out of his mind. Protector had helped him a lot to grow as both a man and a mage, introducing Lith to Falul. As for Nalrond, Lith had at first spared him only on Solas's whim, but after the Razar had helped to save Renaz's children and had offered to teach him light mastery, Lith had started caring for him. Mostly because Nalrond was his only lead about fringes, mystical places where he could speak with Magur. Such knowledge, coupled with light mastery, made the Razar a priceless asset. Lith was sitting at his desk while contemplating the lost academy of Huriol from one of the tower's windows. Now that Solas's Mana Core had reached the deep Cyan core, she had unlocked the second floor of the Mage Tower. This is our last opportunity to raid the academy and get our hands on that sweet forge made of Davros. Once we are done with the army, we'll lose our privileges, Lith said. Well, we've raided it more than 100 times, yet we have found the Forgemastering lab only once when we took the runesmithing booklet, Solas said. Also, if we stumble again into the Emerald Dragon, we might die. I love the smell of pessimism in the morning. Lith chuckled at her lack of enthusiasm. Look at the bright side. We've yet no idea how to remove the Davros forge from the ground. We don't speak the Draconic language, so we have no way to communicate with the dragon, and we're relying solely on dumb luck for Huriol's maze to rearrange itself in a convenient way. What bright side are you talking about? What you said sounded like the recipe for a disaster, Solas said. Because it is. The bright side is that after our honorable discharge, we're done cleaning other people's mess, be they past, present, or future. Our apprenticeship with Falul will take place on our terms, and once we're part of the Beast's Council, we'll be free to go wherever we want and do whatever we want. Lith steepled his fingers, planning what he considered the last steps of his journey. Chapter 954, Raiders of the Lost Academy Part 2. I've packed everything we might need and put all the ancient dictionaries Falul has borrowed us inside Soluspedia. This time, we should be able to read the ancient language of the kingdom as if we're native speakers. Solas had even found the time to finish translating the runesmithing booklet. She and Lith had revised its contents multiple times, hoping that it would speed up their study of modern runesmithing with Falul. Their only gripe with the booklet was the lack of blueprints for truly powerful artifacts. Yet it was supposed to be just a school textbook, not the grimoire of an archmage, so the discovery had only mildly disappointed them. Lith studied the Lost Academy one last time, before turning the tower into a ring and warping to his destination. From the outside, Huriol looked like a giant stone dome. The only entrances were located at the ground level, and breaking the dome would make the cursed object who protected the city turn the academy into a rampaging golem. Flying inside was impossible as well, making people wonder what lay at the center of the city, and for what purpose an academy had been built in the middle of nowhere. Huriol was also nicknamed the Cursed Training Ground. Lith used his badge to open the field of several overlapping arrays that prevented everything and everyone from stepping through the city's borders. The lost city was a living labyrinth that would periodically rearrange itself, making any old map useless. Its walls couldn't be affected by earth magic, dimensional magic was sealed, and destroying the walls to make haste only made the living legacy that ruled over Huriol angry. The labyrinth made finding something of value inside the Lost Academy a bet for Lith, but the same applied to the creatures trapped inside Huriol who kept trying to reach the exit to regain their freedom. Jakra the Emerald Dragon was among one of its most famous and powerful inhabitants. Unlike other academies, Huriol lacked a forest, but made up for it by hosting all kind of creatures, both living and undead. Who the fuck could be so mad to let a bunch of horny teens sleep in the same dormitory, with no privacy nor supervision, living under the same roof of unspeakable horrors? Lith had no idea who had devised Huriol, but was pretty sure to know why modern academies were nothing like it. Beats me, Solas shrugged. I'm eager to put to the test war's abilities. So far we faced only C-listers unworthy of its blade. With a bit of luck, this will be our last fight for a long while. The bastard sword crafted by Orion hung on Lith's hip, inside the scabbard made from the blood of the last man dumb enough to force Lith to unsheath war. That makes the two of us. Let's hope we don't end up testing its limits instead. Lith cursed at himself 1 second after the thought formed in his mind. I swear, if you jinxed our last raid before it even started, I'm going to leave you spend your last weeks in the army alone while I take a vacation on my own, Solas thought. Lith silently agreed and started to dispose of the creatures that were hitting the barrier sealing the city with their best spells. It was a small group of famished undead, hence Lith didn't even try to communicate with them. Their bodies were skeletal due to the lack of nourishment, but like all Huriol's prisoners, they couldn't die. For some unknown reason, nothing except for enchanted weapons and spells could destroy the physical form of those who remained trapped in the Lost Academy for too long. By my maker! No matter how many times they faced them, the combat prowess the undead displayed despite their pitiful condition always managed to amaze Solus. Every one of their movements was flawless, allowing them to dodge Lith's attacks by just shifting their stance. Yet they fell the moment one of the spells stored inside Lith's rings disrupted their teamwork. No matter how skilled they were, their starving bodies couldn't keep up with a strong and fresh opponent. Lith only needed to graze them with war for the violent energies imbued inside the sword to ravage its victims, and turning them into ashes. To make matters worse for the enemies, during his raids, Lith would use death vision to spot the enemy's weakness. Humans could die in so many ways that Lith's curse was useless against them, whereas undead could only die from darkness magic, or if struck at their weak points. Their bodies would unravel starting from there, so death vision provided Lith with clues about how to defeat even creatures he had never met before. The small ash clouds didn't disperse, but became small whirls that were sucked inside a small gate. They would be reborn in a random spot of the city during the next cycle. Huriol was also known as the Deathless City, because its inhabitants were forced into a seemingly unbreakable death and rebirth cycle. Some speculated that those who managed to leave the city's premises might be freed from such a cruel destiny, but no one was willing to take risks and allow it to happen. How long until the reset, Lith thought. About 10 hours. The fact that they managed to escape in barely 2 hours means that either they were very lucky or that this time Huriol arranged itself in a straightforward path. If I'm right, we might be forced to face a lot of enemies, Solus thought. It also means we might get further than ever. Even if we miss the forge, maybe we'll find something more easily portable, Lith said. Dimensional and earth magic were sealed inside Huriol, so he couldn't access his pocket dimension nor widen the doors to make way for bulky loot. Once they walked through the city gates, they found themselves in what looked like a kitchen where someone had tried to butcher a still-alive bull. The stone counters were cracked in many places. The cooking utensils were deformed as if they had been used to hit something very hard, and there was blood everywhere. What the fuck did we just miss? Lith wondered. Huriol fixed and cleaned all kinds of damage the moment they happened, making the kitchen return to its original appearance at a speed visible to the naked eye. Whatever happened in there, it was likely to have wrecked the room and taken place barely a minute ago. The kitchen only had a way in and a way out, so after checking around with life vision, Lith moved forward. The next room was a long corridor leading to a single door. Both of its side walls were covered by huge paintings perfectly lined up. Lith froze in place, trying to understand the purpose of the room. In all of his visits, he had never found something as trivial as a passageway. Whoever had built the city seemed to hate wasting space, so every part of the building had a specific role in the Lost Academy, no matter if it was a bathroom or a classroom. Life vision revealed that the paintings were all enchanted with some kind of dimensional magic, yet they depicted still life scenes of no relevance. Or so Lith thought until he recognized some of them. Wait a second, we've been there in the past. Could this really be some sort of waypoint to quick travel through the city? Chapter 955, Raiders of the Lost Academy Part 3. Lith used invigoration on a painting to study its pseudo-core, and discovered that it had very simple controls. Honestly, I hope the paintings are no dimensional doors. If you're right, we might get swarmed at any minute. Also, we have no idea how many times these things can be used. If we go in too deep, and then we find their pseudo-core spent on our way back, we'd have no way out of Huriol, Solus thought while keeping her mana sense active. Lith shuddered, realizing how foolish was his wish. Luckily, the dimensional magic inside of the paintings wasn't intended as a mean of transportation. By imprinting the paintings with his mana, Lith could solely explore the rooms they depicted, zooming in and out at will. This is some kind of camera's control room, he thought. After fiddling with the controls for a while, Lith discovered that the zoom-out function allowed him to see where each room was in Huriol and the directions it led to. That's how those guys managed to get out so quickly. Solus pointed him at a painting depicting another corridor filled with surveillance canvas. Some of the images had been arranged so to form a path leading outside. The good news is that we can follow their lead and move faster. The bad news is that whoever stumbles into that corridor will find a way out and mess with our plan. Lith was zooming out all the surveillance images in the room to see if any of them led to the forgemastering or the alchemical lab. Unfortunately for him, most of the depicted areas were disconnected between them, so they provided him with no clues where to go and hit the jackpot. My advice is to follow the path of the undead. It will allow us to both move quickly and get rid of all those who might block our way back. 2 birds with 1 stone, Solus suggested. Lith nodded and studied briefly all the paintings before moving out. He stayed in each room only long enough to give Solus the time to scan everything with mana sense for valuable relics. No matter how many times he visited it, Huriel was always creepy. The place reminded Lith of the White Griffin Academy to the point that he could almost see the students sitting in the classrooms, practicing magic in the labs, and bullying the weak in the bathrooms. Yet everything was empty and silent until it wasn't anymore. For some reason, all doors would stay closed until someone opened them, and each room was soundproof. Enemies would come at any time from any direction without notice. Lith left the bathroom and entered the Gardens of Madness. He had already been there in the past, but this time he knew where to go next. The garden area was one of the biggest he had ever met, with so many doors that even Solus needed a map to not lose her way. They spanned for several hundreds of meters, covering an area as big as a small village. It was also one of the most dangerous places in the Lost Academy. A green area meant plants, which in turn meant food, and food was a priceless luxury inside Huriel. Those who reached the gardens would never leave until killed, and would react to any intruder with extreme prejudice. Yet the place hadn't been named after the violence it caused so much as after what happened once one of the landlords had their belly full for a while. Finally freed from their hunger, humans, magical beasts, and undead alike would be torn apart between their need for company and the fear of losing what they had. Lith had witnessed several times them crying like babies while hugging, having sex, or even eating each other alive. Only a few would live long enough to realize they had just exchanged one hell for another, and would resume their search for the exit. All the others would remain trapped mind and body in the Gardens of Madness. Lith used air magic to float a few centimeters from the ground and darkness magic to cancel his smell. His skinwalker armor changed its colors according to its surroundings, making Lith nigh invisible. While moving through the gardens, Lith left several bombs hidden inside small bags, just in case he needed to retreat quickly and had no time for finesse nor violence. The next room was a 7-story tall library, filled to the brim with books. Too bad we can't use the tower's sentries to check their titles, nor can we just store them inside our pocket dimension. Lith inwardly sighed at the idea of the treasure of knowledge he was leaving behind. It would take hours anyway, Solus replied. This place must belong to a time when dimensional items weren't common. Misplace a book even once and it's as good as lost forever. She skimmed the titles of the tomes they met on their way, but they were either trivial or nonsensical, like Basics of Self-Defense or How to Cook Your Neighbor. If the gardens extended horizontally, the library extended vertically, like a tower comprised of bookshelves. Lith was surprised not meeting anyone on his way, and believed that for once luck was smiling upon him. Yet the truth was much worse. Undead were the only ones capable of building long-lasting alliance among themselves simply because they couldn't feed upon each other. Emperor beasts, humans, and plants instead would welcome even their own kin as if they were steaming cheeseburgers. Guilt was a meaningless word in Huriel since the victim would be reborn in a few hours. After living inside the Lost Academy for a few days, the only feeling that mattered was hunger. "Congratulations," said a male voice when Lith reached the end of the known path. "You've reached the headmaster's office and earned your place in the Arthur Academy." Lith had no idea if to be more creeped out by the person in front of him speaking the modern common language, or by hearing the name of the Mad King spoken with deference instead of spite. The man in front of Lith wore an ample golden mage robe and was about 1.6 meters, 53, tall. He looked to be in his mid-50s and had long brown hair and beard streaked red all over. "How do you speak my language, and what the heck are you talking about?" Lith said while pretending to be scared. "Solus analysis," he actually thought while using the chatter to weave his best spells. "Whoever this guy is, he has a bright violet mana core and a life force, so he's human. Yet he shares the same energy signature of Huriel, so I'm afraid we're actually talking with the host of the living legacy that controls the place. Be extra careful. If he's anything like me, you're speaking with the beast to whom belongs the belly you're inside of." Solus prepared some spells of her own while trying to understand if the cursed object had any weakness she could exploit. Many people reach our institution every year, and no matter how long they stay, they talk, talk, and talk. I had all the time I needed to listen and keep up with the outside world. At a wave of the apparently amiable old man, a hologram of Lith talking with General Vorg appeared in the middle of the room. Chapter 956, Raiders of the Lost Academy, Part 4. Ranger Verhen, you'll remain here until the next reset, Vorg's hologram said, making Lith aware that the living legacy had kept an eye on him ever since his first visit in Hariol. Then the images changed, showing a montage of all his previous visits. The sequence highlighted Lith's battle tactics, his ability to shapeshift into his wormling form and cast true magic. More than a polite introduction, it sounded like a threat. As for what I'm talking about, I'm offering you to enroll in the final academy, the Golden Griffin. The man raised his hands, and the entire room started to glow with power. The light coming out of the walls surrounded Lith as if it wanted to seep inside his body, but his enchanted armor and strong mana flow kept it at bay. My name is Histar Sevenus, born from the fusion of the headmaster of the 7th Academy and its very power core. I hope we will get along, the man said. Thanks but no thanks. Been there, done that. I think it's better if I leave now. Lith moved toward the door, but its outline disappeared and became one with the wall. What's the rush? There is still plenty of time before the next reset. The gods only know why the king never entrusted me with the power of making it happen at will. I've lost so many promising students because of Arthan's short-sightedness, Histar said while making 2 comfortable chairs appear. Soulless, Lith refused to sit down. If Hariol worked like his tower, the chair could easily turn out to be a deadly trap. Don't worry, the corridor is still there and the wall hasn't changed its thickness. Get ready to move on my mark, she thought. Why should I accept? This place is a dreadful prison, whereas the entirety of Magur is up for the taking. Lith had to keep the conversation going, otherwise his host might activate a raise that would make his escape more difficult. As all those who came in the past, dear Verhen, you're letting fear cloud your judgment. This is no prison, but the birthplace of the final army that will make Arthan's dream of conquering the entire Garland continent come true. Where others just see a bunch of people forced to become cannibalistic psychopaths, Arthan saw the possibility to create a battlefield where death has no place. Our students can practice their tactics until they perfect or discard them. They learn how to distinguish true friends from those who instead would betray them for a bowl of soup. Here there is no such thing as fatal mistakes. You can really learn how to improvise, adapt, and overcome any adversity. Your research needs dragon's blood? We have a dragon. Even if we bleed him out, he'll just be reborn. The same stands for phoenixes, unicorns, and any rare ingredient you might ever need. Here at the Golden Griffin, everyone can make the extreme sacrifice for their country over and over again. More than a pitch, Histar's words sounded like the rant of a madman. The basic concept was interesting, but the total lack of free will to join the experiment, or of any safe words to quit it, made Hariol no different from a prison camp used to conduct human experimentation. As our guest, I allowed you to pick a few souvenirs, but if you enroll and graduate, I'll award you with this. The headmaster made the image of the Davros Forge appear in front of Lith's eyes. What do you mean, graduate? Lith licked his lips with a greedy light in his eyes. All you have to do is to stay here until the reset, reach the exit, and then escape the pesky arrays that block me here. You'll be awarded extra points if you deactivate them. Would you be interested in a full suit of dragon-scale armor? Histar said. Well, when you put it this way. Mark, Soulless cut Lith short, and made the shortest path to the exit appear in front of his eyes. Bye, Lith charged at the point where once the door had been, while boosting his armor with mana, and activating the spirit barrier ring at the same time. The combined effect of the artifacts turned him into a living battering ram that smashed through the solid stone wall without wasting a single spell. Lith could always regain mana with invigoration, whereas weaving new spells would take him time. How dare you ruin my school? Come children, lunch is ready. Histar sent the living light after Lith while all the doors of the Golden Griffin leading toward the exit opened at the same time, guiding the hunters toward their prey. The walls of the academy came to life and took the form of golems. Unlike those from Kula, they were made only of stone. The golems had no head nor neck. Their eyes were on their ample chest, making them look like humanoid manta rays. They were slow, but their number was so great that the moment Lith slowed down, he would be drowned in their stone limbs. By the time he was out of the girls' locker room and back into the canteen, Lith finally understood the real meaning of the headmaster's last words. The floor was filled with golems and the tables with steaming piles of gruel, probably made from the latest batch of fallen students. The stench made Lith turn his nose up to it, but to the rest of the inmates the meal smelled like heaven. All kinds of creatures swarmed from all sides of the academy, following the aroma to the canteen where Lith was fighting for his life. War cut deep inside the golem's stone, thanks to its enchantment scrambling their defenses and allowing Lith to make short work of the golems. After the events of Kula, Orion had modified his crafting method so that his loved ones would never be cornered by a construct again. Both Ruin and War were capable of absorbing mana from nearby spells, which included the arrays that animated the golems. War, however, was much more efficient so that the moment it struck a construct, the earth magic that made it impervious to all kinds of damage faltered. With each slash, the angry blade pierced the golem's external armor and reached their power cores, turning them into rubble. It would have been an impossible feat if not for Life Vision, revealing the weak point to Lith and War, allowing him to exploit it. The bastard's sword emitted a screech akin to a battle cry while it absorbed the power core's lingering energies and made them go haywire. The golem exploded, freeing War and repelling the other assailants without letting a single piece of rock hit Lith. Fuck me sideways. Whoever pissed Orion off this much has better to entrust their soul to the gods, because I'm pretty sure they will soon meet their makers. Lith thought while clearing his path toward the exit. I have good news, Sola said. Even though each golem you destroy is quickly replaced, their creation is weakening Histar's energy signature in both the walls and the light that is chasing us. Behind them, the canteen had plunged into chaos. The living fought for the food, the undead fought to eat the living, while the weakest of the prisoner feasted on their fallen colleagues. Only the constructs kept chasing their prey relentlessly, yet Lith's situation had become much worse nonetheless. Chapter 957, Sometimes They Come Back, Part 1. Please, Solus, save the fancy words for later and tell why Histar's energy signature weakening matters now. Lith thought while activating full guard. Not even Solus could follow so many targets at the same time, and he couldn't afford to be taken by surprise. Stray spells flew throughout the room, limiting his space of maneuver, and the moment one of the Golden Griffin's inmates spotted Lith, they would chase him with haunted eyes as if he was a juicy prime rib on a barbecue. It matters because, unlike what happened when we tried to take the Davros Forge, or when Jakra the dragon used Origin Flames, the building is not coming to life. My guess is that Arthon didn't trust Histar enough to give him full control of the academy. He admitted that Huriel has rules that even he has to follow. As long as you don't break any of them, he has to consume his own power, Solus said. The living legacy didn't lie about the academy offering the possibility to train endlessly, about how those trapped inside the Golden Griffin could sharpen and polish their skill to the utmost limit. Each one of them was a fierce opponent with hundreds of years of battle experience and no care for their survival. They had fought the whole time while being famished, wounded, and sometimes even maimed. Histar's students had learned how to mess their own spells up on purpose, to detonate along with the enemy and turn themselves into living bombs. Lith cursed his bad luck when an explosion sent him crashing on the ground. He had sustained no damage, but the constructs had finally the opportunity to pile up on him and unleash their best spells in unison. Lith let them form a small mound that covered him from sight, and from the ensuing chaos, so that the students would turn against each other. The spirit barrier ring required a lot of mana to sustain such weight and block the spells that were raining down on it, but Lith could afford it thanks to invigoration. Once Life Vision showed him that the coast was clear, Lith expanded the barrier and sent the golems flying. He used his wings and air magic to fly faster than a bullet, reaching the Gardens of Madness in 2 flaps. The route Solus had traced for him required to cut through the middle of the park, offering him no cover. The golems from the canteen followed him, and new ones emerged from the garden's walls. To make matters worse, those skilled enough to become the landlords of the green area were well fed and rested. Some even had followers. They were a much greater threat than their starving peers. Time to trigger the detonator. A snap of Lith's finger made all the small bags he had hidden inside the bushes open, releasing their delicious smell. The bombs he had prepared were actually steaming delicacies that he conserved inside his pocket dimension. The bags were something he had devised for places like Belias or Huriel, where dimensional items didn't work. They would keep the food warm and fragrant. Even the garden's landlords didn't have a hot meal in decades, let alone those who found the canteen's disgusting gruel tasty. The food frenzy made everyone go insane, fighting with their life on the line just to get one bite. The students ignored Lith, who kept away from the bags, and ground the golems into dust simply because the constructs were on their path. Lith kept flapping his wings, moving as fast as he could toward the exit. He didn't really have 10 hours left, but barely a few minutes. It was the time it would take Histar to gather his troops and beat Lith with sheer numbers and power. "Damn it all," Lith yelled when he found the surveillance canvas room jam-packed with golems. They stood one on top of the other, those above fusing their legs with the flat head of those below, forming a living barricade capable of grabbing, hitting, and using magic. A hail of stones filled the entirety of the corridor, forcing Lith to a halt. He activated the Tier 5 magic holding ring, unleashing both the final sunsets stored within. Lith focused the two spells into a single pillar of black flames that vaporized the enemy's spells and pierced through their ranks, creating a path. I take back what I said in the past about Tier 5 magic holding rings. I need more of these babies, Lith thought. He entered the kitchen, finding that it was even more packed than the corridor, but this time Lith was ready. Until that moment, Lith had been forced to hold back to not damage the academy with stray spells and trigger its defenses. He hadn't forgotten how the Golden Griffin was so powerful to stop even Jakra the Emerald Dragon. The last time they had met, the ancient creature had failed to escape because his origin flames damaged the walls. Lith had learned from Jakra's mistake, and Solus's earlier words confirmed his theory. The golems, the food, everything was just a ruse to make him go all out and break the Academy's rules so that Histar could become all-powerful. Now, however, the exit was in sight, so he could safely unleash all the spells he had at the ready. The entire kitchen blew up, opening a hole in the Golden Griffin walls. By the time the safety protocols triggered, however, Lith was already outside, using his amulet to open the array. "No, you don't." Histar warped in front of Lith while focusing all of his might into a gravity spell that sucked him back into the Lost Academy. A jet stream of bright blue origin flames burned the headmaster to a crisp, while an emerald creature so fast that it was barely a blur pushed Lith through the fissure in the energy barrier before it reached for the sky. "Freedom at last," AN translated from Draconic. Jakra rejoiced as he could finally breathe fresh air for the first time in centuries. He had remained trapped inside Huriol a long time ago, back when he was young and stupid enough to believe himself invincible. Little did he know that even though the Golden Griffin gave him plenty of experience and made him immortal, it also stopped his aging. It was the reason why he was still stuck with a bright blue core despite having mastered origin flames and true magic to the point of almost self-awaken. Dragons only grew stronger with time, so eternal youth was a curse to them. "Thanks, little brother. Now I need a proper meal, a year-long nap, and a month-long bath. After that, I'll learn your language and thank you properly." Jakra knew that, as long as Lith didn't understand his words, any attempt to communicate would turn into a pointless fight. Having nothing to offer but his promise, the dragon spat on the Golden Griffin before warping away. "He must have followed you the whole time, hiding behind the golems," Solus thought. "I failed to notice his presence as well. There were too many enemies and dangers to care about a quiet dot in the backlines." "Yeah, Histar opened all the rooms leading to my position, so Jakra had a clear path to follow. The headmaster didn't even consider the idea that someone might be still sane and exploit his call to arms to escape," Lith thought. Chapter 958, Sometimes They Come Back, Part 2. "Do you think I should mention this in my report?" "You better do. Jakra's escape was just a matter of time, whereas the knowledge about Huriol's true purpose will help the kingdom to better defend from it. With Thrud still at large and most of the knowledge about Arthun lost, they need to know that the Mad King left the ultimate army as a gift for his granddaughter," Solus said. "I bet that General Vorg will be pretty pissed off anyway," Lith sighed. Space. Grand Duchy of Darus household, during Lith's escape from Huriol. It had been a long time since Gianni Ernaz had reached out to her old friend, Archmage Velan Darus. Right after Uriel's death, Velan's son and the fifth member of Lith's academy group, the relationship between the Ernaz and the Darus households became awkward. The slave Ring Nalar had put Aquila's finger had forced her to cut the young mage's throat, and it had been Floria's decision to heal her mother first that led to Uriel's demise. Velan considered them responsible, and as a mother, Gianni couldn't blame him. After a while, the two families had made peace, yet Archmage Darus had never recovered from the loss of his only beloved son and suitable heir. Velan had many children, but they were all as bad as they came. The Darus household was a loveless place, so everyone only cared about themselves and about enjoying the luxuries that their noble status offered. Uriel's siblings had no passion for magic and no love for their subjects. Making any of them the next ruler of the region would be akin to put a fox guarding a henhouse. Velen had searched for someone to adopt, but talented mages were very rare, and he didn't have much time. After a while, Archmage Darius resigned to his bloodline ending with him. He started to spend all of his time either in his lab or putting things in order for the families that would take his place once his Grand Duchy would be split into smaller lands. Gianni and Orion had called to offer him their help multiple times and visited him whenever they could, just to find Velan's amulet offline and his doors closed. All the more reason why Gianni was surprised to receive an audience with him in her time of need. After over a year, Floria's trial was at a standstill, and her career was ruined. Lith had already become a captain as well, and was likely to be promoted again before his discharge. Even Camilla had surpassed Floria in terms of ranks after becoming a royal constable and being appointed as Gianni's personal aide. Captain Yavel had no backers nor talent for magic, but she was smart and loyal. Gianni had all the power a magical household could have. What she lacked were true friends. Having someone trustworthy watching her back was a priceless asset that made Camilla vital to her plans. Yet a simple aid wasn't enough to solve Floria's problem. Gianni needed to bring the most powerful bloodlines of the kingdom on her side, and Velan would make a fine addition. The royals were doing all they could, but politics were a poisoned drink. Exposing themselves too much to help the Urnas would set a dangerous precedent and be perceived as favoritism. Gianni and Orion had to play their part to solve the situation or risk alienating their lifelong allies. "Long time no see, Gianni?" Velan tried to smile, but his face failed him. There was not a shred of joy left in his heart, and he was too tired to fake a feeling he didn't experience in years. He was a man in his late 50s, about 1.7 meters, 57, tall, with red hair and a beard. Brown streaks showed his talent for earth magic that had made him an archmage, whereas gray streaks due to grief and age made him look older than he was. "What brings you to my door today?" "We are not friends anymore, Velan, so let's skip the part where you pretend to care about my problems and I to feign ignorance. You know exactly why I'm here. I want you to stop what you're doing." Gianni wore a warm smile that extended to her eyes. Unlike Velan, she never revealed her true face until she was ready to deliver the finishing blow. Lady Gianni Urnas was a petite woman, barely 1.52 cm, 5 tall, with blonde hair that extended midway down her back and sapphire blue eyes. She wore a beautiful light green day dress worthy of the court, and her hair was perfectly curled, framing her face like she had been taken out of a painting. She was in her early 40s, but thanks to proper care and good genes she looked like she was in her mid-30s, giving her the allure of a mature yet youthful woman. Many had mistaken her frilly appearance with her real self, and most of them died for it. "What am I doing exactly?" Velan furrowed his brows. An old butler in a black livery served them one of the finest teas in the kingdom. "You're a lucky man, Velan. Or maybe you just timed your attack well, it doesn't matter. The point is that, without that goddamn undead invasion and all the spy work for the imminent colonization of the Giera continent, we would have had this conversation months ago." Once I could finally stop for a moment and think, it didn't take me much to unravel the mystery behind my daughter's predicament. The royals are already on my side, and so are most of the ancient magical bloodlines. They know all too well the price for standing in my path, and striking the Urnas down would set a very dangerous precedent for them. It would mean setting a glass ceiling past which anyone must be shot down, themselves included. Hence, whoever was prolonging that pointless drama had to be someone from a young yet very powerful household. Someone who could use the massacre of Kula to stir the still open wounds left by Lucart's attempts to trigger a civil war. Someone who is respected and well received, a leading figure who has suffered a terrible loss and never got justice for it despite his countless merits. "Someone like you," Gianni said. "You are too kind." Velan dropped the facade, letting all the rage he harbored toward the Urnas twist his face in a snarl of rage. "I admit that I would have never pulled it off if your daughter didn't manage to get so many valuable professors from the young magical bloodlines slaughtered. You old coots can afford to lose one heir or two because the foundation of your power is solid. Remaining mageless is nothing but a temporary setback for you, whereas it can spell the end for us commoners." His voice was amiable, yet every word of his was soaked in venom and spite. "Also, I need to thank both you and your daughter for providing me such a valuable helper. Do you remember the young Callian, I presume?" At a snap of his fingers, the door of the tea room opened and revealed the presence of a second guest. Kalyan Nuragar was a handsome man in his early 20s, about 1.8 meters, 511, tall with pitch-black hair and gray eyes. He had a lean but muscular build that not even his ample mage robe could hide. Chapter 959, Different Games Part 1. Kalyan Nuragar had been Floria's boyfriend for a while, and after Lith had publicly humiliated him, the young man had trained his body as well as his magic without ever taking a single day of rest. Mage Nuragar, what a pleasant surprise. I'm curious to understand the role you played in Velan's little charade. Gianni welcomed him with a simple nod of her head, without even bothering to stand up. It's great Mage Nuragar to you, Lady Ernas. Kalyan clenched his fist so hard that his knuckles turned white. He held his rage back only because he knew that from that distance, despite the difference in their build, height, and age, Gianni could hand his ass to him with only one hand. Attacking Gianni would only give her a plausible excuse to kill him. 1 year of training was nothing compared to a lifetime on the field. Great mage, she giggled like an airheaded noble dame. Kalyan must have done a pretty good job if you spent the gold necessary to buy a 2-bits mage like him such title. All about Gianni, from her tempo to her tone of voice, was studied to provoke her opponents. Both Velan and Kalyan knew it, but only the former had the cold blood to remain unfazed by her disrespectful words. Being called a talentless mage that needed to bribe his way into the Mage Association brought him seconds away from attacking her, but Velan beat him to the punch, sending him flying with a wave of his hand. Forgive him, youth makes people slaves of their instincts to the point of being stupid. Velan sighed while keeping his left forefinger raised, and Kalyan nailed to the wall to save his life. For stupid he is stupid. How did he help you exactly? Gianni giggled again, taking another sip of her tea. Disgruntled daughters need to vent with someone about their meddling parents. Velan chuckled, making Gianni's smile disappear. Boyfriends make an excellent shoulder to lean on. You wouldn't believe how many things a young woman is willing to share, especially during pillow talk. Moreover, you are underestimating Kalyan. After your birthday party, he worked hard as if he had to prove the whole Maga wrong, achieving such feats that it only took me a few good words here and a bit of gold there to make him into a great mage. Can you say the same about your daughters or your good-for-nothing sons? No, because everything my children got, they achieved it on their own. Gianni restored her poker face while her brain spun at top gear to understand all the innuendos of their conversation. Force my hand and it will not just be your daughter's career at stake, but also her reputation, along with that of the Ernas household, Velan said. If you really have such power over me, why there's no rumor going around yet? Gianni asked. Consider it a gesture of goodwill. We can still settle our scores peacefully. Velan emptied his cup and magically refilled it. Interesting, you invested all this time and resources just to show off your influence over the royal court. I must assume you're about to ask me a heavy ransom. Gianni didn't bother asking what he wanted. She was sure Velan would tell her of his own will. I only ask for what is rightfully mine. Archmage Darius almost lost it when she called him a thief. I want no ransom, just weregild for my son. You can either disown Quilla so that I can make her face justice without the protection of the Erna's name, or give me Floria so that I can adopt her. I beg your pardon, Gianni raised an eyebrow in disbelief. A child for a child, as simple as that. Quilla killed my Uriel, so it's only fair for me to do the same. The only other acceptable solution is that you give me an heir. Floria's career is already over and she's an embarrassment for your household. No one could blame you for getting rid of her, while I would take her in the name of our old friendship. Floria would have her reputation back and the Darius would thrive. It would be an excellent opportunity to show to the whole kingdom that old and new magical bloodline can work together for the greater good. Everybody wins, Velan said. Not at all, it would be only you to emerge victorious. Disowning Quilla would make my household lose a powerful mage and her future heirs, while if I gave you Floria, the moment something happens to Orion or me, you could make a claim over the Ernas's magical legacy. Let me guess, you're planning to marry her with great mage Nuragar, correct? Gianni put down her teacup and stood up, ready to leave. You're smarter than I gave you credit for, Lady Ernas. Archmage Darius stood up as well, to be able to keep looking down on her thanks to the height difference between them. You've guessed everything right except for the last part. I would never mix my blood with a traitor. I'm grateful to Kalyan for his services, and I've properly compensated him for it. But I think the Darius household's heir deserves a husband who doesn't switch sides out of petty grudges. Kalyan turned pale at those words. realizing that the reason why Velen never released him from the spell that nailed him to the wall wasn't to protect him so much as out of spite. You are counting your chickens before they hatch. The Darris household will die with you because I'm not going to give up on either of my daughters. I'll see you in the court. Gianni turned around and walked toward the door. That's what I'm counting on, Velen said, making her stop. Go ahead, you can search even my private property without a warrant. I've always followed the law, so your role as an archon will do you no good. A rage bordering on madness lit his eyes. You know, I've tried to bring down Lith as well, but that monster has no openings. I had him searched after the ogre's crystal incident. I made sure that everyone in the north knew who he was and what he did, yet he never lost control. I failed to get him discharged after Kula only because, unlike Floria, he belongs to no one, so everyone wants a piece of him. The royals, the army, the mages, the old and new household, all of them want to reel him and refuse to support me. To make matters worse, Miram Distar keeps protecting Lith, and bypassing the authority of the Lord Commander of the Queen's Corps is no easy feat. You knew about her real role in the court and still dare to make a move. For the second time in less than an hour, Velen Darris had managed to surprise Gianni. Of course I know. I served in the Corps as long as your husband, Velen sneered. Once Lith leaves the army to join those filthy beasts, however, all those who protected him so far will either turn their back to him or simply lose the authority to help him. I'm telling you all of this in the hope you listen to reason and do the right thing. I know you care about Lith enough to groom that little wench of his, and believe me, once I'm done with you, he'll be the next on my list. Chapter 960, Different Games, Part 2. There's nothing you can do to protect your daughter, let alone a grassroots mage who's this close to being considered a traitor for turning his back to the kingdom in its hour of need against the undead. The incoming storm will end both their lives, yet you have the power to spare them from such a cruel destiny. Give me what I want, and all will be well. I'll show myself out. Farewell, Velen. Gianni's voice was shaken as she walked through the door with wavering steps. Only once she was certain no one was following her along the corridor and Orion's buttons didn't detect any surveillance spell did she regain her confidence. Her worried grimace disappeared and was replaced by a stone-cold face. "Did you get everything, dear?" she said in her communication earpiece. "Yes, it's almost exactly as you predicted, only that now we have Velen saying it with his own voice instead of just another of your paranoid theories." Orion inwardly cursed at those who had refused to take his wife seriously due to the lack of proof. "I'm not worried about Velen so much as about Callian. That little runt needs a lesson. Make sure that Miram hears the recording. In this game, she is our queen." Gianni closed the call and made sure to retrace her steps. Lady Erna's collected the small beads she had left on her way in before someone could notice them. All the important households were protected by dimensional sealing arrays that prevented eavesdropping, the use of communication amulets, and even recording devices. Communication earpieces, however, didn't rely on dimensional magic to work, but only on air magic. They transmitted the sound without recording it. It was the reason why they had a short range that made them useful for small teams on recon missions, but not for spy works. Gianni, however, had placed several relays that had transmitted her conversation with Velen to the other receiver in Camilla's ear. She was waiting outside the array's area of effect, with Gianni's communication amulet in one hand and a signal amplifier in the other. The setup had allowed Orion to listen and record everything even though he was hundreds of kilometers away, giving Velen's spies the opportunity to keep an eye on him. Once she left the Darris household, Gianni thanked Camilla for her help and the gods for giving her a deputy she could trust. Velen would have never felt confident enough to spill the beans if Lady Erna's brought along a member of her family. That's why Gianni had made sure all her relatives were in places where Velen's spies could find and follow them easily. Gianni was known to trust no one, and putting such knowledge in the hands of someone who could exploit it to their ends was a gamble that Archmage Darris knew Gianni would never take. Yet it was exactly what she had done. Velen Darris was a brilliant man who had worked hard all his life and became an Archmage before he was even 40. He had achieved such a feat thanks to his talent for magic and his political ingenuity that allowed him to be at least 5 steps ahead of his competition. Gianni Ernas, however, was a manipulator from a bloodline of manipulators who had mastered human interaction as it was a martial art. Be it politics, relationships, or work, Lady Ernas had learned from a tender age that just staying ahead was pointless. Gianni knew that the only way no opponent could ever beat her was if she wasn't even playing their same game. Space. Once she got back to Belias, Captain Yavel was still shaken from the revelation that it was Archmage Darius behind all the disciplinary notes in Lith's file, and the cold reception he had received during his service as a ranger despite his outstanding performance. I don't know what's worse, whether to know that there is such a huge threat on the horizon or not being able to tell Lith until I meet him in person. Lady Ernez insisted that no channel is safe enough, and she was damn right from the beginning, Camilla thought. She walked through the familiar halls of the command room where she had worked along with the other analysts and handlers for years. Until a couple of years ago, her colleagues were the only family she had, and now most of them treated her as a stranger. Some deeply respected Camilla for her career-making move of approaching Lady Ernez during the mission in Author. Others envied her and thought that they would be in her place if only Ranger Verhen had been assigned to them. All of them gave her the salute for a few months now, and either treated her with deference or spat the moment she turned her back. Camilla had only a handful of friends left, and she was cut off from the office's gossip, so she couldn't make head or tails of their behavior. I'm just a freshly appointed captain with no authority. Everyone knows that Lith is going to leave the army and that Lady Ernez's position is getting shakier by the day because of Floria's trial. What do they know that I don't? She thought. Camilla walked to her desk, collecting the last of her things. Lith was the only officer she was in charge of as handler, and soon she would become a full-time royal constable. I wonder if distance will put a dent into our relationship. As long as Lith was a ranger, he had to call me every day, and as his handler, I was allowed extra free time to take care of him. Once I become just his girlfriend, however, the army will revoke all our privileges. Maybe I should ask Lady Ernez for... Her train of thought derailed when General Burian called her amulet to summon her to his office. Even from his hologram, Camilla could notice that the general had a shaky voice and was sweating bullets. She knew Burian as a man who wouldn't even flinch in front of his own death, so seeing him upset was ominous at best. Her gut feeling turned into a not the moment when she opened the door to the office, finding that Burian was standing to the sides while Queen Silpha herself was sitting at his desk. Camilla had only met the Queen twice, and both times at galas, where they had barely exchanged a few words. She was so stunned that she gave the Queen the salute while performing a curtsy. Close the door, Captain Yavel. Silpha didn't even raise an eyebrow at Camilla's comical performance. As soon as Camilla obeyed, the Queen performed the final hand signs for a powerful set of arrays that sealed the room so that nothing and no one could get in or out the room. Sit down, we have much to discuss. This conversation is related to state affairs, so disclosing its contents to anyone will be considered as an act of treason and punished according to our law. Am I clear? Silpha asked. Yes, Your Highness. Camilla gave her a bow, incapable of standing the Queen's steel gaze. Only you, General Burian, and I are allowed to discuss the matter at hand. Ranger Verhen and even Archon Ernez are not granted clearance to know until the events will be set in motion. There's a huge storm brewing on the horizon, and secrecy is of the utmost importance. Chapter 961, The Enemy Within Part 1. Lith's Mage Tower, at the same time when Camilla was talking with the Queen. After returning from Huriol, Lith attempted to call his handler multiple times, yet Camilla's army amulet was unavailable. He then tried to reach Gianni, and when even that failed, Lith tried to contact them on their civilian amulets. This doesn't make sense. I'm certain that they had to work today, and neither of them ever turns off her work amulet. Something must have happened to them. Lith searched his amulet for Orion's rune. The tower warp was pointless if he didn't know where to go. He rarely called Gianni's husband, so by the time he found the right communication rune, his army amulet started to blink. What the heck has happened, and why didn't you pick up earlier? You had me worried sick, Lith said to a flabbergasted officer in his mid-20s with brown hair and eyes. I'm afraid there is a misunderstanding. Captain Yavel is currently unavailable, so the system rerouted your calls to me. I'm Lieutenant Brar, and I will be your temporary handler until further notice, the officer said. What happened to Kami? I mean Captain Yavel. Lith hated surprises. I'm not at liberty to say, but feel free to start your report as soon as you are ready, Brar said. When will she be back, and why I can't get in touch with Constable Ernez either? Lith looked at the hapless lieutenant in such a way that if glares could maim, Brar remains would easily fit in a lunchbox. The system says I haven't got clearance to know that, Lith's handler rushed to explain. The hologram saved him from the oppressive mana the ranger was exuding, but Brar could see how angry he was, which reminded him of all the things he had heard about Lith. Horrible things. Fine, Lith snarled, and told the lieutenant about the group of undead who had triggered the array's alarm that protected Huriol. As soon as Lith mentioned Arthan's name, Brar stopped him. This is way above my clearance level. Let me ask General Burian for authorization before you continue. Lith nodded for him to proceed. Burian still retained his role of commander because they had yet to find a valid replacement. What is it now? King Meron's annoyed hologram appeared, making Brar freeze in panic while Lith's paranoia shifted to top gear. If the system redirected the call, then Burian is unavailable as well. On top of that, for the king to take the call personally, it means that either the general is under investigation for treason or that the king doesn't trust the upper echelons of the army. This doesn't bode well. Lith repeated his story from the beginning, but the king interrupted him when Lith described his meeting with Headmaster Histar Sevenus. Lieutenant Brar, the contents of this conversation are state secrets. I've already locked the file and you are forbidden from disclosing anything about what you heard so far. If I catch a single word about it going around, you'll be charged with high treason. Am I clear? Meron said. Brar nodded, and the king forcibly shut down the lieutenant's amulet. Now you can continue your report, Ranger Verhen. By the time Lith finished talking, the king was pinching his nose in frustration. I never receive good news. I'm starting to think this crown is cursed, Meron said. Who else knows about this? Only your majesty and I, Lith replied. I stand corrected. Finally good news, Meron sighed. Just like all your predecessors, you've probably understood for a while that Huriol is an academy. We always believed it was a failed prototype, but according to what Histar said, it actually works as intended. You didn't know, Lith was flabbergasted. Most of Arthan's records are lost either due to time or because he destroyed them once he realized his days were numbered. I'm not going to lie to you. You are not the first one to reach the core of the Golden Griffin Academy, but you are the first to ever live to tell the tale. Repeat everything from the beginning, and don't leave out any detail. This time the king made Lith a lot of questions about the light Histar had enveloped him with, and about the combat prowess of Huriol's inmates. If the living legacy called them an army, then there must be a way to control them. I'm afraid that light was not only meant to bind you to the academy, but also capable to exert some kind of mind control, Meron said. My orichalcum skinwalker armor protected me, and I'm certain to be all right. Lith didn't like the implications of those words one bit. We need to make sure. You could be an involuntary puppet right now. Jakra is already out there somewhere, and if he ever crosses paths with Thrud, he might be compelled to tell her about the army Arthan prepared for her. I expect you to reach the royal capital for a mandatory quarantine. Meanwhile, I'll send someone to further investigate Huriol. This is no longer a matter of containing it, but to be prepared for the worse. We need to know if once outside the prisoners are freed from its influence or still retain their immortality. Thrud is already dangerous as she is. If she were to acquire an undying army formed by hundreds of years-old battle veterans enslaved to her will, the Mad Queen would make the undead invasion look like a walk in the park. King Meron out. Soulless, the moment the king's hologram disappeared, Lith performed a full-body scan on himself with invigoration and scanner while Soulless did the same. Don't worry, you are fine. Between studying your hybrid life force and the cracks in your human essence, I know them as the back of my hand, Soulless said. Also, I made sure that the light never touched your body. That's a relief, but it doesn't save me from quarantine. They will never believe to a self-diagnosis, and I can't bring you along. We got to split up. Lith put everything valuable inside his pocket dimension before reaching the nearest city with a warp gate in record time. He found royal guards looking for him at the city gates, who stripped him of all his enchanted items before tying his fingers and putting a gag to his mouth. Such safety measures were pointless against an awakened, but would render any normal mage helpless. They brought him to Valoran, the capital of the Griffin Kingdom, where Headmaster Marth and Professor Vaster were waiting for him. For the gods' sake, Lith, we must stop meeting like this, Vaster said, trying to lighten the mood. Yeah, I can't believe that I'm starting to consider crises as the occasion for your social visits. Headmaster Marth nodded. The two royal healers and their guards brought Lith inside a white padded cell that life vision confirmed to him was covered in arrays that blocked all elements but light. Without Soulless, he lacked a good chunk of his usual brain power, so Lith had no idea what was happening and asked for an explanation the moment they removed his restraints. Together with Manohar, the two of us have spent a lot of time studying the tomes and machines you found in the Odi ruins. We did it to assess the threat a second Kula might pose to the kingdom in the case they caught us unprepared. Imagine our surprise when the resident genius pointed out that he had only seen one contraption that exploited both light magic and technology to work. Marth said. Chapter 962, The Enemy Within Part 2. Arthan's madness. Lith's shock didn't stop him from putting together the pieces of the puzzle. As always, Manohar was right. Vaster had finished his chance and continued in Marth's stead, who had just begun. Arthan's madness is a modified version of the Odi's body-swapping machine with the use of modern Tier 5 magic instead of the crap the Odi used. If Arthan really knew the Odi's workings, then the light that attempted to merge with me might be an improved version of the slave device the Odi carved upon their victim's life force. Lith completed the phrase for him. Exactly. It would explain why he attempted to force you to stay, and how Thrud could control her army if she ever puts her hands on the Golden Griffin. We already have an emerald dragon at large that is likely to be enslaved. The kingdom can't afford a mage of your caliber with a clearance level as high as yours to be another Wainmare. Now shut up and let us work. Marth snarled at the memory of Nalar's betrayal. The two professors worked relentlessly for over 2 hours, checking Lith's life force for any kind of subtle alteration. Lith did the same, but he used invigoration to boost his life force and scanner to make sure it hid his hybrid nature. His second energy signature was naturally eclipsed by the human life force, and even if one was talented enough to also perceive life forces as a melody, it was almost impossible to spot unless one knew what to look for. My diagnosis is that Lith's life force is pure and unaltered, Vaster said while dabbing the sweat from his forehead. He was panting as if he had run a marathon. Despite his constant practice, body fat and age limited his stamina. I second your opinion, Marth sighed in relief. He was sweating as well, but unlike his colleague, he didn't need to sit down. I had hoped that time and your growth spurt would have at least partially mended the cracks in your life force, but alas, I was wrong. Do they have any side effects you want to share with us? No, Lith replied while watching at his two teachers with death vision. He had released it to gain the full focus needed to make only one life force visible, and was happy to see that no one in the room was awakened or undead. Yet the fact that dying of old age was an unlikely end for all those present saddened him. Marth and Vaster died in such gruesome ways that Lith was speaking to small mounds of flesh most of the time. The royal guards, instead, died mostly of poison or blade wounds, filling the air with the sweet metallic smell of blood mixed with chemical substances. I would clear you from all suspicions, but healing magic is different from other kinds of spells. Vaster sat on what was going to be Lith's bed. It can have delayed effects, so the quarantine will last a few days. Also, your cracked life force makes you more susceptible than normal to that kind of spell. Even an incomplete slave enchantment might work on you. We need to make sure you're not a threat to yourself or others. Do you have any questions? Yes, how long will quarantine last and will I be allowed to have visitors? Lith asked. A few days, maybe a week, Marth said. As for visitors, it can be arranged, but no direct contact will be allowed. You could speak with them through a glass. Why so long? Here, let me show you why. Vaster took a silvery wand out of his pocket that Lith recognized as a royal Forgemaster tool. What is it the healer-Forgemaster combo such a common specialization? Lith asked. Actually, yes. Marth took out his own and showed it to Lith. The two disciplines have very much in common. Only blockheads like Manohar disregard all branches of magic but their own. Vaster chanted an unknown spell while drawing silver runes with his wand in the air, making Lith wish that Solus was with him to study the wand's pseudo-core and memorize the spell. A silvery fog came out of the wand, highlighting all the magical auras surrounding Lith's body. The fog took the shape of his skinwalker armor, his rings, the dimensional amulet, and even of Ruin. Luckily for Lith, due to war's violent nature, he rarely used the blade, so its energy signature was eclipsed by Ruin's. Also, both Orion's cloaking ring and Solus's weren't revealed by the spell. What it revealed instead was a gaseous substance enveloping Lith's body that kept moving back and forth, like a wave crashing against a reef. As you can see, whatever Headmaster Sevenus did to you is still there, Vaster said. Once your body is cleansed by all lingering energies, and if your life force is still unaltered, then you'll be released. What about visitors? Marth asked. I don't want anyone seeing me like a caged animal, Lith said after pondering for a while. Can I at least talk with them with a communication amulet? I'm sorry, no. Dimensional magic would allow you to escape. Recording devices aren't allowed either. Marth shook his head. We'll try to visit you as often as we can. You're allowed to have contacts with healers capable of fighting you. The two professors walked out of the room to give their report to the king. But before leaving, they made sure that Lith was served one of his favorite foods and sealed light magic as well. There was no telling what a talented healer like Lith could do, nor they could risk him being able to create hard light constructs like Manohar. Also, with all the elements blocked by the arrays, the lingering energy surrounding Lith's body would have nothing to feed upon and hopefully dissolve faster. First, Lith tried calling Solus with their mind link, but even their deep bond couldn't overcome the hundreds of kilometers separating them. Then, he tried all kinds of magic, discovering that fusion and spirit magic still worked. I can try to escape if shit hits the fan, but I can't afford to practice while I'm here. There are likely surveillance devices in the cell, so the only thing I can do is train my body with calisthenics and my mana core with accumulation disguised as meditation, he thought. Lith suspected his meal to be drugged, but ate anyway. He was still weakened from the fight in Huriel and also had confidence in his enhanced body. Between light fusion and his mana-infused organs, there were few things he couldn't detoxify. His paranoia proved to be wrong. The food was delicious, and the only threat it posed was the one to his figure. Lith spent the following days training for 16 hours and sleeping for the rest of the time. Vaster and Marth visited him daily, one in the morning and the other in the afternoon, to break his isolation. Gianni and Orion were too busy dealing with Velandaris to visit him often, but they still came as often as they could. Between their clearance level and physical prowess, they were the only ones allowed to enter his room. With Floria's exception, their daughters were deemed too weak, but she was on duty and unable to reach the capital. Lith's family and Camilla even offered to sign a full release, but the professors refused. Neither of them wanted to risk Lith going mad if he harmed someone he loved under the effects of the slave spell. Chapter 963, The Fallen Part 1. After just a couple of days, Lith's body couldn't take the training regimen anymore, not with just 3 meals a day. He couldn't explain to them that thanks to invigoration his body required but a second to regain his vigor, so he accessed Soluspedia to relieve his boredom. Only then did he notice that his mental library was completely empty except for a scroll. It said, "If you can read this, eject the scroll inside the tower." The moment Lith did as instructed, 2 more scrolls appeared inside Soluspedia. The first said, "If you are all right, eject this scroll," while the second, "If they are holding you prisoner against your will, eject this scroll." "Solus, you are a damn genius." Lith smiled while ejecting the first scroll and continuing their long-distance conversation. The two of them shared all of Solus's tower abilities. Distance only made it harder for Lith to access his dimensional space, but he still managed to do it just by heightening his focus. Solus told him that after separating from him, she had reached the Mana Geyser in the Tron Woods to assume her tower form and alerted Tista, Protector, and Falul. None of them trusted the kingdom, so they had waited to receive news directly from him while preparing for the worst-case scenario. Lith's family had faith in the Urnas and the professors, but since they were both forbidden from telling them the reason for Lith's confinement, everyone was scared to death, even Solus. Together with Lith's awakened allies, she was staging a prison break. After being reassured of his well-being, Solus passed the information to Tista, who in turn relayed it to the rest of the family, under the pretense it came from an awakened source. Celia had to wait spring before starting the renovation of her house in Lucia, so she had been living with the Verhins in the guest room to run the house, while Alina was too distressed to do anything. She only brought the little Fenrir with her, leaving the other children in Nalron's care. After another couple of days, most of the magical energies lingering around Lith's body had disappeared. Huriel's fog was still there, but thinner and farther from his life force than before. "Your life force shows no sign of alterations, and the spell's effects are as good as gone. You'll be free soon," Vaster said with a smile. Lith was so happy for the good news that as soon as the professor left, he tried to eject the scroll in Soluspedia related to his release when he noticed a new message. "I've lost contact with Tista. A small battalion is surrounding your house, preventing everyone from going in or out. The arrays have been reinforced to the point that even my mirror hall can't see inside. I'm afraid such precautions are related to your condition and to the approaching of the day of your discharge from the army. I suspect the royals are afraid that someone might strike during your absence. I'll keep you posted. Check Soluspedia often. Space. What the heck is going on, and why can't I leave my own home? Tista snarled a few centimeters from the face of the commander of the Queen's Corps squadron that had surrounded the Verhin household. The poor man was torn between his duty and the mad desire to kiss her full lips. Tista Verhin was a 20-years-old gorgeous woman, 1.76, 59 meters tall, with waist-length auburn hair that had several shades of red. Tista's oval face and her delicate features only emphasized the perfect proportions of her curvy body. Anger gave her pearly pink skin a tinge of red that made Tista even more alluring. I'm not at liberty to say. The commander felt deeply embarrassed hearing his usually authoritative voice sound squeaky. None of his men thought any less of him, since they needed their sheer willpower just to look away from the goddess in front of them and perform their duty. Their throats felt dry as desert sand at the idea to speak to her. Refusing her request was beyond them. I'm a mage of the kingdom and demand to know, Tista said, almost making him crumble. And I'm a great mage and an army major under the direct command of the royals. My answer is still no. He tried to sound stern, but it was as if he had inhaled helium. The commander's voice was so distorted that it sounded ridiculous, yet no one of those present was in the mood for laughing, especially Camilla. She was squirming on her chair, torn between her duty toward the kingdom and the desire to share with the others what she knew for days. Fear and stress had been eating at her from the inside all along, but she couldn't disobey the queen. Not with all that was at stake. Celia wasn't faring any better. She had no idea what was happening, but if Fenrir decided to shapeshift in front of so many witnesses, her family would be in a world of trouble. To make matters worse, she was unable to leave as well. She was afraid of leaving her children alone for so long, and what Protector would do if he were to believe the soldiers were taking her hostage. Despite all his patience and wisdom, Ryman was a father and a husband first. The moment someone threatened his family, he wouldn't hesitate to take on the army on his own. My son is no traitor, Roz jumped from his chair. If you hope to use me as leverage for your dirty tricks, I'd rather die than force him to a lifetime of servitude. Fear was quickly turning into anger, and Camilla was afraid of what could happen in a room filled with people armed to the teeth. The glass Roz was clenching was actually a death bomb that would destroy the life force of whoever was struck by it. Elena's wooden spoon was capable of controlling all the arrays in the house and turning the home appliances into war machines. Luckily for Camilla, her army amulet started to blink before the situation could escalate further. The hologram of the queen appeared in the middle of the room without Camilla's touching the amulet, proving that she had used the royal override. Enough, her voice roared like thunder. Neither distance or the ethereal nature of the hologram managed to lessen the imposing presence of the queen. Commander Ulpar can't answer your questions because he doesn't know anything. Silpha looked around the room, making sure that everyone had regained their cool. Mage Verhin, I can understand your outrage, but not your childish behavior. A mage incapable of controlling their emotions can't control the elements, and it's nothing but a liability for the kingdom. Only experience and self-control allowed the queen to keep her voice stern and her eyes steady instead of checking Tista out. Members of the Verhin household and their guests, you knew from the moment Lith Verhin joined the army that his life wouldn't be his own anymore. The kingdom has required many sacrifices for him and is about to ask one more. You can choose to witness the last moments of great mage Verhin, or you can stay cooped up home. Either way, I will not allow you to endanger my plans to protect the kingdom, even at the cost of arresting you all. At those words, all of those present turned pale as ghosts. Chapter 964, The Fallen Part 2. Captain Yavel, I charged you with keeping them calm, and you failed me, forcing me to reveal my presence. Camilla was flabbergasted, realizing that the queen had been watching and listening to them the entire time. Suddenly Lith's paranoia sounded reasonable. I relieve you from your duty. Prepare them for what is about to come and embarrass me no further. Everyone turned toward Camilla, looking at her with steel gazes as if there was a traitor among them. Even Zinnia didn't say a word to defend her. I couldn't disobey a direct order from the queen, just as there wasn't anything I could say to ease your worries, Camilla said to both the queen and the Verhins. Silpha's gaze softened, realizing she had tasked the captain with an impossible mission. If it was her son they were talking about, the commander and his men would be all over the place, reduced to small bits. Space. 2 more days passed with no more news from either Solus or the professors. For the first time in his life, Lith hated his secrets. He had asked Marth and Vaster multiple times if everything was all right at Lucia, only to hear them lie to his face. Yet he couldn't expose them without revealing Solus's existence and their bond. He focused solely on accumulation, drawing world energy non-stop in the case he needed to escape. If only I managed to see out of this cell and could tell Solus where I am, she might be able to help me, he thought. Lith understood that something was truly wrong when Vaster, Marth, and Manohar walked through the door of his cell in their spellbreaker uniform, and all wearing a stern expression. "Change into this. We'll wait for you outside." Marth handed to him what looked like a light blue jumpsuit that would have looked identical to an Earth's prisoner uniform if not for bearing the army color. Lith used both invigoration and life vision, discovering that the cloth was enchanted, yet it was nothing he had ever seen before and was already imprinted. "At least it's not a slave item, but I can't refuse to wear it anyway. I'm completely disarmed, whereas they are veterans and are combat-ready. The professors aren't wearing ceremonial garbs and weapons, but the real deal. I doubt I can take out even one of them. They are prepared and waiting for troubles. Also, I've already seen how good Vaster's and Manohar's teamwork is. If we add Marth, I don't have a ghost of a chance without my equipment and Solus," Lith thought. The professors had him walking in the middle of a triangular formation, with Headmaster Marth on point, while Vaster and Manohar walked behind him. "I'm really sorry, kid. You deserved better," Manohar said, his tone sadder than Lith had ever heard him. The god of healing's ominous words deserved him several curses from his colleagues. Paranoia made Lith plan on weaving his best spells, perform a surprise attack on his wardens with 3 Tier 5 spells at the same time, and then flee from the royal castle. Then his good sense stopped him. "Even if I manage to escape from this corridor, I have no idea where the exit is. Let's assume I leave the castle, then what? My family is presumably held hostage, and I've got nowhere to run," he thought. On top of that, this is too weird. Jumpsuit aside, I've not been charged with anything, I wear no restraints, and I can feel that aside from dimensional magic, I can use all elements again. Despite the many inconsistencies, Lith silently cast his spells. Being rational was good, but being rational and prepared was better. After walking through a few stark corridors, he understood that the royals didn't hold him in the dungeon, but in the medical ward of the castle. The space around him went from mental asylum to royal palace of Versailles quickly. Even mirrors were framed with solid gold, while all the tapestries and paintings on the walls were not only masterpieces to the point that even a layman of arts could appreciate them, but they were also enchanted. The carpets were the same, but while the pieces of art on the walls depicted epic scenes of battle and the magical breakthroughs of the past magi that had shaped the kingdom's history, those covering the floor guided the guests by giving them directions. Soon Lith recognized the path towards the banquet hall. It was filled with magical marvels, among which at least 50 different arrays and countless magical treasures hidden inside the walls that only life vision revealed to him. The double doors leading inside were wide open. Before they could enter, a valet checked Marth's ID before announcing their arrival, speaking with a magically enhanced voice. The room was more than 40 meters, 133 feet, long and over 30 meters, 100 feet, wide, with a single red silk carpet with gold embroidered edges going from the 3 meters, 10 feet, wide double doors up to the 2 steps that distanced the floor where nobles stood and the raised one for the royal family. That way, even while sitting on their golden thrones, the royal couple would be able to look down on everyone present, reaffirming their status and authority. The whole room was lighted by crystal chandeliers, fueled by magic, leaving no space for shadows or need for maintenance. On the walls, magically enchanted tapestries would recount over and over the great feats that the current king had accomplished to be deemed worthy of his power. Both the floor and the pillars of the room were realized from gold-veined marble, the most precious and robust material available in the Griffin Kingdom. The room was filled with nobles and mages of all ages and relevance. Some Lith knew personally, like Marchioness Miriam de Star, Count Lark, General Burian, and the Ernest family. Others were merely acquaintances like Velandaris and Baron Iros Wyellen from Jamble, but most of them were complete strangers to him. "I wish Solus was with me. She would probably remember who the beanpole is and why he is glaring at me like that." Lith failed to recognize Callian Nuragar and all the enemies he had made as a student first and a ranger later. The room was filled with those who thought of themselves as his friends and those who considered him a threat. Both were eager to witness Lith's judgment. Lith glanced at the balconies. They were sealed, but it was nothing that his enhanced body and a spell couldn't open. So far I have no clue. I received my family name here, but I also witnessed several trials for high treason taking place in the banquet hall. The fact that no one wears evening clothes but only high uniforms don't bode well, though, he thought. Queen Silpha and King Meron were the only ones allowed to sit, whereas all of their guests had to stand. Lith could feel how half the room was tense while the other half sent dirty looks at him. No one seemed happy, which confused him even more. Fuck me sideways, Lith thought when he noticed that the queen was wielding the sword of Seaful, the weapon of Valoran Griffin, the first king. It was used mainly to declare war and execute traitors. Chapter 965, The Arisen Part 1. Lith was already sweating bullets when Orion, who was wearing a silvery royal Forage Master robe, stepped through the crowd and joined the three professors. Manohar and Vaster moved to Lith's left side, while Manohar and Orion to his right, in a square formation that left him no way out. The clothes of the Lord of the Urna's household and of the three professors shape-shifted at the same time. Lith shuddered in fear, recognizing the fabled royal fortress armor. They could be worn only with the authorization of the queen herself, bestowing upon a normal human the power of an emperor beast, and upon a mage the strength of a small army. The armor appeared to be made of golden feathers that shone like a sun. The helmet was shaped like an eagle's head, its gloves ended with claws, and a couple of wings made of energy were draped like a mantle around its shoulders. They allowed the wearer to fly, and they could also be used to intercept incoming attacks, be they physical or magical in nature. The suit made those who wore it resemble a humanoid griffin covered in metal. Everyone but the royal guards kneel? Silpha and Meron stood up. Her voice was calm and flat as if she had asked to close a window, but the authority in her words couldn't be denied. Literally. The arrays in the room forced everyone to obey at the same time, weighing down like a mountain on all those too slow to comply. Like everyone else, Lith was locked in place, incapable of doing anything but breathing while he stared at his own right foot. Lith of Lucia, Silpha's voice echoed throughout the room like the first clap of thunder announcing the storm. I remember well the first time I heard this name. Back then, you were just a student of the White Griffin Academy, yet your country already needed your help to face the plague that destroyed Candria before it could spread to the rest of the Garland continent. It turned you into Mage Lith, a title only those who graduate from an academy and join the Mage Association can bear. No one cared for your young age and assumed your future was set in stone. Then you helped to save countless lives against Balker and Nalar, becoming Mage Lith Verhin. The king and I personally chose your family name and bestowed it upon you, something that usually only the ancient households that are the pillars of the kingdom can claim. A few years later, you joined the army of your own will and destroyed one of the ancient horrors we inherited from our forefathers. It was a feat deemed to be impossible, to the point that even the best of us had given up hope and lived in its shadow and fear. You made us dream a new bright future where you would become a new pillar for the kingdom and help it thrive. It's the reason why you became Great Mage Lith Verhin despite having barely come of age, and many doubted where your loyalty lay. Alas, all good things come to an end. All dreams shatter when daybreak comes. After all the kingdom did for you ever since you joined the academy, we came to learn your intentions to quit the army and walk the lonely path of a beast. Silpha's tone turned from flat and calm to cold and sour. Half the banquet hall started to grin, if not openly smiling from ear to ear. The good thing about kneeling was that no one could see the expression on their faces. You discarded your brothers in arms of the army, turned down like a Wainmeyer's offer to become a royal forgemaster, and never deigned to contact the Mage Association except when you needed something. Your actions speak clearly. You treat this kingdom, your country, as if it has failed you, and this can't be tolerated any longer now that your military service is over. From his vantage position, Orion noticed that too many people were clenching their fists in triumph. Lith was alone. The old households considered him a threat to their power because he had quickly risen to high places they considered as their own. The new households considered him a traitor because of his friendship with the Urnas and the Distar households. On top of that, he had never joined their political cause nor helped his peers, which had only exacerbated the new magical bloodline's mood with each success he achieved. To them, Lith had squandered all the opportunities fate had presented him with to change the power scale in the Griffin Kingdom. Orion steeled his heart, not letting any emotion transpire from his face. He silently prayed for Lith, knowing that the worst had yet to come. I, the queen, and my spouse, the king, can't tolerate it any longer because you are right, Silpha said. Your achievements as a student helped to prove that Linjos was right, changing the academy system from within and making guilty ballots standard equipment for all students. As a member of the army, you brought down the Black Star, you saved the city of Xantia from being the victim of forbidden arts, you stopped monster outbreaks that threatened thousands, and eradicated corruption or incompetence wherever you went. You faced Thrud Griffin, one of our most ancient enemies, and prevented her nefarious plan from coming to fruition at great personal cost. You discovered 2 Odi ruins, braving both times against ancient horrors that if not stopped might have brought the kingdom to its knees. All those present can bear witness that without you, there would be Odi and Baba Yaga's children hidden among us. Yet what did the kingdom for you in return? We gave you a few days' leave, and a few trinkets that even the most unworthy in this room can flaunt. A member of the royal family could ever apologize, yet Silpha's words accompanied by Meron's nodding came really close, making all those present freeze. Recently, the Orichalcum Skinwalker armor you gave Royal Forgemaster Orion Ernas allowed us an exceptional breakthrough in the mystical arts, and provided our mages with answers we searched for decades. For all of your contributions that are too many to be listed in a single session of this court, however, we can't allow Great Mage Verhin to live anymore. You are aware of too many secrets that can never be disclosed without endangering the lives of us all. For this very reason, today is the day you die. 2/3 of the room sighed in relief, while the rest of them tried to rebel to that injustice while cursing the royal's name, but the arrays kept their limbs still and their mouths closed. Silpha stepped forward, wielding the sword of Sifil with one hand. A mere thought of hers allowed her subjects, loyal or not, to raise their heads and bear witness. Great Mage Lith Verhin is dead. She used the flat side of the blade to pat Lith's left shoulder, then the right, and finally the top of his head. Long live Archmage Lith Verhin. At those words, the blue jumpsuit shape-shifted into a ceremonial royal fortress armor, bearing very few spells of the real deal, among which there was the one allowing royal guards to move freely. Lith remained frozen in place, incapable of making sense of what had just happened. His mind was blank from the emotional roller coaster caused by the Queen's speech. Chapter 966, The Arisen Part 2. Silpha sidestepped, now holding the sword of Sifil with both hands and keeping its tip against the ground, while Meron walked in front of the newly appointed Archmage, and placed a wreath comprised of the plumes of a golden griffin upon his head. Stand tall, Archmage Verhin. This is the last time I will force you to bend the knee, unless you become a Magus, of course. Meron chuckled as he patted Lith's shoulders and helped him to get up. The king's silvery laugh made the whole room burst into tears, some out of joy, most out of despair. Fuck me sideways times 2. What's the average age for an Archmage? Lith thought. For a new magical bloodline with no fief of their own, around 70, Solus replied. Only then did Lith manage to snap out of his reverie and turn around. He noticed his entire family coming from a side room, all wearing their best clothes and the jewels he had forged for them along with the camellias. Elena and Raz had to rely on each other to not fall onto the ground, unable to even stand up properly on their own. Gianni and Orion quickly went to their rescue while Lith's sister and Camilla walked towards him. Why the heck didn't you warn me if you knew what was going on? Lith asked. I tried, but even a single door of the royal palace is so heavily enchanted that it blocks our mind link, she said. I would have loved to let your parents witness the ceremony, but during every rehearsal, your father cried so hard that he would drown out my magically enhanced voice. I felt bad forcing them to repress their feelings, so I had your parents spectate from a side room, Queen Silpha said. King Meron patted Lith's shoulder, and the armor turned into a deep blue robe that identified him as an Archmage. Congratulations, Lith, Marth, Vaster, Orion, Miriam Distar, and Gianni almost said in unison. My condolences, Manohar said, his eyes veiled with sad tears. Now you will never know peace. Men will covet your power and women your loins. Idiots will interrupt your research at all hours and... King Merons glared at the god of healing when Manohar pointed at him while talking about idiots, but it was Gianni clicking her tongue that shut him up. The scene was funny enough to momentarily stop the flow of Raz's tears and replace them with chuckles, but no one else was actually laughing. None of those present missed how Lady Distar, the Ernas, and even the magicless Verhin family were able to stand and move whereas everyone else was still kneeling. The arrays even kept the spectators from uttering a single word, making them feel like extras looking at the main actors on the stage. Velandaris could only look up to those favored by the royals, while Gianni winked at her enemies. "Not to question the infinite wisdom of your majesty," Lith said. "I feel a but incoming." Silpha giggled like a mother listening to a naive child's question. The familiarity and closeness that she was displaying with Lith were a message that only someone as shocked as he could miss. "But am I not too young for such a title?" Lith was unaware of the political gears that threatened from behind the scenes all he had worked hard to build. He believed that becoming an archmage when barely past 18 would compromise his position in the kingdom. Of course, he was wrong. The ceremony made him a pillar of his country and had allowed the royals to make all his past achievements public. Between the royals and the support he would receive from the commoners, no one could so much glare at him without an excellent reason. "Too old," Manor sneered. "I became an archmage and a professor at 16. He could have become a magus at 18 if not for his behavior." King Meron rebuked the mad professor who completely ignored him while patting some random kneeling nobles as if they were pets. He even left a dog treat balanced on the head of those who replied to his kindness by throwing him dirty looks. 20 for me, you beat me by a landslide," Marth said, relieved by Lith's lack of madness. 25 here, Vaster sighed. 25 as well, but I wasn't a professor in the safety of his lab. I worked in the field, protected my wife as a member of the Knight's Guard, and had to raise my children. Orion puffed his chest out with pride. He considered the other 3 men like no-lifers who had dedicated their youth solely to magical research, whereas he had attended his family and grown his lands into a grand duchy. Vaster looked at him with real envy. Back then, he had a wife and kids as well, but his results as a family man were so poor that the professor pretended to be a bachelor like his colleagues. "Where are my manners?" Silpha chuckled at her own blunder. "Stand up and rejoice, my loyal subjects." A snap of her fingers finally released everyone from the array's grip, but it took many people a few more seconds to get up due to the cramps that the prolonged paralysis had caused them. "Don't worry, Lith, age doesn't matter, only talent does," Meron said while the others nodded. "Your ascension allows the kingdom to finally replace Nalar's accursed name from the plaque of youngest archmage of this generation. Also, there isn't a set order for these kinds of things. Manohar went from assistant professor to archmage without ever becoming a great mage. Lakra Silverwing turned from nobody into a magus at 25, when she shared with the world her discoveries about magic, and Rifa Menadian when she was barely 20. Don't hold back just because people are envious of you," Silpha chimed in, placing her hand on Lith's right shoulder while Meron held his left. "No matter what path you'll take in life, no matter where your research will lead you, the Griffin Kingdom will always be your motherland. Your house is here, and we promise to take good care of it in your absence." Lith's brain finally managed to process what was really happening and to see behind the masks of many. "Nice move," Darius snarled at Gianni. "My protege is now a great mage, so you made your own into an archmage. How much did it cost you?" "I'd like to take credit for it, but as you said to me, you're underestimating your opponent. Lith worked so hard, achieved so much, that it only took me a few good words in the right ears to set everything on the right tracks." Gianni gave him the soft smile that always accompanied her death blows. She failed to mention how the good words she was talking about were Darius's, not her own. Gianni had shared the recording of their conversation with the royals, both Orion's and her own household, and all the allies the 2 ancient bloodlines and Lith had. Velandaris was unaware of the storm Lady Erna's was brewing with his unwittingly help, something that she planned to use to take her opponent by surprise and drown him before Darius even understood what was happening. Aside from turning to a shade of purple, Velan managed to hide his anger. Callian not so much. Chapter 967, Win Some, Lose Some, Part 1. Callian had spent the last year accepting and completing the most difficult missions the Mage Association had to offer. He used the merits achieved to boost his noble title and increase the Nuragar's family political influence. Yet, in the end, all of his efforts amounted to nothing. Just listening to the Queen praising Lith's meritorious acts made him green with envy. He was nowhere near that kind of prowess, and he had always worked with a team. Callian was aware that without Darius's support, he would have never become a great mage despite being older than Ranger Verhen. The same queen who treated Lith like a son in front of the court had yet to grant Callian a single audience without Archmage Darius interceding for him. To make matters worse, both Lith and Callian had received their great mage title in a private ceremony. However, Lith had received it directly from the king, whereas Callian had been awarded by a nameless bureaucrat of the association. Great Mage Nuragar was now replaying the entire event of Lith's ascension to Archmage in his mind. Callian felt humiliated by his opponent and exploited by his patron, making it impossible for him to attend the ceremony any longer. He stormed out of the room, losing a lot of face and drawing more sneers from his own allies than from his enemies. Even Archmage Darius considered such childish behavior unbecoming of a powerful figure. Losing with dignity was more important than winning to achieve the respect of the royal court, or any powerful association for that matter. Sooner or later, everyone would make a mistake. Even Lith had failures in his resume, like Kula's massacre or the destruction of Zalgrish's lab. Just like with magic, what mattered was learning and improving from your own failures. Someone who threw a tantrum and ruined the mood was hardly considered a worthy candidate for a key position in the kingdom. At most, they would send him back to kindergarten. Meanwhile, Lith was finally able to reconnect with his family. Each one of them congratulated him, and Tista shook his hand, slipping Solus into his palm. They exchanged their respective memories of the last week, updating Lith on the outside world. Solus had not remained idle. Splitting her time between studying Kula's books in the case Lith's life force, needed fixing and forgemastering weapons for the prison break with Protector's help. She would sneak inside Tista's room at night through the window and receive updates from her. After I learned about the ceremony, I stopped producing weapons and remained at Tista's finger to not miss the departure. I wouldn't have missed your ascension for the world, Solus thought. Our ascension, Lith corrected her. None of it would have been possible without you, partner. Solus smiled with joy at those words, yet looked at Lith's sisters and Camilla with an envy so strong that he perceived it. Not only do they look gorgeous in their gala dresses, but they could actually attend the ceremony. How long will I be forced to be just an extra and to live at the fringes of Lith's life? She thought. I'm so proud of you, Archmage Lith. Rena gave him a curtsy, barely holding her chuckles. Don't you dare to give me a big scare like this again. At least you knew it was an award ceremony. I was kept in the dark, Lith said. Rena was stunning in her red dress. No one thought she could actually be the mother of 4 kids. What do you mean, kept in the dark? Everyone studies the Ascension ritual at the academy, Tista said. What did you think the jumpsuit and the honor guards were for? Only those already tempered by at least a couple of meetings with the alias Tyrus used to attend the royal court, Constable Griffin, managed to not stare at her like a bunch of sleazebags. Gala dresses were meant to be seductive, but in Tista's case, it was like throwing rocket fuel into a blazing inferno. Never mind. Lith left all rituals and etiquette to either Solus or Saluspedia. Separated from the former and with the latter still empty, he was as ignorant as a lick about social topics. It's best not to tell them that the Ascension ritual and public executions only differ by the speech given and the ending, Solus thought. Lith approached Camilla, who had remained on the sides while the family reunion happened. On the one hand, she was embarrassed, feeling like she didn't belong to a place filled with so many influential figures. On the other, the rules of etiquette strictly forbid public displays of affection, and she wasn't sure to be capable of holding back. She had been worried sick the whole time that Lith's cracked life force might have been further compromised, or that the royal healers could discover his hybrid nature. Thanks to Gianni, she was posted in real time about his conditions and treatments, making her even more anxious than his parents. On top of that, she didn't share that information with anyone to not make the others worry, and had carried that burden alone. After being finally reunited with Lith, it took her sheer willpower to not check his body and make sure he truly was all right before kissing him. Camilla wore a silk satin deep blue evening dress to match with Lith's Archmage robe. It had a V neckline which left her arms and shoulders exposed, emphasizing her bosom. She also wore a golden circlet which appeared to be made out of small camellias woven together. The gold of the circlet brought out her black hair and vice versa, while both shone under the magical lighting of the room. She wasn't much compared to Tista, Freya, or any of the gorgeous noble dames around them, but she was the only woman in his eyes. Good evening, Captain Yavel. Would you do me the honor of having the first dance with you? Lith gave her a polite bow as if they had just met. Gladly, was all she managed to reply while taking him by the arm. Thank the gods I'm wearing a dress, otherwise everyone would notice how much my knees are still shaking, she thought. The Erna's girls joined them as soon as Lith was done with the family reunion. It would still take a while for the ball to begin. Envious much, Lith said while greeting them with a bow and a smug grin on his face. No, really. Quilla punched his arm before giving him a curtsy. During the past days, Mom allowed us to read the reports of all your missions that have become public knowledge after the ceremony. I like my life as it is, peaceful. I already had my share of trouble at the academy and Kulla. If I had to live half of what you experienced just to become a great mage, I'll gladly pass on that. I'd rather build my reputation one magical breakthrough at a time, rather than risking my life on a daily basis. Quilla was wearing a silk satin cream-colored ball gown, which left her shoulders and arms exposed, and had a square neck. Her long brown hair was decorated with silver jewelry that complemented the silver streaks it bore due to her talent for light magic. Chapter 968 Win Some, Lose Some Part 2. I agree with Quilla, Freya said. She was wearing a gold-embroidered, emerald-colored evening dress with a V neckline. Her hair was arranged into an elaborate updo, with several tresses knot together that left her neck exposed, emphasizing her leaves-shaped parure composed of golden necklace and earrings with black diamonds that complemented her dark eyes and hair. I'm glad you are the first of our class to become an archmage, but I think the price you paid for it is too steep. No amount of glory is worth facing so many dangers and giving up your personal life. Yet unless the excitement made me blind, I'm the one with a beautiful woman on my arm, whereas you're single. Am I right? Lith said. You'll pay for spreading salt on my wounds. Freya's cheeks flushed in embarrassment, but she kept her smile and composure intact. Many noblemen spilled their drinks at that sight. Between the dress emphasizing Freya's hourglass figure and the blushing highlighting her delicate features, there was not a single bachelor that wouldn't face a dragon to be the one on the receiving end of that smile. I really envy you, Floria sighed. She wore an emerald evening dress and white evening gloves, emphasizing her olive-colored skin due to the prolonged exposure to the sun. It was skin-tight, with a neckline that somehow exerted a push-up effect. She wore part of her hair down, like a silky black waterfall that reached her tights, while the rest formed a tress resembling a wreath over her head. The ball gown was decorated with flower-shaped small jewels, and Lith's golden lily pendant was the only necklace she wore, drawing attention to her slim neck. I'm different from you too, she said to her sisters. I gave up on everything to join the army as soon as I could. I wanted to follow Dad's footsteps, if not even to surpass him, yet all I achieved is a big failure. I'm not as good with forge mastering nor as a mage knight as he was at my age. I have no significant other, and despite I'm 3 years older than Lith, he outranks me on every level. Her face was pale and her pain ran deep. Yet Floria's smile was sincere and her voice never wavered. She would keep all of her tears, both those born out of joy and sorrow, for later. She didn't want to end up like Raz, who was still crying so much that Alina couldn't leave him alone and the king had a chair brought to him. Many cruel people would have laughed at a grown man's tears, but Meron was expressing Raz his congratulations and sympathy. Contradicting the king's opinion in public was still considered the closest thing to social suicide. I'm thinking about quitting the army as well. I'm willing to shoulder the responsibilities for my failures, but the thorny path that now blocks me is not of my making. I don't have the strength and patience to fight invisible enemies anymore. Her words shocked and surprised everyone. Floria was the only one among them who had always had her career path as clear as a beacon. Freya's guild was just an experiment. Quilla had yet to decide if the academy was the best place for conducting her research, and Lith was clutching at straws. You can't be serious, my little flower. Orion was back in his high uniform, and without the helm, his face expressed all of his worry and outrage. You are the best mage knight I have ever seen, a natural-born leader, and most of all, it is your heart that matches your talent instead of your ego. You might not have defeated as many monsters as Lith did, but you care about our homeland more than anyone else. Your place is with the army, or at least with the association. Thanks, Dad, but we shouldn't spoil Lith's night by talking about my career. We can discuss this later at home. Right now, I'm not complaining. I'm just telling my friends that probably I'll have much more free time in the future and that I would like to use it to catch up with them. You have no idea how much I missed you all. Do you think I could join your guild for a while, Freya? Whatever I decide to do, I want to keep myself busy, Floria said. Orion and Gianni felt their hearts as if squeezed in a vice, yet they both returned to attend to their allies. Floria's parents knew that her making plans for the future meant that she had one foot out of the army's door already. The king and the queen felt the blow as well, but they kept smiling and laughing. To revel and be merry of their success was the only way they had to hide the magnitude of their failure. if political pressure was enough to make even the daughter of the Ernas quit, a loyal officer who belonged to one of the founding families of the kingdom, then the foundations of the country itself were rotten at best. Space. A few days later, village of Lucia. After what he had lived as a near-death experience and hearing about Floria's situation, Lith needed to spend quality time with his beloved to recover from all the accumulated stress. Before being discharged, the army had promoted him to major and put him among the reservists to be called only in the case of a state crisis. It allowed Lith to hold his rank in the army even as a civilian and the access to military resources that such clearance level implied. There was still a bit of time before he started his apprenticeship with Falul, and Lith didn't want to spend it alone. During the day, he would teach Lyria and Aaron how to read and write. Once the kids' limited attention span was exhausted, he would make them play together with Celia's and Zinya's children. Protector was busy renovating the Huntress' old house to accommodate their family once they moved back to Lucia. Celia and Renat could use a hand since their newborns required from them a lot of attention, making Lith's skill as a healer a godsend. He was weary of the situation, because Lilia and Lyria had a hard time controlling their shape-shifting abilities, and because now that he was not a member of any organization, it was the perfect moment for his enemies to attack. The title of Archmage worked only as long as he could blame someone. It was useless against nameless assassins that left no evidence behind. Yet the kids could run and play freely in all the space encompassing the Verhin, Fastero, and Yavel households. It wasn't because of the arrays or the Queen's Core. The former had limited range, and the latter had too many people to defend to cover such a wide area. The reason for such freedom lay in the magical beasts who soared the skies, patrolled the ground, and burrowed the underground. That and the 3 emperor beasts known as the Kings of the Tron Woods, always keeping an eye on the children. They were all Lith's loyal followers, eager to repay his gifts of knowledge and enchanted weapons. At first, Zinnia had been scared by the presence of so many mighty creatures, but after speaking with them and recovering from the shock caused by the discovery that beasts could talk, she learned to rely on their presence. Chapter 969 Time to Move Part 1. Why the other cats just meow while you can talk? Aaron asked Reaper the Manticore, the king in the south. For the 100th time, I'm not a cat. Reaper tried to appear scary, but the 4-year-old kid failed to notice his deadly fangs, only focusing on the soft mane on the Manticore's lion head, the big round eyes of the feline, and the long whiskers on its snout. You're so fluffy. Lyria hugged the Emperor Beast's side, destroying the last remnants of his dignity while she climbed on his back and played with his feathered wings. Kids are amazing. Floria was laughing her ass off at the sight of Reaper's miserable expression, while the children tried to interest him in their games and toys. My soldiers would wet their pants being surrounded by magical beasts like that, whereas... She pointed at the kids now, divided in 2 teams of 3 each for their next game. Half of them were riding shifes, puma-type magical beasts, and the other rise wolf-type. The 2 teams would chase a leather ball in an odd mix of soccer, polo, and wrestling. The rules were unclear, and so were the victory conditions that changed according to the day, weather, and wind direction. The kids enjoyed every second of their games, and once a match ended, mostly due to the physical exhaustion of the riders, Lith would bring them back home. Their respective mothers were ecstatic about having their children too tired to misbehave or to try and avoid their homework. Also, the threat of being grounded and miss the next game was a great motivator. Floria had decided to take a sabbatical and was using that time to reconnect with Lith and his family. The undead crisis was far from being resolved, but for all she cared, the army might as well fire her. Floria didn't feel she had to prove herself to anyone anymore. She'd rather stop to smell the roses and plan her future than keep risking her life to pursue a dead-end job. Once he was done with the kids, Lith would spend his afternoon at Solus's tower, studying the 2 new floors and practicing forgemastering. She had gained a 2nd floor both above and below the ground, yet he had little use for them, so they focused more on the latter. With her now deep cyan monocore, Solus could hold her human form longer and use that time to forgemaster together with Lith. They shared the same energy signature and had a hammer each, so in theory by joining their hands they could double the strength of their creations. In practice, however, they had 2 completely different ways of forgemastering, and they had to learn how to adapt to each other. On top of that, Solus had to keep the magic circle, empower both hammers and forgemaster, whereas Lith was the only one capable of shaping powerful pseudo-cores. It took them several attempts just to craft an upgraded version of the Skinwalker armor, because they were so in sync that they would try and fix together the same imperfection that arose in the pseudo-core while it merged with the orichalcum. The double hit would turn bumps into dents and vice versa, wasting a lot of their energy and making them quarrel. In the end, they decided to split the tasks and put an end to that mess. With his superior magical force, Lith would focus solely on harmonizing the pseudo-core with the armor, while Solus with her finesse would take care of the imperfections. Once Camilla returned from work, Lith would spend the evening with her either on a family dinner or take her out on dates. Only after not receiving any news from Falul for over a week did he go to check on the Hydra. "Is everything all right?" he asked once they were done with the niceties. "Yes, sorry if I made you worry, but I'm in a bit of a pinch. The climate is still quite rigid, and Zedros just took my son, Cedra, as his apprentice," Falul said. "This doesn't bode well," Lith said. "Indeed, I don't like cold, and that idiot failed to notice that he's basically a hostage," Falul sighed. Lith told her all about his last meeting with the Wyvern, and the things Zedros had asked him for. "Why did you never tell me about Omnipockets and about Nalrun's origin? The fringes might hold the knowledge I need to fix my life force, protectors, and maybe even a way to restore Solus's memories and power," Lith asked, while Solus was sitting on his shoulder. Together with the deep Scion core, not only did she obtain new floors for the tower, but also new mass for her stone form. Solus had now a scaled-down humanoid appearance that resembled a 0.6 meters tall stone doll. She was completely featureless except for 2 deep Scion mana crystals where her eyes were supposed to be, 2 deep green gemstones on the back of both her hands, and waist-long stone hair. "For the same reason I never asked Protector why he lied to me about you. Or I never asked you how you managed to forge-master such a powerful Skinwalker armor, nor about Solus's powers as living legacy. Because I respect people's privacy and their decisions. I never forced anyone to open up with me, nor did I expose their secrets unless there's a really good reason. I think that Nalrun should tell you the truth only when he feels ready to do it, and not because you force him to. Give him time, and the relationship between you 3 will be better for it." Falul assumed her human form, shaking her rainbow-colored hair in frustration. She didn't like either being overbearing while scolding one of her apprentices or Lith's selfish attitude. "As for Omnipockets, I don't have one, so I don't know how they work. Zedros knows about them because he is a dimensional mage, and yet even he has no idea how to craft an Omnipocket. I never told you about them because I didn't even know you had one. Lith, we have yet to begin your apprenticeship, and I'm already warning you for the first time. Don't become like Zedros, or I'll cut ties with you. Don't let your thirst for knowledge turn into a greed so powerful that it clouds your judgment. Zedros is willing to sacrifice everything to achieve his objectives, and is so lost in his obsession that he believes that everyone thinks like him. Don't mistake kindness for deception, nor respect for a hidden agenda. When you have doubts, just ask and I'll answer to the best of my abilities as long as it doesn't compromise someone else's privacy. I respect you, but I still don't trust you. Minus points for doubting me, but bonus points for stepping forward instead of attempting to manipulate me. Total is 0. Anything else?" she asked. "Actually, yes." Lith told Falul about Floria's imminent self-awakening and how much she, Quilla, and Freya mattered to him. "I should be able to make Floria survive her awakening, and since she already knows everything about me except for minor details, bringing her up to speed should be easy. The problem is that she needs a teacher to survive as an awakened, and I was wondering if you could take her in as well." Chapter 970 Time to move Part 2. Maybe you could even teach advanced light magic to Quilla. Her healing abilities with fake magic are almost on par with invigoration, and I'm afraid that soon she'll hit a wall. Lith scratched his head in embarrassment. He hated asking for favors, but he lacked the time and the necessary knowledge to help anyone to step up their game. Tista and the kings of the Tron Woods were far from the skill bottleneck Lith and Quilla were facing. They only needed a few lessons and Lith's notes about true magic to keep improving themselves by leaps and bounds. Falul has 7 heads, so she should be able to freely teach to 7 people. Worst-case scenario, there's me, Tista, Protector, Solus, Floria, and Quilla. Falul would even have a head to spare for her own work, Lith thought. He didn't include Freya not because she was the only one in the dark about his secrets, but because as long as she had her adventurer guild, Freya could never afford to take the necessary time off to take lessons from the Hydras. Both Falul and Solus looked at him with eyes wide open, as if they saw him for the first time. Are you really willing to introduce them to me? Solus asked with eyes brimming with joy. Are you really willing to put your life at stake again for the sake of others? Falul said almost at the same time. You've already bound your fate to the three kings and your sister. Every person you awaken is your responsibility for the next century. Humans are not like beasts. We age like wine, whereas they age like milk, becoming spoiled and sour. Yes to both of you, Lith nodded. Solus, you know that I never plan to keep you hidden forever, nor I'm ashamed of our bond. If you weren't a girl, and a pretty one at that, I would have already brought Camilla to the tower to meet you. His words would have made Solus blush if stone had blood. As for Floria, she saved me many times, both from my enemies and from myself. I'm not willing to lose her forever. She's worth every risk. I'm proud of you. Falul stood on her tiptoes to pinch his cheeks. A gazillion points for that. I'll think about this, Floria, but for the other human girl, the answer is no. Quilla's mana core is too powerful for awakening. She'd surely die. I never meant to awaken, Lith tried to say, but Falul cut him short. On top of that, she's a fake mage, hence competition. You can't possibly know about it because until now you've been a lone wolf, but awakened and fake mages are at odds for decades. The magical progress of fake mages is outstanding. With their numbers and teamwork, they are slowly closing the gap between us and them. People like Tyrus, Salark, or the Magic Empress, who, after defeating an awakened, share with their subjects their spoils of war, don't help our cause. Just like you sharing your skinwalker armor with that Orion, for that matter. I thought he would get nothing out of it and that he would end up destroying the armor, Lith said. Yeah, you're not the first to make that mistake, and definitely you won't be the last. Did you get paid for it at least? Falul asked. Lith took war out of his pocket dimension, having care to not take it out of the scabbard. By the Great Mother, Falul jumped back at the sight of the bastard's sword. She never attempted to even come closer, using life vision and her forge-mastering spells from a distance. You made an excellent bargain. That's a masterpiece like I've rarely seen from a fake mage. Take it out in the presence of my godchildren and I'll kill you. None of her words sounded like a joke. You know what's wrong with it? Lith was flabbergasted. Magical metals are different from those a smith normally uses. They almost have a core of their own, which almost gives them life. Falul nodded. Have you ever heard the saying about artisans putting their soul in their creations? That's true, especially for forge-masters. The longer one of us works on a mystic metal, the more it takes from us. It's our energy that composes their pseudo-cores, so you might compare them to a necromancer's work. Just like there are lesser and greater undead, there are lesser and greater artifacts. Your sword is one of the latter. Is it alive? Lith could feel war humming with power as if it was trying to communicate with him. No, the comparison between the two arts doesn't go that far. Without a brain or life force, there can't be life, but there can be will. Whenever you craft something, you only strive for perfection because you can't allow any distraction. Exceptional forge-masters, however, sometimes manage to imbue their willpower into the pseudo-core, just like any good mage does with Tier 5 spells. The difference is that spells are fleeting whereas artifacts are forever, Falul said. Meaning? It means that this sword carries 2 wills, or in your case, maybe even 3 if Solus can handle it. Whenever it strikes or it employs its skills, the lingering willpower of its maker will fight alongside you. War will both teach you and learn from you. Falul remained silent for a while, giving Lith the time to understand how complex war's existence actually was. Now go, I'll call you as soon as I'm done with my preparations. I'll teach you and Solus the same things, but I will not teach them the same way. Winter left me swamped, and I'm afraid that soon the Human Council will make its move, so be prepared. Space. Keller region, city of Jamble, a couple of days later. As an archmage, Lith had received countless invitations from feudal lords from all over the Griffin Kingdom. He had politely, but firmly turned them down because he had no desire to be involved in any kind of politics. Lith only accepted that of Baron Aros Wyalin, because the Baron was one of the few nobles he had met as a ranger that he respected, and he had used the opportunity to bring his family along. Jamble was the only city where he had been treated with respect from the moment of his arrival, and its inhabitants had aided him at the best of their abilities, not afraid to risk their lives. Also, the Baron wasn't a politician, but an honest man, and Zalgrish the Lick's silver mines were ripe for the taking. With spring making the climate pleasantly chill, and his family wanting to see the places where Lith had lived during the past 2 years, he could take many birds with one stone. Jamble was a medium-sized fortress city, entirely built of stone. It was too far from the commercial routes to depend on merchants, so it was designed to be self-sufficient all year round. Jamble was built near two big lakes, which provided fish and freshwater, while cultivated fields surrounded the city walls up to the nearby woods. They were the main source of game and wood, so the inhabitants of Jamble treated them with great respect. They planted 2 trees for each one they cut down and used turnover to give them time to grow. Unlike most cities, Jamble had no slums. Even the poorest houses were made of stone, and the only wooden buildings were tool sheds. Chapter 971, The Baron's Hospitality, Part 1. Jamble's walls were 5 meters, 16, high and wide enough that 2 armed people could easily walk side by side. They were made of gray stone and smooth, so that during the day they would partially reflect the sunlight and blind the aggressors. With its nigh-zero crime rate thanks to the Baron's welfare system, its great scenery, and its rough but friendly inhabitants, Jamble was the perfect place for Lith to show his family the best the North had to offer and pocket a few silver mines. If the precious metals veins were accessible, and Zalgrish had given up on them, of course. Archmage Verhin, it was already hard to believe a runt like you could be a great mage, but now you're an archmage and you've even accepted my invitation. Well, I've seen it all now. Baron Iros Wylan laughed while hugging and patting Lith's back as if they were long-lost cousins. He was a man in his late 30s, about 1.78 meters, 510, tall, with red hair and a finely trimmed beard. Iros also had blue eyes as clear as the twin lakes in front of the city, and was wearing ceremonial armor which emphasized his lean but muscular build. The Baron looked and acted more like a soldier receiving a friend rather than a noble welcoming an archmage. His wife, Mirias, watched at the scene with her green eyes wide open in a mix of horror and embarrassment. She was used to her husband being more respectful of his enemies on the battlefield than of etiquette during social events, but such a behavior was beyond her wildest nightmares. Even without lands, an archmage's authority was on par with a duke. Lith could have requested a grand duchy from the royals and be allowed to keep it after a trial period if he demonstrated enough administrative abilities to make it thrive. Seeing Iros treating the potential ruler of the entire Keller region like another of his army buddies made her face become even paler than usual, and wished Lith had enough mercy in his heart to grant them a painless death. Off the record, when the Queen spoke as if she was about to behead you, if it wasn't for that spooky array, I would have jumped at that hag's neck. You don't kill a good man for some petty secrets. I'd rather commit treason than bear witness to such crap, the Baron said. Which is exactly what you're doing now. Public slander of the Queen, threatening her life, declaring indifference for the law. The Baroness couldn't bear it any more and fainted. Don't worry about my missus. Mirias does that all the time. She suffers from low blood pressure and has a weak heart, so she doesn't handle well public speeches. Baron Wylan reassured his guests, while the city guards caught the Baroness before she hit the ground. What he had just described was actually a fatal condition, so Tista rushed by her side and performed a full checkup. Normal diagnostic spells came out negative, while invigoration revealed a high level of nervous stress. Lith had a hard time not laughing his ass off at the scene. He knew the real reason behind the Baroness' sickness, but said nothing to not make things worse for his host. The Baron was one of those who had actually tried to rebel when Queen Silpha was allegedly seconds away from killing Lith. It was one of the reasons why Lith had chosen Jamble as his destination. When she regained her senses, the Baroness couldn't believe her own eyes. Not only was her beloved city still intact, but the Archmage was amiably talking with her mindless husband, and a real mage was taking care of her. I'm really sorry for the inconvenience, Lady Verhin. I just made a fool out of myself in front of your husband. Mirias had not attended the ceremony of ascension to avoid the humiliation that her husband's antics usually brought upon her. Seeing the most beautiful woman of the group wearing the deep red robe of mages, Mirias had assumed that Tista was Lith's love interest. Good gods, it's no wonder Verhin didn't give my daughter a second glance. Iriel is pretty, but this woman is a goddess, she thought. It's no inconvenience, dear Baroness. Helping the sick is the job of a healer. As for Lith, he is actually my brother. Tista regretted those words the moment they came out of her mouth. The perfect acoustic of the courtyard spread her voice like it was a clap of thunder, making many men feel free to ogle at her, and a couple of guards falls from the city walls because their eyes stared at her figure instead of looking where they stepped. Baroness, allow me to introduce to you my family and friends. Lith waited for Mirias to get back on her feet before beginning with formal introductions. Together with the Verhin family, there were also Camilla and Nalrund. Camilla had received a leave so that she could attend the only official visit Lith had decided to perform, and Nalrund had been brought along under the pretense of helping Renaa with her triplets. Lith actually needed the razor's ability to swim through the earth to check how deep the silver veins were, and if there was any trace of Zalgrish's return. Nalrund had been promised a share of the profits, and he desperately needed a source of income. Now that Celia was about to move back to Lucia, he didn't want to be a freeloader and rely on her money for everything. Nalrund was still scared of people, so he considered the trip to the north as the perfect opportunity to mingle with humans. No matter how many social blunders I might make, I'll never see one of these people ever again. What happens in Jamble will stay in Jamble, he thought. And this is Camilla Yavel, my girlfriend, Lith said after introducing the rest of the family. Girlfriend, not betrothed. The Baron raised an eyebrow and the Baroness rolled her eyes. Just girlfriend? Camilla blushed in embarrassment from the rude question, thinking that the nobleman had judged her and found her wanting. A beautiful woman like you and a soldier at that? Iros needed but a glance to recognize someone who had received military training. You must work harder, dear Camilla. Love is a battlefield, and she who strikes first strikes twice, especially in. The Baroness fainted again, requiring immediate assistance. The kitchen, the quickest way to a man's heart is through the stomach. Thank you, I'll remember your words. Camilla gave him a small bow. She also remembered how much Lith liked her cooking almost as much as she liked his. Last but not least, this is Nalrund Fastero. He is my boyfriend. Tista cut Lith short and took the razor's arm. The small crowd of men and women bearing flowers and small pieces of jewelry that had surrounded the Verhins after Tista's blunder moaned in unison. Since when? Nalrund blurted out in surprise, making everyone laugh at the alleged joke. You're so funny, dear. Tista giggled while nudging him with enough strength to hurt his ribs. The Baron then introduced to the Verhins his wife Mirias and his children, Katu and Iriel. The Baroness was a woman in her mid-30s, with blonde hair and green eyes. She was a good head shorter than her husband, and Lith would have considered her pretty, if not for the milky white skin typical of the North, that gave her a sickly look in his eyes. The siblings were twins, both with the red hair of their father and the green eyes of their mother. Seeing them reminded the Verhins about Orpal, Renaa's disowned twin brother, and made their cheery mood turn sour. Chapter 972, The Baron's Hospitality, Part 2. The Baron had no idea why everyone suddenly looked so sad, so he attempted to cheer them up. Now that we're done with the formalities, I hope you're hungry because I made the cooks. Chefs, Mirias whined, correcting her husband. Prepare us a gruel. A breakfast, good gods, admit it. You're doing it on purpose, the Baroness said, incapable of enduring that torture any longer. Worthy of the royals, but with larger servings. Unlike them, we all have a real job and don't spend our days sitting on our asses and spewing orders. We need meat on our bones, right, dear? I want a divorce. That was all she managed to say before the Baron took her into his arms and gave her a passionate kiss. Gods, my wife is a real dragon. The angrier she gets, the hotter she becomes. She is still as gorgeous as the day I fell in love with her, he said, making every one of those present blush. Please follow me. The Baroness didn't have the strength to fight anymore, and was resigned to bear whatever calamity her idiotic, yet beloved husband would make befall their household. We've prepared stagecoaches that will lead us to our mansion. Jamble is no Author nor Dirios, but reaching its uptown from the city gates it's still quite a trip, especially for someone with small children. Thanks for your concern, Baroness, but it won't be necessary. I have fond memories of your house, and no one in my family likes moving by horse. Lith's two statements seemed unrelated until he performed a short chant that opened a warp steps leading directly in front of their destination. The citizens of Jamble gasped in amazement. Many of them had only heard about the existence of dimensional magic and considered it almost a myth. Do you mind if I go first? Baroness Mirias asked, clenching her husband's hand so hard due to her fear of the unknown magic that she made him bleed with her long, manicured nails. The Baron didn't even flinch. He just caressed her hand with his thumb to reassure her. Not at all. Lith made her way, and Mirias stepped through the dimensional door with the same relaxed attitude of a gladiator sent to their death. Yet one step was all it took her to reach her house safe and sound. The Baron's mansion was a 2-story manor, something normally one would expect to be a house fit for a merchant, not a city lord. Each floor was barely as big as the Erna's ballroom. Only brickwork and a small garden separated the mansion from the surrounding houses, and there was none more luxurious. Miriam's fear was replaced by awe. She had been afraid of experiencing discomfort, of the steps leaving her stranded in the middle of the blood desert, or of some monster coming out of it. Still unable to believe it could be that simple, the Baroness knocked at her own door. The front door opened, and the loyal family butler, Jarnes, welcomed her home. The hallway was about 20 square meters, 215 square feet, with walls and floor covered by white painted wood. There was a cabinet for the clothes, and a small fireplace above which was a series of hangers to dry coats drenched by snow. A soft carpet led to the other rooms, covering most of the floor and keeping the house warm. After making sure it was really her own home and not some kind of complex prank, Miriam stepped through the warped steps again, returning to their guests. "This is amazing. How do you do it?" Excitement gave her pale visage a shade of red that made her look cute and youthful. She touched her husband through the steps and then walked around it, appreciating the two different sceneries. Even though the dimensional door simply led to another part of her city, to her, it was like a window leading to a different world. "Mana and practice. Everything else is a state secret, I'm sorry," Lith replied with a smile. Dimensional magic was only taught by the 6 great academies, and usually only half of their graduates managed to learn it. "Kadu Iriel, you have to try it." Looking at her children's flabbergasted faces, Miriam realized how childish her behavior was and regained her stern countenance. "I apologize for wasting everyone's time. You're probably hungry and I'm making myself a fool out of myself with my antics." She gave them a deep bow, clenching her dress in embarrassment. "There's no reason to apologize. We all did the same thing the first time Lith opened one for us." Elena patted Miriam's shoulder to set her mind at ease. Lith patiently waited for everyone to step through the gate, even letting some of the bystanders and guards use it a couple of times before closing the dimensional door. The butler, who was still waiting in front of the open door, took the Baron's mantle, while the noble sat on one of the chairs near the door to take off his snowy boots and replace them with clean ones, showing to his guests where the clean house shoes were. Lith and his family just shape-shifted their clothes into a lighter day attire. The process also turned their boots into shoes and cleaned them, leaving all the dirt outside of the door. Even the Baron flinched in surprise this time, staring at his guests with the same curiosity with which they looked at his house. The furniture of every room was made of high-quality materials, but its design wasn't ostentatious. The Baron's house wasn't great, but it definitely was a home. It was warm and cozy. Each one of its rooms was lived in, not just designed for impressing guests with expensive ornaments. "Do you mind if I take notes?" Lith asked while taking ink and paper out of his pocket dimension. "If I ever build another house just for myself, I want it to look exactly like this." Without even thinking about it, Lith looked at Camilla for approval. "I love it," she replied a bit too fast and with a bit too much enthusiasm for her own liking. "Get a grip, Captain Yavel. We've been together for almost 2 years. You can't get excited like a schoolgirl on her first date over a trivial question. Just because Lith seems to be including me in his plans for the future, it doesn't mean he is going to propose." At that thought, Camilla's brain went out of control. She started rambling nonsense and became so red that Elena had her sit down, afraid that Camilla was feeling unwell. "It would be my honor." The Baron and the Baroness put a hand above their hearts, giving both Lith and Camilla a bow. The dining room was comprised of a long, rectangular hardwood table surrounded by several comfortable padded chairs. The table had already been set. The linen tablecloth was pristine white with gold embroideries depicting the Baron's exploits. The cutlery and the plates were all made of silver that reflected the light coming from the magical stones in the crystal chandeliers hung to the ceiling. The house staff was lined up against the wall behind the table, ready to serve the moment their masters sat down. Baron Wyellen had prepared for the Verhins all kinds of food, making the breakfast almost a full-course meal for both variety and abundance of the servings. Chapter 973, Gifts and Gratitude, Part 1. While the Baron's family was eating together with their guests, Iros used the holographic properties of the enchanted table to show the Verhins all the places of interest both inside and outside Jamble. Being a city in the middle of nowhere, the Baron's fief was lacking in art pieces but was rich in natural wonders and breathtaking landscapes. After the meal, Iros showed the Verhins the place where they would spend their stay. The house next to the Baron's mansion was almost as big and even better furnished. It was also at their complete disposal, since it was always empty in the case Jamble received important guests. There's plenty of bedrooms on both floors, so you can accommodate yourselves like it makes you feel at home the most. The king himself slept in this very room twice, Irose casually said to Lith while showing him around the house. Lith took the hint and the room for himself to not offend his host. Have fun out there. I'll stay here and take care of the triplets. Nalrund had already had enough emotions for one day. He wasn't used to being served nor being around so many strangers. On top of that, Jamble closely reminded him of his village, reopening wounds that had never fully healed. No way, I'm not taking a single step without a proper creep ward. Mom has Dad, Renaa has Senton, and Lith has Camilla to keep unwanted suitors at bay, no offense, Kami, Tista said. Quite a bit taken. Camilla was aware that between a captain and an archmage there was no competition, yet the idea of being the only woman in the room to be less desirable than her respective partner pissed her off to no end. I need a proper shield or I'll be the goddamn third wheel the whole vacation. I'm flattered by how highly you regard me, Nalrund sneered. Like any normal man, after a bit of time and a lot of awkward moments, he had gotten used to her presence and was now able to treat her like a person. We could take turns so that the kids are never left alone and we can all have fun, Senton proposed. Unlike Camilla, he didn't mind Tista's remarks. His beautiful children and Renaa's mean right hook whenever someone bothered her made him feel confident about the solidity of their relationship. I have a better solution. Lith created the hologram of a stroller and then split it into its components for Nalrund to study it. Interesting design, but why use wheels? That way a single bump in the road would wake up the baby. The Rizar waved his hands, creating hard light constructs capable of floating on their own. Because I devised it for non-mages, Lith lied through his teeth. Keeping a floating spell active for long is exhausting. Renaa looked at both men with awe. She loved her children, and the fact that they were growing by the week filled her with joy, yet it also made them heavier. Between breastfeeding and carrying the children around all day, the muscles in her arms were as toned as those of an athlete. Nalrund, hybrid or not, you'll make a wonderful husband. Celia is right when she says that the woman who gets you will count her blessings on a daily basis. Lil bro, I can't believe you're thinking about having children to the point of inventing things for Camilla. Renaa, Alina, and Tista had their eyes veiled with tears. I didn't invent it, I just plagiarized it. The non-mage thing was just an excuse, Lith thought while realizing his blunder. It was hard to tell who was the more flustered among them, if Lith, Nalrund, or Camilla. The Rizar made sure that the construct looked like it was made of wood, so that Lith could make it pass for one of his forge-mastering crafts, and keep light mastery a secret. The strollers were a huge hit, while the Baron toured the Verhans around Jamble, reinforcing Lith's reputation of being a polymath genius. How much does one cost? Many parents burdened by small or lazy children asked them many times. Yeah, how much? Roz asked Lith with pleading eyes. With their short legs, Aaron and Lyria would get tired quickly. A 4-year child was too small to endure long walks and too big to be easily carried around, especially those who, thanks to Lith's treatments, were tall for their age. Roz and Senton were puffing while they carried their respective child on their shoulders. They were both cursing themselves for not asking Nalrund for more strollers earlier. He couldn't make them pop out of thin air without revealing his secret. I don't want a stroller, I want Onyx. If you let her come, this wouldn't happen. Aaron whined in childish outrage, referring to the Shife he considered to be his loyal steed. And I want Abominus. He must be bored to death without me, Lyria said, making her mother worry about her naming sense. Son, how many times do I have to tell you? Magical beasts aren't toys. She would need a place to stay and food to eat. Lots of food, Roz said, trying to make Aaron see reason. She's not a toy, she's my friend. Onyx could sleep in my room and I could share my food with her. I don't eat much. Yet his stomach was already gurgling. Baron Wyallen had brought his guest to the market district, and the street was filled with tempting smells coming from the local bakers. Luckily for the grown-ups, buying sweets for the kids was an excellent way to have a few minutes of respite. They spent the morning visiting Jamble's downtown and shopping around. Gods, this is the part of any trip I hate the most, Camilla thought. Even after getting promoted to captain and despite a few hefty bonuses for the cases solved, she was still neck-deep in debts. A year had passed since she had paid for the body sculpting procedure that had given sight to her sister, Zinnia. Even with all the discounts that Lith had granted her as head healer, of the 3 gold coins and 50 silvers, she had repaid less than a single gold coin. Even military officers like Gianni were paid in silver. and it took 100 silver coins to make a single gold one. Even if now Zinnia had no financial trouble, thanks to the compensation money she had received from her late husband's family for the years of abuse Falmug had put her through, she had no source of income and 2 children to raise. Taking such a sum from the trust fund Vaster's accountant had created for her would have crippled Zinnia's annuities, so Camilla had to tread carefully with her expenses, whereas the Verhins could buy whatever caught their eye. "Take whatever you want, it's on the house," a middle-aged merchant said while giving Lith a deep bow. Having an archmage's shop in his humble store was more than he had ever imagined. "We can't do that. Your business would take a huge blow." Having married a blacksmith, Renaa was well aware of the hardships retail traders had. "Please allow us to pay." "Nonsense. Archmage Verhin fought long and hard for this city during the last 2 years. He saved more than my business. He saved my home and my family. How could I turn down the first opportunity I got to express my gratitude?" the merchant said. Chapter 974, Gifts and Gratitude, Part 2. Not only the man was adamant about giving the Verhins gifts, but also Renaa's words seemed to have hurt his pride, so she gave up. Camilla felt guilty at the idea of exploiting such a good man's heart, so she only picked one piece of clothing. It was a close-fitting deep red woolen sweater so soft and warm that it felt like wearing a hug. The rest of the family followed her lead and did the same. Her regret about not being able to take more was soon replaced by relief when all the shopkeepers did the same, always refusing to let them leave empty-handed. By the time they were back to the Baron's guest house, her dimensional amulet was full, and Camilla had to borrow some space from Lith's pocket dimension. Unlike the Verhins, the only storage item she had was the one Lith had gifted her for her birthday, which was always half full with her working equipment. Good gods, if Jamble had more stores, I would need a new apartment just to have a wardrobe big enough for all this stuff. While looking at the handbags, clothes, and shoes lined up on her bed, Camilla's voice and eyes brimmed with joy, in stark contrast with her words. She had even managed to pick lots of souvenirs for Zinnia and her children. "If you are happy, then I'm happy as well." Lith looked at his archmage robe as if it had betrayed him. He had received a non-imprinted robe after the ceremony of ascension and stored it inside the skinwalker armor. Until that moment, all of his uniforms had kept people at bay, whereas the deep blue robe acted as a magnet. Lith didn't like receiving so much attention, nor had any interest in most of the things he had nearly been forced to take, to the point that he had mostly picked stuff that others wanted to give them as gifts. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Camilla ignored his flat tone and embraced him with so much enthusiasm that it almost resembled a tackle. "Is there anything I can do to return you the favor?" She buried her face in his chest, emitting a low purring sound of pleasure. "Maybe you're a royal constable, right? How much do you know about mining rights?" Lith asked. "Just everything. Why?" It wasn't the romantic answer she was hoping for, but she sucked it up and never stopped purring. "It's a long story. We'll discuss it after lunch. Now get ready, or we'll be late." One of the things that Lith loved the most about having come clean with both Camilla and his family was that he didn't have to hide any of his schemes anymore. He didn't need to come up with excuses and lies. All he had to do was tell her the truth and ask her for help. It's easy to say when you always wear the same damn thing, no matter the circumstances. Camilla stood in front of the mirror, trying to put together a classy outfit from the newly acquired clothes. "It's me who needs to walk an extra mile just not to look like Alina's homely sister." A slow, sweet kiss cut her short, and made Camilla forget about the constant stress that comparing herself with the women of Lith's family burdened her with. "Do you feel better now, or do you need more confidence?" he asked. "Much better, thanks." She started humming while picking the tight-fitting red sweater to emphasize her raven black hair, a pair of night blue cashmere pants to highlight her slender legs, and both outlined her curves. Just as Camilla had predicted, everyone but Lith had changed their clothes. The lunch was pleasant, delicious, and together with the busy morning made everyone sleepy. Back in their bedroom, Lith told Camilla all about the real nature of Jamble's dungeon crisis, Zalgrish's lab, and the silver mines he hoped to acquire. She listened to the story with bated breath, becoming pale when she heard about the 2 Ballers he had fought. "Thank the gods you're all right." She clung to him as if those events had just happened instead of being in the past. "Helping a lick was madness. Why didn't you call for backup?" "Those monsters were immortal, remember? Also, Zalgrish would have rather helped the traders than lose decades of hard work. At least they were in his same boat. That way I saved the day, preventing the death of lots of soldiers and an angry lick from haunting these lands," Lith said. And getting yourself quite the souvenirs. Camilla furrowed her brows in disapproval. The job of a ranger comes with both hazards and benefits. He shrugged. Besides, I reported the existence of the silver mines, and the adamant forge would have either be retrieved by Zalgrish or lost in the cave-in. Point taken, she said while pondering what the kingdom's laws required for an ex-member of the military to make use of information acquired during their service. The kingdom considered the mines lost after the mountain collapsed. The fact that they never sent prospectors means that they consider the task uneconomical. There is no gate in the vicinity, no place where the workers could live on site, and the mines would be closed mid-fall at best. To make matters worse, it would be a huge gamble spending so much money with no certainty the metal veins are worth the trouble. You can apply for mining rights, but make sure to state on your request how you learned about the silver. That way, if the kingdom doesn't stop you, it will be equivalent to a formal wave on its side. If you don't, the ruler of the region might use the omission as a loophole to seize your mines if the business booms. Camilla said. Thanks for the great news, Kami. You're really sexy when you use legal jargon. Lith embraced her while burying his nose in her hair, losing himself in its sweet scent. Not so great, silly. The kingdom has endless resources compared to you and decided to give up on the mines. How do you plan on overcoming all the problems I listed? No clue, he replied. But at least Nowrun can help me find the best access point to the silver veins and check if they are worth the trouble. I'll think about the rest when the time comes. The days were still short, so Lith used the time while the others napped to leave Jamble and work on his side project. He warped together with Tista and Nowrun near the city walls to alert the guards they were leaving. Don't worry, Archmage Verhin. There shouldn't be trouble this time of the year, but we'll reinforce security during your absence, said the gate sergeant, a man in his mid-30s, about 1.77 meters, 510, with blonde hair and blue eyes. He wore a light metal armor over heavy winter clothes and a bulky left shoulder protector to balance for the lack of his right arm. There was no stump, not even the shoulder was left, as if the missing limb had been vertically cut off. What happened to your arm? Tista asked. Nothing much. Last year we had a small monster outbreak of our own, but Ranger Verhin was already busy with Mikash, so we had to deal with it on our own. One of those bastards emitted a black ray that opened a hole in the walls and took my arm. Chapter 975, Madness for Hire Part 1. There was nothing left to heal, yet I consider myself lucky. I survived to tell the tale and Baron Wyellen put me behind a desk instead of firing me. The only battlefield left for me is that against paperwork, but I can at least train recruits, the sergeant said. Why not regrowing it? Nowrun was baffled at human society abandoning its veterans. Not even His Excellency's personal mage knows how to do it, and even if she did, it would cost too much. I'm a member of the militia, not of the army. Jamble can't afford to send all those like me to the White Griffin. Regrowing a limb required 2 teams of 3 healers each. Hiring 6 mages at the same time was something beyond even a noble household's abilities. The 6 great academies were the only place that provided such services at an affordable price. Interesting. Lith took several purple potions out of his pocket dimension. Drink one of these now and another one once per hour until our return. Will they make my arm grow back? The sergeant was flabbergasted. Do I look like a god to you? Lith scoffed. Of course they won't, but trusting me or not is up to you. See you later. He opened a dimensional corridor that led the group where once the entrance to Zalgrish's lab was. Once the 3 mages stepped through it, the steps disappeared, and the sergeant turned the 1-hour hourglass after gulping down the first potion. That was generous of you. Tista understood his intentions, but she had a few doubts. What was in those flasks? Not generosity, just foresight. If I manage to get the mines, I'll depend on Jamble's guards to keep the area safe from brigands and protect the cargo until someone picks it up. Jamble has no warp gate, so I'll have to retrieve the silver personally from time to time, or send one of the few people I really trust to do it. A few stolen silver nuggets are not a problem. Losing a few kilos of it, however, is unacceptable, Lith replied. He created a hologram representing the blueprints of the mines as he remembered them, showing Nowrun where he had spotted the biggest silver veins. I don't plan on spending a single coin unless we find an alternative access point to the mines. Lith nodded at the tons of rock and debris that once were a small mountain range. Nowrun, I need you to look for a path to the veins that starts from the ground, and it's stable enough to withstand being excavated without collapsing easily. The second most important requirement is that the silver must be abundant, and not be too close to the old mines. The self-destruct mechanism has surely compromised their integrity, and if you consider the thousands of tons of rocks weighing from above, reopening those tunnels is suicidal. Tista, help me look for arrays, traps, undead, or anything that could indicate that Zalgrish is still interested in the area. I'm not going to fight a lick without an excellent reason. Nalrund nodded and shapeshifted into his Emperor Beast form. He dived into the ground that parted in front of him and closed immediately after, leaving no trace of his passage. In the meantime, Lith and Tista circled the ruins while casting life-sensing arrays and array-detecting spells. The former would spot any form of life or undeath that might have taken residence in the mine's proximity, while the latter would reveal any recent magical formation. Right after the lab self-destructed, Lith and General Vorg, the army's master warden, had checked the area without finding anything. Unless Zalgrish had placed new arrays after they had left, the area was bound to be safe. Nothing on my side but animals, Tista reported via her communication amulet. Same here. Lith hoped he wouldn't be forced to resort to his contingency plan. Fuck me sideways, he said a second later when his array-detecting spell triggered a spell-detecting array that had remained dormant and invisible even to mana sense, until the energy of Lith's magic had fueled it. What a brilliant design, Solus thought. Leaving the array depowered to preserve its strength and make use of the enemy's energy to activate your own formation makes it impossible for the intruder to react until it's too late. Code Blue, I repeat, Code Blue, Lith yelled inside his amulet while cursing the Lick's ingenuity. A depowered array was incapable to do any damage, but it was strong enough to send a signal to its caster. Tista and Nalrund managed to warp back to his coordinates, just in time to see a gate made of a red, spiraling energy open. The humanoid figure that stepped out of it was that of a tall man with a skeletal body, with barely enough skin on his face to express emotions. The cold, red light of undeath shone inside his withered eyes, giving him a cruel gaze. The Lick wore a golden magician robe, and held in his right hand a silvery staff with several purple mana crystals embedded on it. Bad news, his life force is off the charts and his blood core is almost entirely red. On top of that, everything he wears is heavily enchanted. Solus shared her mana senses analysis of the Lick's prowess. We meet again, Zalgrish. Lith's voice was confident as his eyes flared up with darkness magic. The Lick was taken aback by both Lith's eyes and their apparent familiarity. Do I know him, Ratpack? Zalgrish turned to a small being that was following him, being careful to remain hidden behind the Lick's vest. He's the ranger called Scourge Master. You fought together against the usurpers. The creature didn't resemble anything Tista or Nalrund had ever seen before. Ratpack was a small humanoid, barely 1.3 meters, 43, tall, with pale gray skin and thick grizzled hair. Judging by his appearance and his voice, Ratpack seemed to be a male. He had small pointed ears, pitch-black eyes, and was wearing a yellow mage's robe. Despite his jagged teeth and the claws at the end of his limbs, it looked more scared than dangerous. It seems you've become wiser and stronger, Stooge. Zalgrish's trademark lack of care for names seemed to be unchanged. Let's see how much. The Lick left the adamant staff into Ratpack's hands and stepped forward, while Lith took a deep breath to calm down. Let's hope that Kala's teachings work on this madman as well, he thought. Zalgrish's eyes flared up with darkness magic as well, standing right in front of the human archmage before offering Lith his open right hand. Lith slapped it with his own and went for a backhand palm strike to which Zalgrish replied in kind. The amount of mana the two opponents released was enough to make the air vibrate and cause the body hair of those who witnessed the clash to stand up. Tista and Nalrund held their breath while weaving their best spells, ready to intervene the moment the fight started. Yet instead of conjuring magic, the two men bumped their right fists up down and then frontally. Okay, now make a full spin, and as soon as you are done lift your left foot and touch it with your right hand, Solus thought. Chapter 976, Madness for Hire Part 2. The scene left all the three spectators speechless, especially because the two alleged enemies moved in unison. They held their nose while bending their knees and moved their upper body in a wave motion as if they were drowning. After that, they abruptly stood up, making a finger gun with their left hand that shot a beam of light they both dodged and said, "Dead on time. I can't believe you're really one of us, Scrooge." Zalgrish burst into joyous laughter. Me neither. Lith was still cringing from embarrassment. I can't believe I avoided joining a frat house during college just to learn a fucking secret handshake to get along with liches, he thought. What matters is that it worked, and we avoided a pointless fight. We must gift Calla something nice to thank her for all the secret information about the undead society she taught us. Solus tried to cheer Lith up, but even the kindest and wisest words sounded like a mockery when the one speaking them was laughing her ass off. What are you doing here, and who are those guys? Zalgrish pointed at Scrooge's helpers. I'm here for the silver mines. I've stepped up my research since the last time we met, and I need both money and raw materials. As for them, allow me to introduce my servants to you. They are Thrud and Nalar. Lith lied all the way to protect both of them from further inquiries. Good move, Groog. A lick always needs someone expendable. Ratpack, go mingle with your peers. Testalos, nimble, this is Ratpack, my assistant. He is dumb, slow, and clumsy, but he has a big heart. I know because I put it in his chest. Zalgrish laughed at his own joke and pushed Ratpack forward. What about you? Lith asked while the three assistants awkwardly looked at each other. I'm not going to lie to you. I tried to recover the mines, but the collapsed mountains are too big to move, and they make the ground too unstable. The array was something I left out of curiosity, to see if someone had better luck and maybe exploit their work, Zalgrish said. Care to elaborate? If it was someone weak, I would have killed them to leave no witnesses, while if it was someone strong, I would have made them an offer they couldn't refuse. Zalgrish shapeshifted into the human appearance he had back when he was still alive. He now looked like a man 1.78, 510 meters tall with brown eyes, hair, and a short beard, who was offering Lith what looked like a business card between his right middle and index fingers. Zalgrish Burkix, necromancer for hire, Lith read out loud. It's my human alias for when I need shopping. I tried sending Ratpack, but somehow the cursed humans always discover his undead nature. I tried disguising him as a noble, a merchant, an adventurer, and even as a belly dancer, but nothing worked. Zalgrish snapped his fingers, changing Ratpack's outfit several times. Why the heck does the lick only change the clothes of his assistant whereas he shapeshifts himself? Everyone thought. My plan was to offer my minions as the workforce. They can work under all weather conditions, require no rest, no sleep, nor pay. All I ask in exchange is 50% of the mine's silver. 50% is a lot, Lith blurted out. Way more than any workforce would cost. I don't see the allure of such an offer. My minions not only are loyal, but they can also defend the precious metal. They're a full package deal. Also, in case of refusal, I would kill my partner and renew my offer to their next of kin. Zalgrish laughed. I would like to point out that one has no guarantee Zalgrish's minions wouldn't just deliver the silver to him, but liches are prideful creatures. They wouldn't stoop so low as to lie. Also, I don't want to give him ideas, Lith thought. Nalar, resume the search while I discuss business with my fellow lick. Lith snapped his finger and his assistants out of their reverie. Why are you still here, Nalar? He asked after waiting for a few seconds. You mean me? The Razar pointed at himself. Isn't your name Nalar? Lith sneered. Really, since when? Good gods, even Ratpack remembers his own name, Nemia. Now scram, Zalgrish yelled. The intensity of the lick's bloodlust made Nalron shapeshift and plunge into the ground so fast that he seemed to disappear into thin air. If my minion finds a way to the mines, we'll split everything 70-30, costs included, Lith said. 30-70, you mean? The mines were mine to start with and mine are the minions, Zalgrish replied. No, 70-30. They were never yours. You were just stealing from the kingdom. Also, you collapsed the mines, and I'm the only one who can apply for the mining rights. With the current love people has for the undead, if they find you out, you'll never get a single piece of silver without spending 10 times its value, Lith said. 40-60, but only because I hate paperwork, and you're right about the royal permits. Not having to kill anyone who sees the mines will save me a lot of resources. 60-40 because without my minion there will be nothing to mine. Also, he can follow the veins or find new ones when the silver runs out, Lith replied. 50-50, Zalgrish said. 40-60, Lith replied. No, you thief, 60-40, Zalgrish snarled. Deal, Lith said, before the lick could realize he had fallen for one of the oldest tricks in the cartoons. Deal 60% to you and the rest to me. Zalgrish had a triumphant tone that made Tista wonder if he actually knew math or he just reversed whatever her brother said. The two madmen wrote everything down in duplicate and signed each other's copy of the document. By the time Nalrund returned, they had even exchanged contact runes. He brought good news. The richest silver veins ran so deep that the ground was stable again. The Razar had prepared an underground map that Lith hid inside his pocket dimension, refusing to show it to Zalgrish. "I'll contact you as soon as I'm done with the paperwork. Don't forget our deal and don't make mistakes. If anyone catches wind of the silver, we're both screwed," Lith said. "I won't, I swear it on my phylactery." Zalgrish struck his fist where his heart was supposed to be, making Ratpack whine. "That's a phylactery. I thought it was just a powerful artifact. I need to study it at the best of my abilities," Solus thought. "Master, no sense hiding phylactery if you tell where it is." "Don't worry, Ratpack. I'm sure that no one noticed my subtle gesture." Zalgrish acted as if they weren't right there in front of him. "It was a pleasure doing business with you, Groucho. Ratpack, say goodbye to your new friends, Ding and Dong." "Master, name's wrong and we not friends. We said nothing all time," Ratpack said while another red gate appeared. "They didn't try to kill you, and that's what real friends do. Take a lesson from me and Blorgflux. If I don't reply to your first 100 or so calls, don't take it personally, Bongbet. I'm just that busy. Bye." Zalgrish dragged Ratpack along and closed the dimensional tunnel. Chapter 977, Plans and Preparations, Part 1. That was intense. Nalrun didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the Lick's antics. The only thing the Razar was certain of was that he needed a long bath to wash away the cold sweat he was drenched into. Even Dawn's minions were nothing compared to such a powerful undead. "I get that he changed your name with every phrase, but if you're Blorgflux, then who was Bongbet supposed to be?" Tista asked. "Always me. Zalgrish forgets even the names he makes up if they are too long. By the way, excellent work, Nalrund. We'll split everything 50-10-40, costs included," Lith said. "I have no money," the Razar blurted out, realizing the catch. "I'll lend you the starting capital, and you'll return it to me with the first profits," Lith shrugged. Falul wanted him to befriend the Razar before asking for information about the fringes. Yet Lith had no idea how to build a relationship without enduring life and death situations together or business. Lith chose the latter option because any plan to endanger Nalrun's life on purpose, just to save him, could easily backfire. "You suck with human relationships," Solus sighed. "You didn't trust Orion until he gave you the cloaking ring, and now you try to bind your light mastery teacher with money." "I do suck and you know it. Cut me some slack. Progress, not perfection," Lith replied before warping the group back to Jamble, where the sergeant missing his right arm was waiting for them. "See what I mean? You never bothered asking his name," Solus thought. "How do you feel, Sergeant?" According to Lith's calculations, the potions the man had ingested would provide him with all the nutrients needed for the procedure. "Turl Snowfield, sir. Bloated is the best word to describe my condition." The sergeant burped and quickly apologized for it. He was at the third potion, and the first one had already been fully assimilated. Turl felt as if someone was stuffing him with food non-stop, to the point that he had been forced to take off his armor because of his bulging belly. "Excellent." A short chant and random gestures conjured a stone chair out of the dust floating in the air. Lith forced Turl to sit, and used an air blade to rip open the sergeant's shirt at the shoulder level, leaving everyone flabbergasted. "You two provide him with the necessary vitality, I'll do the rest. This is how those like us should work," Lith said, referring to all those capable of using true magic. He didn't know if Nalrund actually needed his guidance with healing magic, but Tista surely did. Also, by using assistance, Lith had a plausible explanation for what was about to happen. After a bit more gibberish and gestures, Lith touched the sergeant's forehead with 2 fingers, activating his Tier 4 healing spell, Bloom. Turl felt a sudden sting and an itch before the missing parts of his scapula and clavicle popped out of his flesh, reforming the right shoulder. Then, the humerus emerged from the shoulder joint, growing in length and size like a white sprout. Only once the bone was perfectly formed did Lith make the muscles, nerves, flesh, and circulatory system grow one layer at a time. Thanks to invigoration, he created a mirror image of the left arm the soldier still had down to the smallest detail. Unlike fake mages that had to complete the procedure in one go, Lith built one piece at a time. He used the imaging properties of his breathing technique to not just regrow the missing limb, but also to give the new arm the same connections the other had with the spine, so that the mirror limb would retain the muscle memory of the original. Unlike true mages, his training with Falul's meditation techniques allowed Lith to dominate the light element even when it was coursing through Turl's body, allowing him to not blindly follow the left arm's template and be capable of fixing on the fly any imperfection he found. The same happened for the radius and ulna. First, they popped out the humerus, and only once they were fully formed did flesh and blood bloom, completing the forearm. Only the hand was now missing, but that required special attention. It was made of too many small, delicate bones to create all of them at the same time. "Drink another potion now," Lith ordered, and the sergeant obeyed. Turl was happy Lith had given him a chair. Otherwise, he would be with his ass on the ground like most of his colleagues. The shock from seeing such powerful magic in action had brought most of the spectators to their knees. The sergeant felt another sting as what looked like a white mist emerged from a hole in his newly formed wrist. The vapor grew and spread before turning solid and resembling a cobweb. Except it wasn't made out of silk, but of bones and cartilage that quickly turned into a perfectly formed hand. The different layers of muscles, nerves, and tendons formed one at a time, but in such a quick sequence that the process made Solus think of a gruesome anime transformation sequence. "It's done, Lith attempted to say. "Yes," Turl cut him short while he moved his new arm and flexed his fingers one by one. "Yes, what, do you feel all right? Does the arm work properly?" Lith asked. "Yes, you look like a god to me," the sergeant replied to Lith's earlier sarcastic questions. During the previous year, Turl had studied the procedure to allow himself to at least daydream about what would happen if he could afford it. Regrowing an arm usually required 6 mages and about half an hour. Yet for all he knew, Lith had done everything by himself, and the entire process had taken seconds. Actually, Tista and Nalrond had provided him with vitality, and the procedure had lasted for over 5 minutes, but no one had noticed the passing of time. "This is no time for jokes. I used an experimental procedure that should give your right arm and hand the same skill you got with your left. It's not much, but assuming you practiced a lot since losing your arm, it should speed up your physical therapy," Lith said. "Wait, are you saying that you might have made me ambidextrous?" Turl took 2 coins out of his pockets, put one on each of his thumbs, and threw them in the air before catching them. The right arm was slower and clumsier, but he still succeeded. "Are you left-handed?" Lith had never taken the possibility into account. "Yes, is that a problem?" "Not at all. Don't forget to eat a lot and contact a healer to follow your recovery. The strain from the procedure will make you feel sluggish for a while, so I advise plenty of rest. Let me know if there are any issues and if you're really ambidextrous now," Lith said. "How can I repay you?" Turl tried to stand up, but his knees refused to comply. Exhaustion and emotion paralyzed his legs. "I'm an archmage and one of the 4 best healers in the kingdom. Jamble has offered me hospitality and many gifts. This is the least I could do," Lith said. "Once I obtain the mining rights, my friendship with the guards will smooth any mess Zalgrish might make. If his undead have even one fraction of his quirks, accidents might happen while delivering my share of silver." Chapter 978, Plans and Preparations, Part 2. "On top of that, people like Turl will take good care of my stuff until I come collecting it," he actually thought. The man started sobbing and grabbed the edge of Lith's robe to kiss it in a sign of devotion, creeping him big time. "Calm down, Sergeant. There are no gods, just good mages doing their jobs," Lith said while stepping back. "Archmage Verhin, I know I'm overstepping my bounds, but could you please visit the city hospital?" one of the soldiers that had managed to stand up said. "Winter left several people scarred, and it will take a while before Baron Wyellen can afford a good healer to take care of them." For cities like Jamble, it was unfeasible to move so many people to the nearest city with a mage capable of using Tier 4 and 5 of healing magic. The best course of action was to pay the mage to reach the city and treat those who required professional help. Healing magic was no miracle. Up to Tier 3, it simply sped up the natural recovery process of all kinds of injuries, but it was incapable of treating organs damaged by an illness, regrowing missing parts, or even fixing a badly healed fracture. To do that was necessary the intervention of someone who had access to the healer specialization that only the army, the association, or one of the 6 great academies could provide. Lith was about to find an excuse to refuse when he noticed 2 things. First, Tista was looking at him with big, puppy eyes like she did when they were little. Her little brother was her hero, and she pictured him way better-natured than he was. Second, the guard seemed too concerned for his request to be a selfless plea. Lith looked around, noticing that many of those present were holding their breath in expectation. Clearly, they had a friend, a relative, or a loved one in need of help. One grateful guard would turn a blind eye to Zalgrish's antics from time to time, whereas several guards might cover up even big messes if necessity arose. "Sure, but now I need some rest." There was only so much Lith could do without ruining his cover. Regrowing a limb with half the staff and time the white griffin usually needed was worthy of an archmage. Doing more would raise a flag for anyone who knew about Awakened and their powers. If not for invigoration, Lith would have been exhausted. They warped back to the Baron's guest house, where the rest of the family was waiting for them. "If you want to play savior, why don't you do it yourself?" Lith asked Tista. "You have all of my skills, just less experience." "Because I'm yet a nameless mage, and I want to stay that way until I decide otherwise," she replied with a sigh. "You are already in trouble with the ancient households for your achievements, and with the council for the same reasons plus awakening me. If I stand out too much, I'll offer them another target and force you to follow me during my travels. This way, instead, I'm just Lith's sister. Everyone underestimates me, and you don't have to worry about me. It's a win-win." "Great thinking," Lith nodded. "I would still like you two to accompany me to the hospital. We'll work faster, and I could use some help to not abuse invigoration too much." "Can you teach me?" Nalrun said. "In all my years as a healer, I've never seen such a technique. Regrowing a limb is easy, but they are usually a blank, clumsy slate, whereas the one you made already had a certain degree of coordination." Nalrund was part of the werepeople, an artificial hybrid between a human and a magical beast. He had 2 mana cores which allowed him to use all elements like a human, and to use true magic like a magical beast. Yet he lacked the beast's instinct and the skills of an awakened. On top of that, he couldn't even awaken because his 2 identities were more stacked together than fused. "Sure thing." Lith was glad to share his knowledge about anatomy and the spells he had created for his students at the White Griffin with the Razar. That way, once their roles were reversed, and Nalrun taught him light mastery, Lith's request of sharing with him the Razar's personal spells would sound fair. Why waste time to reinvent the wheel when I can access the collective knowledge of a tribe who practiced light mastery for centuries? I bet they have spells even Manohar can only dream of, Lith thought. "By my maker, I hate you so much when you act like this. Progress my stone ass," Solus rebuked him. Lith ignored her and handed Camilla the map Nalrund had drawn of the underground silver veins. As a royal constable, rules, regulations, and bureaucracy were her bread and butter. The more information she had, the easier it was for her to cover all bases and fill all the paperwork necessary to make any claim the local nobles could make on Lith's future business groundless. Later that same afternoon, Lith had Baron Wylan accompany the whole Verhin family to the city hospital. "Aaron Lyria, I can't bring you on the battlefield with me, but at least I can show you what your big brother does when he is away from home," Lith said while taking the children inside their first hospital ward. According to Solus, their mana cores were growing nicely, almost at the same rate as Lith when he was their age, and used accumulation. According to her estimates, they were likely to reach the yellow core of a Magico in a few years, and later maybe even a green or more powerful mana core that would allow them to attend one of the 6 great academies. "I don't know if I'll have the time to teach and guide the children in the ways of magic, but I don't want them to grow up as spoiled brats. Magic is a gift that no one should take for granted. They must realize how lucky they are," Lith thought. The ward was filled with people that needed constant care, either due to wounds too severe to be cured in one session, without depleting their life force, or to diseases of which normal healers could only treat their symptoms. Everyone on Magur could use magic, but powerful mages were rare, and among them those who also had enough talent to learn a specialization were even rarer. Most of them would become nobles or serve influential households, and trade their magical skills in exchange for political power. The rest would join the army, the Mage Association, or devote their life to magical research. A mage who spent even a bit of time helping others was about as rare as finding a unicorn holding a pot of gold under a rainbow. "Why are these people sick?" Aaron turned up his nose at the smell of disinfectants and blood that filled the air. "Because not everyone has a mage for a brother or uncle," Lith explained. "These people are just like mom and dad, but less lucky." "Why did you bring us here? This place is not cool, it's smelly and sad," Lyria asked, feeling guilty for her tailor-made clothes that stuck out like a sore thumb amid so much misery. Chapter 979, Gods Among Us Part 1. "Because whenever I get back home, the first thing you ask me for is toys. Because I want you guys to realize that violence isn't cool. Whenever I was called to fix a mess, a monster had made lots of people miserable. Even after I defeated the monster, its victims were still in need of help. Lyria, Aaron, this is life outside of our village. If one day you'll wield the same power I have, I want you to remember this place. Magic is but a tool. It doesn't make its owner better or more righteous than others, just luckier, Lith said to both Aaron and Lyria. Then he walked through the ward, needing only one touch to diagnose the problem and another to fix it. He left patients who had damaged organs or missing fingers to Nalrond, explaining to him how to use the information obtained via the diagnostic spells Lith had taught him to its fullest. Before I introduced the study of anatomy, even treating a comminuted fracture required Tier 4 magic. By leaving to the patient's body the task of putting the bone fragments in place, they would usually do a lot of damage in the process. Now, however, a healer can determine their position and decide the best course of action. If there is a clear path to the bone, the fragments can be guided, dealing minimal damage. Otherwise, it's better to break them down to their components and regenerate the bone by using the fragments as nutrients, Lith said. Tista, instead, took care of those affected by congenital diseases, relieving them from the symptoms or curing the illness itself whenever she was capable of it. The difference between a professional healer and a rejuvenator like me is that, unless they alter its life force, the former can only help the body of their patient what it's supposed to do, whereas I don't need Tier 5 magic to cause changes. So, for example, when treating someone that suffers from the consequences of aging, only a rejuvenator can stimulate the body to fix itself according to how it was when it was younger. The information is still there, but it has been overwritten over time so that some conditions are now considered normal. What you have to do is to restore that information by spotting every single anomaly and making the body stop considering them as normal. That way, the patient's metabolism doesn't just heal the damage, but returns the body to the state it was before being injured. Another example is a badly healed fracture that leaves a leg crippled. Tier 3 magic is useless at that point because the fracture has naturally healed. A professional healer will be forced to break the bone again and then fix it properly, but then the patient will still bear the consequences of both fractures. A rejuvenator, instead, will make the body remember how the limb was supposed to be. The bone will then reassemble itself as if it was never broken in the first place. Many healers and patients tried to understand what Lith was saying, but without invigoration or the spells he had invented that simulated the effects of his breathing technique, none of his teachings made sense. Together, the three healers managed to clear a couple of wards before exhaustion became unbearable. Lith had forbidden Tista to use invigoration, so that her body would be forged by enduring the use of so many consecutive spells, and her mind would get used to retaining its focus even when she was tired. He knew from experience that using invigoration wasn't always possible, and he wanted Tista to be capable of healing herself in the case her throat was damaged. Lith had seen too many awakened die at his hand, because they relied too much on their breathing technique. Lith and his family spent the rest of their vacation in Jamble peacefully. He used the time while the others took the afternoon nap to visit the local hospitals and teach his two apprentices as much as he could. Baron Wyellen was moved by their dedication, and Lith was glad to earn the respect of the man who would be in charge of supervising his mines, while also finally having the opportunity to put Tista's skills to the test. Two birds with one stone. A few days before they went back to Lucia, the Verhins were going to the baker's district to buy a few sweets as souvenirs for their friends back home, when screams and the sounds of galloping horses filled the air. "There must have been an accident, damn nobles and their carriages," Lith said. Most people moved on foot, and the lack of traffic made them careless. That, coupled with the rush of coachmen who, just like their masters, gave little value to human life, was the recipe for a disaster. Yet what Lith saw darting from around a corner wasn't a stagecoach nor a young dandy on top of his purebred. It was a column of raiders rushing uptown, toward the Baron's mansion. "What the heck is a bunch of criminals doing here? There's nothing worth stealing in Jamble," Lith said, regretting to have kept his visit a secret. No one in their right mind would assault a city with an archmage. Yet until his apprenticeship with Falul started, his awakened rivals could still exploit the resentment that old and new magical bloodlines had against Lith for their ends. Lith didn't want to offend all those nobles whose offer for hospitality he had turned down, so he had asked the Baron to not divulge his whereabouts. That, coupled with the still lingering winter in Jamble's remote location, guaranteed that no one would learn about his vacation until it was too late. "It must be for the Baroness' birthday," Roz said. "The Baron told me that this time of the year, all the local goldsmiths come here to give him the opportunity to pick the best present for his." Lith had used air and spirit magic to make sure that his family was safe on the sidewalk, but not everyone had the cold blood to consider a mercenary group as a minor annoyance, I'd react accordingly. Out of fear, a parent failed to grab his son and drag him out of the road before the young man was run over by one of the horses. Even under normal circumstances, Lith had no care for the life of a stranger. Now that his family was on the line of fire, the whole Magus could burn for what he cared. Yet once he turned around after making sure that everyone was safe and sound behind him, Lith's eyes fell unconsciously on the fallen youth. He had brown hair, a cracked skull, and was bleeding from his mouth due to internal injuries. Maybe it was just a coincidence, or maybe it was the cruel hand of fate, but between his wounds and the older brother holding the young man's broken body, the scene was exactly as Lith imagined it would have been if he had been there for Carl after the hit and run. His pupils dilated, and his breath became ragged as the last images of his late brother flashed in front of Lith's eyes. He started to turn his head from the youth to Aaron nonstop, trying to calm down. "That's not Carl, your brother is dead. You have only one little brother now, and his name is Aaron. He needs you now, so don't do anything stupid," Lith thought while a cold sweat drenched his clothes. Chapter 980 Gods Among Us Part 2. No matter how hard Lith tried to hold back, his mind kept slipping back in time, to that dreadful night. Then, one of the invaders noticed Alina's golden necklace and steered his horse while extending his hand to rip it off. Unfortunately for him, Alina had picked up Aaron to make sure he wouldn't run away in panic, and was holding the child in her arms. All Lith could see was a hand aimed at his mother's neck, and a car rushing against his little brother. Lith's shadow came to life as he blinked in front of the thug with war between his hands, while the angry blade was still enveloped in emerald flames from its summoning. A single slash was all Lith needed to cut down both the horse and its rider. They didn't shed a drop of blood thanks to the fire and darkness coursing through war. The corpses turned into a fine mist before even touching the ground as if they had never existed. At the same time, the obscurity surrounding Lith spread out like a black sun, and infected with spirit and darkness magic all the other shadows it touched. No matter if they belonged to a streetlight, a building, or a person, all the shadows joined together and enveloped the area. "Close their eyes, they must not see this." That was all Lith managed to say before he blinked again. To the raiders, it was as if they were under the attack of an entire army. Lith seemed to be everywhere at the same time, striking without any notice and killing many with just a swing of his blade or hand. The darkness made it impossible to see further than a few meters, so the raiders slowed down and regrouped to leave no blind spot. Their horses were well trained and had seen enough magic to not panic. Keeping a cool head while assuming a perfect formation didn't spare them from their fate. It was the horses, not the men who formed the circle, which left plenty of space behind them for Lith to appear and decapitate them all at once with a circular swing of his blade. There, a woman in her early 30s pointed at Lith with her wand, unleashing a stream of Tier 3 lightning bolts. Her comrades followed her lead, conjuring a full-blown thunderstorm before war had yet to cut the last neck. To thrive in the harshness of the north, violence and bravado weren't enough. Even bandits were well trained and equipped. Lith tried and failed to activate dominance. The lightning bolts were too many and too fast for his amateurish technique. Even his blue core, coupled with his mastery over air magic, wasn't enough to control so many powerful spells at the same time. Yet he wasn't alone. The angry blade attempted to support its master's dominance, but having no idea how the ability worked, the sword failed as well. Yet war grasped Lith's intentions and activated the world mirror ability that Orion had infused the blade with after perfecting the enchantment. World mirror was boosted by Lith's and war's willpower, allowing it to absorb the thunderstorm inside the blade for a split second before sending it back against its casters after reinforcing the spells with Lith's mana. Each bolt of lightning was now so powerful that it killed its target despite the raiders' war-enchanted protections. The remaining marauders couldn't see a thing, but they could still hear the death cries and recognize the familiar voices. On top of that, each one of them knew what the smell of ozone mixed with that of barbecue meant. "We've been set up. Jamble has mages. Retreat. We must—" The man leading the charge froze in horror as his own shadow covered his mouth with one hand while chocked him with the other. The shock of seeing his own face twisted into a grimace of hate, staring at him through the white holes that replaced its eyes, made him unable to resist. Seeing the black mass attacking their leader, the raiders thought it was an undead. They lunged at the shadow, only to kill their comrade. "What the heck is that thing?" a woman asked after noticing that her axe met no resistance while passing through the living shade. Their horror turned into despair when black hands emerged from the ground, dragging the horses and their riders down while sucking their life force. Only then did they notice the white eyes belonging to the invisible army surrounding them. When the sun returned, there was no trace left of the invaders. Even the young man between his big brother's arms was now as fit as a fiddle. "Are you all right?" Lith returned by his family's side, while his anger made clouds cover the sky and lowered the temperature by several degrees. Yes, Raz nodded, half scared and half proud of his son. For most of them, it was the first time seeing him as a fighter instead of a healer. They had listened to Lith's tales about his fights, but not even holograms had prepared them for the brutality that a single swing of war held. Aaron and Lyria were still crying, whereas the triplets had slept through the events as if nothing had happened. "Bring them home and protect them until my return. I've seen this scheme in the past. Half of the bandits reach the target while the other half keeps the city gates open," Lith said to Tista and Nalrond before warping to Jambel's entrance. The streets were on fire because the marauders had set everything ablaze to force the militia to split their focus. Between the burning houses, the injured citizens, and the enemies fighting for the control of the walls, Baron Wyallen had his hands full. Lith appeared above the gates, understanding what had happened at a first glance. The first wave had disguised themselves as merchants and taken down the gatekeepers while the rest of their forces rushed out of their hiding spot. Judging by how fast and efficient they were, the invaders had carefully prepared the heist by learning the guards' routine and waiting for the moment when the security was more lax, high noon. Many cities had become too used to fighting mostly undead, and with the sun shining bright above their heads, the guards felt overconfident. Lith recognized many of the fallen soldiers. Some were relatives of those he had healed, others he had cured himself. He started to breathe regularly, conjuring with invigoration a pillar of blue light that connected the ground with the thunderclouds. With each breath he took, the storm grew stronger. With each breath he took, he separated allies from enemies. Mjolnir. Lith raised his hands, and a natural lightning struck him. It coursed through his body, dealing him no harm as it was split into countless bolts that reached their marks with surgical precision. The current formed a tidal wave that swept the ground and reached even those who were still fighting inside the city walls. Yet only the invaders died. The battle and the thunderclap ended at unison. Lith lowered his arms, making the clouds disappear along with the mana controlling them. He came down slowly, needing only a wave of his hands to put out the fires and rescue those who had remained trapped inside their own homes until that moment. "Did you see that, son?" Baron Wyallen said to Katu while they were providing first aid to the injured. "That's why there's no need for prayers. You don't have to look up in the sky to see gods. They already walk among us." Chapter 980, One Cold War Part 1. Valoran, capital of the Griffin Kingdom, throne room. The royal court was in an uproar, torn between the reappearance of an old enemy and the never-ending strife between the ancient and the new magical households. A conflict that was only getting worse as the Ernez's and the Darris's factions clashed more furiously by the day. Floria, taking a sabbatical despite the fact that the undead invasion was far from being resolved, had added fuel to the fire. She had disobeyed her commanding officer and abandoned her duty, an unprecedented act that made the matter of closing her trial even more urgent. Lady Ernez needs to be dishonorably discharged and sentenced for her crimes. Otherwise, all those who disagree with the laws of the kingdom will follow her lead and ignore their orders out of petty grudges. Archmage Darris called Floria only by her family name, disregarding all of her achievements as both army officer and mage. "Petty grudges?" Jeannie echoed the words with her voice filled with contempt. "Lord Darris forgets to mention that the laws of our kingdom guarantee Captain Ernez a speedy trial." Yet first she was suspended for months before being forced to resume duty because her country needed her skill and talent. Then she got stuck with the same workload as everyone else despite being treated as a traitor, and kept in a limbo for over a year now. Now that a new equilibrium with the undead courts has been reached, and the conscription is no longer needed, Captain Ernez has simply asked to either get a sabbatical or an honorable discharge. This court can't demand her to keep risking her life, while all her merits and promotions are frozen. Not only does she deserve to be acquitted from all those ridiculous charges, but also a compensation for the service given and an apology for the unfair treatment she received. "Acquitted over my dead body," Archmage Onia, headmistress of the Black Griffin, said. 6 archmages, each one a pillar of the magical community, died in Kula because of her incompetence, As the representative of the academies, I demand justice. A pretentious claim, since the Mefal household didn't press charges, and neither did the White Griffin, Yandra's husband said. He wasn't willing to let his late wife's name be used for political plays. Enough, King Meron slammed his palm on the armrest of his golden throne. Both parties have expressed their opinion many times, and the only thing you agree on is that the trial of Captain and Mage Floria Ernas lasted too long. The Queen and I agree as well. We'll let you know our decision after carefully pondering all your arguments. His face was stern and confident, yet reality couldn't differ more. This is bad, dear, he said to the Queen via their mind link. On the one hand, Gianni is right. The army has no right over her daughter now that the crisis is over. Forcing a mage to do anything without compensation sets a dangerous precedent that might lead to losing our best elements. On the other hand, Headmistress Onia is also right. The death of so many archmages cannot go unpunished. Someone has to take the blame for what happened and pay the price. I know, Silpha replied. That's why I assigned to Floria's unit only high-profile missions, not to punish her, but because I hoped that she would achieve something so great that it would make Kyula's incident pale in comparison. Something like Lith's exposing the Bright Day's ploy, or revealing the threat of the Golden Griffin. We wouldn't have been able to make him an archmage if not for such outstanding results. Alas, she wasn't lucky enough, and despite her accomplishments, she's not nearly in the clear. Silpha couldn't believe that if not for Kyula, Floria would have already been promoted to lieutenant colonel, if not even raised to the status of great mage as well. Yet the reason you're here is to discuss the eventuality of Bulker's return, Meron said. His telepathic conversation with his wife lasted barely the blink of an eye. The king's words triggered an even bigger uproar that ended only when the queen activated one of the arrays in the room, forcing everyone to kneel and shut up. If you keep behaving like children, then I'll treat you as such, she said. As you know, under the cover of the night, several youths from the most powerful magical bloodlines of the kingdom have been crippled. Their assailants maimed their bodies beyond what even Tier 5 light magic can heal. Not only were their injuries deliberately so cruel that the youths need a rejuvenator, but they were poisoned with an unknown substance that crippled their magical prowess. According to our esteemed royal healer, it will take them months, if not years, to recover. Also, this card was left on the scene of every one of the attacks. Silpha showed a simple piece of paper, bearing a single word that struck fear in the hearts of all of those present. It said, "Future." The Bulker department confirmed that this is his penmanship, and that the venom employed is a variant of that he used during his previous attacks. That's why we've asked you to come here. We're all survivors, and if the god of death is really back, then we must stick together. To prevent further chaos, I'll allow you to speak one at a time. Several hands were raised, and the king picked one per faction. Your Majesty, with all due respect, I don't believe it's true, Archmage Darius said. Crippling instead of killing is not how Bulker operates. On top of that, I find it suspiciously convenient that only the enemies of Archon Ernas have been targeted. Given the seriousness of his allegations, Silpha allowed Gianni to reply. I understand better than anyone else the cruelty of seeing a talented youth's future destroyed for petty reasons, so I'll forgive Archmage Darius for his cruel words. Her voice sounded pained but compassionate. That said, I'd like to remind you that my family has been the victim of several attempts performed by unknown assailants as well, and so happened to many of my friends. Many heads nodded at Gianni's words. After she had captured Kalan the vampire and destroyed the branch of the Dawn Court in Author, the undead had spared no effort to kill both her magicless sons, Gunnian and Chilean. Their detail was composed of men of the Queen's Corps and Orion's best students, while their staff was actually composed of members of Gianni's Myrock household. When the most stalwart defenders and the deadliest assassins in the kingdom joined forces, only death awaited their enemies. The only reason why we have suffered no casualty is that none of our heirs is so profligate that they need to ditch their detail in order to indulge in their vices. Besides, the strategy you described is hardly a novelty. It's what the undead have done for centuries when they want to forcefully recruit someone and bend their families to their will. It's likely that Bulker is helping the courts to strengthen their position inside the kingdom. The fact that the god of death isn't capable of fighting on his own anymore is well known, just like his undying hate for all of us. The real question is why my esteemed colleagues seem more interested in pointing fingers rather than finding a cure for their heirs. Chapter 982, Cold War Part 2. The kingdom is blessed with 4 rejuvenators, yet none of them has been called for help. I can't help but wonder if it's because the undead courts already got what they wanted, Gianni said. Her words instilled the doubt that Darris's side might hide several snakes in the grass. The royals knew of the ongoing Cold War between the Ernas and the Darris, yet they couldn't dismiss Gianni's allegations lightly. We did call them, but they all belong to the White Griffin, Captain Ernas's academy, and they refused to help, Headmistress Onia said once the queen allowed her to speak. Mage Verhin said. Archmage Verhin. Silpha corrected Onia and raised the pressure of the array so much that the headmistress almost kissed the floor. Archmage Verhin said things I dare not to repeat in this hall. Marth and Vaster managed to restore the body of the only youth they accepted to visit, but claimed to be incapable of cleansing the venom. As for Manohar. It's Mr. Manohar to you. The mad professor corrected Onia and slammed her face on the floor with one of his constructs. Manohar, the royals rebuked him in unison. The headmistress is our honored guest, and you'll treat her with the respect she deserves. Isn't that what I just did? He sounded honestly confused. By the Great Mother. Meron clenched his temples that felt as if they were about to burst open, such was the headache the god of healing gave him. Why, every time I want him to be here, he's absent, whereas he never misses an audience when I want him out of my hair, the king thought. This man is a curse and a blessing at the same time, Silpha replied. Why did you refuse to help them? The queen asked. Because even though I don't like the old hag Ernas, I like that bunch of has-beens even less. I mean, unless we go down their family tree, their latest achievement is lighting their own farts, yet they act all high-end. Manohar, the royals cut him short. I mean, this lovely granny and I have our differences. He pointed at Gianni, who couldn't get angry since Gunnian had given her grandchildren for a few years now. But we respect each other, whereas I don't even know those guys. I've got no obligation to help them, unless your majesty orders me otherwise, of course. The god of healing gave the royals a small bow, hoping for the best. With each order the royals gave him, one of his escapades would be pardoned. After clearing 5 branches of the undead courts and chasing night out of the kingdom, Manohar only needed a couple of pardons to get out of hot waters. Not yet. The Balker department and all academies are studying the new venom as we speak. They only need some time and luck to figure it out. Silpha shook her head, making the nobles groan. Manohar had recently returned. Giving him the means to safely run away again was a terrible idea. I'd like to point out that, even though Archon Ernas is right about the undead courts crippling youths to discipline their families, and about how it was due to the victim's stupidity that the attacks were successful, some of the witnesses claim to have seen a diminutive figure dressed in black escape from the crime scene. Duke Nuragar said once the king gave him permission to speak. He was Callion's father, and his grudge towards the Ernas ran deep. The duke was already planning his son's marriage with Floria when he had received the news that she had not only ended their relationship, but also humiliated Callion in front of the royals. Are you suggesting that I did it? Gianni was outraged at the accusation. The assailant worked alone was short, and your world-renowned needles would match the puncture wounds that crippled those poor youths. So yes, the thought that you might want to get even with us crossed my mind more than once, the duke said. That's impossible, the king said while sweeping the air with his arm to firmly reject such an idea. Archon Ernas works around the clock and is rarely alone. There are plenty of witnesses who can confirm where she was during most of the attacks. More than once she was here to update us about the latest developments of her investigations. The king's words put no one at ease. They only made Gianni appear as an even more fearsome opponent to her enemies and allies alike. They were certain that she was behind the attack and that she had left on purpose enough clues to be recognized. Except for the royals, all those present believed that she was sending a message that said, "If you destroy my daughter's career, I'll destroy your children's lives, and with them the future of your households." Everyone knew how hard it was to replace a magically talented heir who was also a good ruler for their lands. Velen Darris was the living proof of how 3 generations of hard work could easily crumble. After seeing how even the mad professor had sided with her, the members of the royal courts believed that in order to achieve her revenge, Gianni had agreed to work with Balker. The members of the undead courts, instead, after she had systematically destroyed their branches in the Griffin Kingdom, exposed the identities of their elders who had remained hidden for centuries before her arrival, and slain several of their champions, believed that Balker worked for Gianni. Space. Blood Desert, Forgotten Plume tribe a few weeks ago, right after Manohar was done with his task, and had accepted Orion's offer for help. After almost losing at the Black Knight's hand, and seeing how versatile hard light constructs were, Ilium Balker now diligently practiced light mastery, creation, and chaos magic every day. Manohar might be insane, but he was right about one thing. If Night decided to remain and fight after losing her host, if not for her wounded pride and her obsession with me, she might have easily finished me off. I was too weak to defend myself even against her crystal form. To master higher tiers of chaos magic and keep my creations from crumbling after a few minutes, I need to deepen my understanding of light magic, he thought. Thanks to all the years spent studying both undead and abominations, there was little Balker ignored about the darkness element. Just like Lith, he had discovered the art of shaping light through his studies about darkness. The two disciplines were tightly interconnected, and at high levels, they shared many more similarities than the average mage would ever think. Most people believed that each element had its opposite, whereas Balker knew how wrong they were. All the 6 elemental energies were able to coexist in both the world energy and the mana all things on Magur possessed. There was no conflict, only a harmony that had to be upset to trigger their destructive abilities. It was a mystery so deep that none of the Guardians had accepted to teach him, and to the study of which he devoted every minute that he didn't spend with Ligon to study the monster abomination hybrids or with his family. "I'm sorry to bother you, dear, but you have guests. Again." Eos Balker, Ilium's wife, pulled the curtain of his tent open, letting sunlight illuminate her husband's lab. Chapter 983, Blood Judgment, Part 1. Balker worked in complete darkness so that he would be able to study the smallest imperfections in his constructs, and how his state of mind affected their properties. Eos was a lovely woman in her mid-30s, about 1.62 meters, 52, tall, with shoulder-length dark brown hair and deep brown eyes. The white linen dress she wore emphasized her bronze skin typical of the people of the desert. "Damn merchants, I spent a lifetime lying low and they ruined it in a matter of seconds. I swear the next time they come here I'm going to. First, I don't think the merchants are at fault. They are loyal to Overlord Salark and they wouldn't spread your secret like that." Eos cut him short. "Second, it's the same guy from the last time, but he brought a lady friend along." "Friend?" Balker was flabbergasted as he was incredulous. "Someone like Manohar has no friends, let alone a girlfriend. Bring me to them, dear." Manohar and Gianni were quietly waiting in the middle of the village. Surrounded by armed guards ready to attack the moment, the intruders attempted something funny. They weren't actually a threat to their unwanted guests, but Gianni respected their bravery and loyalty. Unlike Manohar, who always wore his professor robe, Gianni was covered from head to toe by one of the characteristic traveler's outfits of the desert that left only her hands and eyes exposed. The turban hid her blonde hair, a shawl covered her face, and makeup made her skin look bronze. There was no way to hide her sapphire blue eyes that drawn much attention since they were a rarity for Southerners. Balker looked at them with life vision and was impressed by the fact that the newcomer was as magically weak as her equipment was outstanding. He led them to a tent where they could speak privately, offering them seats and hot tea while waiting for an explanation. "I won't mince words with you." Gianni removed her headgear, revealing her foreign origin. "I don't like you, nor did I forget all the tragedies you've put me through, yet I can't condemn your methods. If I had your talents in your shoes, I would have done much worse." "I don't care what you think. Tell me why you are here and how you convinced Manohar to bring you along." The odd relationship between the two had piqued Balker's curiosity. Manohar had yet to crack any stupid joke, say something inappropriate, or act as if he owned the place. On the contrary, he was sitting straight while drinking his tea, opening his mouth only to say please and thank you to Eos. Balker could barely recognize the god of healing in the man in front of him, which made him wonder what kind of person could succeed where even Salark had failed during their previous meeting. "I'm here because our interests align. You have a vendetta against the Griffin Kingdom's upper echelons, and so do I. My enemies have no qualms using underhanded tricks to get what they want and to make matters worse. They have the law on their side. Which leaves me with few options and not at liberty to be picky with my allies. As for Manohar, I must thank you for showing him the importance of good equipment. He doesn't want to suffer any more defeats." The word defeat made Manohar choke on his tea. "And I need his help to make sure my plan goes without a hitch, a plan that requires your assistance as well." Gianni then explained what her intentions were, and how she planned to use the ongoing war with the undead as a cover for her operation. Balker was a smart man. No matter what lie she could come up with, he would understand the truth the moment her plan got into motion. "Let me get this straight," Balker said. You want to exploit me and the undead courts for your agenda, pinning the blame on us to keep your social standing. Why should I help you, and why do you need a crippling rather than a killing venom? Because I know the details of your deal with Overlord Salark. You can't set foot or even send a minion inside the kingdom borders, yet it doesn't prevent you from helping a third party. I'm offering you the chance to borrow my knife and make those idiots tremble at your name again. As for the killing, it would mean giving them an easy way out. Every member of the court has lost enough people to learn how to deal with grief. If I were to kill their heirs, they would simply pass the title on the next in line of succession. Crippling them instead means giving my enemies hope, to make them waste time and resources in the search of a cure while sowing discord at the same time. Gianni took a pause, letting Bulker figure out the rest on his own. You want to split each household into two factions, one that wants to cure the current heir and the other that wants to replace them. A brilliant plan indeed, he said. Two, she laughed. You're an optimist. The more candidates a household has, the more factions will form. Each one of them will seek external help to further their own agenda, leaving their households open to betrayal. At some point, they will be so busy dealing with their internal conflict to be incapable of keeping an eye on me. That's the moment when I'll strike. I'll expose their plots and crimes against each other, making their households implode. Yet all of my planning is just hot air, unless you give me the means to turn it into reality. Bulker looked into Ias's eyes, hearing her silent plea to refuse the deal. His wife was a sweet woman and a mother. She couldn't even fathom how could Gianni be so cruel to innocent children just to avenge her own daughter. Ias had tried for years to convince her husband to let go of his grudge. She understood that some things couldn't be forgotten, let alone forgiven. All she wished for was that her husband could finally make peace with his past and focus on what they had built together. If you want my help, then you'll have to accept my conditions. I'm not really interested in new magical bloodlines. Those who I really hate are part to the so-called ancient households. I want you to add the following names to your hit list. Bulker handed Gianni a piece of paper containing several names. Most of them belonged to those who had sided with Darius to stop the rise of the Urnas. Some of them had remained neutral, or she had never heard about them, and a few were her allies. Deal, Gianni offered him her hand, and Bulker shook it. This list is actually a huge help. By giving those people special attention, Bulker will be the most plausible suspect. Alienating some of my allies is an acceptable risk. In battle, collateral damage is unavoidable. After the matter with Foria is resolved, I can ask the royals to have Manohar cure them. It will strengthen the loyalty in our ranks and cause even more despair to our enemies, she thought. After returning home, Gianni didn't share that part of her plan with anyone but her cousin Dita Myrock. They were so similar that sometimes she acted as Gianni's body double, and Dita's combat prowess matched her own. Chapter 984, Blood Judgment Part 2. Gianni gave her cousin the special paper with Bulker's calligraphy, the hit list, and the venom, trusting her judgment about when and how to strike. The less Gianni knew, the more natural her reaction would be when she received reports of the attacks, and the lack of an alibi from time to time was the small flaw her cover needed to be perfect. Space. Valoran, capital of the Griffin Kingdom, throne room, present day. This isn't the first time I hear such wild accusations. Gianni's voice was indignant. Yet this never before someone dared to throw them in my face right in front of my peers and the royals themselves. Duke Nuragar has slandered my name, and I demand justice. I invoke the right of blood judgment. If not for the array sealing the mouths and the limbs of those present, the room would have gone into an uproar. The blood judgment was an ancient ritual dating back when the Griffin Kingdom had been first unified, and most feudal lords needed a way to settle grudges with their neighbors without causing a civil war. Valoran, the first king, had forbidden nobles to have armies of their own, yet they were still entitled to have personal guards. Each side would appoint a champion that would fight until the first blood was shed or the opponent surrendered. The ritual forbade the use of any kind of magic, even chore magic and artifacts. It allowed households who lacked the talent or the money to have a powerful mage among their ranks to defend themselves and also to avoid casualties. To avoid one challenge triggering another, Valoran had decreed that killing the opponent resulted in a defeat, and that to issue a blood judgment, the offended party had to provide solid evidence of the damage suffered. The entirety of the court had witnessed the events, putting both the king and Duke Nuragar in a bad spot. The king wanted to keep things from escalating further, while the duke had no desire to put so much at risk. Losing a blood judgment meant not only to be forced to publicly apologize to the winner, but also to be banned from all kind of social events for a year and pay half of the household's annual income as compensation. Becoming a social pariah would cause the loser to remain out of the loop and to be cut out of the major business enterprises. It would cripple both the loser's wealth and influence in the long run. On top of that, the crown would pay the penalty up front, so that the defeated party would not be indebted to the winner, but to the royals. Not paying a gambling debt would worst-case scenario incur reproach, whereas not paying what was akin to taxes meant having their assets seized. Valorin had devised blood judgment to be as unpleasant as possible, so that no one would invoke it without a very good reason. The deeper the pockets of a noble were, the less inclined they would be to put their wealth at stake on a whim. Archon Ernez, the Nuragar and Ernez households are valuable assets for the kingdom. The Duke's family recently gave us a great mage. I'm sure he's willing to apologize for his rudeness if you are willing to reconsider the challenge. Meron glared at Nuragar while trying to solve the issue peacefully. Duke Nuragar had no desire to ask for Gianni's forgiveness, and he wasn't scared of losing some money. He was scared of losing a shitload of money. To add insult to injury, the ritual required that the loser had to kneel. Between the blow both his wallet and his reputation would take in the case of defeat, he couldn't afford to gamble several generations of hard work out of something as trivial as pride. The Ernez's situation was completely different. Even if they lost, Gianni would still be an Archon, Orion would still be one of the best royal forgemasters, and none of their children's careers would be hindered. Aside from being the heir of House Ernez, Gunnian had no career while Chilean was the black sheep of the family. Floria was already ruined, Freya was just a lowly mercenary, and Quilla was an assistant professor. If someone like Manohar could still retain his spot after committing countless crimes and social blunders, the academic world wouldn't so much as raise an eyebrow at something like a lost blood judgment, as long as she produced results. Callian, instead, was both the heir and the only mage of the Nuragar household. Becoming a social pariah would cripple his chances for a good marriage, while losing the money would force him to put his magical career on hold. To not share his merits with anyone, Callian worked for no institution and used for his missions mercenary groups that accepted a non-disclosure agreement in exchange for a hefty sum. This strategy had allowed him to quickly rack merits, but it also made Callian dependent on the family wealth to found both his magical research and the jobs he carried out for the association. "Words are cheap, Your Majesty," Gianni replied before the Duke could swallow his pride and apologize. Accepting hollow apologies after being publicly accused of assault and murder would be like admitting he's right. The words of a powerful man have weight, hence they should also have consequences. Since I'm the offended party, I will also be the Ernez's champion. Do you have the guts to stand your ground on your own as well, dear Duke? Duke Nuragar cursed his big mouth one last time, and started to think about how to exploit Archon Ernez's bravado. Demanding the blood judgment to take place now and revealing the identity of her champion would be a perfect move in a bard's tale, but this is reality. Rightful anger gives her no special ability, and she's still a middle-aged short woman. Without the magical marvels her husband provides her, Gianni is not even half the fighter she usually is. Maybe this is actually a blessing in disguise. With all the money I'll get from her Grand Duchy and Darius's support, my lands will develop dramatically, he thought. Your Majesty, I'm ill-fit and prepared for this unexpected challenge, Duke Nuragar said. I'm forced to ask your help to contact my chosen champion, Lord Ephraim Iarheen. Gianni flinched hearing that name. It belonged to one of her husband's deputies who had quit the Knight's Guard because his love for money outclassed that for his own country. He was a young, talented man that after turning mercenary had achieved many great feats and racked lots of merits that he had converted into the title of Baron with its attached lands. Once the king accepted, it took a few seconds for Lord Iarheen to step through a gate and minutes to define the terms of his deal with Duke Nuragar. Gianni used that time to get changed and study her opponent. Ephraim Iarheen was a man in his late 20s, about 1.9 meters, 63, tall, with military short pitch-black hair and ice-blue eyes. Having enrolled in the army at 16, he had nearly 15 years of battle experience, and his body was still at its prime. Every muscle of his body was well-toned, and trained with the discipline Orion had ingrained in his daily routine. Gianni was now wearing a black tank top and a pair of light blue pants. Being barely 1.52 meters, 5, tall, Gianni looked incredibly small and frail in comparison with the newcomer. Chapter 985, Struggle for Power Part 1. Once I would have been forced to wear a goddamn shirt with the risk of my sleeves getting grabbed. This thing Lith calls a sports bra is really useful. Gianni appreciated her tank top while fixing her blonde hair into a small bun. The skin-tight combat gear emphasized her hourglass figure, making even her opponent swallow a few times. Gianni's diminutive stature made her curves stand out, and her husband wished he could murder everyone in the room. You both know the rules. King Meron conjured the first blood array that would paralyze those within its premises the moment one of them bled. The victory belongs to the person who manages to injure the opponent first or pins them to the ground. Fight fairly and remember that the honor of your households is at stake. Begin. Both contestants assumed a combat stance, but didn't move from their respective starting point. Gianni was wary of Irhin's long limbs and him of her counters. I'm sorry to meet you under such circumstances, Lady Ernas. I always respected both you and your husband, Irhin said while shifting his body weight in several feints without taking a single step. Sweet words coming from someone who sided with our enemies. Gianni, instead, remained still as the surface of a lake. No one ever got rich being nice. Irhin shrugged, using the motion to hide the change of his stance that would otherwise signal his strategy. On paper, Gianni was an easy mark. Shorter, lighter, older, and with slower reflexes than him. All Irhin needed to do was to hit her once while making sure she wouldn't scratch him with her nails. He was aware of Gianni's craftiness, and how the rules of the challenge gave her an edge he couldn't afford to overlook. Irhin focused on her shoulders to anticipate the movement of Gianni's arms, and with it her footwork. A veteran like Gianni would always prepare both her attack and defense before moving, something that Irhin could use as a road map to victory. Yet she remained motionless while he charged forward, keeping her guard neutral as if she was focusing solely on the defense. Slow, Gianni sidestepped the split second before his arms reached her own, using the momentum to spin faster and kick Irhin's left calf with all of her strength. Unlike other kinds of kicks, hits on the calf instantly caused great amounts of damage and pain, making even a man as big as Irhin stumble during his charge, and sending him to slam against the barrier that separated the fighters from the spectators. Clumsy, while Irhin was forced to use his hands to not hit the barrier head first, risking a nosebleed, and his left leg was still partially numb, Gianni kicked his calf again in the exact same spot, forcing him to kneel. Unprepared, she struck at the back of Irhin's head with a knife hand, severing his spine and leaving him paralyzed from the neck down. Irhin fell onto the ground like a stringless puppet, screaming at the top of his lungs in fear. He felt no pain, but he was perfectly aware that unless a rejuvenator cured him, that kind of injury might require months of therapy to heal. Maybe no one ever got rich being nice, but you should have known that biting my husband's hand and now mine would have consequences. Gianni ignored his screams and stood at the center of the array in defiance. Anyone else? She looked at her opponents in the eyes, making sure that they got the second part of her message that said, If you come at me hiding behind the law, I'll use it to my advantage to crush you. Lord Irhin, the fight isn't over unless you bleed or surrender. The queen replied to the man's plea for help the only way she could. His body was broken yet intact, and Gianni had ceased her attack, leaving Irhin only one way to end the duel. I yield, now someone heals me. Seeing an adult man groveling in the dirt while crying in despair was a hard sight to behold. Gianni left the array the moment it started to fade, and brushed against Archmage Darius on her way to the changing room. Nuragar is done for, you're next. Her voice was a soft whisper in his ear, yet it would haunt his sleep for a long time. Space. Village of Lucia, Solas's tower, a week after Lith had returned from Jamble. Solas achieving a deep cyan core had caused her tower form to grow bigger, larger, and had added 2 new floors instead of just 1. The second underground floor, located directly below Lith's labs, contained what in the future would be his personal crystal mines. Being the closest floor to the energy flux coming from the Mana geyser, the tower's basement was the perfect environment to grow crystal veins. The tower walls were naturally capable of condensing and focusing the world energy, which would allow the magical gemstones to grow at an accelerated rate. Unfortunately for Lith, it would still take over a century to grow something he could actually use. The realization disappointed him, but it also provided him with an unexpected and priceless source to boost his scarce resources. After studying how the artificial crystal mine worked, Lith had planted inside the walls the purple raw crystal he had taken from the orc shaman, and all the weaker and smaller gemstones he had found during his travels. The mines had a small effect on already cut crystals, whereas raw ones would both keep growing, as if they had never been mined, and hasten the nucleation process of new crystals that would branch out those already formed. On top of that, unlike a natural mine, the floor was perfectly insulated from external energy sources, making it safe for Lith and Solus to practice their magic without the risk of unstable crystals exploding. Since the mana geyser was also required to keep the tower form and fuel Lith's experiments, Solus was able to regulate the flow of world energy according to their schedule. Whenever we are studying or resting, I can channel everything into the mind to accelerate the crystal's growth rate, but whenever we forge-master something or I'm not in the tower form, the process stops, Solus said while they were checking the development of old and new crystals. It's still better than anything I could hope for, Lith replied. A normal mine would require specialized workers, around-the-clock security, and be kept a secret to not have it seized by the kingdom. This way, instead, we've got our own portable mine. On top of that, its ability to refine all crystals we own has not to be underestimated. The Orc's crystal is so big and pure that, given time, it might easily become white. Also, not only does the mine allow us to further refine even already cut crystals, but also to recharge and enhance red, orange, and yellow gemstones that would otherwise be disposable. To not waste a single ounce of world energy, Lith had bought lots of yellow crystals and filled the tower walls with them. Yellow crystals were powerful but relatively cheap, because they were the highest tier of crystals incapable of self-recharging. Lith hoped that using already formed gemstones as a foundation would help the mine to develop faster, and provide him with valuable resources within an acceptable time frame. Chapter 986, Struggle for Power Part 2. After they were done checking the mines, Solus blinked them to the second floor of the tower to continue their work. Just like its underground twin, the new floor was as powerful as it was demanding. Lith and Solus called it the Heart, and they had spent quite some time deciding how to use the room to its fullest. The Heart was the tower's control panel for its arrays. Being part of Solus's innate abilities, both Lith and she could switch the magical formations on and off with a thought, giving them a powerful tool against whoever tried to attack them inside their home. The problem was that because of Solus's regression due to spending centuries without an owner, all the arrays Menadian had imprinted into the tower were gone. Moreover, the tower was far from being completely restored, which limited the number of arrays that could be stored inside the Heart. Activating a magical formation already imprinted required but a split second, whereas replacing one array with another more suitable with the task at hand required to cast it from scratch. Luckily, your ability to turn the tower invisible and to hide underground are not related to arrays, so we have all 4 slots open, Lith said. Since arrays don't discriminate between friends or foes, we have to choose carefully. I'd set both Silverwing's hexagram and the darkness-blocking arrays for defense. Agreed. Solus nodded as her skinwalker armor kept shape-shifting between her favorite day dresses. The hexagram is mono-expensive, but it's the only array we have full control over, allowing us to hinder only our enemies. The only issue with it is that the hexagram requires our focus, and will drain most of the energy from the mana geyser whenever we face a powerful opponent, making it impossible for us to warp or use it in combination with other arrays. As for the darkness-blocking array, it will also block dimensional magic and protect us from chaos magic. If we meet again one of those monster abomination hybrids, we can't risk them destroying with a couple of spells the years of hard work we spent restoring the tower. That said, we can't win any battle just by defending, and running away from an enemy who discovered my real nature must be a last resort. We need arrays capable of attacking without turning us into a crisp. The Heart could even store impossible arrays, but none of those Lith knew were suitable for their purpose. The Mirror Hall already revealed all kinds of magical devices and formations better than any array could, while the Tower Warp made all mass transportation arrays obsolete. Will you stop that? You're giving me a headache, Lith grumbled as Solus changed her dress once again. You wear your Skinwalker armor ever since you graduated from the academy, but this is my very first personal relic, and one you made for me at that. I can only wear the armor while we are inside the tower, so can't you cut me some slack? Solus replied. Now that they were off duty, Lith and Solus spent a lot of time inside the tower, where she could take her physical form. No longer limited by time and space, Solus was developing her personality while experiencing what life had to offer her. Even the smallest things filled her with joy and wonder. Unfortunately, her naive enthusiasm annoyed Lith, who considered any delay on his timetable like a personal offense. The prolonged cohabitation and conflicting personalities made them bicker quite a lot. "Look, I get that you're happy, but we still have to complete the heart before being able to relax. Becoming an archmage forced our non-awakened enemies to take one step back, but the council doesn't care about fancy titles. Until our apprenticeship begins, we're just a rogue awakened who royally pissed off a lot of people by killing several potential heirs and causing their master's downfall." Lith snarled. "Fine, then since we lack any decent means of offense, we'll use the remaining 2 slots for the immortal body array and the air blocking array. The former will allow me to heal you and replenish your life force akin to invigoration even during battle, while the latter will prevent our enemies from flying in or out." Solus snarled back. "Now that we're done, will you please calm down? I'm sick and tired of your grumbling. It's been years since we enjoyed such a long peace and were able to spend time with our friends." Lith sighed, making his favorite armchair appear behind him before plunging rather than sitting on it. "You don't understand how serious this is." Lith pinched his nose and closed his eyes as he tried to keep the edge out of his voice. "Our apprenticeship should have already started, which means that something went wrong. To make matters worse, Floria is about to awaken, and our studies about how to make someone who is this close to a blue mana core survive the process are inconclusive at best. I'm tired of watching my back all the time and being forced to wait for the damn moment when I can finally exchange notes with Falul about every topic. Yet until the damn council stands in my way, I'll be stuck here in Lucia." There was no point in traveling around just to be forced to drop everything and come back the moment the Hydra contacted him. "Stop worrying and think about the bright side." Solus embraced him, trying to cheer Lith up. "During this time, we taught Tister a lot of things, you practiced with your origin flames, and Nalrund is teaching us the basics of light mastery." Lith groaned at her words. Now that he was unemployed, he had expected to have a lot of free time, whereas he had never been so busy. Teaching about advanced true magic to Tista and the 3 kings of the Tron Woods was a full-time job, while origin flames drained a lot of strength that not even invigoration could restore. Moreover, between taking care of the kids and helping protect her with the new house, Nalrund could give Lith only the crumbs of his time. Last but not least, his parents expected him to have lunch with them while Camilla to find him home when she returned from work. Not having to worry about Lith risking his life on a daily basis and being able to spend time with him every day made her happier than she had ever been. "Why are you groaning? We would have worked more only if you went into seclusion. We've studied the tower mines, discovering things that probably even Menadian ignored. We've reforged our skinwalker armor using our twin forge technique, strengthened your house's arrays, and I'm the one who teaches our disciples while you practice origin flames until you are forced to rest to not injure your life force. Don't get me started with all our runesmithing experiments, and I could go on for hours," Solus said. "Fine, I stand corrected. Let's take a walk. I need your help picking something nice for Camilla's birthday." Lith got up from his chair and walked out of the tower. The building was now over 30 meters, 100 feet, high, yet it took it a second to shrink to the size of a marble before slipping on Lith's finger. Chapter 980, 7 Boss Monster Part 1. That day, Lith and Solus were alone because Celia and his parents were out choosing the furniture for the Huntress' new house. Protector was on a mission for Falul, and Camilla was helping Gianni with a matter of the utmost importance that would keep her from returning home for a while. Lith was supposed to be happy since he could spend the day as he saw best, but he was actually incredibly bored. The reason for his bad mood wasn't his family, quite the contrary. It was the lack of company and distractions that forced him to admit that his magical knowledge had hit a wall that he couldn't overcome alone. Lith had already checked the tower's surroundings with the sentries and knew there wasn't anyone around. Instead of warping to his destination like usual, he could afford to take a stroll back home to calm his nerves. More than the council's meddling, it was the lack of a purpose that was eating at him from the inside. All of his lives he had always had a goal, something to strive for, whereas now he felt like he was stuck in a limbo. He reached his personal secret clearing in the Tron Woods and sat on a rock, letting the familiar scenery soothe his grumpy mood. This was our first training ground, back when we had no idea you could turn into a tower, Lith thought. Yeah, we have a lot of memories connected to this place. Here I explained to you the difference between true and fake magic. You fought Urdu to the death. Tista learned how to swim in the river. three-dimensional doors opened, cutting Solus short. "You're a hard man to find, Lith Verhin," a stunning young woman said while her associates moved to Lith's sides, trapping him inside a triangle formation. She was about 1.76 meters, 59, tall, with wheat blonde hair and clear blue eyes. Everything in her figure from her fair skin to her curves bordered on perfection, reminding Lith of Tista. At a first glance, she seemed to be in her early 20s, but if she was an awakened, appearances were bound to be deceiving. The other two were handsome young men, both taller and burlier than Lith. Their perfect physique, coupled with the focused expression that Lith associated with a true mage, silently weaving their spells, left little space for guesses. Either one of my human enemies recruits solely stern-looking top models as their goons, or these guys are awakened, Lith thought. Unless you're here to tell me that the council has given Fowl its consent to make me her apprentice, you'd better scram. I'm in a bad mood today, and 3 jackasses invading my turf make it even worse. Lith was happy for the distraction. He could use some human-shaped stress balls to vent out a bit. Solus, how tough are these guys? Despite his bloodlust, he kept a level head and checked his opponent's level before doing anything rash. Your intuition is right, they are all awakened. The woman has a deep blue core, while the men have a bright cyan mana core. Their physical strength is simply unbelievable. They are on par with Treyas. Solus's thoughts were filled with shock and incredulity. She clearly had a hard time believing her own mystical senses. Lith inwardly cursed his bad luck and sprang into action. He remembered Treyas all too well. The youth from the Blood Desert had merged with the Black Star, a living legacy that had bestowed upon him the physical prowess of a real dragon. Even if the 3 youths had mana cores weaker than his own, Lith knew he couldn't afford to underestimate them. In the past, he had defeated several opponents stronger than himself with teamwork or cunning, so there was no reason they couldn't do the same. To make matters worse, his enemies had not only the numerical advantage, but also access to insanely powerful relics that put them on Treyas's level. "How dare you threaten the emissaries of the sea?" Scylla Jernoff froze in surprise seeing Lith charging at her, and then sneered at his arrogance. She was the strongest mage in the group. While the other 2 had been sent to physically restrain Lith in the case, he resisted his arrest. Scylla would have gladly done everything on her own, but not even awakening could overcome the natural gap in strength between men and women if they had the same level of body refinement. "Don't worry, Solus. Even though we are outnumbered, we are not outmatched. We are both much stronger than back when we defeated Treyas, and now we even have war on our side." Lith slammed his fists together, making Solus assume her arm protector form. It covered his right arm from the hand to the shoulder, with one of the deep cyan gemstones embedded on the back of his hand, while a green crystal rested on both his elbow and shoulder. A second stone glove covered his left hand and forearm, bearing the second cyan gemstone. The more Solus regained her strength, the bigger her physical form became, allowing her to turn into a more complex defensive artifact. War appeared in Lith's left hand with a burst of emerald flames, screeching its fury the moment the blood sheath that shrouded its senses shattered. The 3 awakened could feel a cold shiver running down their spines, yet they conquered their fear and activated all the mystical protections that their masters had bestowed upon them. Lith lunged forward, forcing Scylla to move right in front of his fist. "The moment she blocks my right cross, I'll pivot on her guard to move behind her and use the momentum for..." Lith's multi-layered attack plan crumbled when Scylla failed to move a muscle. His fist connected with her face, breaking her nose, jaw, and sending her flying outside the clearing like a living meteor. The awakened woman bounced against a few thick centuries-old trees before stopping. Lith was still trying to make sense of the events when the 2 other awakened unleashed several Tier 3 spells against him. "Seriously?" Lith asked Solus while he used War's World Mirror enchantment to redirect the incoming attacks, so that the red-haired guy's spells would hit the brown-haired one and vice versa. "I never said they were as strong as Treyas after he fused with the Black Star." She laughed her ass off at his amazement. "You added that part yourself. I just didn't bother to correct your mistake." The spells cut deep into the youth's enchanted armor, but they were too weak to deal lethal damage. The red-haired guy executed an overhead strike with an enchanted mace that broke into pieces when clashing against War. The angry blade shattered the weapon without losing speed and then cut through the youth's armor, almost severing his right arm from the shoulder. "Why did you do that?" Lith used the gushing blood to reform the scabbard and put War away. "It made no sense to waste its power on weaklings." "Because you always fight terrifying monsters. Seeing you wipe the floor with some regular guys for once is refreshing. It's also the perfect occasion to check how strong you have become compared to awakened with a master. Solus replied while playing in his head the boss theme of Ultimate Fantasy 77. Chapter 988, Boss Monster Part 2. Am I supposed to be the hero or the boss? Lith asked. Depends, do you feel like a hero? Solus thought. Heck no. Then there's your answer. The brown-haired guy saw Lith unarmed and stored his weapon in his own dimensional item as well, believing that the rogue awakened was challenging him to a duel. Also, he didn't want to give Lith a reason to destroy his prized weapon. The youth performed a series of feints before hitting Lith with a left hook that carried all of his weight plus the strength from twisting his joints from the toes to the wrist. Lith ignored the feints and took the punch without moving. The impact made his head turn left, producing the sound of cracking bones and sinews. This is just sad. Lith checked the inside of his cheek for injuries, finding none. The awakened, instead, was whimpering in pain while holding his hand that was broken in multiple points. I'll mark that as like a boss on your personal file, Solus giggled. Aside from some minor enemies he faced during his journeys, Lith had become used to expect the worst from his opponents. Be them Urdu, the Talons, Nalar, or even Traeus and the 6 awakened he had faced in Xantia, Lith always found himself against the cream of the crop. Opponents that outmatched him in experience, equipment, or who had been trained by the best masters Magus had to offer. All of his previous enemies had been professional magical swordsmen, whereas now he faced people who were just average. They weren't ancient monsters like Thrud, nor fused with powerful artifacts like Traeus or Akala. They lacked even the motivation of the 6 awakened that on top of training daily until they sweated blood, they had been willing to sacrifice part of their lifespan to achieve their master's legacy. Good gods, I sent Scylla and her suitors to fetch Verhin in the hope she would gain some valuable battle experience and maybe learn a bit of humility. I never expected that she wouldn't last a single hit. Now I understand why you two hold him in high regard. Giza Jernoff, Scylla's great-great-aunt and an elder in the Human Council, said while looking at her niece's embarrassing performance. Both Athung and Falul, respectively the human and beast lord of the Distar Marquisate, had a hard time not laughing out loud. Giza was taking her fiasco with dignity. There was no reason to rub salt in her wounds. Well, Giza, maybe you should have remembered how I obtained my position before throwing the poor Scylla in the dragon's maw. Athung Saranat was a woman in her mid-20s, about 1.75, 59 meters tall with raven-black hair that reached the small of her back. She was wearing a comfortable mage robe that Ragu had gifted her to celebrate achieving a territory at an age when most awakened were still apprentices. The heavily enchanted clothes were loose enough to not impede her movements, but could do very little to hide her soft curves. Just like Lith, she was a self-awakened who had a blue core and had still to learn about the hurdle necessary to overcome its boundaries. That's exactly the reason why I sent her, Giza shook her head. Scylla is a bright and talented mage, but because of our blood tie, she never puts any effort in her training. I'm recording everything to both provide the Council's elders with the evidence they need and to teach our youngsters a lesson. Gods, Verhin is right, this is just pathetic. We better move. Falul blinked right on time to save the 2 awakens' lives. Lith had snapped their necks and windpipes to make sure they died slow enough to serve their purpose, but had no way to recover. Okay, princess, tell me why you're here and maybe I'll make this painless. Lith's words terrified Scylla as his hand, clutching her throat, and keeping her lifted from the ground, tightened its grip. She didn't like either Orton or Kanto, but seeing their life force fading away was too much. They had tagged along to hit on her, or at least make a good impression on her aunt. She felt responsible for their demise. Let her go, Falul said while restoring the 2 men before their mana cores started to fade. Why would I? Lith made Scylla's neck crackle like wood. They invaded my turf and threatened me. They're still alive only because I let them. No, this is my turf and you're my guest. Falul's voice became stern. Letting Lith treat and speak to her as a peer while they were in the privacy of her lair was one thing, but doing the same in presence of witnesses was quite another. An apprentice who disrespected his master was a sign of weakness that neither of them could afford to show. I'm sorry, Master Falul. Lith let the girl go abruptly, making her fall but first on the ground while he gave the Hydra a deep bow. Our turf and our guest, you mean? Athung appeared along with Giza. Until the Council takes a decision, awakened Verhin is unaffiliated to any faction. Elder Jernoff, explanations are in order if you please. After making sure that Scylla was all right, Giza Jernoff didn't deign her niece of a second glance. She focused all of her attention on the anomaly that the beasts and humans faction were fighting over, whereas the undead pressed for his elimination. Awakened Verhin, your several achievements and breaches of the Council's law have been brought to our attention, Giza said. I've been tasked with taking you into custody and bringing you to the Council's headquarters for questioning. Are you willing to follow me, or do we need to waste more time with pointless fights? Soulless, Lith thought. Bright violet core, a physical prowess that dwarves all Emperor beasts we've met who didn't weigh at least a ton, and she has more artifacts than decorations on a Christmas tree, she replied. Please make way, Lith gave her a small bow. Giza Jernoff was a woman 583 years old, but due to awakening, she looked like she was barely in her early 40s. She was 1.62 meters, 54, tall with shoulder-length blonde hair streaked brown all over and light blue eyes. If not for her ample mage robe instead of the army uniform and her slightly older looks, she would remind Lith of Gianni. Both of them showed emotions only if they decided so, and they were much more dangerous than their small builds would lead to believe. Not so fast. First, I have to assess your threat level. Please, remove all the cloaking devices in your possession along with any item you don't want to expose to my breathing technique. Feel free to remain naked. I doubt you have anything I haven't already seen in my long life. Giza sounded polite and monotone like an answering machine. Lith kept his skinwalker armor on and stored everything else inside his pocket dimension. He doubted that it was anything new for an awakened Forgemaster, and his paranoia didn't allow him to remain defenseless. What about my dimensional items? Soulless couldn't be stored because she was a living being, and he couldn't risk Giza discovering about her existence. Lord Athung and Lord Falul are here to witness that everything goes according to protocol and to offer you assistance. Take your pick, and remember that every choice has consequences, Elder Jernoff said. Chapter 989 Miracles and Madness Part 1. The moment Lith took Soulless's ring off, his life force and mana flow returned to normal. A dimensional device capable of cloaking? Remarkable. Giza nodded while walking around Lith. Her gaze made him feel like a purebred dog being examined for a competition. Let me guess, your life force has been damaged in some crazy experiment, but that didn't hinder your body refinement. You must have self-awakened for over 10 years now minimum, and you have a blue mana core, correct? Giza had yet to even come close, but her estimates were all on point. How did you know? Lith almost expected her to discover his hybrid nature as well. Experienced child, I bet that right now you see me just as a big lump of energy, she replied as Lith entrusted his ring to Falul. Now extend your hand and don't try anything funny. I like you already, but I will not hesitate to kill you if I need to. Giza spoke with such a casual tone that it triggered Lith's survival instinct. Note to self, check if this woman is related to the Myrock household, Lith thought. Had you given the ring to Athung in the hope of garnering the human council's favors since you're already friends with the beasts, I would have been disappointed. Giza explained, as she used invigoration to study every nook and cranny of Lith's body. Only suckups pretend to ignore that no relationship can be built without mutual trust. We don't know you, and we have done nothing to deserve your loyalty. Your choice proves that you are grateful and respectful for the good received. That or you are a schemer son of a bitch. She took a long look at Lith, wondering which one of the options was more likely. You awakened very young, trained very hard, yet you didn't make any rookie mistake and lived right under our nose for years. Which means that despite your young age, you can't be underestimated. Put them on, please. A pair of metal handcuff with a purple mana, crystal, the size of a nut on each bracelet appeared in her hands. Wait a minute, this is Odie magic? Lith recognized the enchantment the moment he examined the artifact with invigoration. Its design was modern, it used runes, and required much less magical power, but the pseudo-core was roughly the same. Kid, the Council existed before the 3 great countries were founded, and will exist even after the Guardians will get bored with them and let them rot. If you get excited by a pair of handcuffs, you'll die of a heart attack when we arrive at our destination. Lith ignored her and looked straight at Falul. Yes, it's really necessary, the Hydra said. They will lock onto your life force's signature and prevent you from channeling any form of magic, breathing techniques included. The Council upgraded them nicely. Lith hesitated for a while, during which Giza didn't so much as blink. The moment Lith wore them, an ugly feeling spread from his wrists and coursed through his entire body. He felt as if a huge burden had been placed on his shoulders, and he had to look at the world through tinted glasses. Only then did Giza blink again, and opened a warp steps leading to the council's headquarters. She pushed Lith, making him step through it first while she kept her hand on his back to control his every movement. The four awakened appeared in the middle of a courtroom with only a dock and a long rectangular table, where 5 ancient beings that Lith assumed to be his judges sat. There was no space for the jury, but plenty of stands for spectators. Lith instinctively tried to use life vision, but nothing happened. Well, the good news is that these things deactivated death vision as well. The bad news is that this doesn't bode well, at all, he thought while recognizing some of those present. Off with the head, a voice that Lith had hoped to never hear again said. Objection, this is not even a death penalty case. Falul was flabbergasted by such outrageous demand, and so was everyone but the judges. Objection sustained. Ragudririan, the human representative of the council, was seconds away from destroying the physical form of Inzialot, the king of the liches and representative of the undead. Stop interfering with your antics, Inzialot. This is a matter that concerns the entire council, not just 2 races. She looked like a woman in her late 50s, but she had lived for over 5 centuries. Her long black hair had partially turned into a silvery white color and was held up in a shinyan. She had delicate features, but neither her expression or her voice had any warmth. Her eyes were burning with mana, looking at Inzialot in a way that closely reminded Lith of Manohar and the Queen. She was barely 1.6 meters, 53, tall, and had a frame thin enough that a casual onlooker would have been worried that a sudden gust of wind might blow her away. Yet from their previous encounter, Lith knew she had a vitality superior to that of Scarlet the Scorpicore and a bright violet mana core. If he dies, the session ends, correct? Which means I can go back home. Inzialot's logic was as flawless as it was insane. Inzialot Nagar looked like a sloppily mummified corpse, with barely enough tissues and muscles left to express how annoyed he was. He wore a tattered red silk robe with gold embroideries whose holes were masterfully patched by thick cobwebs. The spiders that were his tenants were pissed off from all that nonsense as well. Usually, a marble statue was a globetrotter compared to the Lich. No matter how much the undead press on the matter, awakened Verhin is not going to die today. Ragu roared, and the rest of the council nodded. The undead want him to die? Inzialot was flabbergasted. Bunch of hypocrites. If they wanted to save me this hassle, they could have picked someone else as their representative. Only then did Ragu understand, and with her the rest of the council, that Inzialot had no idea nor care for what his faction wanted. He was there solely to represent himself. Many facepalms ensued on both the judges' stand and among the spectators. Only Ligon was laughing his ass off. And that's why so few among us awakened decide to turn into undead. Falul was in her human form and was as lovely as always. With time and isolation, it's never a matter of if one becomes mad, only of when. Some people are born that way, Lith replied, finally understanding what was the weight that had burdened him ever since he wore the shackles. Every single person in the room possessed such a powerful mana flow that, even though they weren't even trying to harm Lith, it threatened to crush him now that his own aura had been suppressed. Now I understand why untrained people tend to be scared shitless by mages. I would probably have the same effect on people if not for Solas's help restraining my mana flow. On top of that, if not for Falul shielding me, I wouldn't even be able to stand. Lith thought. The Hydra had remained close to him the whole time, wrapping Lith with her aura to ease the pressure he had to endure. Chapter 990 Miracles and Madness Part 2. From Falul's pockets, Solas would have been drenched in a cold sweat if not for her total lack of glands. Her mana sense allowed Solas to realize what kind of monsters surrounded them, whereas Lith remained calm due to his blissful ignorance. Let's put it this way, the more you interfere with the trial, the more time we'll waste, Ligon said. The Guardian had the appearance of a lean albino man, 175 meters, 59, tall, with snow-white hair and skin. His eyes were purple and had a vertical pupil. The father of all dragons wore a full black war armor that only left exposed his face and hands. Multiple spots of his skin were halfway turned into scales, making Ligon look like he had tattoos. At those words, Inzialot sat straight and shut his mouth. The entire council admired once again the ability of the Guardian to perform miracles. Archmage Verhin, you've been brought in front of this tribunal to decide whether you'll be forbidden from having an awakened master and banned from the council like the undead demand. Ligon looked at Inzialot, whose mouth was agape while mouthing a really, yet no sound came out. Or you'll finally become an integral member of our society. In the case the latter happens, we'll rule about who is more fit to fix your trouble-making character. You have piqued the interest of the beasts and the humans, so we'll give both parties the chance to present their arguments. First, we'll hear from the undead. Everyone turned toward Inzialot, who looked at them as if they were raving mad. It took him a few seconds to remember why he was there and rummage through his notes to find what he needed. Remember to water the plants, buy food for your pet. Nope, this is the grocery list, Inzialot said. Another damn council meeting. Today Ragu looks hot as usual. I should make a move within the century. Nope, this is my diary. Everyone went pale at those words, Ragu included. Here it is. Dear fellow council members, the accused awakened Verhen has broken several of our customs during the years, and that was tolerable as long as he was just a rogue stranded among humans. Yet even after learning about our society, even after meeting several members of our kin, he never bothered learning our customs or worried about our endless struggle to keep fake mages from learning our secrets. During his short 20 years of age, he has shared the secret of awakening with more people than most of our centuries-old members do, putting both us and himself at the whims of fate. Awakened Verhen has also traded an orichalcum armor with fake mages, obtaining nothing for it but a fancy title, and allowing them to come one step closer to true forgemastery. For those reasons and because of how shady his past is, it's our conviction that he should be banned from our kin and left to fend for himself. Inzialot read the paper with a monotonous voice, without putting any effort to sound convincing. It was clear that someone had written the speech for him, yet it didn't make his arguments any less true. If the proposal passed, Lith would have been forced to go back to the kingdom or risk facing Dawn's wrath on his own. I can see from your file that you have awakened 4 magical beasts, your own sister, and that you plan on awakening more. Is it true? Lotha, the Treant, the plant representative of the council, asked. He looked like a giant oak tree come to life. Even while sitting, his treetop brushed the high ceiling of the courtroom, and squirrels could be seen running up and down his massive body. If not for his huge amber eyes and the massive tree trunks that Lith assumed were Lotho's limbs only because they came out of his body at the shoulder and hip level, the awakened was no different from a regular tree. Even if it is true, how is that a violation of the rules? Lith stood up, to not be forced to look up to his accusers. None of those I awakened shared our secrets, nor did they draw any attention to themselves. It doesn't matter how many people I awaken as long as I instruct them properly. The reason you're losing ground against fake mages is that they work together, whereas, despite your long lives, you have more factions than members. You should be grateful to me for bringing talented people into our fold. Well said. Inzialot gave him a standing ovation, clapping his bony hands and making the undead in the public wish they could kill him. How do you answer about the matter of the orichalcum armor? Phila the behemoth, the beast representative, sat back and steepled her fingers. Her original nature was that of an emperor beast, so her human form was shaped according to how she imagined herself to be. Phila looked like a woman in her late 30s, but she was actually 453 years old. Her waist-long chestnut hair had streaks of silver, black, and orange all over, forming a multicolored tress that reached the small of her back. She had an oval face with delicate features, yet her bearing was that of a battle-hardened general. Phila was 1.9 meters, 63, tall, and had a muscular yet curvy figure that seasoned warriors and women alike envied her. It's true that the kingdom didn't fulfill their promise completely, but the Archmage title comes with many benefits, included the knowledge I needed to improve my skills. Lith couldn't tell them about war without putting Orion and the Urnas at risk. He knew that a few members of the council were helping his enemies from behind the scene, and Floria's family was his most powerful backer. More importantly, they were his loyal friends. Selling them to please a bunch of old farts he had never met was beyond outrageous to Lith. I simply assumed that being my crafting process extremely complicated, they would fail to learn anything from it. Moreover, this incident is more your fault than mine. If young and masterless awakened like me received from the council the means to further their research, even the basics, we wouldn't be forced to rely on fake mages. You dare criticize my choice, but if not for the kingdom and his mages, my talent would be still rotting in Lucia. Do you think that I've slain so many awakened due to dumb luck or miracle encounters? It was all thanks to my hard work and the good deals I made with fake mages. That's how I disposed of the previous human lord of the Distar region and his goons. Lith was referring to Garen Ragias, the over 300 years old awakened who had died at his hands, allowing Athung to take both his territory and place in the council. Many murmurs followed Lith's words. Some reproached his hubris, most approved his results. Awakened Verhin is right, Jiza stood up from the defendant's stand. Like Falul, she had never left his side, yet unlike her, Jiza wasn't doing anything to protect Lith from the ocean of mana that threatened to swallow his mind. I've seen him fighting, studied his armor, and witnessed the prowess of his equipment. His skinwalker armor is strong beyond his core. The blade he used is unlike any I've ever seen before, and he managed to craft a cloaking device that also serves as dimensional storage. Chapter 991 Questions and Answers Part 1. Even though Lithverin had no master, he achieved more than most of our apprentices. How many 20 years old awakened you know capable of killing an old fox like Garen? He belongs to the council. He just needs guidance. Jiza Jernoff's words surprised Lith and made him understand that she was actually his second defense counsel. Intriguing, Inzialot's eyes lit up as his greed overshadowed even the red light of undeath. To accept such a claim as proof, we have to first examine said equipment. Give his belongings to me. The King of Liches extended his skeletal hand toward Falul, who didn't budge. A mage's secrets are sacred. Lith made the armor and the rings himself, while the sword is my gift for his apprenticeship, she said, giving him a plausible excuse for war. Stealing both his and my workings isn't within the purview of this court. All in favor to extend our investigation for the greater good. Inzialot raised his hand, glad for the first time since he had been chosen as a representative to be part of the council. Yet only Lotho the Treant raised his hand along with him, making the Licks swear in many languages, both modern and ancient. Ragu didn't oppose Lith joining the beasts just to share the secrets of his magic with everyone else. She wanted to keep them for the human side of the council, and mostly for herself. Phila was on Falul's side, and even though she knew little about Lith, beasts looked after their own. As for Ligon, he was against the trial from the beginning. It was exactly because he didn't like to mess with other people's free will that he stayed out of the Empire's business. In his opinion, Lith was free to join any faction of his choosing. On top of that, he wanted to keep Solus's existence a secret. Ligon not only wanted Menadian's desperation to have all the happiness she could get, but also to observe how her bond with the anomaly affected his growth. So far, Lith was the only hybrid whose different natures harmonized instead of clashing against each other. The Guardian hoped that, by studying Lith, he could find a cure for his daughter, Zorith. Motion denied. All in favor to move on the next item on our agenda, Ragu said, and the council approved unanimously. Once again, the undead who spectated the trial cursed themselves for the lack of judgment of their representative. Very well, awakened Verhin, welcome to the council. Phila beat Ragu to the punch and applauded him first, forcing the others to follow. Now the only matter at hand is determining who is more suited to nurture your talent and guide your first steps in our society. The behemoth then turned to Ragu. By what right do humans interfere with our fellow Awaken's life? Your own defense council has admitted that you provided Lith with nothing but threats. Phila pushed a button on her council amulet, making it replay the speech Jiza had earlier given Lith about loyalty. It's us beasts who offered him our friendship first, and then our guidance whenever Verhin needed it. The sword he carries is proof of our bond. He's an adult, responsible mage who has already made his choice. You should respect it. Ragu clenched her temples while staring at Jiza with such fury that if glares could kill, it wouldn't remain enough of her corpse to fit into a plate. Well played. Jiza ignored Ragu and gave Falul a small bow. Always record everything when on official duty. Falul returned the bow. I would respect his choice, if not for the damage your so-called friendship caused to this council. Despite the fact that Falul had practically made him into her apprentice, he gave away the secret of orichalcum we guarded for centuries. On top of that, all of you can read from his own report that awakened Verhin met and let go a Rizar, a member of the fabled werepeople. A human master would have never given him such a long leash, nor neglected to explain the importance of the fringes to him. Your kin made us all lose ground with the fake mages, and also the opportunity to learn why only beasts can become awakened or how in Mager's name so few achieved a white core, Ragu said. Both matters hurt deeply the entirety of the council except for Ligon, who already had all the answers. Baba Yaga was one of his fiercest rivals in the fields of magical research and chess. Lith was surprised seeing the allegedly secret report. He had given the army a peer on Ragu's amulet, who was sharing it with the others. I have no idea what they are talking about, but I guess fringes are way more important than I suspected. No one seems to be aware that Nalrond lives with Protector. Falul told me the truth. She really does respect other people's secrets. Lith thought. I strongly disagree. The Hydra stepped forward. You consider those actions mistakes because you look at them in hindsight, whereas I call them precious life experience. If we take our apprentices by hand and make all difficult decisions for them, then how can they ever become responsible? The armor is a negligible loss. Given how quickly fake mages uncovered its secret, it was only a matter of time before they discovered it on their own or by capturing one of our criminals. From the failed trade, Lith learned the importance of bonds and how untrustworthy human politics are. That's why he has come to me. As for the Rizar, I ask you to remember the history of werepeople. It's because of monstrosities like those the Odi or the forbidden magic users, committed that beasts and plants have learned how to take their own lives rather than allow themselves to be captured. Had Lith taken the Rizar by force, how could we get anything out of him except through violence? Even if we did, the only possible outcome would be either the Rizar committing suicide or Magur punishing us for our transgression. Forcing our way into Magur's consciousness is dangerous at best and suicidal at worst. This way, instead, there's a chance that he'll return and open up to us willingly. Falul stepped back, leaving the members of the council and the judges to discuss her argument. Murmurs filled the room as everyone wanted to speak their mind, even guests and spectators. Among them, Xenogrosh pondered those ideas, thinking about how to guide young abominations as the Awakened did. She had been invited to discuss the council's terms for allowing the hybrid eldritches to join. Xenogrosh had chosen that date specifically because she was curious to witness how council's justice worked and meet Lith in person. She had heard about him from the Master many times, and when she had learned from her liaison with the council that he was an Awakened, she decided to take two birds with one visit. You make some valid points, Falul, but what-ifs have no place in history books, only facts matter. Lotho the Treant said. Verhin's actions maybe helped his growth, but hindered us all nonetheless. Moreover, I read this report and many others while preparing for this trial. Rizar or not, human host instead of undead or not, I would like to understand how Verhin survived his meeting with Dawn. Chapter 992 Questions and Answers Part 2. In the past, it took many of us just to drive Dawn away and a fringe to contain her, yet Verhin stands here before us, unscathed. On top of that, I can't find a reasonable explanation for how he destroyed the Black Star or defeated the last remnants of the forever accursed Odi. The simple word filled the Treant with so much hatred that his foliage turned red. Awakened Verhin accomplished the very same things that usually require either an army or a guardian to do. The presence of allies, be they human or werepeople, isn't enough to explain any of this. In order to determine which faction is more suited to handle our new asset, we must first understand his true nature. Otherwise, we might groom a threat that would take several precious lives to put down. Lotho expressed the worries that all factions actually harbored. Humans and beasts had no rush to answer those questions, only because they were certain that they would learn Lith's secrets in due time. The master-apprentice relationship would allow his mentor and their allies to harness such knowledge to their advantage. Lith sighed in relief when none of the undead mentioned Solus. The plant's representative seemed to be his only real opponent, since Inzialot was more worried about the time he spent away from his lab than about Lith's destiny. I don't think that it would be wise talking about my world tribulations. I noticed the grimaces all members of the council did when Ragu mentioned their inability to become guardians or to achieve the so-called white core. Also, based on the interest they shown even for my skinwalker armor, I bet that, if they knew that I possess Menadian's legacy, and with it the ability to tap into Mana Geyser, this trial's topic would turn from who takes care of Lith to I call dibs on the Mage Tower in the blink of an eye, he thought. To quote one of my esteemed professors, just because an idiot can't do it, it doesn't mean that something is impossible. Lith repeated the accursed Manohar's words, making many stomachs churn. Without their precious mana reactor, the Odi were barely a threat. Their inability to use magic above Tier 3 and their conceitedness allowed me to resist long enough for Quilla Ernas to destroy the reactor. It took just a handful of humans and a single Awakened to exterminate them. Ask him if you don't believe me. Lith pointed at Ligaen, who he recognized only thanks to Falul's instructions. The Black Dragon witnessed everything. Is it true? The other four judges asked in unison after turning toward Ligaen. Yes, I had been summoned to intervene in the case. Awakened Verhin failed. The guardian snorted in annoyance. He didn't like to be manipulated. What about Dawn? Lotho said. She's not the kind of opponent that leaves openings and you had no allies. There's no way a human could escape from her clutches. That's true, Falul replied, stepping forward again. A human couldn't, but one of us could. She waved at Ragu, Fila, and then to Xenagrash, conjuring the only thing that could make a room filled with semi-immortal beings shut up. Curiosity. Lith, show this court why you belong among us beasts, if you please. Hearing his cue, Lith shapeshifted into his hybrid form, starting from his hands. The mystical handcuffs restricting him became useless, and he easily shattered them open by using fusion magic. Razor-sharp claws replaced Lith's nails and talons grew on his toes and heel, making his feet resemble those of a bird of prey. New limbs came out of his back, with a short tail full of bone spikes growing out of his spine, as well as a set of black membranous wings that erupted from his shoulder blades. They stretched wide, covering the spectator's field of view for a second before starting to flap and bring him to the eye level of the judges despite the hunched position that flying without magic required. The wings were twisted and unnatural, like the hands of a giant swatting the air below him. Lith's face was now a black slate, apparently without a mouth or nose. Two small curved horns came out of his temples while his 3 eyes looked at those present. The silence turned into an uproar as everyone stood up to take a better look at the unknown creature in front of them, even Ligon. He exploited the ensuing chaos to study with soul vision both hybrids in the room. To his eye technique, Solus was a short young woman wearing a golden Roman toga and sandals. It was an attire outdated for centuries, that Ligon recognized as the clothes that Menadian's apprentices used in the privacy of their own rooms. Her figure was wrapped in 2 kinds of chains. One was big, thick, and made of life. It connected her to Lith through their respective mana cores, hearts, and minds. The second kind of chains was gray and thin, yet they weighed Solus down, forcing her to kneel. Of the 6 original gray chains, 4 were broken and were slowly fading away. 2 more remained and sucked her vigor, keeping her from achieving her true potential. The energy coming from the first chain was amplified by her body and was slowly eroding the gray fetters. As for Lith, to soul vision he appeared to have grown bigger than ever, with 2 sets of wings instead of just 1, and with all 7 eyes opened, each one of a different color. This is impossible. Shape-shifting is just a branch of light magic, and the shackles are supposed to negate all kinds of spells. Jiza, explain. Ragu was trying to make sense of what her eyes showed her. Verhin is a human, I checked it myself. His life force is cracked, but that's it. I even performed blood resonance on his parents to confirm his bloodline, and I can swear upon my name that they are both human as well. Jiza replied, refusing to believe she could have made such a huge blunder. Blood resonance was a discipline created by Headmaster Duke Marth that was the magical equivalent of a paternity test. Nobles used it to make sure their spouses had not been unfaithful or to expose the existence of bastard sons, whereas mages used them to trace hereditary diseases and awaken to identify their descendants. Using the creation of a fake mage was embarrassing, but Awakened always put practicality above something as insignificant as pride. How did you escape from Dawn? Falul asked. Lith opened the scales covering his mouth and released a small burst of blue origin flames, doubling the uproar. Everyone turned towards Ligon, demanding an answer from him. I'm not the father, thanks for asking, he said while blushing a little in embarrassment. No one believed him, not even Xenagrash. What the heck has Dad done this time? I remember this smell. It's the mix of human, beast, and eldritch abomination scent I found on the scene of Jarok's death. It's no surprise that a simple rockworm and an empowered abomination were no match for my lil bro. The master was right all along in wanting to bring Lith into our fold. He might be the key to the perfect abomination hybrid. The more her draconic sense of smell confirmed her hypothesis, the more Xenagrash felt hope grow in her heart. Chapter 993, Dragon Bloodline Part 1. Fila the Behemoth glared at Falul in reproach, as she sniffed the air like a hunting dog on the prowl, confirming Lith's hybrid nature. Curse you, damn Hydra. Creatures like phoenixes and dragons don't even bother joining the council, whereas their lesser cousins seek us only for the secret of awakening. A wormling with origin flames is the best apprentice a Forgemaster could ever want. Now it's too late to change my motion and request to be the one appointed as Verhin's mentor. I can only give him to Falul or Ragu. You tied my hands, you 7-headed deceptive snake, Fila thought. Ragu looked at Lith with even more greed. daydreaming about all the wonders that human forgemasters could achieve once freed from the necessity of resorting to beasts to purify metals. Lith is the first human capable of harnessing origin flames. If his bloodline shares this trait, his descendants would be a priceless asset. We must keep him from falling in the hands of the beasts or nothing will change, Ragu thought. This hybrid could bridge between the council and the abominations, if not even bring humans and beasts closer. I must tread with caution and make sure my people don't get swallowed by the shift in the power balance that this revelation might create. Lotho, the Treant thought. I always wondered how a meal cooked with origin flames would taste. Too bad they are too expensive to waste them like that. Now that I think about it, did I turn the fire below the cauldron off before I left home? Inzialot thought. He had long since hoarded everything he needed for his research and had no care for what other undead might want. The king of liches just wanted to go home. After the 5 judges forced everyone to stay calm, they took turns in scanning Lith's second life force. If before it was just a squabble between 2 factions, now the result would affect them all. I owe you an apology, Jiza. I have never seen anything like this, and the 2 life forces eclipse each other to the point that it's impossible to notice the second unless you know what to look for, Ragu said. He's a wormling, yet he is not, Fila mumbled. Usually, at his age, the 2 life forces of a hybrid clash violently against each other because they are incapable of coexisting. It's the reason why by the time a hybrid's mana core reaches full maturity at 20 years of age, it can't cope with the conflict anymore, and the hybrid is forced to pick one life force. In Verhin's case, however, the 2 life forces are like light and darkness, 2 sides of the same coin. I believe that in due time they'll become one. Maybe we should ask our guest what she thinks. Lotho pointed at Xenogrash. After all, he's part abomination. Why not let them take care of him? All the members of the organization are hybris, so they are best suited to teach him. Knowing that it was too late to lay claims to the young man on the plant's behalf, all he could do was damage control. The abominations were few in numbers even for awakened standards, and had already access to origin flames. If Lith fell into their hands, the shift in the power balance would be negligible. Moreover, it would make the war between undead and abomination escalate even further. Plants considered both races as parasites and only wished them to become extinct. No way, abominations aren't part of the council, and I'll not give them an awaken to experiment upon, Fila and Ragu said in unison. Both their factions had resorted to inviting the organization into their fold only out of desperation. Without a ruler of the flames, the gap between true and fake forgemasters became smaller by the decade, and with Dawn's return, the 3 horsemen were reunited again. Each one of them could awaken their host without fail and provide their spawns with uncanny abilities. Baitra and Xenogrash together would solve the former issue, while the unique powers the monster eldritch hybrids held would force the horsemen on the defense. Yet if the abominations discovered how to awaken again and became able to produce an offspring, they would become Maugur's master race. Ragu and Fila regarded them as a necessary evil, but an evil nonetheless. Thanks for your trust. I'll make sure to convey it to the rest of my kin, Xenogrash sneered. I'm not going to take part in your power play, but I will not stand idly if you try to harm my little brother. A small burst of purple origin flames came out of her mouth, while a single gold coin appeared amid emerald flames between her middle and index finger. I beg your pardon? Lith had been careful and followed Falul's plan down to a T, yet the sudden turn of events couldn't be underestimated. What do you mean, little brother, and how did you bypass the dimensional ceiling array of this place? He would have liked to ask many more questions and discuss with Solus the findings of her mana sense, but he was afraid that among those old monsters there was someone capable of spotting their mana link if triggered from a distance. How dare you threaten the council, fallen lord? Lotho stood up, forcing the magical ceiling of the courtroom to grow higher to accommodate the wooden titan. Do you think that just because you possess an omni pocket you're a match for us? Conjure your best weapons, parasite, and we'll gladly put you down and retrieve them from your corpse, just like you stole them from your countless victims. Lith had no idea how strong Xenogrash was. To life vision, her black core and her troll core cancelled each other in a foggy mess, whereas Lotho was brimming with so much power that he appeared as a small mana geyser. I gave her the Omni Pocket as a coming-of-age gift. Ligon's voice was quiet, yet it eclipsed everyone else's, making the room fall silent. An odd feeling of cold spread among the awakened, as if a winter storm had walked through the door, finding them stark naked. What did you say? Lotho turned toward the still-sitting guardian, whose mantle turned out to be his folded wings. "You heard me, she didn't steal the pocket." Ligon stood up, and everyone else suddenly felt smaller. The only thing worse than discovering Xenogrosh's origin was facing her father's wrath. "How dare you threaten my daughter in my own house, after I promised her hospitality rights to settle her business with the council?" Ligon flapped his wings, forcing everyone on their knees due to the air pressure that the gesture caused. Only Xenogrosh was allowed to stand and lith with her, because she was shielding him with her own wings. "This isn't your home," Ragu managed to stand, but barely. "This is the council's headquarters." "Oh no, this is the Empire and everything else is an insignificant detail on the map, waiting to be rewritten." A simple glare forced her to fall down again, while Lotho had now shrunk to the size of a child. "If you want to fight the abominations as I asked you all years ago, be my guest. If you insist on bringing them to the council, I'll get over it. Yet threaten one of my guests again, and we'll see how many are willing to face me to indulge in your madness." Ligon snarled, and the strength in his voice made the weakest in the room faint. Chapter 994, Dragon Bloodline Part 2. All members of the council had become too used to the father of all dragons' aloof attitude and treated him as a peer. Ligon wasn't as overbearing as Salark, nor passionate as Tyrus, so many considered him an eccentric old man. However, Ligon wasn't old so much as ancient, and he was no man at all. "I apologize on behalf of the undead faction, and I give you my word that your daughter will suffer no harm from us until our next encounter," Inzialot said, while taking a good look at his own shoes. "I may be crazy, but I'm not stupid. I'm not going to put everything I worked hard for at stake for that dumb tree," he thought. "The horsemen act cocky in front of the guardians because their mommy has their backs, but for anyone else facing Ligon without a rock-solid plan is plain suicide." After the vow, the undead were allowed to stand. One after the other, the representatives of the different factions repeated Inzialot's oath, returning the room to normality. "All dragons come from the same bloodline, so I don't care about who sired you. You're my little brother," Xenogrosh said the moment she was certain that no one would interrupt her again. "As for the array, it's a simple trick, but it requires both an omni-pocket and an ability akin to Origin Flames. I would like to tell you more, but Dad might kill me if I reveal more in front of so many Forgemasters." The gold coin disappeared, and what looked like a business card had taken its place. One side had a communication rune engraved on it, while the other was blank. "If you ever find an omni-pocket, or you just need to talk, apply my rune on your amulet and your rune on the card." The revelation that Menadian had managed to reproduce Ligon's craft, and the raw power Lith felt from Xenogrosh while she was protecting him shocked Lith. Yet he forced himself to focus on the newly acquired information. "The abomination told me even less than Zedros did a while ago, but her words weren't a riddle, and more importantly, I saw her using a pocket. I think." "Enough of your nonsense, Lotho. You already made us waste too much time." Ragu's words snapped Lith out of his reverie and earned her applause from Inzialot. "This is a matter between only the beasts and the humans, yet its resolution can only be determined through the council's ruling. We need to determine which one of us is better suited to nurture Verhin's talent." "Indeed," Fila nodded. "The only things the council respects are wisdom and power. You claim that awakened Verhin has demonstrated poor judgment and that we failed at protecting the interests of our community. Yet what makes you think you can do a better job? Not only has he survived unspeakable horrors, but he has also already defeated the best disciples of some of the most powerful members of your faction. In battle, brawns without brains are useless. The fact itself that Verhin is alive proves you wrong. I can find someone who will teach him how to master Origin Flames, even forcing them if I have to. What can you humans do for him?" Personal opinions and ideals had no place in the awakened society. They were all too powerful and long-lived to let things like prejudice drive them on crusades to force their way of living onto others. They firmly believed that power without wisdom was just violence, while wisdom without power was just hot air. Both of them reached their true potential in the practice of magic on the battlefield. Idiots who relied on raw power were doomed to fall for the simplest tricks and die, whereas sages with weak bodies would perish the moment something messed up with their plans. "You know as well as I do that, unlike humans, beasts rely heavily on their physical abilities," Ragu said. "The body you're now using is just a suit for you, something to discard the moment things get out of hand, whereas humans have no choice but to fight with what they have. Just like you, Fallow needs her true form to demonstrate her full battle prowess, and as you all saw, Lith is no beast. He's some kind of wormling and his base is still human. My faction can offer him martial arts suitable for his body, spells that can allow him to exploit his small size against bigger opponents, and teach him all that allowed us to be a match for your kin. He was born a human and needs to reason like a human to survive. Aside from magic, you have nothing to teach him. That's a fair point, but I think it's not enough. Awakened Verhin has survived this far against opponents of all kinds and sizes. He's smart enough to learn such tricks on his own, Fila said. Both Awakened rested their case and waited for the council's resolution. They were both involved parties, so they couldn't take part in the vote. I doubt that any further debate will make either of you withdraw your claims, correct? Ligon asked, obtaining nods as replies. Then the solution is simple. The beasts claim that they are entitled to take care of Awakened Verhin because they nurtured his talents so far, while the humans claim beasts did a poor job and that they would do better. My proposal is to put to test the opening statements. To do that, we'll choose an opponent suitable for Awakened Verhin and have them fight in a controlled environment. If he triumphs, then the beasts are right in saying that between his natural talents and their teachings, he will receive all the care he needs. If he fails, then the humans are right and will claim their prize. All in favor. Ligon raised his hand while looking around. Latho and Inzialat agreed to the proposal. The Treant trusted the father of all dragons' wisdom above all but the world tree, whereas the Lick just wanted to go home. How did it go? Lith asked, while Fila and Ragu joined the rest of the council to define the details of the task. Pretty good, Falul returned Solas's ring to him. By revealing your hybrid nature in front of the council, you have achieved much with no risks. You've given the beasts a reason to watch over you. You are not just a human I'm taking as an apprentice on a whim anymore. You're one of us. On top of that, the beasts will do their best to protect their monopoly over Origin Flames. As for the humans, they now see you not only as a suitable heir for one of their legacies, but also as a valuable asset. If you learn the secrets of the Origin Flames, the ability to purify metals is precious by itself. But since you're also a Forgemaster, you have the potential to become a ruler of the flames. Awakened don't care about what race they belong. They are only interested in having someone on their side that will increase the gap between true and fake mages. They wouldn't seek help from the abomination that once was the fourth ruler otherwise. Last but not least, you no longer need to hide in the Awakened society. Even if someone were to discover your secret, now they can't blackmail you. Falul was clearly hinting at Zedros the Wyvern, of which she was becoming suspicious. Chapter 995, Peerless Predator Part 1. Thanks for everything you did for me, Falul. Lith shook her hand. The Hydra had accurately predicted how the trial would unfold, making her plan work like a charm. At least until that moment. Don't thank me yet. I've got no idea what they'll put you against, and if you fail, all of this will be for nothing. Humans are stricter than beasts, and after revealing your abilities, you need the council more than ever. Whatever happens, accept the results of the trial, she said. She's right. Jiza had never left Lith's side, making sure that no one exploited the chaos of the debate to try something funny. If you fail and then refuse to acknowledge Ragu as your master, your life will become a nightmare the moment you step out of that door. Revealing your true hybrid nature was a double-edged sword. Now that everyone knows how precious you are, they'll spare no dirty moves to force you to submit if you go back to being a rogue awakened. That said, I know that awakened humans have given you more trouble than help during your journey, but I hope you don't resent us all for that. Beasts are no better than humans. You'll find as many bad people among their ranks as among our own. The only reason why you faced mostly awakened human criminals is that you lived in human society. Awakened are tightly bound to their race of origin. We live among our kin and task our descendants with taking care of business, whereas beasts mostly work as mercenaries and hate being forced to hide their nature. Even if you succeed in your trial, once you are done with your apprenticeship, you'll keep meeting more humans than beasts as long as you reside inside cities. Don't burn bridges that you may need later. Lith gave her a small bow, and then spent the time before the test talking with Solas. Glad to have you back. I need all the help I can get to not let our plans get screwed up in case Ragu doesn't agree with awakening Floria, he thought. The monster abomination's words were interesting, but there's something you need to know. Aside from young people like you and Athung, every one of those present has either a bright blue core or a bright purple core, Solas said. Meaning? Don't you find it odd that even old-looking awakened have a bright blue core? I mean, sure, you awakened from birth and had an easier time adapting your body to the mana core's growth. But how can it take people centuries to reach the stage right above yours? It doesn't make sense, especially considering that all awakened we met had either a cyan or a blue core. Unless, Solus said. Unless getting a purple core requires to meet some hidden conditions. Lith completed the phrase for her. Doesn't this also mean that fake mages are potentially even stronger mages than awakened? People like Manohar naturally grow with a purple core, whereas awakened are capped to blue unless they find a way to overcome their limits. If we're right, then the cap plus the fact that even Falul can't awaken people with a bright blue core like Quilla limits the awakened's progress with magic. Whatever is needed to get a violet core, I don't think it can be taught, Solus said. There are way fewer purple cores than I expected. Moreover, based on what Falul told us, awakened without a magical bloodline always have a master, so there's no way they wouldn't pass down the technique in the case something happens to them. Everything is set. Please follow us. Ligon opened several warp gates at once, allowing all those present to reach what looked like an underground arena. The place reminded Lith of the Colosseum, and to Xenogrosh of the amphitheater where Baitra had come to terms with her pasts. The rules are simple. Once you reach the battlefield, the arrays will seal the space around you and your opponent will arrive. Dimensional magic works inside the arena, so you can retrieve and use all of your equipment. After all, your sword is a gift from Falul, and some of your creations are certainly derived from the help she gave you. The Council allows their use because they are proof of what beasts have done for you. If you fail despite that, they can only blame themselves. Don't worry about death. We'll let you fight until your last breath, but the moment your opponent is about to deal you a lethal blow, I'll personally stop him and declare your defeat. You have 1 minute to prepare your spells, starting from now. Lith took all of his equipment out of his pocket dimension and started to weave his spells. The good news is that I can go all out. Origin Flames wore my special rings, everything goes, Lith thought. What about the bad news? Solus asked. For once, no bad news. Do you think I should pull off a Silverwings hexagram, like against the vampire and author? 1 minute isn't enough for me alone to do it, but there are 2 of us, and I don't care pretending I'm a genius warden. My life is safe, but what about you, Floria, Camilla, and the others? Ragu might forbid me to visit them or restrict my actions as long as I'm her apprentice. Also, I'm not going to let Velendaris have his way with the Urnas. It's worth a shot, Solus telepathically nodded. Falul knew about her existence and was willing to take Solus as her apprentice, whereas they couldn't afford the risk to check if Ragu was as open-minded as the Hydra. Solus's future rested on the outcome of that battle as well. Ligon was nice enough to give them more than just 1 minute. He assumed that Lith and Solus could use a bit of time to calm down and strategize. Begin. His voice created a golden, translucent dome that enclosed the arena and warped Lith's opponent on the opposite side of the battlefield. Oh shit, Lith had never seen something that big. To be precise, he had never seen the creature that was standing in front of him, not even in books. The beast looked like a lion, but it had a brown body and a deep green mane. Its height at the withers reached 7 meters, 23 feet, and its violet eyes shone with intelligence. Unbeknownst to Lith, the creature was a Menios, a monster as rare and hard to kill as a Grendel. Its species was almost extinct due to how dangerous they were. The only few remaining specimens left could be found only in the most isolated places of Magur or in Ligon's biomes. I guess they took Ragu's words into account while choosing our opponent, Solus thought. Most creatures this size we faced were our friends rather than enemies. Lith activated Silverwing's hexagram, making sure to encompass both himself and the Menios. He kept his breathing steady and was ready to counter any spell the beast could throw at him. At the sight of the array, the lips of the creature curled up in what looked awfully like a smile. Then, it charged forward as fast as a lightning bolt, taking Lith and Solus by surprise. Chapter 996, Peerless Predator Part 2. Fuck me sideways, my initial assumptions were wrong. A monster this big only needs 1 step to close in and 1 strike to kill me. It has no reason to waste time with magic, Lith thought. It's worse than that. It can use fusion magic, and there's no telling how much it boosts the enemy's physical prowess. We never faced such a creature before, so I have no idea how big is the gap between you two, Solus said. Lith instantly dispelled the useless array that drained his focus, and jumped back while activating his Tier 5 magic holding ring. The final sunset spell it unleashed was focused into a powerful beam of black flames that struck the Menios like a truck, and propelled Lith backward, boosting his dodge speed. He managed to avoid the change and put some distance between them again. Yet all the damage dealt by a fully charged final sunset barely amounted to a burn mark on the creature's muzzle. To make matters worse, the injury started to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye the moment the spell exhausted its mana. What the actual fuck? Final Sunset is comprised of fire and darkness magic that Magus itself referred to as the elements of destruction. Not even golems are that tough. Soulless, is it really a living being? Lith asked. For alive it's alive, she replied. Its mana core is really odd, but that's hardly a novelty with monsters. It's similar to that of trolls since I can sense an imbalance in the darkness element, but there's something different. Try changing approach. By the time Soulless finished speaking, the Menios was already in front of Lith, trying to bite his head off. Lith managed to catch the maw with his hands and activated his gravity field ring. The creature was too big for the gravity sheath to affect its whole body, but the ring still managed to make the Menios light enough so that Lith could exploit the momentum of its charge to execute an overhead throw. At the same time, he unleashed all the spells he had at the ready down the monster's throat. This is supposed to be a test of wisdom, not a slugfest, Lith thought. Maybe the creature's skin is nigh invulnerable, whereas its internal organs are frail. The fire scorched the soft tissues and made the air so hot to be unbreathable, while streams of electricity coursed through the monster's bloodstream, reaching all of its internal organs at once. Remarkable nerve, Fila said from the stands. Usually when facing something that big, people are too shocked to think clearly. Makes you wonder what kind of horrors he's used to facing. Why didn't you mention any of this in your request for an apprentice, Falul? Because I hate having competition, the Hydra replied with a smile. Good move, this time it took some solid damage. Even though the opponent seemed to be down, Soulless kept collecting data to understand the real nature of their trial. Its life force plummeted after taking those spells. Maybe this thing is really capable of absorbing the darkness element like a troll. Fire and lightning seem to be drop it. The Menios had managed to twist its body so that its hind legs hit the ground first. Its claws dug deep into the pavement, allowing it to have a strong foothold and throw Lith away like a rag doll. The speed and might of the head alone sent Lith flying even though he had released his hold before the Menios could complete the motion. The creature resumed the chase without a second of delay and attempted a second bite while its prey was spinning in midair. So much for the weakened life force. Lith spread his wings, using air magic to gain a speed superior to that of his enemy. This dome is too small. I can't get vertical distance, and that thing runs like a train. The life force was indeed weakened. The problem is that it recovered so fast that I almost failed to warn you in time, Soulless said. That makes no sense. Lith hurled a stream of blue origin flames that struck the Menios' head and turned it into a ball of fire. Yet the flames disappeared as if they were just a bucket of water and dealt about the same damage. The Menios kept chasing Lith, who could only fly around while breathing one burst of origin flames after the other. Stop that, you're only harming yourself. Neither the mana core nor the life force of the creature has taken any damage. I know it sounds impossible, but it's true. Soulless's brain spun at top gear, yet the answer kept eluding her. Lith unsheathed war, hoping that the cold adamant would succeed where all kinds of magic at his disposal had failed him. The angry blade screeched its challenge, making the Menios falter for the first time since its appearance. Yet the creature's hesitation didn't last long. The giant lion slashed horizontally with its claws, forcing Lith back on the ground. He couldn't go up due to the golden ceiling nor stay in midair due to the creature's pincer maneuver. Dumb move. Lith used earth magic to make the pavement under the Menios' hind legs sink and throw it off balance since the forelegs were still hitting where he had been a second ago. The creature fumbled, allowing Lith to slash deep into its defenseless paws and draw the first blood. He then used gravity magic to turn the fall into a crash. The sudden acceleration made the Menios' head plunge on top of the blade that Lith had planted in the ground with its tip pointing upwards. War pierced through the jaw and reached the brain, yet Lith could see with life vision that not even that kind of wound seemed to affect the creature's vitality. He flew back without retrieving his blade, in hope that it would buy him enough time to solve the riddle and beat the test. Magic doesn't work, and neither does physical attacks. The cuts War inflicted on our enemy healed a second after being opened. What are we doing wrong? He thought. I could feel War's world mirror ability activating, Soulless said. The skin of that beast must be infused with some elements that make it impossible to harm it with conventional means, just like a golem. The problem is that as soon as War's jamming effect fades, the wound's close. Let me get this straight. Imbalanced like a troll, shielded like a golem, and heals like a ghoul since no matter the damage it takes, it doesn't need nutrients. What the fuck is that thing and how are we supposed to beat it? Lith asked. Maybe we are about to find out. Solus shushed Lith to make him focus. The fact that the wounds healed didn't mean that the Menios didn't feel pain, or that the brain damage didn't impair his movements. The creature had clawed off its own skin in the attempt to take War out of the jaw. Unluckily for the giant lion, he had just succeeded. The hilt of the blade was now stuck in the space between two claws, triggering the unwanted ability Orion had warned Lith about and that he had experimented on an unwise thief in the past. Chapter 997, Treasure from the Past, Past 1. Orion himself had no idea how War would react if the wrong person picked it up, but as its maker, he could feel how dangerous the enchantment was. What really troubled Lord Ernest, however, was the fact that he had never planned for such safeguard. There was no trace of it in either his notes or blueprints, yet when he checked the final result of his labors with his royal Forgemaster wand, the extra pseudo-core was there nonetheless. Right after receiving War, Lith needed a guinea pig to understand what kind of threat the blade represented for his family, and if it could be used as a means of interrogation. One day, Lith took all the insignia of his status off, wore civilian clothes, and took a stroll in the slums of Xantia with the priceless blade hung to his hip. It took him less than 100 steps to be surrounded by armed bandits. "Give us the blade, empty your pockets, and no one gets hurt," a rough man in his mid-30s said. He had blonde hair and a stubble, both as dirty as his clothes. His mouth missed a few teeth, giving the man more a desperate look than a threatening one, yet he handled his knife like a professional. "Catch!" Lith turned his pockets inside out to show that they were empty and threw the blade in a slow lob. The thug took the blade from the hilt while it was still in midair, and War didn't take the change of ownership well. The hoodlum suffered the same fate that now was befalling the giant lion. Just like when Lith had first imprinted it, spikes erupted from the hilt and dug through the flesh before turning into hooks, making it impossible to remove them without amputating the limb. Then War unleashed all of his enchantments right inside the usurper's body, bypassing all kinds of protections they could wear. Through something that Lith could only describe as a reversed imprint, the angry blade flooded the enemy with his energy signature, causing mana poisoning. The hind leg of the Menios swelled like a balloon while its flesh burned, froze, and rot at the same time, making the earlier pain from the brain damage feel like a pinprick. But while the hapless criminal had exploded in a burst of rotten meat that made his associates either faint or puke, the creature was much bigger and wiser. In the time that it had taken War to kill a man, the blade could only corrupt the enormous limb it was stuck onto, giving the Menios the time to realize the danger it was in, and bite off the foreleg before it was too late. "By the Great Mother, did you really gift such a masterpiece to someone that has yet to recognize you as his master?" Ragu used all the means at her disposal to study War from a distance, but Orion's workings were well cloaked. "Only the best for my beloved apprentices." Fallow lied through her teeth as the giant limb exploded, and War returned to Lith's hand on its own. "If fake mages can craft pieces that powerful with their limited magic, then we awakened Forgemasters need a damn ruler of the flames even more desperately than I thought. Whoever made War might be already on par with us." The Hydra was firmly against letting the abominations take part in the council, but now even her wished that Bytra would soon join their ranks. Meanwhile, Lith didn't move from his spot and kept studying his opponent. Not even amputating the whole hind leg weakened either its life force or mana flow. "If I get close without a plan, I will not last more than a few seconds. How the heck did I?" Lith couldn't believe his own senses as he saw the limb regenerate almost as fast as it had been corrupted. Despite being temporarily crippled, the creature had no openings Lith could exploit. On top of that, even regenerating so much flesh and bones didn't weaken the creature. "That's it," Lith and Solus thought in unison. The wound's healing process had allowed them to understand the nature of their task. They had failed to notice it before because the other wounds were too small and they were too far away to take a good look at them. When the Menios came charging again, Lith was ready for him. He used earth magic to open a crater below the creature and gravity magic to send them both against the golden energy dome that covered the arena. When Lith released the second final sunset stored inside his Tier 5 magic holding ring, the black flames this time engulfed the giant lion, making it scream in agony. Menios were nothing like trolls, golems, or ghouls like Lith and Solus had wrongly assumed. The giant lion was a plant-animal hybrid that had lost the ability to awaken due to its fallen state, but was still able to draw upon world energy as long as it touched the ground. Menios didn't need breathing techniques to constantly regenerate their strength, and they could recover from any wound simply by extracting the nutrients from the soil. They were unstoppable predators, but once their weakness was exposed, they became sitting ducks. That's why the dome is so low, and why the only time the monster's life force dwindled was during the throw. Not because this creature is incapable of flight, but because away from the ground it's nothing but an overgrown kitten. Lith thought. Well done, you passed the test. Ligon dispelled the dome and rescued the Menios. Any objection? The members of the council shook their heads in reply. Then awakened Verhin is hereby a member of the Beast faction, and Falul the Hydra will be held responsible for his actions, until he learns to behave like a member of our society. Ligon then turned to the monster. Thanks for your cooperation, Antor. I'll return you to your family as soon as your wounds heal. No need to thank me, my lord, the monster bowed to the guardian. If not for you, I'd be long since dead or still be a slave to my base instincts. You can talk, Lith asked in surprise. I'm no Balor, but not all monsters are mindless brutes, Antor replied. If I used magic, our fight might have ended differently, but since you couldn't take flight, I guess I needed a handicap as well. Menios are the only creatures that can use invigoration without limits. Their bodies are so attuned with Magur that they just need to make contact with the ground to replenish their strength to its fullest, Ligon explained. They have several limitations to their magical abilities, but I hope that, by studying their condition, I can lift their fallen state and develop a better technique that Awakened can use to draw world energy. Yes, it's also very noble of you, Inzialot cut him short. Where did you find an energy field ring, child? I thought their design was lost to time. It doesn't generate an energy field, just a gravity field. Lith rushed to reply in the hope to quell the greed with which the lick was staring at his finger. Oh, Inzialot's disappointed look made Lith sigh in relief for one full second. Chapter 998 Treasure from the Past, Past 2. That's annoying, but once one knows the basics, the rest comes easy. I can still work my way up to a proper energy field, the lick said. You mean we can? Feeler and Falul stood between Inzialot and his prey as one. Lith is one of us undead. Yes, whatever. I don't care who does it as long as those runes get preserved and shared with the Awakened community. I can give you a couple of centuries, child. After that, either I get my ring or you and I will have a problem, Inzialot said. Guess what, you moron? 200 years from now, I'll either be dead or powerful enough to not care about your kin anymore, Lith thought. Seriously, though, where did you find it? Fila said. She cared for Lith more by the second, but her curiosity burned as strong as Inzialot's. Lith told them about the fungal creature he had met in Kula and the present it had given him. Damned be the Odi, Lotho roared. My brethren must have lost all hope and their mind depart from such treasure. More likely they thought it to be still a common item. They were cut off from the rest of the world and had no idea that what once was just a parlor trick is now so valuable. Also, I doubt they would have kept an Odi artifact anyway, Ligon said. Look at the bright side. If you find your fungal brethren, they are likely to know everything about this energy field you talk about, Lith said, eager to ease the pressure of the gazes fixated on his hand. Genius, Inzialot clapped his hands. I'll immediately start looking for them. We're done here, right? Yes, we are, however. The King of Liches disappeared, leaving Lotho talking to himself. Searching the entirety of Magur for a single being is not an easy task. Gods, if I hate Liches. Will you really share it? Despite her age, the behemoth was giving Lith the lovely smile of a kid in front of his Christmas presents. I'll give it a thought, but first I need to understand what an energy field is and what benefits I'd receive from the council in exchange for such knowledge. Lith politely but firmly replied. Now I really need some rest, and to speak with my mentor, if you please. I told you not to show off your damn crafts until your apprenticeship started, kid, Falul said the moment they were back in the safety of her lair. I've already got a dozen orders for a blade like yours, and even more for that ring. According to your plan, there should have been some kind of riddle, not a fight, Lith replied. If I lost, Solus would have been trapped inside her ring for years. Ragu would have used Floria's awakening to keep me on a tight leash, and I would have been nothing more than a dignified slave. Point taken, Falul sighed. Still, why didn't you show me that ring earlier? We could have still found a way to let you use it undetected. Because I thought it was crap. The runes are decrepit, and they don't do anything different from the others I studied from Huriel's booklet. Lith threw the gravity field ring to Falul, who promptly examined it with invigoration and her forgemastering spells. By the Great Mother, what a piece of crap. Runes carved with mana crystals powder instead of being infused with mana, a messed-up mana circulatory system, and I could shape a better pseudo-core with my feet. She blurted out. My point exactly. It's so bad that I didn't even bother crafting a new one, but I used first magic to replicate its effects on my own through my weapon, Lith said. The bad news is that most Odi runes are lost to time. There are almost no books about them, and the still existing few tomes belong to historians since they have no practical value, Falul said. The good news is that we only need to decipher a few runes to be able to reverse engineer the whole thing, and start working on upgrading the gravity to an energy field. How long would it take? Lith asked. Well, unless we find the right runes in a book, I'd say a few decades to figure out the modern runes with a trial-and-error procedure. After that, a few more decades for the energy field. 2 centuries tops, Falul replied. 300 years in total. Lith couldn't believe his ears. More or less if you, me, and Solus work together the whole time. Kid, research takes time and dedication. Why do you think Enzialot left you off the hook that easily? He is probably already working on a project that will take him at least 200 years to complete. He's a lick. They can afford to work alone because time is meaningless to them, Falul said. What if I share it? After all, is what royal forgemasters would do. It would take much less time, Falul said. If the council pools its resources and we forgemasters start to exchange our respective findings, the entire process should take about 2 years. The problem is that we'll lose the exclusive, and there's no guarantee that others will really cooperate instead of just leeching from those who share. Be them humans, beasts, plants, or undead, awakened are greedy creatures. No wonder you're losing the magical research race to fake mages, Lith sighed. We'll continue this conversation at another moment. I'm dead tired and I promised Camilla to take her out on a date. Have fun while you can, my apprentice, because once I start teaching you, we'll take no breaks until invigoration stops working. Despite Falul's girl next door looks and radiant smile, her words sounded awfully like a threat. Space. Giera Continent, ex-city of Herver, now reduced to a bunch of ruins. After putting her resources to the test in Author, Thrude Griffin had moved to the neighboring continent, like she always did after completing a rejuvenation cycle. She had spent centuries to create an alias that allowed her to live in the luxury she deserved and with access to the resources she needed. Giera was outside Tyrus's influence, and the local guardian had no affection for any of her friends. It made Giera the perfect place to lay low while Thrude enjoyed the fruits of her labors and honed her skills. Unfortunately, after the release of the plague, all of her hard work was lost. Even a magical blight was powerless against her enhanced physique and that of her minions, but the plague had destroyed society as she knew it. Damn it all, Thrude wanted to smash the crystal bottle she was drinking from in a fit of rage, but finding another would be nigh impossible. I can't go back to Garland with the tight security all 3 great countries have established, but staying in this dead place is driving me crazy. It wasn't just a figure of speech. With the fall of human civilization, the continent had fallen into the hands of emperor beasts, who were able to identify Thrude from her smell and chase her away if she refused to leave. She was a very powerful mage, even more thanks to the replicas of the Griffin Kingdom's strongest artifacts, but there were hundreds of emperor beasts living together. Some were as old as she was and nearly as powerful. Chapter 999 Bonds of Trust Part 1. Awakened mages and their bloodlines ruled the only human cities remaining on the Giera continent, but things didn't go any better for Thrude there. Somehow, the Awakened would become suspicious of her the moment she used her powers and refused to grant her hospitality. Unbeknownst to Thrude, it was due to the vortex her rainbow mana core generated to imitate the effects of invigoration and provide her with unlimited mana. Her long existence coupled with a lifetime of murder and secrets weighed heavily on her psyche. Thrude was on the run ever since she could remember, to protect her father's legacy from Tyrus's clutches, and fulfill his dream to unify the Garland continent under an immortal ruler. I was supposed to be enjoying my wealth, and find a way to extend the gift of immortality to the future imperial family, not scavenge for food and sew my own clothes. What good are gold and jewels in a place where a piece of fresh bread is a myth? Her rants were becoming more and more frequent, in an attempt to fill the silence surrounding her. She was an extraordinary hunter and tailor, skills that would make her welcome in any human settlement, but only if Thrude stopped using her magic and lived like a commoner. Doing that would mean to trample over her pride as the true queen of the Griffin Kingdom and give up on the luxuries she felt entitled to. All the human awakened of the Giera continent were actually in her same boat, but she didn't care. With the loss of craftsmen, farmers and stockbreeders had become the new rich. Even awakened kept them in high regard because all the magic in Magur couldn't create food. On top of that, to pass down the practical knowledge necessary to grow all the edible plants and vegetables would take years. If once the ancient mage's main worry had been to develop their skills, now they were focused on avoiding that a single bad harvest or common cold could wipe out what remained of the human race. Beasts and plants had no such worries. They usually moved around naked and considered food anyone who trespassed on their turf. The beast empire that had been born after the fall of human civilization was now the most advanced and wealthy on Giera, but humans had a hard time adapting to the beast's morals. Emperor beasts would take in anyone, but only as long as they behaved. The beasts would teach kids how to read and write, and to adults how to hunt, farm, or whatever job they were talented for. At the same time, however, the concept of redemption, fair trial, or prisons didn't exist in their society. The moment someone committed a crime for no acceptable reason, the culprit would be put down like a rabid dog. Some people couldn't accept such a harsh and wild social order where everyone had to either make themselves useful or scram the moment they came of age. Yet most remained because the beasts offered them shelter from the weather, protection from the monsters that were now free to roam the lands, and health care. Humans had tried to awaken everyone to repopulate the continent faster and make all humans capable of wielding magic, but it had been a disaster. Children wouldn't get ill, but they would kill themselves or their parents using spells like toys. Many meek and gentle adults, once they got a taste of true power, would become overbearing toward their less talented peers and enforce the law of the jungle until their victims or their masters killed them. To make things worse, very few had the patience to practice accumulation for years to become stronger. With the constant threat of bad weather, monsters, starvation, and their own neighbors, many rushed their body development and exploded like gruesome fireworks. In the end, less than a tenth of those who had become awakened without a full-time tutor survived, so the experiment was deemed a failure and postponed to a moment when the masters could dedicate more time to classes. All the remaining humans had been collected in a few megalopolises that couldn't survive without their awakened rulers enforcing the law, treating diseases before they turned into plagues, and protecting the fields. I can't believe they awakened even those useless cripples whose only talent is to be naturally immune to the plague, whereas they refuse to teach me, Thrude roared. I'm so close, so damn close, yet I can never figure out the last piece of the puzzle. All living creatures have a core that acts like a heart for the mana flow, but only the so-called awakened are capable to train their core and make it stronger over time. I use my father's machine to feed my core with those of others, yet I never manage to sense the pulse of mana. The machine renews my life force and rids my body of the impurities that make people grow old, to the point that I reached human perfection. My flesh offers no resistance to mana. I can cast countless spells without putting any stress on my physique, so it can't be a matter of something being wrong with my body or lack of talent. I mastered all the damn specializations, for the gods' sake. What am I lacking? Only her echo replied to the question, and Thrude finally snapped. She chanted her spell, hating each word she spoke and hand sign she drew, considering each one of them a reminder of her constant failures. Purple flames invaded the empty halls of the house that she had spent years to build, while earth magic caused a quake that split the ground and made the walls crumble. To her, the sound of destruction was now a better alternative to silence. Thrude then walked through the rubble and started to destroy Hervor, the capital of her own grand duchy that she had named after her mother. It had taken Thrude generations to reach such a position. She had introduced herself as a mage, became a noble, and then faked her aging while introducing one of her meat puppets as her daughter before taking her place, starting the cycle from young to old again. She knew Hervor's every stone and every tree because she had shaped the city according to the memories of her birthplace. She loved it with all her heart because it reminded her of the old times, back when she was still the princess of the Griffin Kingdom, and her future was carved in stone. Tyrus was supposed to acknowledge her father's genius and become his spouse. Arthan's achievements would have surpassed even Valoran's, and with her help, he would have unified the Garland continent. Then once he grew tired of bearing the weight of the crown and the responsibilities it carried, Thrude would have taken the throne and made sure that her subjects thrived. Yet now her capital was just like all the stories Thrude's mother told her as a child, an empty lie, and the Mad Queen hated Hervor for it. There was no one to serve her, no one left that would admire her beauty or talent. Thrude felt as if Magur had turned its back on her one time too many. Why everyone leaves me in the end? Not even her heart-wrenching sobs hindered the Mad Queen's spellcasting as she raised the city that once had been her pride and joy. Chapter 1000 Bonds of Trust Part 2. I had countless husbands and children, yet none of them awakened. Death took them away from me before I could even grow attached to them. Even those I offered to share eternity with me treated me like a monster and forced me to shut them up. Now all of my subjects are dead, and all I'm left with is stone and gold. Is this Tyrus's doing as well? Has her curse reached me thanks to her blood that runs through my veins? I'm not letting you take everything from me again, you monster. I'd rather destroy everything myself. Thrude unleashed another spell, and a city block fell. In her wrath and madness, she almost didn't notice an emerald bolt approaching to her position, blasting through the arrays that still defended Hervor from all threats. Almost. A dragon? Thrude instantly regained her focus as the magical formations self-repaired and provided her with the information they had gathered about the invader. It's been a long time since I killed one. Your flesh will make a meal worthy of a queen. Arthun's armor wrapped Thrude's body, and Arthun's sword appeared in her hand as her face was twisted in a grimace of fury. Yet no protection could save her from what happened next. The emerald bolt gracefully landed in front of her, as if he weighed a few grams instead of several tons, and shape-shifted into the most handsome man she had ever seen. A handsome man with emerald shoulder-length hair and purple eyes who was kneeling at her feet, according to the etiquette that the Griffin Kingdom prescribed to loyal vassals when meeting their rulers. Jormund Nidho reports for duty. Your humble servant begs your forgiveness for taking so long to find the last heir of the great king. The man that Lith knew as Jakra even spoke the ancient language of the kingdom. Thrude didn't hear it for centuries, yet she could still understand it perfectly. Tears kept streaming down her cheeks, but now she cried with joy. Do you swear that you are not here to attack me? She kept weaving her spells and preparing her relics. Thrude had been betrayed too many times to believe in free meals. I only come to serve my liege. Jormund started to tell her about the Golden Griffin and the many legacies that Arthun had left behind for his heir. At first, Thrude didn't believe him, but the more the stranger spoke, the more many mysteries of her homeland made sense. Are you really here for me? The Mad Queen had already fallen in love with that voice. For the first time in her life, she had met someone who knew who she was and shared her dream. I entered the Golden Griffin when I was a little over 400 years old. If I fail to awaken, I should have around 600 more left, and I intend to spend them all to give you everything you deserve. All I ask in return is to know the name of my queen, Jormund said. My name is Thrude Aphiladaren Griffin, rightful queen to the Griffin Kingdom, but you can call me Thrude. I hereby make you Duke Jormund Nidho. She patted his left shoulder, then the right, and then his head with Arthun's sword. Stand up, Lord Jorun. There's much we need to talk about and even more we have to do, yet it can all wait. I'm tired of being alone. Her hand ran through his hair, caressing Jormund's face before moving down his chest. The physical intimacy aroused Thrude as much as it disgusted Jormund. After escaping from Hariol, he had slept for months before noticing that something was wrong with him. The life force of dragons was incredibly strong, to the point of being capable of healing itself with time. After spending centuries sealed inside the Lost Academy, Jormund had realized the existence of the slave spell that now impaired his mind, only because he could feel his body trying to fix what he had always assumed was a natural development of his life force after mastering all elements and several martial arts. The moment he had attempted to get in touch with one of his relatives, the spell had forced him to find the Mad Queen. Space. Griffin Kingdom, near the top of Lochra Mountain. Lith had thought a lot about where to bring Camilla for her birthday. He would have preferred to take her to a place where he could give her an experience similar to Earth's summer on the beach, but she was born around mid-spring. Not only were the seas still too cold to bathe, but she also refused to wear even a one-piece swimsuit in presence of witnesses. It would have been the equivalent of walking around in her underwear, and people were quite modest on Magur. Without Solus, an inhabited island would mean no people, but no comforts as well. I'm sorry, but having no bathroom, sleeping on the ground, no privacy whatsoever, and being dependent on you to cook my meals sounds as romantic as another boot camp," was her reply. Hence Lith had taken her to a high-class resort where they could be immersed in the mountain's natural splendor without missing anything civilization had to offer. After becoming a royal constable, Camilla had started to travel around the kingdom and do late hours. Thanks to Gianni, she always managed to come back home for dinner, but after that, they would often leave again and only rarely sleep in their own beds. Between the terrible crime scenes she had witnessed and spending so much time interrogating criminals, Camilla was on the verge of a breakdown. She felt terribly tired, but most of all, dirty inside, as if all the horrors that rich and poor alike perpetrated to indulge in their vices had tainted her. "Gods, this place is just perfect," Camilla said while looking at the beautiful scenery, the mountain lake surrounded by luscious green offered to the guests dining on the terrace. The Flying Griffin Resort had its own gate. It connected the resort with the important cities of the kingdom, allowing it to always have the best foods and provide its guests with anything they might need at a moment's notice. "I promise you that we'll do this beach thing when I'm less stressed." Camilla couldn't take her eyes off the beauty of the full moon in the clear sky and its reflection on the lake. Together, they provided enough natural light to watch the night wildlife and gave the valley where the resort had been built the feeling of a mystical place where time had stopped. "Right now, all I need is a warm, comfortable bed and room service. Lots of room service. If I take one more step, I'm afraid my feet will fall off." "It's a good thing that I reserved a suite then." Lith chuckled while pointing at her red stiletto heels that lay near the table legs. Camilla wore them along with the red skin-tight cocktail dress she had chosen for their first real date in a long while where she could turn her work amulet off. She wanted that night to be special, but the moment Lith had offered her to dine alone in their room because he wanted to speak with her about important matters, Camilla had immediately accepted and given her sore legs some relief.